Chapter 201. Dean Zhao's majestic voice sounded quiet. Suddenly, the crowd that was still discussing enthusiastically immediately quieted down, and there was silence all around. Dean Zhao looked solemn and said slowly, "Next, I will leave you to participate in the four-college competition." After speaking, a tutor waved his hands quickly, muttering something, and then a flash of light flashed, and a majestic third-level flying holy beast appeared in front of everyone. The team was led by Dean Zhao, Elder Shi and 2 tutors. The 28 students plus Dean Zhao, and the other 4 boarded the broad back of the flying holy beast one by one. Gu Li sat on the back of the holy beast and muttered softly, "So poor. Such a large college travels with only 1 third-level holy beast." If Dean Zhao heard her words, he would definitely be mad at her. Not everyone is like you, pulling a bunch of high-level holy beasts. Sui Yun was full of doubts and asked, "Where are we going?" They only knew that there was a competition among the 4 colleges, but they didn't know where the specific location was. Hearing Sui Yun's words, Yan Yu, who was sitting not far from them, snorted coldly, "Humph, a bunch of bumpkins who dared to come to participate without knowing anything." Sui Yun was immediately furious when he heard it. He was about to stand up and confront him, but was pulled back by Mu Yunqi. Mu Yunqi's cheeks were slightly red, and she looked at Yan Yu shyly, and said softly, "Little brother, can you tell us something?" In an instant, Yan Yu's face turned as red as a tomato. "Okay, I tell you." Mu Yunqi smiled sweetly, her eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you, little brother, you are so kind." Yan Yu's face turned even redder after hearing this, and he felt as if his soul was floating. Gu Li watched from the side, his mouth twitching wildly, thinking in his heart, "What kind of weirdo is this?" She whispered to Mu Yunqi, "That's enough. If you keep pretending, he will go to heaven." Hearing Gu Li's voice transmission, Mu Yunqi restrained herself a little, but still looked at Yan Yu with burning eyes. "So where are we going?" Hearing Mu Yunqi speak again, Yan Yu came back to his senses. He cleared his throat and explained slowly, "We are going to Lingxi College in Lingxi City." Through Yan Yu's narration, they also roughly understood the details of the 4 colleges competition. There are 4 top colleges in the southern continent of Lafeng continent, namely Leiqing College, Lingxi College, Xingchen College, and Lingtian College. The strongest among them is Lingxi College, followed by Xingchen College, and Lingtian College has the lowest overall strength among the 4 colleges. The 4 colleges hold a competition every 5 years, and the competition venue is held in turn by the 4 colleges. This time it was held by Lingxi College. The competition is generally divided into actual combat, runes, formations, refining, alchemy, and beast taming. Among them, runes, formations, and contracted beasts are not allowed to be used in actual combat. Therefore, there are generally few magicians participating in actual combat, because that would be a disadvantage. You can freely choose which one to participate in, or you can participate in multiple competitions without any restrictions. For the top 10 students, the college can get a place to enter the Tontian Secret Realm, the top 5 can get 2 places, the top 3 can get 3 places, and the first can get 5 places. Moreover, the student who gets the most places will be awarded 10 more places. Tontian Secret Realm is a small world left by the ancients. There are many relics left by the ancient times. Basically, those who can come out alive from it will have a great improvement in their cultivation. There are countless treasures in it. The key to open the small world is in the hands of the leaders of the 4 colleges. The number of people entering each time is limited, so there is a 4-college competition. Hearing this, Gu Li lowered her head and thought for a while, then stood up and walked towards Dean Zhao. Seeing her walk towards Dean Zhao's position, everyone looked at her, and they were more certain that they had come in through a backer. There was also a little dissatisfaction with Dean Zhao in her heart. Hearing this, Gu Li lowered her head slightly, with a thoughtful light flashing in her eyes. After a moment, she stood up resolutely and walked towards Dean Zhao. Her actions instantly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked at her back, and was more certain that they were able to participate in this competition through a backer. A trace of dissatisfaction also quietly grew in their hearts, and they also had some complaints about Dean Zhao. Gu Li completely ignored their strange looks, walked straight to Dean Zhao, and then sat down calmly. Dean Zhao opened his eyes when she approached, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. "What do you want to see me for?" Gu Li said straight to the point, "A place in Tontian's Secret Realm." Dean Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly. "You want it?" Gu Li nodded without hesitation. "How will those places be allocated in the end?" Dean Zhao patiently explained, "At that time, a competition will be held in the academy to determine the qualifications for entering Tontian's Secret Realm. You are not qualified yet, so only third-year students can compete." Gu Li frowned slightly. So we have to compete with students from other colleges for the quota and then give it to others? Dean Xiao said affirmatively. That's about it. Gu Li's eyes were firm. We also want to participate in the quota for Tontian's secret realm. Dean Xiao decisively refused. No, you are first-year students, you can't break the rules. Gu Li didn't give up. Really not? Dean Xiao was determined. Really not? Gu Li continued to ask. Really not? Dean Xiao did not give in, no matter what. Okay, I know. Gu Li stood up after saying that, and planned to return to his friends. Dean Xiao suddenly said, Wait, you don't want to give up the quota for others, do you? I'm not that mean. Gu Li turned around and rolled her eyes at him, then turned and left. She secretly thought to herself, this old man is stubborn, but she really has to decide on the qualification to enter Tontian's secret realm. Shi Zihan saw her coming back, his eyes full of curiosity. What's wrong? Gu Li shook his head slightly. I tell you later. Then, Gu Li looked at a cute girl next to him, smiled and said, Senior sister, can I ask you some questions? Oh sure, just ask. And Qingran didn't expect Gu Li to suddenly talk to her, and stuttered for a while. Gu Li asked, What can I do to get promoted to the academy? And Qingran thought for a moment and answered, Well, you can get promoted every 5 years after entering the school. Gu Li frowned, thinking to himself, 5 years is a bit long. Anything else? And Qingran thought about it seriously and said, Yes, you can apply for skipping a grade if you defeat a senior brother or sister who is older than you. Chapter 202. Gu Li's eyes suddenly lit up. Thank you, senior sister. You're welcome. And Qingran said repeatedly. Looking at Gu Li's cute appearance, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a cute junior sister. I really want to rub her. Mu Yunqi and the others also heard the conversation between Gu Li and Qingran. Mu Yunqi waved her jade hand lightly. A ray of light flashed, and she casually set up an isolation array. The 6 people were in the array, isolated from the noise and interference from the outside world. Mu Yunqi looked at Gu Li and asked, Ali, do you want to skip a grade? Gu Li nodded slightly, and said firmly, Not me, you guys. Su Yan heard it, and immediately patted his chest and said, Then we must go together. Shi Zihan frowned slightly, and asked in confusion, What happened? Gu Li looked solemn and explained, Only third-year students can compete for the qualification to enter the Tontian secret realm. Feng Wuhan thought for a while, and then asked, So we want to fight third-year students? Gu Li nodded yes. Mu Yunqi looked worried and asked softly, Are you sure? Although their strength is much higher than that of second-year students, it is difficult to defeat third-year students. Third-year students have at least the strength of the middle stage of the Emperor level. If they meet masters in the early stage of the respect level, it will be even more troublesome. Gu Li's eyes flashed with cunning, and he said, We talk about it when the time comes. You can use any means as long as you don't disable or kill the person. If you can't beat him, release the contracted beast. If you still can't beat him, poison him. You can do whatever you want as long as you can win. Lin Yuchen's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, Ali, you are so vicious. Mu Yunqi raised her eyebrows, and slapped him on the back of his head, saying, You are vicious. Lin Yuchen rubbed his head and muttered, You are kidding. Everyone continued to travel on the back of the flying holy beast, and this journey lasted for several days. During these days, everyone either closed their eyes to rest or talked in a low voice, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. However, on this day, the peace was broken. Suddenly, a 6th-level flying holy beast approached the 3rd-level holy beast they were riding. The 6th-level holy beast exuded a powerful pressure, and the holy beast they were riding was instantly frightened by the pressure, trembling, and almost fell from the air. Everyone was shocked, and their faces changed drastically. Fortunately, Dean Xiao took action in time to resolve the pressure of the 6th-level holy beast, which stabilized the flying holy beast. Ha ha, Xiaoshan, you are still so slow. A burst of crazy laughter came, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a group of people standing on the 6th-level holy beast in the distance, pointing at them. Looking at the holy beast that far surpassed them, Gu Li frowned and asked in confusion, What are those? Yin Yu's face was not good either, and he didn't care about being arrogant at this time, and said in a low voice, Those are the flying holy beasts of Leiqing Academy. Lin Yuchen looked in that direction, and he was a little unhappy in his heart, muttering, So arrogant? Have a grudge against us? And Qingran sighed lightly and explained, Our academy is the last in every competition, and they are the second to last. The 2 academies have never been on good terms. Shi Zihan raised his eyebrows, looked at Gu Li, and asked, Ali, can you tolerate it? Gu Li smiled, his eyes flashed with determination, and said, I can't stand it. How can I bear this provocation? Even if it's bad, there is still Dean Xiao. Unless the elders of their academy are shameless and argue with them, a few ignorant students. Gu Li turned his head to the direction of Dean Xiao and Elder Shi, and shouted, Dean Xiao, Elder Shi, we have something to do first. Wait, where are you going? Dean Xiao's voice came. However, before they could say anything else, Gu Li released Xiao Jinzi. Suddenly, the powerful aura of the 9th level holy beast emanated, and the 3rd level holy beast they were riding on was frightened and trembled. It just so happened that Xiao Jinzi had a breakthrough some time ago, and his strength has reached a higher level. Gu Li jumped on Xiao Jinzi's back, and Mu Yunqi, Shi Zihan and others followed closely. Gu Li looked at Lei Qing Academy, which had become a small black dot in front of him, and a hint of domineering flashed in his eyes. He said, creating them for me. Xiao Jinzi seemed to have heard what Gu Li said, and roared to the sky, accelerated at full speed, and chased in the direction of Lei Qing Academy. The rest of Lingtian Academy looked at their backs, stunned, and it took a long time for them to come back to their senses. Damn, 9th level sacred beasts. Someone exclaimed. Are you sure they are first-year students? Another person asked in shock. Yin Yu looked at the figures going away, regretting in his heart, and muttered, Is it too late for me to apologize to them? And Qingran's eyes flashed with admiration, and he said excitedly, Little junior sister is so handsome. Elder Shi looked at the direction where Gu Li and the others left, and an impulse to watch the excitement surged in his heart, and he quickly said to Dean Xiao, let the flying sacred beast catch up. Dean Xiao frowned and said helplessly, Can you catch up? Their beast is only a 3rd level holy beast, while the other one is a 9th level holy beast. The speed difference is huge. How can they catch up? Elder Shi smiled and took out the acceleration talisman he got from Elder Haopian. After activating it, he stuck it on the flying holy beast. Dean Xiao widened his eyes and asked in surprise, What are you doing? Elder Shi said excitedly, I want to watch the show. Dean Xiao and the students were speechless and secretly sighed in their hearts. So you are such an elder. At this time, Gu Li and the others rode on Xiao Jinzi and chased towards Lei Qing College at lightning speed. Xiao Jinzi was extremely fast, and the surrounding scenery retreated rapidly, leaving only a series of blurred shadows. The distance between Xiao Jinzi and Lei Qing College was getting closer and closer. The people of Lei Qing College also noticed the abnormality behind them, and looked back. When they saw a 9th level holy beast chasing them at a high speed, they showed a look of horror on their faces. What is that? A 9th rank holy beast? Someone shouted in horror. Before everyone at Lei Qing Academy could react, Xiao Jinzi, like a golden lightning bolt, directly hit the flying holy beast of Lei Qing Academy with a thunderous force. At that moment, the huge impact force seemed to compress the air instantly, making a dull explosion. The elder of Lei Qing Academy's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly cast a spell to try to stabilize the shaky flying holy beast. However, the impact force of Xiao Jinzi was too strong, and the flying holy beast shook violently in the air, almost out of control. Fine beads of sweat appeared on the elder's forehead, his hands danced quickly, and he muttered something in his mouth, trying his best to regain control of the flying holy beast. Chapter 203. Just when the elder had just stabilized the flying holy beast, Xiao Jinzi's terrifying pressure was released like a surging tide, and fell heavily on them. This pressure was like a heavy mountain, which made everyone in Lei Qing Academy almost breathless. The flying holy beast, which was already frightened, instantly lost its ability to fly under Xiao Jinzi's pressure. Its wings drooped weakly, and its body began to fall straight down uncontrollably. Sui Yin looked at the people of Lei Qing Academy falling rapidly below, with a sly smile on his face. He shouted to the people below, Sorry, everyone. Our cultivation is relatively low, and we couldn't control it for a while, and accidentally hurt you. His voice echoed in the wind, with a bit of gloating. At this time, everyone in Lei Qing Academy was filled with anger and helplessness. They never thought that the people of Lingtian Academy would be so bold as to attack them with a 9th level holy beast. When they finally calmed down the flying sacred beast with great effort, they looked up, and could not see any trace of Gu Li and the others. At this time, Dean Xiao and the people from Lingtian College also happened to arrive here. Dean Xiao looked at the people from Lei Qing College with a gloating look on his face, and his tone was full of ridicule. Hey, what happened to you? Why are you so embarrassed? Qin Qianhao subconsciously asked when he saw that it was people from Lingtian College. It's not you who did it. Elder Shi hurriedly shook his head to deny it, hiding the truth for Gu Li and the others. Of course not, we are slower, how can we catch up with you? Elder Shi secretly calculated in his heart that is a 9th level sacred beast. Although the contracted beast cannot be used in actual combat, she can participate in the beast taming competition. She will definitely take the first place. There are 10 places. We must not let these people from Lei Qing Academy know that the little girl has a 9th level sacred beast. What if these shameless guys run out overnight to buy one for their disciples? Although the 9th level sacred beast is rare and expensive, these shameless old guys from Lei Qing Academy are definitely capable of doing such a thing. Ding Xiao looked at the embarrassed appearance of the people from Lei Qing Academy, and his expression of gloating became more and more obvious, and the corners of his mouth that were raised could not be pulled down. He said proudly, "It seems that your flying sacred beast is seriously injured. You can fly slowly. I will leave first." He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that these little guys really have a bad temper for him. He has long disliked the people from Lei Qing Academy. Before they flew far, Elder Shi slapped his thigh excitedly and laughed. "Ha ha ha, you deserve it, ha ha ha." Ding Zhao's mouth twitched wildly, and he quickly reminded, "Laugh softly, if they hear us, they will think we are laughing at them." Qing Qianhao looked at their receding backs, his face becoming more gloomy and ugly. The elders and students of Lei Qing Academy roared in their hearts. "Can you speak softly? We can hear you." When Gu Li and his team arrived at Lingxi City, they did not rush into the city directly, but chose to wait patiently for Ding Xiao and his team to arrive at the city gate. After all, they had no idea what to do next or where to go. Not long after, Ding Xiao and his team appeared in sight, followed closely by the people of Lei Qing Academy. Sui Yun lowered his voice and asked with a little worry, "What if we are recognized?" Gu Li raised his chin slightly and answered calmly, "No, we were on Xiao Jinzi's back at the time, and our figures were so small. Xiao Jinzi also released pressure to disturb them, so they couldn't see us clearly at all." After hearing this, Sui Yun breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good, at least we don't have to fight before the competition." Mu Yunxi turned to look at Sui Yun, frowned slightly, and said, "Just shut up. You just spoke so loudly, they must have heard it." Sui Yun nodded and said, "Okay." As they expected, Qin Qianhao did not recognize them. When Qin Qianhao passed by Ding Xiao and Elder Shi, he just snorted coldly, and took the people from Lei Qing Academy into the city. Elder Shi came up to Gu Li, and the others with a smile on his face, his eyes full of praise. "Well done." Gu Li looked at Elder Shi, his mouth corner slightly raised, and he smiled and teased, "Elder Shi, I still like the way you threatened me before, you look a little wretched now." After that, Gu Li turned around and returned to the student team. When Elder Shi heard her words, his old face turned red, and he muttered in a low voice, "Stinky girl." Yin Yu slowly walked towards Gu Li and the others, and said solemnly, "Sorry, junior brothers and sisters." Lin Yuchen widened his eyes, and said with confusion, "Brother, did you take the wrong medicine? Didn't you dislike us in various ways before? Have you changed your personality?" Yin Yu's face froze slightly, and he answered uncomfortably, "No." At this time, a senior sister also squeezed over. Zhang Jian took Gu Li and Mu Yunqi's hands, her face full of excitement, and said excitedly, "You are too handsome." She always hated the people from Lei Qing Academy because her sister was almost crippled by them in the four-college competition. So, this time she came to avenge her sister. When she saw the people from Lei Qing Academy being defeated, she felt much better. Sui Yun shook her hair proudly and said modestly, "Keep a low profile." And Qingren heard their chat and walked over quickly, pushing Yen Yu away. "Junior sister, you are so handsome." Gu Li saw in Qingren's loving eyes, and suddenly felt a pang in his heart. "It's over, something bad has happened." As soon as they entered Lingxi City, a man who looked like a servant came to lead them to their residence. Everyone followed the servant with expectations, but when they finally arrived at the so-called residence, they were all in chaos for a while. It was a small courtyard that looked extremely shabby, with mottled walls, and even exposed bricks and stones in some places. The yard was overgrown with weeds, as if no one had taken care of it for a long time. Gu Li widened his eyes, and looked at Ding Xiao in disbelief, with a hint of surprise in his voice. "Are you sure we live here?" At this time, Ding Xiao's face also became very ugly, so gloomy that it seemed that water could drip out. He stared at the person who brought them here, and his tone was full of questioning. "Shouldn't your hospital give us an explanation?" "I'm sorry, everyone. There are too many people coming to watch the competition recently, and only this yard is left." Although the servant who received them said sorry, there was no apology on his face. That careless look made people angry when they saw it. Chapter 204. You? Yin Yu's face flushed with anger. He had never been so angry since he was a child. A servant could bully them. He was about to rush up to argue, but Shi Zihan stretched out his hand and threw him back. Shi Zihan looked stern and walked forward slowly. His tone was calm, but with an unquestionable power. Please help us change a place to live. The servant curled his lips and said nonchalantly, It can't be changed. There is no more. You can live here if you want. After saying that, he was about to turn around and leave. His arrogant attitude seemed as if they were not worth mentioning at all. In his heart, he kept complaining, What a thing, he really thinks he is a dish. Gu Li flashed and blocked the servant in an instant, looking at him with a smile, and a sharp look at his eyes. Who told you to do this? Although Gu Li had never been to Lingxi College, she also knew that this matter could never be instructed by Lingxi College. After all, if the news got out, Lingxi College would be embarrassed along with him. I don't know what you were talking about. Now there is only one place to stay, and the inn outside is full. You guys just make do with it. The servant felt guilty, and didn't dare to look into Gu Li's eyes. Someone did ask him to do this. Vice Dean 1 of Leiqin College gave him 10 million spirit stones, and asked him to embarrass the people of Lingtian College. Although the accommodation of Lingtian College was not very good in the past, it was the worst among all the colleges, and they had no objection, so he agreed. Gu Li narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of danger in his tone. So you did it. Do you want to live here? Before he could even say the word live, Shi Zihan suddenly grabbed the servant and threw him into the broken yard without hesitation. Gu Li, Mu Yunxi, Sui Yun, Lin Yichen, and Feng Wuhan looked at each other and silently retreated a long distance. Elder Shi saw them suddenly run away, and just when he was about to ask them where they were going, he saw Shi Zihan activate an explosion talisman and throw it in. Then Shi Zihan also quickly evacuated to Gu Li and the others. Elder Shi's eyes widened immediately, and he secretly said in his heart that it was not good. There was a loud bang sound, and the entire yard was instantly razed to the ground by the impact of the explosion, and it was completely turned into a ruin. The servant disappeared without a trace, and it was unknown whether he was buried under the ruins or blown away. Dean Xiao, Elder Shi, and the students of Lingtian College were also affected by the explosion. Fortunately, Dean Xiao reacted quickly and blocked the impact of the explosive talisman in time, so they were not injured. But even so, they were covered in dust and looked very embarrassed for a while. The huge explosion sounded like thunder in the sky, instantly alarming people in other nearby courtyards. People ran out of their respective residences to see what happened. For a while, noisy footsteps and discussions intertwined. Elder Shi was furious and shouted loudly, Shi Zihan! Shi Zihan returned to Gu Li and others calmly, then stretched out his hand to push her forward, and said calmly, Ali, go. He was really not good at making excuses, so let Ali do it. Gu Li stood in front of him helplessly, looking at Dean Xiao and Elder Shi who were on the verge of rage, with a smile on his face, and comforted softly, calm down, anyway, we don't live there, so it will explode if it explodes. You kid, next time you do this, can you tell me in advance? Elder Shi glared at Shi Zihan unhappily, and then pinched himself a purification spell. As the spell was cast, the dust on his body dissipated instantly, and he felt much more comfortable. What's going on? A steady voice came from not far away. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Elder Yuan Qian walking quickly. He looked at the ruins in front of him, and frowned slightly. Dean Xiao snorted coldly, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Humph, is this how you arrange Lingxi College? If you don't want us to participate, just say so. There is no need to arrange a broken room to disgust us. At worst, our Lingtian College will withdraw from the 4 major colleges. Lingtian College has always been at the bottom of the 4 colleges, but other colleges dare not really erase Lingtian College's title of the 4 major colleges. After all, Lingtian College also has a Tantian mirror in its hands. Without any college, the Tantian secret realm cannot be opened. So Dean Xiao didn't care whether he would offend Lingxi College, and it was their fault. When Elder Yuan Qian saw the ruins, and heard what Dean Xiao said, he guessed what happened. Although this matter was not instigated by Lingxi College, it was caused by their people after all, so he could only apologize. Brother Xiao, calm down, I will arrange someone to take you to another place. He didn't say anything about punishing the servant, because judging from the extent of the explosion, the servant was probably dead. Dean Xiao didn't speak, intending to leave them alone for a while, so that Lingxi College could reflect on its mistakes. People from Leiqin College also lived nearby, and were watching the excitement. Qin Qianhao stood up and said sarcastically, Since Brother Yuan Qian has said that you have been rearranged, don't be so arrogant and don't waste other people's time. Hearing this, Elder Yuan Qian frowned and looked down on Qin Qianhao's behavior from the bottom of his heart. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by a little girl. You ordered it, right? Gu Li stared at Qin Qianhao closely, his eyes full of doubt. Qin Qianhao's eyes flashed with a guilty conscience, but he quickly hid it. How dare you slander me? Do you have the right to speak here? Gu Li smiled lightly and said firmly, Okay, it's you. You? Qin Qianhao was so angry that his face turned red. He was about to refute, but was interrupted by Dean Xiao. Okay, isn't it embarrassing for you to argue with a little girl? Elder Yuan Qian also said, I will arrange for you to stay first. However, Shi Zihan suddenly said, No need. The people present looked at him one after another, their faces full of confusion, not quite understanding what he meant. Shi Zihan said slowly, I have hundreds of millions of real estate in Lingxi City, so you don't need to arrange it. Mu Yunqi widened her eyes and said in surprise, Damn, are you so rich? Sui Yun was also shocked. Why didn't you tell us? Feng Wuhan was at a loss. Gu Li also looked at him in surprise. Lin Yuchen didn't have much expression. He grew up with Ah Han and knew him better. Shi Zihan looked at their expressions and couldn't help but curl his lips and reveal a smug smile. I have a vest, it's normal. Gu Li and the others were stunned, looked at each other, and said in unison, Normal. Chapter 205. Elder Shi widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief, and asked loudly, Is it true? Shi Zihan nodded slightly and answered affirmatively, Yes. Then, he raised his foot and walked out, his eyes full of disgust. As he walked, he secretly complained in his heart, What a shabby place, so remote. When Elder Yuan Qian saw that they were really going to leave, he was anxious and hurriedly tried to persuade them. Brother Xiao. Dean Xiao just smiled, his expression was indifferent, and slowly said, We won't bother you, we will participate in the competition. It's all bluffing to say that you won't participate. How could you not participate? If you don't open the Tontian secret realm, Lingtian Academy will also suffer a loss. Hearing this, Yuan Qian didn't stop them. When Shi Zihan and others passed by the courtyard of Leiqing Academy, a sly flash suddenly flashed in Shi Zihan's deep eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. Gu Li and his companions saw his expression. Without saying a word, they turned around and ran without hesitation, as if there was a flood and beast chasing them from behind. Just as they ran away, a loud bang sounded, shaking the earth and mountains. Another courtyard collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Elder Shi, who was covered in dust, heard the loud noise, and was immediately furious. He roared again, Shi Zihan, can you change your bad habit of throwing bombs randomly? The sound echoed in the air like thunder, making people's eardrums hurt. You. The students of Leiqing College and the elders who led the team looked at the ruined courtyard in front of them, trembling with anger, their faces ashen, and unable to speak for a long time. The culprit, Shi Zihan, had already run away with Gu Li and others. Qin Qianhao gritted his teeth and said angrily, Elder Yuan Qian, they injured people before the competition. I suggest that they be disqualified from the competition. Hearing this, Elder Yuan Qian was speechless. He looked at Qin Qianhao and thought to himself, Didn't you do it first? He didn't say anything when someone died in Lingxi College. The students of your Leiqing College were fine. The courtyard that fell was still their Lingxi College. Is anyone injured? Qin Qianhao was choked by Elder Yuan Qian's question, and didn't know what to say. Elder Yuan Qian sighed helplessly, and said, Wait a moment, someone will come to arrange for you to change your residence. After that, he turned and left. Master. A figure appeared like a ghost and half knelt in front of Shi Zihan. Shi Zihan looked calm, raised his eyes slightly, and said, You go and take the people from Lingtian College to Qingziyuan to stay. The figure replied respectfully, Yes. Shi Zihan brought Gu Li and others to the yard behind an auction house. Gu Li supported his chin with both hands, smiled and looked at Shi Zihan, his eyes full of ridicule. Okay, the young master of Shiyuan auction, you still have a vest. Tell me, how many things are you hiding from us? Shi Zihan's mouth curled up a little, his expression was still calm. No more, just this. Mu Yunqi came forward, looking at Shi Zihan with a pair of beautiful eyes, full of admiration. Brother Han, you are so amazing. Shi Zihan's mouth twitched, stretched out his hand to turn her head towards Feng Wuhan, and said with disdain, Go discuss a hen, don't discuss me. Mu Yunqi sat back in her seat and muttered in silence, It's boring, you really don't understand the fun. At this moment, Gu Li took out the sound transmission stone and looked at it, and his face changed slightly. President Xiao wants to see us for something. Let's go over and take a look. Others nodded. Yes. In the hall of Qingxi Garden, all the students of Lingtian College were there. Guli looked at President Xiao, his eyes full of doubts. What's the matter with us? President Xiao took out 6 formation balls, which emitted different colors of light. Which competition are you going to participate in? There are actual combat, beast taming, formation, rune, refining, and alchemy. Type your name on it after you decide. After a quick look, Guli used his spiritual power to write her name. I participate in runes and actual combat. Mu Yunqi smiled sweetly. Of course, I participate in formations and actual combat. Feng Wuhan said expressionlessly, alchemy, actual combat. Shi Zihan nodded slightly. Rune, actual combat. Lin Yuchen said confidently, beast taming, actual combat. Su Yan said excitedly, I want to refine weapons and actual combat. Seeing that Guli only typed in 2 names, Elder Shi frowned and looked at them. That's it? Guli clasped his hands and raised his eyebrows. What else? Elder Shi was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. You go and participate in beast taming. He knew that Guli had a 9th level holy beast. If she participated in beast taming, she would definitely take the first place, but she didn't participate. Guli shook her head firmly. Why should I participate in beast taming? I don't want to. She especially believed in the strength of Mu Yunqi and the others. Anyway, it was enough to win. She didn't want to be so tired. Elder Shi said anxiously, No, you must go. You can contract a 9th level sacred beast, but you don't go. Lin Yuchen put his hand on Elder Shi's shoulder and said dissatisfiedly, Hey, Elder Shi, do you look down on me? He is a beast-taming genius after all. With him, why does Ari need to take action? Elder Shi glared at him. How could it be? Isn't this just in case? After all, she has a 9th level sacred beast, and she can slap other people's contracted beasts away with a slap in the finals. Lin Yuchen was full of confidence. I can do it without Ari. Elder Shi's eyes lit up immediately. You also have a 9th level sacred beast. Lin Yuchen shook his head. I don't. He has a bunch of 8th level sacred beasts, but I don't know if they are enough to crush them to death. When Elder Shi heard this, he felt a little disappointed. Forget it. Let them do whatever they want. Anyway, there are other people participating in their academy. After Dean Xiao and Elder Shi left, the atmosphere in the hall changed slightly. At this time, Yin Yu walked up slowly, with a hint of disapproval on his face. Junior sister, I know you have a 9th level monster, but isn't your participation in the actual combat giving others a spot? Guli raised his eyebrows, raised a confident smile at the corner of his mouth, and asked back, How do you know that my participation in the actual combat is giving others a spot? Just then, Zhang Jian came over and interrupted what Yin Yu was about to say, with a hint of blame in her tone. Okay, people can participate in whatever they want. Why do you care so much? Yin Yu was not reconciled. He continued, How high can her cultivation level be as a beast master? She is still a first-year student. Yin Yu's words were full of doubts about Gu Li's strength. He believed that as a beast master, Gu Li's main energy was focused on the contract and training with monsters, and her cultivation level in actual combat might not be high. Moreover, Gu Li was still a first-year student, and compared with other senior students, she might lack experience and strength. What I want to participate in is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Gu Li rolled her eyes at him, and left. He is bored and bored. Chapter 206. The next day. The competition between the 4 major colleges was about to begin, attracting the attention of countless practitioners. The competition was held in a vast trial field, surrounded by rich spiritual energy. Gu Li and others sat in the seats of Lingtian College, looking around with interest. The audience seats were surrounded. In addition to the people from the 4 major colleges, there were also many people who came to watch, and the seats were almost full. There were 3 competition platforms on the trial field below, and it seemed that 3 games were being held together. At the top, there were 4 referees. Seeing Gu Li looking over there, Elder Shi said, Those are the presidents of each college, and the one on the far right in the middle is the president of our college. Soon, a host stepped into the air and walked to the stage to announce. The order of the competition is actual combat, formation, rune, weapon refining, beast taming, and alchemy. The preliminary competition of the 4 colleges' actual combat competition has begun. The top 30 can enter the semifinals, and the top 10 will enter the finals to compete for the top 3. Platform number 1, Qin Susu from Lingxi College versus Feng Xianghao from Leiqing College. Platform number 2, Long Yifei from Lingtian College versus Yi Fan from Leiqing College. Platform number 3, Lin Fan from Xingchen College versus Chu Hung from Lingxi College. No one's life can be harmed during the competition. Please come on stage. Gu Li and others watched the competition on the stage intently. At this time, Qin Susu and Feng Xianghao on the number 1 stage had already come on stage. Qin Susu was wearing a light blue long skirt, her long hair fluttering, and her eyes revealed determination and confidence. Feng Xianghao was wearing a black suit, tall and stern. After the two of them clasped their fists and saluted each other, the competition officially began. Qin Susu took the lead, waving the long sword in her hand, and a sharp sword energy attacked Feng Xianghao. Feng Xianghao was not in a hurry, and dodged the attack easily. Then, he quickly counterattacked, shaking the long spear in his hand, and the tip of the spear stabbed Qin Susu like lightning. Qin Susu quickly waved her sword to block, and the sound of metal collision resounded throughout the trial field. Long Yifei and Yi Fan on the number 2 ring also started a fierce duel. Long Yifei was wearing a white robe and had an elegant temperament. With a light wave of the folding fan in his hand, a strong airflow surged out. Yi Fan was wearing a black battle armor, holding a big sword, and was majestic. Lin Fan and Chu Hung on the number 3 ring also fought hard. Lin Fan was wearing a gray robe, with a cold face and a long sword in his hand. Chu Hung was wearing a blue suit, with sharp eyes and a long spear in his hand. Lin Fan's swordsmanship was sharp, and every move was full of murderous intent. Chu Hang's spearmanship was not inferior, and his spear was as powerful as a dragon. The two fought fiercely on the ring for a long time, but there was still no winner. Sui Yun looked at the people fighting on the ring and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that the people who came to participate in the 4-school competition had such a high level of cultivation. All 6 people were at the peak of the imperial level. If they hadn't met Kanglin, they wouldn't even be qualified to participate. Lin Yuchen teased, "Why, you are not afraid?" Sui Yun immediately retorted, "How is it possible? I must be in the top 10. Hearing his arrogant words, Yin Yu and other contestants from Lingtian Academy looked at him with disdain. You are a kid who doesn't know how high the sky is. It's not that easy to be in the top 10. Qin Susu on the number 1 ring finally defeated Feng Xianghao with her superb swordsmanship. Long Yifei on the number 2 ring also defeated Yi Fan with clever tactics. Lin Fan on the number 3 ring also defeated Chu Hung and entered the semifinals. Qin Susu from Lingxi College, Lin Fan from Xingchen College, and Long Yifei from Lingtian College advanced to the semifinals. After the first round of competition, everyone discussed the competition just now and praised the performance of the contestants. Qin Susu's swordsmanship is really powerful, light, and agile, making it hard to defend against. One person exclaimed. Long Yifei is also good. His folding fan attack is very unique. A student next to him said. Lin Fan and Chu Hung are also very strong, and their battle is really exciting. Another student echoed. Well done. Dean Xiao praised Long Yifei with a gratified look on his face. Long Yifei bowed slightly and responded respectfully. Thank you, Dean Xiao. At this time, the host's voice sounded again. Gu Li from Lingtian College versus Xiao Yuhang from Leiqin College. Mu Qin from Lingxi College versus. And Miao from Xingchen College. Yin He from Leiqin College versus Feng Wuhan from Lingtian College. Please come on stage. When Lin Yuchen heard Gu Li's name, he instantly became excited and shouted loudly. Come on, Ali, beat them. Mu Yunxi also smiled and said, Don't let the two of you be eliminated in the first round. Gu Li smiled confidently and responded, No. Then, she walked lightly onto the stage. When Xiao Yuhang saw that the person who came up to fight him was actually a little girl of 15 or 16 years old, his words were full of sarcasm. Little brat. Is Lingtian College in decline? Send a child up. The contestants were basically young and strong men in their 20s. In their eyes, the 15-year-old Gu Li was indeed as immature as a child. Ha ha ha, senior brother Xiao, you better be gentle. If she cries, it will be hard to comfort her. When the people from Leiqin Academy heard his words, they all started to make a noise and laughed unscrupulously. The people from Lingtian Academy were so angry at their words that their faces turned red, but they didn't know how to refute them. They hated Gu Li, and the others even more. Gu Li listened to their ridicule and just smiled, with a hint of disdain in her words. The people from Leiqin Academy are still as disgusting as ever. The peak of the imperial rank. It's really boring. Humph, then don't blame me for being rude. Xiao Yuhang snorted coldly, and the spiritual power in his body surged like a surging wave. He rushed towards Gu Li with his eyes wide open. Gu Li looked at Xiao Yuhang, who was rushing over, with a look of disdain on her face, as if she was looking at a jumping clown. She turned slightly sideways, then quickly threw a punch and hit Xiao Yuhang's stomach hard. Xiao Yuhang had no time to react, and flew out like a kite with a broken string. He drew a long arc in the air, and then fell heavily on Feng Wuhan's ring. Suddenly, the entire competition venue was silent, and everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at the spiritual power fluctuations on Gu Li in disbelief. Damn, this little girl is in the middle stage of the Emperor level. Someone couldn't help but exclaimed. I feel a stomachache just looking at it. Another person rubbed his stomach, as if he felt the same way. No wonder Lingtian Academy set a teenage student up. So strong. Everyone started to discuss, shocked by Gu Li's strength. Feng Wuhan looked at Xiao Yuhang, who fainted on the ground, thought for a moment, and then kicked his opponent without hesitation. His opponent also flew to Gu Li's ring like Xiao Yuhang. Chapter 207. Another mid-level emperor. The students of Lingtian Academy are very strong this time. Someone couldn't help but sigh sincerely, and the voice echoed in the trial field, causing a lot of discussion. TSK, just mid-level emperor. Our senior brother Jiran is late-level emperor. The people from Leiqing Academy said stubbornly, trying to maintain the dignity of their academy. The two referees in charge of Gu Li and Feng Wuhan's arena were dumbfounded at this time. They widened their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. What a great strength! The arena of several hundred meters can be knocked out. They were stunned for a long time before they came back to their senses from the shock and began to announce. Gu Li of Lingtian Academy successfully entered the semifinals. Feng Wuhan of Lingtian Academy successfully entered the semifinals. The voice was loud and clear, reaching everyone's ears. The students of Lingtian Academy were immediately excited. Cheers rose and fell, resounding throughout the trial field. Junior sister Gu Li is great. Senior brother Feng Wuhan is awesome. They shouted excitedly, with proud smiles on their faces. The previous dissatisfaction with them disappeared at this moment. The people from Leiqing Academy did not dare to say anything. They lowered their heads, their faces full of shame. Gu Li looked at the cheering crowd, slightly raised the corners of her mouth, and that smile was as warm and bright as the spring sunshine. Then, she turned her head and looked in the direction of Leiqing Academy, smiled, and said, Is your Leiqing Academy in decline? Why can't you withstand my punch? This sentence was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of everyone in Leiqing Academy hard. Their faces became even uglier, but they could not refute it. Ha ha ha, that's right, he couldn't even withstand a punch from junior sister Gu Li. The students of Lingtian Academy took the opportunity to mock. Why are you so arrogant? Aren't there just two emperors? We have plenty in Leiqing Academy. The people of Leiqing Academy tried to save some face. Then you should shout it out, and let my junior sister punch him away. The students of Lingtian Academy fought back mercilessly. Gu Li was not interested in listening to their quarrel, so he turned and walked off the stage and returned to his position in Lingtian Academy. Dean Xiao looked at the two of them with appreciation, his eyes full of relief. Elder Shi laughed so hard that his eyes could not be seen, and his face was full of joy. Little girl, your punch was really awesome, keep it up. Gu Li didn't have much expression, just nodded, I try my best. Feng Wuhan was even more expressionless, just standing quietly beside Gu Li, like a silent mountain. Gu Li looked at Yin Yu not far away and sneered, Brother Yin Yu, I did okay, didn't I give others a spot? No. Yin Yu didn't dare to meet her eyes, and was full of regret. Why did he say such a thing that day? Although he was also in the middle stage of the Emperor level, if they really fought, he might not be able to beat her. Lingtian Academy Mu Yunqi vs Xingchen Academy Wang Yang. Lingxi Academy Fan Jiji vs Leiqing Academy Mo Qin Zhou. Lingtian Academy Yen Yu vs Xingchen Academy and Ninger. The referee's voice sounded again, drawing everyone's attention back to the game. Gu Li turned his head and looked at Mu Yunqi. Come on. Lin Yuchen waved his fist. Come on Yunqi, blow them up. Okay. Mu Yunqi smiled and went on the stage. Yen Yu was a little disappointed. They were both on the stage, so why didn't they cheer for him? Looking at Wang Yang standing opposite Mu Yunqi, Sui Yun was a little worried. If he gets hit by a punch, it won't be good. Gu Li took a look and said, Wang Yang is also in the early stage of the Emperor level. Yunqi can win. Yunqi has done it with the middle stage of the Emperor level. An early stage is not a big problem unless the other party has some special means. Yin Yu's opponent is an early stage Emperor level. With his middle stage cultivation, it is not difficult for him to win. Wang Yang was a little wary when he saw that the girl fighting with him was from Lingtian Academy. Seeing that he was hesitant to take action and just looked at her, she was a little impatient. Gold Yuan Power Light Arrow. With a cry, a bright light shot out instantly, like a lightning bolt cutting through the air. Wang Yang's heart trembled, and he quickly dodged sideways. The arrow of light flew past his body, and hit the ground behind him, bursting out with a strong light and impact. Humph, you only know how to hide? A trace of contempt flashed in Mu Yunqi's eyes. She danced her hands quickly, and the power of Jin Yuan gathered again, and the air around her seemed to be distorted by this powerful force. Wang Yang took a deep breath, and his eyes became firm. Then I won't be polite. He formed seals with his hands, and a power of earth element surged out of his body. Earth Yuan Power Rock Shield. A huge rock shield appeared in front of him in an instant. The arrow of light shot on the rock shield, leaving only a shallow mark. He stomped his feet violently, and the rock shield shattered instantly, turning into countless stones, and flying towards Mu Yunqi. At the same time, Wang Yang flashed like lightning and rushed towards Mu Yunqi at a very fast speed. Mu Yunqi dodged the flying stones sideways swiftly, but just as she dodged the stones, Wang Yang appeared in front of her like a ghost. She threw a punch without hesitation, and the power of Jin Yuan wrapped around her fist. The fist had amazing power, as if it could smash all obstacles. Facing this fierce punch, Wang Yang had no intention of dodging, and threw a punch decisively. At the moment when the two fists collided, there was a loud sound like thunder, and the powerful impact made both of them retreat involuntarily. Wang Yang looked at her with admiration in his eyes. It's my turn. Vajra body technique. As he shouted, his skin was quickly covered with a layer of gold, shining with a cold metallic luster, as if he was wearing an indestructible armor. Mu Yunqi looked at Wang Yang's changes and raised her eyebrows slightly, saying, Dual Element Master, not bad. She was not afraid of Wang Yang's changes, but continued to attack. However, Wang Yang ignored her spiritual attack and let the powerful force hit him, but it was like hitting hard steel, with no effect. Wang Yang swung his fist and collided with Mu Yunqi's fist again. This time, Mu Yunqi retreated repeatedly, and her fist was full of blood. Obviously, she suffered a loss in this collision. Su Yun saw this scene and felt a little anxious. He said worriedly, it seems that Yunqi can't beat him. Feng Wuhan was still calm and said slowly, the winner will definitely be Yunqi. Lin Yuchen asked with a puzzled look on his face, how did you see that? Gu Li smiled mysteriously and responded, you will know when you see it. Chapter 208. Wang Yang looked at the injured Mu Yunqi and said loudly, give up, I don't want to hurt you. Among opponents of the same level, it is indeed difficult for anyone to break his defense at this time. Mu Yunqi raised the corner of his mouth. Can he be helpless if he turns into a block of iron? Don't regret it. Hands quickly formed seals. Lightning power. Mu Yunqi shouted softly, and the spiritual power on her body quickly converted into lightning elemental power, like a surging tide. In an instant, crackling sounds were endless, and the powerful lightning power flashed and jumped around her, as if countless silver snakes were dancing. The dazzling light and deafening sound made the surrounding air seem to be ionized. Seeing this, Wang Yang's heart jumped suddenly, and a bad premonition surged into his heart like a surging tide, making his breathing stagnate. You are also a dual-element elementalist. Wang Yang widened his eyes, his face full of shock and disbelief. And it was a thunder elementalist. Mu Yunqi's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a playful smile. Hurry up and get out of the way, it's about to hit you. Wang Yang thought to himself that it was not good, and hurriedly sidestepped to avoid the thunder and lightning released by Mu Yunqi. His body was like a taut bowstring, bursting out at an amazing speed in an instant. However, his action was still a step slower. Before he could completely escape, thick thunder and lightning quickly spread around him like a spider web, surrounding him tightly. Wang Yang hurriedly shouted, I give up. He never thought that he would meet a thunder elementalist in the first round. This luck was really too bad, and he could only admit that he was unlucky. Lingtian Academy's Mu Yunqi successfully entered the semifinals. The referee's voice sounded like a trumpet announcing victory. This voice echoed in the air, making every Lingtian Academy disciple feel extremely proud. Junior sister Yunqi is great. The Lingtian Academy disciples cheered, their faces filled with joy and excitement. At present, no one from our Lingtian Academy has been eliminated. Everyone discussed excitedly, with excitement in their eyes. Yen Yu's opponent was one level lower than him, and the battle ended early. Su Yun said with a puzzled look on his face, why did he suddenly admit defeat? Yunqi didn't even hit him. Gu Li smiled and slowly explained, because metal conducts electricity. Su Yun suddenly realized and said, oh yes, I almost forgot. Lin Yuchen suddenly thought of something and laughed. Ha ha ha, he turned himself into a little golden man, but it accelerated the end of the competition. Feng Wuhan took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Mu Yunqi. The newly refined medicine powder will be restored to its original state in 1 hour. Mu Yunqi took the porcelain bottle. Thank you. She poured the medicine powder on her hands, and felt the coolness brought by the fine powder. It was not Su Yun's turn for several games in a row. It seems that their competition order is relatively late. The sky also darkened. All contestants can go back to rest first, and the rest will continue in the preliminary round tomorrow. The referee's voice sounded again. Lin Yuchen said somewhat disappointedly, "Oh, I have to wait until tomorrow." Gu Li looked at the others and said, "Come to my courtyard to practice tonight. It is still the preliminary round, and we have not met the geniuses from various colleges yet. It is hard to say what will happen later." With the cultivation of Su Yun and his friends at the early stage of the Emperor level, they can only fight against the middle stage of the Emperor level at most. If they meet those peak Emperor level, they may stop at the preliminary round. After Gu Li and his friends returned to the yard, Gu Li asked them to enter the Rebirth Pavilion to practice in the lake water. In the Rebirth Pavilion, the lake water is clear and exudes a mysterious atmosphere. 1 night in the Rebirth Pavilion is equivalent to 5 days. With various auxiliary pills, and the Rebirth Pavilion with rich spiritual energy, they should be able to break through 1 more level. Surrounded by the lake, they seem to have entered a brand new world, a world full of mysterious power. They closed their eyes, felt the coolness of the lake water and the power of the pills, and immersed themselves in practice. The next day, the preliminary round continued, and Gu Li and his friends arrived at the competition venue early. Su Yun said with some regret, "I almost broke through." His spiritual power has reached the critical point, and he is just a little bit away from breaking through. Lin Yuchen also said, "I am still a little bit away. I hope my opponent will give me some strength in the competition later." Su Yun looked at Gu Li and the others and asked, "What about you?" Mu Yunqi shook her head. "I'm not that fast." Feng Wuhan said calmly, "Late stage." Lin Yuchen said in surprise, "Oh my god, you are so fast." Su Yun teased, "Ali, it seems that you can't beat Ah Hen in the future." Gu Li smiled and looked at Feng Wuhan, his eyes full of fighting spirit. "You can try." Feng Wuhan took a step back. "You go to fight Zihan, I won't fight with you." The last time they fought, she was like she didn't care about her life. Every move was fatal. She fought to the death without any mercy. In the end, both of them were injured. From then on, he swore that he would never fight with her again. "Don't look at me. I won't fight with you either." Shi Zihan turned his head away from her. "You're kidding. Everyone has been beaten by her. Who wants to fight with a madman?" Lingtian College Su Yun vs Xingchen College Qin Kai. The referee's voice sounded, announcing the start of the next game. Xingchen College and Linlin vs Lingxi College Mu Chen. Lingxi College, Shi Yin vs Lingtian College Shi Zihan. Please invite the contestants to the stage. The referee's voice sounded again. Shi Yin slowly walked onto the stage, and her eyes instantly fell on Shi Zihan on the opposite side. Carefully looking at his face and figure, Shi Yin's eyes flashed with surprise. "What a handsome little brother, how about we stop fighting and talk to each other?" The voice was crisp and pleasant, with a bit of cuteness and expectation. Shi Zihan looked at Shi Yin expressionlessly, without any ripples in his eyes, and said coldly, "Then you go down." Shi Yin smiled slightly, her eyes full of joy. "So you agreed to talk to me?" At this time, an elder of Lingxi College couldn't stand it anymore. He was so angry that his face turned red, and he shouted loudly, "Shi Yin, if you dare to give up the game because of a man, I will break your legs." The students of Lingxi College were also helpless, shaking their heads and sighing. Their senior sister Shi Yin is good at everything, strong in strength and good in appearance. But there is a problem, that is, lust, love one when you see one, and you can't stop it. Every time she meets a handsome man, she can't help but approach him. Shi Yin's tone was full of regret. "It seems that I can't let you." Zizihan frowned, and a trace of impatience flashed in his eyes. "You are so long-winded." Chapter 209. After hearing what Shi Zihan said, Shi Yin was not angry, but laughed softly. "Oh, you are such a boring person. But it doesn't matter, after the game is over, I will make you look at me differently." After that, Shi Yan's eyes became sharp in an instant, and her momentum rose steadily. She tapped the ground with her toes, and rushed toward Shi Zihan like a ghost. Shi Zihan looked at her attack expressionlessly, and when he was about to touch him, his figure disappeared from the spot. Shi Yin stood in place, her eyes kept scanning the surroundings, trying to catch Shi Zihan's figure. She couldn't help but feel a strong sense of vigilance in her heart. The strength of this man was far beyond her imagination. She was in the middle stage of the Emperor level, But she couldn't see the speed of this man clearly. Was he already in the late stage? Little handsome boy, don't hide. Why don't you come out and play with your sister? Shi Yin shouted softly, with a hint of charm in her voice. Suddenly, Shi Yin felt a strong breath coming from behind. Shi Zihan kicked her directly on the back, without any mercy. Shi Yin instinctively wanted to turn around to resist, but she didn't have time to dodge, and was kicked and fell directly outside the ring. You are really long-winded. After saying that, he returned to his friends without waiting for the referee to announce. The referee stood on the stage, watching Shi Zihan's back as he left, and then he remembered to announce, as if he had just woken up from a dream, Lingtian College, Shi Zihan enters the semifinals. The referee's voice echoed in the arena, and in an instant, everyone in Lingxi College glared at Shi Zihan. He actually treated a girl like this. Too much, but they didn't dare to say anything. After all, he won by his own strength. Lin Yuchen looked at Shi Zihan coming over, smiled and hooked his neck and joked, "You are too unkind to women. Such a beautiful woman, you are not soft-hearted at all." Shi Zihan frowned slightly and said lightly, "I practice the ruthless way." The people around who eavesdropped on their conversation were stunned. They stared at Shi Zihan in disbelief. Is there really someone who practices the ruthless way? Is the ruthless way so powerful? Do they want to try it too? At the same time, Sui Yun's battle was not over yet. His opponent was also a strong man in the early stage of the Emperor level. The two were equally strong, and it would be difficult to tell the winner for a while. On the ring, Sui Yun and his opponent went back and forth, and the fierce battle made the audience excited. In the end, Sui Yun won the victory at the cost of a little injury. After stepping down, Sui Yun returned to the others with excitement, baring his teeth and asking, "How was my performance?" Gu Li smiled and replied, "Great." Mu Yunqi also nodded and praised, "Very good." Lin Yuchen gave a thumbs up, "Very handsome." Feng Wuhan continued, "Very handsome." Sui Yun's eyes fell on Shi Zihan, looking forward to his evaluation. Shi Zihan was silent for a moment, thinking for a long time, and then he said, "Awesome, almost caught up with me." Sui Yun listened to Shi Zihan's words, and said helplessly, "You'd better shut up." Gu Li looked at Sui Yun with a hint of ill intention in his eyes, and said, "You almost broke through, let's have a fight tonight, it's exciting." Sui Yun waved his hand and said, "I fight with Aiken." Gu Li shook his head firmly, "No fight with me." Hearing this, Sui Yun felt as if the sky had fallen. Just then, the referee's voice sounded again, Lingtian College Mu Ruffing vs Lingxi College in Mo. Lingtian College Zhang Jian vs Leiqing College Lin Zihao. Xingchen College Qiang vs Lingxi College Yin Mohan. Please come on stage, all players. As the referee's voice fell, the atmosphere of the entire arena became tense in an instant. Do you think they can win? Lin Yuchen pointed to the two players from Lingtian College on the stage. Feng Wuhan shook his head, they can't win. One of their opponents is in the middle and late stages of the Emperor rank, and the two of them are only in the early stages of the Emperor rank. Moreover, Lin Zihao is notoriously ruthless. A contestant who played against him in the last 4 college competition was directly disabled. Mu Yunqi frowned. Is it not a foul? Feng Wuhan said lightly, "No foul, as long as no one is killed." Gu Li looked at them, and said, "Be careful when you meet him. If you can beat him to death, and leave your breath. If you can't beat him, admit defeat." Sui Yun waved his fist, "Don't worry, if he meets me, I will never let him go." Everyone's eyes were fixed on the ring, and Zhang Jian and Lin Zihao stood opposite each other. Lin Zihao raised a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of ferocity. "Are you ready? I'm going to start. I will avenge my sister." Zhang Jian looked at Lin Zihao with hatred in her eyes. "You are worthy?" After saying that, Lin Zihao pounced on Zhang Jian like a ferocious beast. He was so fast that he came to Zhang Jian in an instant and punched her hard. Zhang Jian quickly raised her sword to block, but Lin Zihao was so powerful that she was shocked and retreated again and again. His moves were extremely fierce, and each move was aimed at Zhang Jian's vital points. Although Zhang Jian fought hard, she gradually fell into trouble due to the gap in strength. Lin Zihao punched Zhang Jian in the abdomen, and she bit over in pain. Lin Zihao took the opportunity to kick her leg again, and Zhang Jian fell to the ground. Lin Zihao looked down at her, with a smug smile on his face. "You? Still seeking revenge?" After saying that, he kicked her in the chest again. Zhang Jian vomited blood several times in a row. "Zhang Jian, admit defeat." Elder, she shouted anxiously outside the ring. "I won't admit defeat." Zhang Jian gritted her teeth and struggled to stand up. Give up? I don't agree. After saying that, he used his spiritual power to transform into a silver whip, which was covered with large and small barbs. He kept whipping her, and for a while, Jian's body was covered with scars, and her clothes were stained red with blood. The audience saw the scene, and they couldn't help but sweat for Zhang Jian. The students of Lingtian College were even more anxious. They shouted Zhang Jian's name loudly, asking her to give up. Elder, she became more and more anxious. Zhang Jian, give up quickly. I don't give up. Lin Zihao stopped his action and looked at her with a smile. You are still really overestimating yourself. Zhang Jian endured the severe pain in her body and tried hard to support her body. Her hands were tightly grasping the ground, and her nails were sinking into the mud. Sweat and blood mixed together and dripped from her forehead. Lin Zihao looked at Zhang Jian's struggle, and his heart was full of pleasure. Chapter 210. Gu Li suddenly said, without strength, how can you take revenge? If you are disabled today, you won't even have the chance to look up to him. How can you take revenge? Her voice was not loud, but it exploded in Zhang Jian's mind like a thunder. Zhang Jian's eyes, which were originally shrouded in pain and despair, flashed a trace of struggle. She knew that Gu Li was right. If she was disabled today, she would never have the day of revenge. At this time, the situation on the ring became more and more tense. Lin Zihao saw that Zhang Jian seemed to be about to admit defeat, and a ruthlessness surged in his heart. He would never let Zhang Jian admit defeat so easily. So, he raised his hand without hesitation and prepared to slap Zhang Jian's spiritual vein. If this palm fell, Zhang Jian's spiritual vein would be completely broken, and she would be completely disabled. I admit defeat. Zhang Jian shouted these 3 words with all her strength. Almost at the same time, a shout rang out. Stop! Seeing that the spiritual power was about to break her spiritual veins, everyone in Lingtian Academy was anxious. They were all in their throats, fearing that Zhang Jian would encounter an accident. Even the referee couldn't stand it anymore, but the rules were like this, and as referees, they couldn't stop it. Space is still. Xiaoting's voice rang out. In an instant, except for Gu Li, everyone was still. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and the entire arena fell into a strange silence. Gu Li flashed to the stage and carefully carried Zhang Jian down. 3 seconds later, the space was still and everything returned to normal. Lin Zihao's palm power fell, but only hit the ring. His strength was so great that he broke through the ring. When he felt something was wrong, he found that the person had disappeared. At this time, everyone looked in the direction of Lingtian College. The person who was still on the stage appeared in the arms of another woman. After Gu Li handed the person to Elder Shi, she turned around and looked at Lin Zihao, who was confused on the ring. She smiled faintly and looked at him. You'd better pray that you don't meet me in the rematch. Lin Zihao was stunned at first, and then showed a disdainful expression. Oh, interesting. I pray that I will meet you in the first game. Gu Li raised his eyebrows. Wait and see. Half an hour later, the other 2 rings also decided the winners and losers. Just as Feng Wuhan said, another student from Lingtian College also failed. The referee's voice sounded again. Lu Yuanyang from Lingxi College versus Lin Yuchen from Lingtian College. Xianyu from Xingchen College versus Lu Qianqian from Leiqing College. Beiyang Jiyue from Xingchen College versus Wang Wenjue from Lingtian College. Please come on stage. Mu Yunqi looked at Lin Yuchen, who was about to come on stage, and said with a smile, Come on, I will laugh at you if you lose. Lin Yuchen answered confidently, How is it possible? You all have entered the semifinals, and I can't fall behind. Shi Zihan nodded slightly and said, Go! Lin Yuchen said with high morale, Wait for my good news. After that, he strode onto the stage. Lu Yuanyang did not dare to underestimate the man who was younger than him. He had also seen the performance of the other people before. Those who could walk with him would not be too bad. I'm sorry, brother. If I lose, they will laugh at me. Lin Yuchen said this and rushed over. The power of the fire element, the fiery palm. His palm was instantly wrapped in blazing flames, and a powerful heat wave spread out in all directions. He rushed towards Lu Yuanyang like an arrow from a bow. Lu Yuanyang's eyes condensed, not daring to be negligent. He quickly waved the folding fan in his hand, and the light on the folding fan flickered, and the aqua blue light intertwined into a solid water curtain shield. Just when Lin Yuchen's fiery palm was about to hit the water curtain shield, the air seemed to be squeezed by this powerful force, and made a hissing sound. Boom! The fiery palm hit the water curtain shield heavily, and the flames and the water curtain collided violently, and a large piece of white water vapor rose instantly. Lin Yuchen was shocked back a few steps by the recoil force, and Lu Yuanan also felt a huge impact, and his body shook slightly. Lu Yuanan looked at Lin Yuchen, and his eyes flashed with admiration again. "You have some skills." Lin Yuchen scratched his head and said helplessly, "Water element master, it seems to be my enemy." Lu Yuanyang didn't understand what he meant for a moment, but just looked at him more vigilantly, ready to deal with possible attacks at any time. Lin Yuchen looked at Lu Yuanyang and asked again, "Brother, can you admit defeat?" Lu Yuanyang answered without hesitation, "Of course not." The two of them were equally strong. In this case, no one knew who the winner was until the last moment, so it was naturally impossible to surrender easily. Lin Yuchen sighed slightly and said, "Okay, then you be careful." Then he shouted, "The power of Thunder Element Lightning Network." The sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, as if being stirred by an invisible big hand. Purple lightning flashed through the thick clouds, like a dragon, exuding a powerful breath that made people shudder. Then, countless lightnings poured down like silver snakes, at a very fast speed, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. These lightnings intertwined into a huge lightning net on the ring, which flashed dazzling light and crackling sounds. Lin Yuchen asked again, "Brother, do you admit defeat?" "If you don't admit defeat, my lightning net will fall on you." There was a trace of worry on his face. After all, he had just learned this move not long ago, and was not very proficient. He couldn't control the strength. If he really beat someone to death, it would be bad. Lu Yuanan looked at the terrifying lightning net, sighed, and finally put away his spiritual power, and said helplessly, "I admit defeat." Lin Yuchen of Lingtian College enters the semifinals. The referee's voice rang out in the arena, loud and clear. The students of Lingtian College cheered again, their faces filled with excitement and pride. They didn't expect at first that the 6 people who they thought were giving away places would actually pass the preliminary round. There was nothing for Gu Li and the others to do next, and it would take at least 5 days for the rest of the people to finish the competition. Half a month after the start of the rematch, Gu Li, Lin Yuchen, Shi Zihan, Mu Yunqi, Feng Wuhan, and Su Yun all decided to go back to practice first. In half a month, they can practice for more than 2 months in the Rebirth Pavilion, and if they are in the Chaos Knot, it will take 5 months. But the lake water in the Rebirth Pavilion is also very useful for them. Su Yun looked at Gu Li pleadingly, "Ali, can I not fight you?" Gu Li smiled slightly. "No." Chapter 211. Su Yun's eyes flashed with fearlessness, and he shouted loudly, "Come on! I'm not afraid of you." Gu Li's eyes were as sharp as a sword, and she burst out with a powerful momentum in an instant, and took the lead in attacking. She swung a punch fiercely, and the wind of the fist whistled, with a chilling sound of breaking the wind, as if it could tear the air apart. Su Yun reacted very quickly, and his figure flashed, cleverly avoiding this fierce attack. Then, he quickly counterattacked and kicked Gu Li. Gu Li's reaction was as fast as lightning, raising her hand to block, but the powerful impact still made her step back slightly. Feng Wuhan and others watched with relish on the side, their eyes were fixed on the 2 people fighting, and from time to time, they discussed enthusiastically, analyzing which move was not used properly. At this moment, Su Yun, who was kicked away, happened to see several people watching the show on the side, and Gu Li rushed towards him again. Su Yun smiled slightly, got up and rushed to the people who were watching the show. "Come on, watching a show is not as good as participating in it yourself." Before they could react, they were hit by him unexpectedly. Almost at the same moment, Gu Li's attack also arrived. For a moment, all 5 people were blown away by the powerful force. Lin Yuchen rubbed the place where he was hit, got up with an angry face, rushed towards Gu Li, and shouted loudly, "Ali, I will fight you." Mu Yunqi rushed towards Su Yun in anger. "Damn, you dare to make me get beaten." Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan looked at each other, and the fighting spirit ignited in each other's eyes, and they quickly fought. For a moment, the battle between 2 people turned into a fierce group battle. Gu Li punched Shi Zihan fiercely, but was kicked away by Mu Yunqi. Before Mu Yunqi could finish him off, Lin Yuchen's attack from behind also came like a storm. In the entire Rebirth Pavilion, various elemental forces flashed with brilliant light. The small wooden house built by the small pavilion was not spared in the melee, and was torn to pieces. Xiao Kezi, Xiao Tingzi, Xiao Cub, Xiao Bai, Xiao Jinzi, Xiao Tao Tao, Tao Tai, and several other little ones hid in the corner and shivered. Xiao Tingzi looked at the small wooden house destroyed by them with heartache, because it was a place it's specially built to store their food. At this time, it could only control the Rebirth Pavilion to move away all the elixirs and spiritual herbs to prevent any accidents. 3 hours later, various spiritual weapons fell to the ground in pieces. At this time, the 6 people were lying on the ground exhausted. They were covered with various wounds, with bruises and swollen faces, and they could not see their previous appearance at all. Lin Yuchen groaned in pain. Truce. I am dying of pain. Sui Yun also slowly raised one hand and said weakly, Second. Mu Yunqi glared at Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan. Shi Zihan, Feng Wuhan, you wait for me, you actually hit my face. Shi Zihan said helplessly, I wanted to hit Ah Hin. Feng Wuhan also hurriedly explained, I wanted to hit Ah Li, who knew you suddenly appeared. Go to practice, and practice your body by the way. Gu Li got up from the ground and said with a firm look in her eyes. After that, she picked up Lin Yuchen's collar and threw him into the lake. Lin Yuchen emerged from the water and looked at her with dissatisfaction. Ali, you murdered. You don't have to do it, I go down by myself. Mu Yunqi said, and climbed down by herself. Soon, there were 6 more heads in the lake. Xia Tingzi saw that they had finished fighting, so he hurried over and took out 6 small porcelain bottles. He said, Master, this is the essence of the spring water of Huasheng Pavilion, which can train the body and speed up the practice. After that, it threw all the porcelain bottles to them. Sui Yun looked at the small porcelain bottle and said excitedly, You didn't take out the good things earlier, which is not loyal enough. Xia Tingzi's face was bulging like a small bun, and he looked at him dissatisfied. This is what I've saved for a long time, and there is only 1 bowl in total. If I wasn't afraid that you would meet that annoying man, I wouldn't give it to you. Mu Yunqi smiled and said, Xia Tingzi is the best. Sui Yun also said quickly, Just kidding. It hurts. Lin Yuchen, who was standing aside, had already taken the essence in the porcelain bottle while they were talking. For a moment, his whole body turned red, just like a cooked shrimp. Xia Tingzi said quickly, It's normal. Gu Li and the others also took it one after another, and in an instant, 6 cooked shrimps appeared in the lake. After an unknown period of time, the spiritual energy in the rebirth pavilion flowed into the bodies of several people. Sui Yun and Lin Yuchen, who were on the verge of a breakthrough, broke through to the middle stage of the Emperor rank in one fell swoop. Xia Tingzi shouted anxiously, Master, you guys hurry out. You are absorbing the spiritual energy in the rebirth pavilion and it will be exhausted. Hearing its words, Gu Li's consciousness moved, and several people instantly appeared in the yard. Xia Tingzi skillfully took out 6 wooden barrels, and filled them with lake water for them to practice in. Mu Yunqi threw out a formation ball, which instantly isolated their courtyard, and the outside world could not detect what was going on inside them. They then concentrated on their cultivation. Gu Li devoted herself to cultivation, and the surrounding spiritual energy continued to flow towards her. Her aura became stronger and stronger, and finally broke through to the late stage of the Emperor level. Mu Yunqi also constantly broke through herself in her cultivation, and successfully entered the middle stage of the Emperor level. Although Feng Wuhan and Shi Zihan did not break through, their strength was much stronger than before. Because they absorbed spiritual energy too quickly, they were afraid that the spiritual herbs in the pavilion would dry up, so they did not break through in the pavilion, but practiced in the yard. Time flew, and soon it was the day of the rematch. 10 people from Lingtian College entered the rematch, and they were all heroic and confident. 20 people from Lingxi College entered. 15 people from Xingchen College entered. 13 people from Leiqin College entered, and the contestants from each college were ready to compete in this fierce competition. Dean Xiao and Elder Shi were very satisfied with this result. In the past, they had less than 24 people entering the semifinals, and only 1 or 2 entered the top 10. The opponents in the semifinals were determined by drawing lots. The box for each person to draw lots only contained the names of students from other colleges, and no one from their own college would be drawn. Those who were drawn naturally did not need to draw again. Gu Li couldn't help laughing when he saw the name drawn in his hand. He looked at Lin Zihao from Leiqin College across the students from other colleges. Lin Zihao seemed to have noticed that someone was injecting him, and subconsciously looked over. Then he saw Gu Li's mouth shape. You're finished. Chapter 212. Lingxi College Cheng Xian vs Lingtian College Yin Yu. Xingchen College Lei Qianqian vs Leiqin College Lin Yi. Leiqin College Lin Zihao vs Lingtian College Gu Li. When the name of the last group sounded, the whole arena was boiling instantly. For a moment, the audience was a little excited. They still remembered what happened before. Everyone had been wondering when these two would face off, but they didn't expect to meet directly in the first game. This was really full of drama. Lin Zihao walked onto the stage slowly, his eyes fixed on Gu Li in front of him. Looking at this familiar opponent, he actually laughed out loud. My prayers are still quite useful, don't you think so? However, Gu Li also smiled, and his eyes revealed a hint of disdain. It is quite useful, rushing to die. Lin Zihao's face darkened instantly when he heard Gu Li's words. Arrogant! He shouted angrily, and took the lead in launching an attack. He flashed and rushed towards Gu Li like lightning, waving the long sword in his hand, bringing with it a series of sharp sword energy. The sword energy seemed to be able to cut through the air and whistled towards Gu Li. Gu Li's eyes condensed, and he dodged sideways without panic. Gu Li snorted, "TSK, so slow." Lin Zihao didn't show it on his face, but he was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect Gu Li's speed to be faster than him, which made him feel a little uneasy. Lin Zihao quickly formed seals with both hands and shouted, "Wild Wind Blade." In an instant, the Wild Wind Blade whistled and came, like a series of sharp blades, cutting through the sky. Gu Li's eyes flashed with a trace of contempt, and his figure flashed like a ghost, easily avoiding this fierce attack. Looking at the remaining wind blades circling in the air, Gu Li sighed, "That's all you can do? I'm so disappointed." Lin Zihao frowned, not daring to slack off. He gathered his strength again, waved his hands, and wind blades attacked Gu Li like a rainstorm. The wind blades were so dense that there was nowhere to hide. Gu Li's mouth corners slightly raised, her toes lightly tapped the ground, and the whole person rushed towards Lin Zihao like an arrow from a string. She shuttled between the gaps of the wind blades, her figure light, as if dancing in the wind. In an instant, she came to Lin Zihao. Gu Li smiled, "It's my turn, I take it." She waved her hands and muttered, "The first move of the Great Evolution technique is the Fiery Flame Seal." Suddenly, a ball of blazing flames appeared out of thin air, like a scorching sun, whistling towards Lin Zihao. Wherever she passed, the air seemed to be ignited, making a sizzling sound. De Yen Ju's second style, Flip the Sky. The powerful force burst out instantly, and the entire arena trembled slightly. Flip the Sky even carried the momentum of destroying the world, making the surrounding space seem to be distorted. The spectators saw her spiritual power fluctuations and exclaimed, "She actually broke through to the late Emperor level." Everyone's face showed shock. Wasn't she still in the middle Emperor level half a month ago? She broke through so quickly. Lin Zihao's face was solemn. He felt unprecedented pressure. He clenched his teeth and mobilized the spiritual power of his whole body again. He quickly formed seals with both hands and chanted, "Guardian of the Wind." A shield composed of strong winds instantly appeared in front of Lin Zihao, trying to resist Gu Li's attack. Watching his movements, Gu Li smiled disdainfully and looked at him with murderous intent in his eyes. "I said before that I am invincible in the same level, even." Crush! The Great Evolution art has become much more powerful than before as Gu Li's cultivation has broken through. It instantly broke through the defense of the Wind Guardian. Lin Zihao was hit hard by the powerful impact and fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a lot of blood. He struggled to stand up, but his body was out of control. "I admit." Before he could say the word lose, Gu Li instantly appeared in front of him, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up. Gu Li smiled and looked at him. "What did you say?" "I didn't hear clearly." Lin Zihao, whose neck was pinched, blushed and tried to admit defeat. "I admit." Gu Li exerted force to prevent him from saying it. Qin Qianhao shouted loudly from the audience, "Enough, he has admitted defeat." Gu Li turned his head to look at Qin Qianhao and smiled. "I didn't hear him admit defeat, so the game is still going on." After the voice fell, Gu Li threw him to the ground. A dagger appeared in his hand, pried open his mouth, and a cold light flashed. Lin Zihao felt a sharp pain. After realizing that something was missing from his mouth, he went crazy. "How dare you hurt our disciples?" Qin Qianhao saw Lin Zihao with blood in his mouth, and he was anxious. Lin Zihao is one of the most talented in their academy, and he can't be wasted like this. Thinking of this, he rushed forward regardless of everything. Before Ding Xiao and others took action, Qin Qianhao was slapped back by a palm force, fell to the ground and almost fainted. No one is allowed to interfere with the competition. The majestic voice sounded over the arena. Gu Li looked over, and saw the deans of the academies that elder she had told her about before. The person who spoke was Emote Sanqiong, the dean of Lingtian Academy. Emote Sanqiong met her gaze and said lightly, "Little girl, you continue." Gu Li smiled sweetly. "Okay, dean." That smile was as bright as a flower blooming in spring, but at this moment, it was a little cold in everyone's eyes. Then, she turned her head and looked at Lin Zihao, her eyes full of teasing. "Why don't you admit defeat?" "I'm hungry after fighting for so long." Lin Zihao looked at the smile on her face, as if he saw a devil. His body couldn't stop shaking, and he stepped back again and again. His face was full of fear, as if the person standing in front of him was not a person, but a demon from hell. At this time, except for the students of Lingtian Academy, who were full of excitement, the others looked at Gu Li with a hint of fear in their eyes. Gu Li raised her hand slightly, and a wind blade swung out instantly. The wind blade was so sharp that it instantly cut off Lin Ziheo's arm. She looked at Lin Ziheo with a smile, and said in a relaxed tone, "I can also use wind blades." The students and elders of Leiqing College were so angry that their faces turned red, but they dared not speak. The president of Leiqing College frowned and looked at her unhappily, but did not say anything. After all, in this competition field, everything must follow the rules. It's time for hand-to-hand combat. As the voice fell, her small fists fell on Lin Ziheo's face like raindrops. Lin Ziheo fainted in pain and woke up in pain and repeated this, as if he fell into an endless abyss of pain. The referee felt a little pain on his face and couldn't help but remind him, "Don't hurt anyone during the competition." Gu Li smiled slightly, and that smile was as bright as the sun, but it made people feel cold. "Sorry, I almost forgot." Then, she took out a first-grade holy healing pill from the space and poured it directly into Lin Ziheo's mouth. The referee's mouth twitched wildly, and he shouted in his heart, "I don't mean that, I mean it's over." Others cursed Gu Li for being a prodigal in their hearts. That was a first-grade holy healing pill, priceless, and she used it on her opponent so casually. Lin Ziheo, who took a whole bottle of pills, recovered a lot of his injuries. However, before he could recover, Gu Li's new round of punches fell on him again. When he was dizzy, Gu Li raised his fist, wrapped in thunder energy, and completely broke his spiritual veins with one punch. "Referee, I'm done." Hearing Gu Li's voice, they finally came back to their senses from the shock. Gu Li from Lingtian College has entered the finals. The referee's voice echoed over the arena, and everyone's eyes were focused on Gu Li. This seemingly weak woman showed amazing strength and ruthlessness in this competition. Her name will also spread among major colleges. Chapter 213. Sui Yun shouted excitedly, "Ollie, so handsome." At this time, Qin Qianhao finally woke up from his coma, but what he heard was the news that Gu Li won. He felt nervous and looked around eagerly, and then he saw Lin Ziheo lying on the ground, already disabled. Qin Qianhao's eyes were about to burst, as if they could spit out fire. He stared at Gu Li with wide eyes and roared, "Bitch, I'm going to kill you." Gu Li's eyebrows curved. Attacking a player is against the rules. Qin Qianhao was furious and roared, "You die." The powerful spiritual power of the early stage of the honor level surged out like a surging tide, and the suffocating pressure was all pressed towards Gu Li. Just when Qin Qianhao's attack was about to fall on Gu Li, a more powerful spiritual power was like an indestructible barrier, instantly blocking Qin Qianhao's fatal blow. Dean Xiao was furious and shouted angrily, "Old man, how dare you hit the juniors of our college?" Qin Qianhao's eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth and said, "If he dares to destroy my son, I will make her pay with her life." Gu Li frowned slightly and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "He is your son?" Hearing this, the students of Leiqing College were stunned. They have been in Leiqing College for many years, but have never heard of this. A discussion suddenly sounded around, and Qin Qianhao calmed down a little in the discussion. After reacting, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Gu Li was not afraid at all, and sneered, "So what if he is your son? If you can teach such a bastard, what kind of good thing can you be?" Qin Qianhao was so angry that he couldn't speak. He just uttered the word "you." Before Qin Qianhao finished speaking, Feng Wuhan took the lead. Feng Wuhan's eyes were stern, and his hands quickly formed seals. The surrounding wood elemental power rushed towards him as if summoned. The first style of wood element, binding. In an instant, countless tough vines broke out from the ground and quickly snaked towards Qin Qianhao like a spirit snake. They bound Qin Qianhao tightly at a very fast speed, making it difficult for him to move for a while. Elder Shi saw this scene and immediately shouted angrily, "Feng Wuhan, what are you doing?" Others didn't expect Feng Wuhan to attack Qin Qianhao directly, and looked at them in shock. "Humph, just a late emperor, do you think you are invincible?" Qin Qianhao snorted coldly, and his spiritual power surged all over his body, trying to break free from the bondage. Seeing this, Sui Yun said angrily, "You think we are dead? It's fine if you did it once, but you bully Ari twice. Ice cold art first style ice 1,000 miles." Sui Yun's eyes were burning with anger. He waved his hands, and the temperature around him dropped suddenly. The air was filled with a biting cold. Qin Qianhao was frozen by Sui Yun again, before he could break free from Feng Wuhan's restraints. Mu Yunqi sighed and said helplessly, "Really, can't you just compete properly? You have to make trouble." Mu Yunqi's eyes revealed a trace of dissatisfaction. She raised her right hand, and the golden light gathered in her palm, and the light became more and more dazzling, like a small sun. Golden Yuan Power Light Arrow. Then, Mu Yunqi swung her arm violently, and golden light arrows shot out like lightning, with powerful penetrating power and destructive power, rushing towards Qin Qianhao. Lin Yuchen was not to be outdone and shouted, "Take my move." Lin Yuchen pushed his hands forward, and a ball of blazing flames flew out of his hands. Fire element power burning. The flame was like a roaring beast, and the scorching temperature made people dare not approach. The flame quickly expanded and pounced on Qin Qianhao. Wind element first style wind blade. Shi Zihan danced with both hands, and the wind elements around him surged wildly. With sharp eyes, and a fierce wave of his hands, countless sharp wind blades appeared out of thin air, and flew towards Qin Qianhao like a rainstorm. Just when everyone's attack was about to fall on Qin Qianhao, an extremely powerful spiritual power separated them like an invisible wall. The voice of the dean of Lei Qin College came, and the voice was full of majesty. The extremely strong pressure fell on several people, especially Gu Li. Wang Purse glanced at them unhappily and said, "You guys are disrupting the competition among the 4 colleges, and you will be disqualified." Then he looked at Qin Qianhao. "And you, I will deprive you of your qualifications as an elder." Dean Xiao said quickly, "Old Wang, I'm afraid this is inappropriate." Mo Sanqiong suddenly appeared. "Have you asked me before you deprive them of their qualifications to compete?" Wang Purse snorted coldly and responded gloomily, "Humph. Disrupting the competition among the 4 colleges and depriving them of their qualifications to participate is already a light punishment, and it's good enough that they didn't die." At this time, Gu Li suddenly said, "Are you blind?" Hearing her shameless words, the people around her showed incredible expressions and looked at her one after another. You know, Wang Purse is a strong man at the peak of the honorable level, and one of the highest in this interface. However, Gu Li didn't care what they thought of her. She met Wang Purse's gaze and said firmly, "It was your elders who attacked first. We were just defending ourselves." Lin Yuchen also followed up and said, "That's right, why didn't you jump out when that idiot from your academy slaughtered other contestants?" Shi Zihan also said fearlessly, "It has always been your Lei Qin Academy that disrupted the 4 academy competition." Wang Purse was angered by their words and shouted loudly, "How dare you interrupt us when we are talking?" Seeing this, the president of Lingxi Academy hurried out to smooth things over. "Okay, the competition will continue as usual." Sui Yun muttered softly, "I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such a shameless person." But everyone present was a cultivator, and even if his voice was small, it was still heard. Wang Purse's face instantly turned pale. He glared at Sui Yun and turned to Mo Sanqiong and said, "Mo Sanqiong, if you can't teach your students well, I can teach them for you." Mo Sanqiong responded expressionlessly, "If you dare to do it, I won't stop you." Mo Sanqiong was thinking in his heart, "Idiot. Lei Qin Academy may not be afraid of going against one family, as the 2 families are equally powerful. But what if it is the 3 major countries plus 3 families? Lei Qin Academy can be crushed by him." Wang Purse did not flinch and said firmly, "Then I will take them back and teach them for you." After that, he was ready to take them away. Feng Wuhan stepped forward and said calmly, "You don't have to do it, we will go with you directly." Xing Yuan, the dean of Xingchen Academy who had been silent, said lightly, "Remember to send them back to Lingtian Academy after teaching. If the 4 major colleges are attacked by the 3 countries, my Xingchen Academy will not be so generous to help you." Chapter 214. Wang Purse asked with a puzzled look on his face, "What do you mean?" Xing Yuan just smiled slightly, and said nothing more. The head dean of Lingxi College looked serious and said again, "You guys go back first, suspend the competition, and decide the top 10 directly in 3 days." His tone was so strong that Wang Purse didn't dare to say anything more even though he was full of doubts. At this moment, he was still thinking over and over in his mind what Xing Yuan said. If it wasn't something particularly important, this old fox wouldn't have spoken out to remind him. In the accommodation of Lingtian College, Mo Sanqiong sat firmly in the first place, Dean Xiao was at the bottom right, and Elder Shi was at the bottom left. Lingtian students headed by Gu Li stood straight in the middle. Dean Xiao said earnestly, "Have you realized your mistake?" Lin Yuchen said lightly, "No." Dean Xiao choked suddenly, obviously not expecting him to be so direct. "I know you don't like people from Lei Qin College, but you have to see who you are facing. If no one else stopped him today, and Wang Purse took action directly, you would be in big trouble." Gu Li raised his chin slightly. Dean Xiao, it's not that we don't like people from Leixin College. How can we not be right about what happened in the competition today? Lin Zihao and I were just having a normal competition. I just treated him the way he treats others. There should be many people in Lingtian College whose spiritual veins were destroyed by him. Not only Lingtian College, but other colleges, including the other two major colleges, also have many victims. Their elders are just looking for trouble. Generally speaking, I don't think we are wrong. Dean Xiao frowned slightly and said, I'm not referring to this matter, but how to deal with it when you face Wang Purse if you offend other strong people in the future. Shi Zihan didn't care. Since we dare to do this, we are sure. Elder Shi also hurriedly joined in persuading. What can you be sure of? Do you know his cultivation? You are still young now, and there is a lot of room for development in the future. When you have strength in the future, you can take revenge in any way you want, but you must learn to be submissive. When he thought of when he heard Sui Yun, that stinky boy, say that Wang Purse was shameless, he was still frightened. At that time, he was really afraid that the stinky boy would lose his life in the next second. Elder we. Sui Yun was about to refute when he was interrupted by Gu Li. We know we are wrong. Sui Yun was shocked. Ali. Gu Li glanced at him, and his eyes signaled him not to speak. Mo Sanqiong finally spoke. Okay, let's stop here and prepare for the finals. Everyone answered in unison, yes. At this time, Zhang Jian, whose injury was half healed, slowly came over, her eyes full of sincerity, and said, thank you. Gu Li responded calmly, don't thank me, I just don't like him. Sui Yun couldn't help it after all and asked, Ali, why do we have to admit our mistakes? Gu Li said softly, go back and talk. Senior brothers and sisters, we will go back first. Gu Li's eyes slowly swept over the other students. Okay. Everyone responded in unison. At this time, the students of Lingtian College no longer regarded them as first-year students. After all, they dared to scold even the dean of Leixin College. Everyone was thinking in their hearts, if it was them, would they have been beaten directly? As soon as they returned to their accommodation, Sui Yun looked at Gu Li eagerly, his face full of doubts. Gu Li raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, you can end this conversation quickly if you don't refute. If you refute, he will say more. Dean Xiao is also for our safety. Shi Zihan saw through her other plans at a glance, narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, so what do you want to do? Gu Li's eyes flashed with a cunning, and he said slowly, can you investigate Wang Purse's whereabouts? Lin Yuchen heard it, and his eyes widened immediately, exclaimed, oh my god, you don't want to make trouble for him, we are not enough for him to beat. Gu Li raised his eyebrows and chuckled, when did I say I did it myself? Then, she let the pavilion out. Xia Tingzi, where is your essence? Gu Li stared at Xia Tingzi. Xia Tingzi looked at her defensively and said, why, I don't have much, I only have one bowl, you have drunk it, it won't work the second time. Gu Li said slowly, of course it is useful, I will exchange it with you, what do you want? Xia Tingzi tilted her head and thought for a while, then asked, how much do you want to exchange? Gu Li, all. Xia Tingzi shook her head repeatedly and said loudly, no, I have saved it for a long time, I won't exchange it. Gu Li frowned slightly and continued, is this useful to you? Xia Tingzi muttered, no. Gu Li struck while the iron was hot and said, it's useless to you to keep things and it's just taking up space, don't you think? Xia Tingzi tilted his head and thought for a long time, then stretched out a finger and said crisply, then I want a pot of fruit-flavored pills. Gu Li nodded without hesitation, deal. Sui Yun came over with a curious look on his face and asked, Ali, what are you going to do? Mu Yunqi rolled her eyes at him and said, stupid, of course I'm going to find someone to fight back. Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a mysterious, then took out a sound transmission talisman and said softly, Xiao Yitzi, bring all the shadow guards here, your young master's life is threatened. When Lin Yuchen heard this, he couldn't help but exclaimed, oh my god, you are planning to fight in a group. Sui Yun also looked worried and said, but that Wang Purse seems to be very strong. Without the peak of the Emperor level, it won't work no matter how many people there are. Feng Wuhan slowly said, Gu Yi and his cultivation level has also broken through very quickly. He felt it when they met at Gu's house before. Gu Li raised the corner of his mouth. It's just to cause him some trouble. It's definitely impossible to kill him. It's just that Xiao Yitzi and his friends want a stronger opponent. Isn't there a ready-made one? And she has other arrangements. How can they enter the secret realm without their family members? On the other side, Gu Yi was fighting fiercely with a ferocious monster. At this moment, He suddenly noticed that the sound transmission talisman that Gu Li gave him had moved. Gu Yi's eyes suddenly became stern, and his hands moved faster, launching a fierce attack on the monster in front of him with the force of thunder. After dealing with the monster, Gu Yi hurriedly input spiritual power, and Gu Li's somewhat weak voice came from the sound transmission note. Little E, your young master's life is threatened. Gu Yi's face immediately sank, and he quickly replied, eagerly asking Gu Li about the specific situation. When he heard that she was fine at the moment, Gu Yi's heart was slightly relieved, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately took out another sound transmission note, and called everyone together. Chapter 215. Because what Gu Li said was too scary, they were originally training not far from here, and with the help of the flying sacred beast, Gu Yi and his team rushed here overnight after receiving the news. Young master, are you okay? Gu Yi looked her up and down anxiously, his eyes full of anxiety, wanting to see if she was injured. Gu Li's eyebrows curved. I'm fine, I lied to you. Gu San looked at her disapprovingly and said seriously, Young master, it's not good for you to do this. What if something really happens in the future? Gu Li restrained his smile and said seriously, I was almost taken away by someone, but I was not injured. Gu Yi frowned and asked, who was it? Gu Li waved his hand. Don't think about it. With your current strength, you are not his opponent. Gu Yi lowered his head and said guiltily, I'm sorry, young master, we will work harder to practice. Gu Li nodded and then said, I came to you for something. Let me first report your current progress in cultivation. Gu Yi straightened up and answered respectfully. There are 30 people in the late emperor level, 15 people in the peak emperor level, 3 people in the early noble level, and Gu Er, and I have reached the middle noble level. Gu Li's eyes were full of surprise. Not bad, the breakthrough speed is quite fast. Gu Yi hurriedly said, thanks to the young master's elixir assistance. Take this back and divide it. Everyone has to drink it. It may be a little painful. Gu Li took out the big bowl of essence from the small pavilion and put it on the table. Seeing the big bowl of liquid, the Dark Knight guards sighed in their hearts. It's worthy of our young master. Even the container for holding things is so unique. Gu Li continued, I hope that 1 month later, when the 4-school competition ends, all of you will be able to reach the venerable rank, and you and Xiao Erzi will be promoted to the late venerable rank. As he spoke, Gu Li took out 2 pots of pills and placed them on the table. There are also these pills. You can take them together when you practice. Don't worry. Eat as much as you want. Gu Yi hurriedly said, Young master, you can keep these pills. We have several alchemists, and we are not short of pills at the moment. Gu Li smiled, took out a pill from the pot, and put it in his mouth. This is strawberry flavored, very delicious. You can try it too. Gu Yi silently remembered. It turns out that their young master likes to eat strawberry flavored pills. Gu Li continued, moreover, this should be taken after you drink the essence. The shadow guards heard it, and responded in unison, Thank you, young master. Gu Li said lightly, Don't do these empty things, I want to see your strength improve. Everyone immediately straightened their backs and answered firmly, Yes. Gu Li seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, By the way, how are the people bought from the slave market before? Gu Yi replied respectfully, They have all started to practice. According to the young master's instructions, they are also nourishing their spiritual veins. Now the training speed is faster than ordinary people. Gu Li nodded slightly. Send a message back to Grandpa and ask him to throw those people into the monster forest for training. Don't worry if there is no threat to their lives. Gu Yi accepted the order. Okay. Thinking of this, Gu Li took out a bathtub from the space and used her spiritual power to fill it with clear lake water. She looked at everyone and said, Practice while you practice. After Gu Yi thanked him, he carefully put the tub into the space. Then, Gu Li took out another tub filled with water. Everyone has a share. At this time, Gu Li noticed that the sound transmission talisman in the space had moved, and she slowly said, Okay, you go back first. The shadow guards responded in unison, Yes. After they left, Gu Li took out the sound transmission talisman, injected spiritual power into it, and listened to the content inside. Ali, come to my yard quickly. In Su Yun's yard, Mu Yunchi complained with dissatisfaction. Why did you call us here? If you disturb my practice without a reasonable reason, I will beat you. Sui showed a mysterious smile on his face, and took out 6 small blue locks, and shook them. Guess what this is? Gu Li recognized these small locks at a glance, and said in surprise, Birth locks? You made them so quickly. Sui Yun was full of pride. Of course. Shi Zihan was full of doubts and asked, What is a natal lock? Sui Yun patiently explained, We each drop a drop of blood on each natal lock, and then refine it into the body. No matter how far away, we can feel whether the other party is still alive, and when we are not practicing, the spiritual energy will actively enter the body. Lin Yuchen heard it, and said excitedly, "So awesome. Let me try it." After saying that, he cut his finger without hesitation and dripped blood on each natal lock. Others followed him, and dripped blood on it. The blood drop was quickly absorbed by the natal lock. Suyin said with satisfaction, "It's okay, you can take it back and refine it. This is not difficult to refine. It will take about an hour." Several people nodded, "Okay." 3 days later, on the day of the finals, Gu Li and others followed Ding Xiao and others to another competition venue. This venue was magnificent, and very different from the previous one. Mo Songqiong returned to the position of the chief referee. He looked majestic and intimidating. As soon as Gu Li sat down, she vaguely felt a pair of eyes staring at her closely. She looked up and met Wang Perce's eyes that he had no time to retract. Gu Li smiled and didn't care about his eyes that seemed to want to eat people. Wang Perce's face was expressionless, but he was furious. After he went back, he also sent people to check the background of these people. He didn't know until he checked. He was shocked when he checked. Fortunately, Xing Yuan stopped him at that time. Otherwise, he would really kill them directly. At the same time, he was a little jealous of Lingtian College. Such a bottom-ranked college actually had students with such a strong background apply for the exam. These people really have no vision at all. Their Leiqing Academy is not much better than Lingtian Academy. After Gu Li retracted her gaze, she began to look at this new competition venue. She saw that there was only one arena this time, but it was several times larger than before, enough to accommodate hundreds of people. Mu Yunqi asked with a puzzled look on her face, "Are you going to fight together on such a big arena?" Shi Zihan thought for a moment, and said, "It looks like it should be." Sui Yun breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. I thought I couldn't make it into the top 10. Let's make a deal first. Don't hit me before others are knocked down. At least I want to be the 6th. Lin Yuchen said disdainfully, "I kick you down first." Sui Yin retorted unconvincedly, "You? It's not certain who will kick whom. Let's fight if you don't agree." The two of them were on edge, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Chapter 216. Mu Yunqi raised her chin slightly. "You will fight later, shut up first. As you can see, this competition is no longer one-on-one, but all together, and the ranking is determined by the time you stay on the ring." The referee's voice was clear and firm, allowing everyone present to clearly understand the rules of the game. There were only 8 people left in Lingtian College, which was slightly inferior to other colleges in terms of numbers. There were 13 people in Lingxi College, 11 in Leiqing College, and 12 in Xingchen College. Under the gaze of everyone, the host of the competition said loudly, "Please ask the contestants to come on stage." As soon as they stepped onto the ring, Gu Li and his team were surrounded by people from the 3 major colleges. Gu Li raised his eyebrows slightly, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Are you planning to beat us up?" A disciple from Lingxi College stood up, with a little apology on his face, and said, "We don't want to do this either. The strength of several junior sisters and brothers makes us a little afraid, so don't blame us." At this time, Yin Yu stepped forward and said, "I help you." However, Gu Li pulled Yin Yu back without hesitation and said, "You stay aside." Yin Yu was full of anger and said, "You don't know how to be kind." Gu Li ignored him and just looked at the people from the 3 Yuans. "Then we will accept your challenge." As Gu Li's words fell, the air seemed to be filled with the smell of tense gunpowder. The disciples of the 3 colleges looked solemn, and they stared at Gu Li and others. The disciples of Lingxi College took the lead in launching the attack. The magic weapons in their hands flashed with blue light, and water arrows shot towards Gu Li and others like a rainstorm. Gu Li's eyes shone, and his hands quickly formed seals. A powerful wind wall instantly rose up, blocking all the water arrows outside. The water arrows hit the wind wall, making crackling sounds, and then scattered. The disciples of Leiqing Academy were not to be outdone. They waved their weapons, and flames and lightning intertwined to form a powerful attack force. Seeing this, Lin Yuchen shouted, and swung the flaming sword in his hand violently. A huge pillar of fire rushed into the sky, and collided with the attack force of Leiqing Academy. The flames and lightning intertwined in the air, bursting out dazzling light. The disciples of Xingchen Academy began to chant spells, and mysterious starlight flashed around their bodies. As the spells were chanted, stars fell from the sky and hit Gu Li and his group. Gu Li looked at the attacks of the 3 major academies, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, as if this battle was just a game. She whispered, "The fun begins. Line up." Hearing Gu Li's command, Su Yun, Lin Yuchen, Shi Zihan, Feng Wuhan, Mu Yunqi and Gu Li quickly took their positions and formed a tight battle formation. Gu Li stood in the center of the formation. She was the core of the entire team and controlled the overall situation. The 6 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth and thunder burst out from the 6 people at the same time, and the powerful elemental force enveloped the entire arena. The audience around saw the scene and couldn't help but exclaimed, "What is this?" Someone shouted from the audience, "Interrupt them." However, Gu Li smiled and said, "Too late." Suddenly, the formation was formed. The attacks of the students from various colleges were absorbed by the elemental force in the formation before they fell on the 6 of them. Mu Yunqi shouted, "Golden Yuan Ju." The golden light shot out like a sharp blade, full of powerful attack power. Feng Wuhan was not to be outdone, and shouted, "Would Yuan Mie?" Countless vines rose from the ground, dancing as if they had life. Shi Zihan waved the spiritual power in his hand and shouted, "Water Yuan Pa." The power of the water element surged in the magic circle, surging like a flood. Lin Yuchen's eyes were burning with the flames of battle, and he shouted, "Fire Yuan Ci." The flame stabbed at them like a sharp sword. Su Yun said calmly, "Thunder Yuan Qi." The power of thunder and lightning exploded instantly. Gu Li formed seals with both hands and shouted, "Earth Yuan Shield." The power of the earth element condensed into a solid shield. Elemental Magic Circle, start. With Gu Li's order, the elemental magic circle started instantly. The 6-colored light intertwined together, covering Gu Li and others. In the magic circle, the power of element surged, as if it had life and was constantly flowing. Elemental Magic Circle. The people watching couldn't help but stand up and looked at the stage in disbelief. Xing Yuan's eyes were full of admiration, and he said, "The disciples of your academy are quite strong." Mo Sangqiong said with pride, "Of course." The students of various colleges looked at the powerful elemental magic circle in front of them, and their hearts were filled with shock and uneasiness. Their attacks were absorbed by the magic circle, as if a stone sank into the sea, without causing any waves. The disciples of Lingxi College looked at each other, not knowing what to do. One of the students gritted his teeth and said, "Let's increase the intensity of the attack together. I don't believe that we can't break this magic circle." Everyone responded, waving the magic weapon again, and the water arrows shot towards the elemental magic circle like locusts. The disciples of Leiqing Academy were not to be outdone. They exerted the power of fire and lightning to the extreme, and powerful attacks hit the magic circle like meteors. The disciples of Xingchen Academy continued to chant spells, trying to summon more powerful star power to break the magic circle. However, the elemental magic circle of Gu Li and others was as solid as a rock. The elemental power in the magic circle continued to flow, dissolving their attacks one by one. Mu Yunqi sneered and said, "You think you can break our magic circle? Dream on." Su Yun continued, "Our elemental magic circle is not so easy to break." Shi Zihan waved the magic weapon in his hand, and the power of water element surged in the magic circle, saying, "Dare to besiege us, let them see how powerful we are." Lin Yuchen's eyes burned with the flame of battle, and he said mischievously, "Hee, it's not so easy to get out once you enter the formation." Gu Li made seals with both hands, and the power of earth element in the elemental magic circle condensed into huge stones, smashing towards the students of the 3 colleges. The stones fell like meteorites with powerful force. The students of the 3 colleges hurriedly dodged, but many were hit by the stones and fell to the ground injured. Mu Yunqi took the opportunity to launch the Jin Yuan Ju, and the golden light shot out like a sharp blade, directly penetrating the defense of Lingxi College. The disciples of Lingxi College screamed and were seriously injured. Feng Wuhan was not willing to fall behind, and launched the Mu Yuanmi. Countless vines rose from the ground and entangled the students of Leiqing Academy. The students of Leiqing Academy struggled hard, but the vines were extremely tough and difficult to break free. Shi Zihan's water element burst out like a flood, washing the students of Xingchen Academy into pieces. The students of Xingchen Academy struggled in the water, in a mess. Lin Yuchen's Hui Yuan Ci and Su Yun's Lei Yuan Qi also launched one after another, and the flames and lightning intertwined to form a powerful destructive force, sweeping towards the students of the 3 major academies. The students of the 3 major academies were defeated under this powerful attack. Seeing that their spiritual power was almost exhausted, Gu Li and his men flashed in front of them. Gu Li smiled and said, "It's time to go down." He kicked them one by one without hesitation. Chapter 217. When only Gu Li and 6 others, Yan Yu and another Ling Tian student were left on the stage, before everyone could react, Gu Li moved and kicked Yan Yu and the Ling Tian student off the stage. Yin Yu was shocked, his eyes widened, and he shouted, "Why did you kick us off? We are on the same side." Shi Zihan looked calm and said slowly, "It's enough to get 7th place. There's nothing for you to do." Yin Yu was speechless, but he admired the strength of Gu Li and others in his heart. After all, the strong strength they showed on the stage made him feel inferior. Another student was even more excited. He couldn't believe that he was in the top 10 so easily. He didn't do anything the whole time, but he was kicked and got into the top 10. Dean Lingxi looked at the situation on the stage and couldn't help but sigh. He shook his head slightly and said slowly, "Yu Lingtian Academy has made a lot of money. Look at this situation. 1 to 8 are all from your academy." After hearing this, Mo Sanqiong raised his mouth slightly, revealing a smug smile, and responded bluntly, "I can only say that your students are too weak." When the 3 deans heard this, they were immediately a little angry. "You are panting when I say you are fat," they thought to themselves, but they had to admit that the students of Lingtian Academy are indeed very strong and talented. At this moment, Lin Yuchen rushed towards Sui Yun like a tiger descending from the mountain, shouting loudly, "I want to compete for the first place, all of you get off." However, before he could get close, Gu Li reacted quickly and kicked him away with 1 foot. Lin Yuchen shouted loudly, "You are attacking by surprise." Gu Li ignored him and turned to rush towards Feng Wuhan again. The two of them started fighting instantly, neither of them giving in. Their fight was extremely fierce, with whistling fists and overflowing spiritual power. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi also rushed over without hesitation, and the fight between the two of them suddenly became a fight between 3 people. Sui Yun and Shi Zihan were not idle either. They looked at each other and attacked Lin Yuchen. Lin Yuchen's eyes condensed, his hands formed seals, and a powerful defensive barrier rose instantly. Sui Yun and Shi Zihan's attacks fell on the barrier, causing ripples. Lin Yuchen took the opportunity to counterattack, waving his hands, and several rays of light shot towards Sui Yun and Shi Zihan. The two of them dodged in a hurry and launched attacks again at the same time. They fought back and forth, and the fight was extremely fierce. The ring was full of light, and the collision of various elements stirred up layers of air waves. "Come again!" Feng Wuhan shouted, and his figure flashed, rushing towards Gu Li first. The fist wind whistled, with a fierce momentum, as if to defeat Gu Li with 1 blow. Gu Li was not in a hurry, dodged sideways, and slapped with his backhand, colliding with Feng Wuhan's fist, making a dull sound. The sound was like thunder, echoing in the ring. They fought back and forth, and the battle was extremely fierce. On the side of Gu Li and Feng Wuhan, the battle between the two also entered a white-hot stage. Dean Lingxi looked at this fierce scene and sighed again. These young people are really full of vitality and fighting spirit. Seeing that they were not soft at all, the students in the audience were a little confused for a while. "Are they really friends?" a student asked in a low voice. "That should be it," another student answered uncertainly. In the end, Lin Yuchen was kicked off the ring by Shi Zihan, and Mu Yunqi and Sui Yun were also taken down. Gu Li took advantage of the two of them not paying attention, and kicked them off the ring 1 by 1. Gu Li smiled and said, "Fighting should be focused." At this time, the ranking of the 4 colleges' finals was finally settled. The referee's loud voice echoed over the stadium. Gu Li first, Shi Zihan second, Feng Wuhan third, Mu Yunqi fourth, Sui Yun fifth, Lin Yuchen sixth, Yin Yu seventh, Wang Ran eighth, Yin Jiji ninth, Qing Xiuan 10th. With the referee's announcement, the students of Lingtian College suddenly burst into a sensation. Cheers and applause came one after another, as if to shake the entire stadium. Their faces were filled with pride and excitement, and their eyes were shining with excitement. For the students of Lingtian College, this was an extremely glorious moment. They had not been able to enter the top 10 in the 4-college competition for many years. This time, they were extremely excited. They got so many places in the first practical competition. Even if they couldn't get the alchemy and beast taming later, it didn't matter. The referee stood in the center of the ring and announced loudly, "Tomorrow, the beast taming competition will be held." After Gu Li walked off the ring, Feng Wuhan walked to her side silently and handed her a bottle of beauty pills. Gu Li was slightly startled and uttered a puzzled "huh?" Sui Yun saw this scene and couldn't help laughing. "Your face is swollen. Ah hen kicked you, ha ha ha." Gu Li finally reacted. No wonder she always felt that in addition to the pain coming from all over her body, her face was also particularly painful. The next day, the sun shone on the lively competition venue, and the beast taming competition kicked off amid everyone's expectations. This time, among Gu Li and his companions, only Lin Yuchen participated in the competition, and the others sat leisurely in the audience seats to watch. Elder Shi stood aside, looking at Guli with resentment. Guli noticed his gaze, turned his head, and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Elder Shi sighed heavily, and said with regret in his tone, "Why don't you participate in the beast taming competition? It's a pity. There are 10 places for the first place." Guli frowned slightly, and before he could respond, Lin Yuchen said confidently, "With me here, you are still afraid of not getting the first place." Elder Shi rolled his eyes at him, and said, "It's different. You don't have a 9th level sacred beast." Lin Yuchen was speechless. He did not have a 9th level sacred beast, but he was absolutely confident in his ability to taming beasts. At this time, the referee's voice sounded, announcing the official start of the beast taming competition. In the first round, give these monsters a spiritual contract mark, and those who complete it will advance. Everyone's eyes were cast on the monsters in the field, and they saw that the monsters had different shapes and exuded different degrees of pressure. Lin Yuchen glanced at the monster in front of him. It was just a 3rd level holy beast, which was very simple for him. This time, the beast taming competition was no longer a 2-on-2 duel, but all the disciples participating in the beast taming competition were doing it together. Compared with the previous actual combat, the number of people participating in the beast taming competition was reduced by more than half, with only 20 people scattered. These disciples came from different colleges, and they were all ready to show their beast taming talents in this competition to save the face they lost in the actual combat competition. Lin Yuchen released his mental power without hesitation and enveloped the 3rd level holy beast in front of him. His mental power was powerful and accurate, and soon he impressed the mental contract mark in the mind of the monster. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Yuchen completed the task. He crossed his arms and looked at others leisurely. Chapter 218. Seeing him finish so quickly, the others were shocked and felt a sense of pressure. But when they saw that only Lin Yuchen was so fast, they breathed a sigh of relief and continued to focus on the monster in front of them. Others who did not participate in the competition were amazed. They said, "This Lin Yuchen is not only strong in cultivation, but also has a strong talent for taming beasts. Yes, he finished the first round so quickly, which is amazing." Amid the praises of the crowd, time passed slowly. Half an hour passed, and some people completed the task one after another. The first round of the competition was not difficult, and all members passed. Then, the second round of the competition began. The second round is to help a disciple tame a 5th level holy beast. If the contract is successful, you can pass. The referee's voice sounded again. Lin Yuchen glanced at the 5th level holy beast and felt no pressure at all. Without thinking, he directly put his mental power on it. With his powerful mental power and skilled beast taming skills, he quickly completed his task again. He turned to look at the disciple beside him and said, "Drop a drop of blood on it." The disciple was nervous. After hearing Lin Yuchen's words, he quickly cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the head of the holy beast. Suddenly, a burst of light was emitted, and a contract formation was gradually formed. After a moment, the referee announced, "Lin Yuchen passed." Hearing that he was the first one again, the disciples who were still concentrating on taming the beast could not help but distract their attention. One of the disciples panicked, and the 5th level monster in front of him suddenly rushed towards his spiritual sea of consciousness. The disciple was caught off guard and suffered a serious backlash. Soon someone came up to take him down for treatment. Seeing this, the others were shocked and did not dare to be distracted too much, and focused on taming the monster. Lin Yuchen looked at them, and it seemed that they would need to tame it for a long time. After thinking for a while, he took out a chair and sat down, looking leisurely and contented. Elder Shi saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh. "This kid is good, he is so good at taming beasts." Guli glanced at him and said, "Don't you believe him?" Elder Shi shook his head and said, "Who said that?" "I believe it." Guli asked again, "Then why do you let me play?" Elder Shi explained, "If you also participate, there will be one more quota for 2 people." Guli rolled his eyes helplessly. At this time, the disciples in the field were still trying to tame the 5th level holy beast. Some of them looked solemn, and some were sweating, but they didn't give up. This beast taming competition not only tested their beast taming skills, but also their patience and perseverance. Lin Yuchen's outstanding performance undoubtedly brought them great pressure, but also inspired their fighting spirit. As time went by, more and more disciples completed the second round of competition. And Lin Yuchen, still sitting on the chair, quietly waiting for the announcement of the final result. The second round of competition was tense and fierce. After some people were eliminated, there were still 16 players left in the field. In the third round, 2-on-2 battles can only be arranged for contracted beasts to fight. Players cannot take action, otherwise it will be considered a violation of the rules, and will be disqualified from the competition. The referee's voice was clearly heard throughout the venue. Lin Yuchen narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at his opponent, and said, "Let your contracted beast out." Yin Jiqing heard his words, and did not hesitate. She waved her jade hand, and released 2 7th-level holy beasts directly. Seeing this, Lin Yuchen just released an 8th-level holy beast calmly. To deal with 2 7th-level holy beasts, an 8th-level holy beast is enough. Soon, the 3 monsters fought together. The 8th-level holy beasts were aggressive, and showed their strong strength and fighting skills. Although Yin Jiqing's 2 7th-level holy beasts were not weak, they gradually fell behind under the attack of the 8th-level holy beasts. Yin Jiqing frowned and thought secretly in her heart. At first, she just wanted to test Lin Yuchen's strength, but it seemed that she couldn't make him go all out without going all out. She didn't come here to win the championship. She just helped another contestant from the same academy to find out Lin Yuchen's beast-controlling strength. Thinking of this, Yin Jiqing gritted her teeth, waved her jade hand again, and released 2 more 8th-level holy beasts. "Junior brother, you better show your cards. You can't beat my 4 with 1 holy beast." Her voice was crisp and firm, with a hint of provocation in her eyes. "Oh! Good." Lin Yuchen was very obedient, and released 2 more 7th and 8th-level holy beasts. For a moment, the atmosphere in the field was extremely tense. Yin Jiqing's contracted beast was beaten black and blue under the attack of Lin Yuchen's contracted beast, and it screamed. Yin Jiqing saw that the situation was irreversible, and sighed helplessly. "I give up." Lin Yuchen of Lingtian Academy entered the top 10 competition. The referee's voice sounded again, announcing Lin Yuchen's victory. The audience exclaimed again. Elder Shi widened his eyes, his face full of surprise, and murmured, "I didn't expect this kid to have so many 8th-level contracted beasts." Gu Li heard Elder Shi's words, but did not speak, just raised the corner of his mouth and smiled slightly. "This is just the beginning. That guy has more contracted beasts than these, several times more than her. As long as they are high in cultivation, Lin Yuchen has tamed almost all of them." At this time, the other 2 also came on the stage. They are students from Lingtian College and Leiqing College. He released his contracted beasts, a total of 5, 2 more than the other party. However, the cultivation of these contracted beasts is not as high as that of the other party. The student of Leiqing College seemed full of confidence. Although his contracted beasts were fewer in number, each of them exuded a powerful pressure. The battle was about to break out, and the contracted beasts of both sides immediately rushed towards each other. The contracted beasts of Lingtian College fought bravely, but due to the difference in cultivation, they were soon defeated. Seeing this, the people of Leiqing College cheered immediately. Their faces were filled with the joy of victory, and they finally trampled Lingtian College under their feet again. Their cheers echoed in the venue, making the students of Lingtian College feel extremely disappointed. But they did not blame him, instead they comforted him. One after another fierce competitions were launched, however, the situation became increasingly unfavorable for Lingtian College. Except for Lin Yuchen, no one from Lingtian College could successfully enter the top 10 in this difficult beast-taming competition. Especially in the final crucial competition for the 9th and 10th places, the students of Lingtian College tried their best, but still failed to reverse the defeat. Seeing this, the students of Leiqing College showed mocking expressions. 10,000 years of countdown is still 10,000 years of countdown. They had contemptuous smiles on their faces, as if they were mocking Lingtian College for never being able to escape the fate of being counted in the last place. "We almost took the top 10 in the actual combat competition, and we still have more places than you. The total number of places for you, Leiqing College, is the last." Chapter 219. Lin Yuchen from Lingtian Academy versus Mo Shixing from Leiqing Academy. With the referee's shout, the audience's eyes instantly focused on the ring. Mo Shixing looked at Lin Yuchen with a proud face, and said provocatively, "I heard that you have 3 8th-level holy beasts, release them." "Okay." Lin Yuchen nodded slightly, his expression indifferent. He waved his hands lightly, and 3 majestic 8th-level holy beasts appeared in front of everyone. Mo Shixing looked at him with disdain, his heart full of contempt. Then he formed seals with his hands and muttered something. A moment later, 4 equally powerful 8th-level holy beasts appeared beside him. He still had a holy beast hidden, but he was not ready to release it at this time. In his opinion, 4 holy beasts were enough to deal with Lin Yuchen. Senior brother Mo is worthy of being the most gifted beastmaster in our academy. He has so many high-level contracted beasts at such a young age. The students of Leiqing Academy were amazed when they saw the 4 sacred beasts summoned by Mo Shixing. The 7 sacred beasts fought fiercely on the ring. Their attacks were powerful and fierce, and every collision made a deafening sound. The powerful energy fluctuations almost affected the spectators. The referee quickly set up a spiritual shield to separate the ring to ensure the safety of the audience. Lin Yuchen watched the monsters fight calmly, his eyes full of confidence. So what if there were 4 8th-level sacred beasts? He could see at a glance that the other party's sacred beasts had been contracted since childhood and lacked a bit of bloodiness. But his contracted beasts were wild, and after countless battles, they were completely different from those cultivated since childhood. Soon, the opponent's contracted beast gradually fell into a disadvantage. Mo Shixing frowned, and a trace of uneasiness surged in his heart. He didn't expect Lin Yuchen's contracted beast to be so powerful. It seems that he still underestimated his opponent. In desperation, he had to release the last contracted beast. He originally wanted to keep some trump cards. After all, Qian Shiyang of Lingxi College had a higher talent for controlling beasts than him. But now he could only release it. If he stops outside the top 4, it will be very embarrassing. Why do you like to bully the weak with the majority? It's boring. Lin Yuchen sighed, with a trace of helplessness on his face. Then, he summoned another holy beast. Mo Shixing looked at him in shock. You actually have a contracted beast. Lin Yuchen's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. I still have a bunch, do you believe it? Mo Shixing's face was a little ugly, and he naturally didn't believe what Lin Yuchen said. He was able to contract 5 holy beasts, but he still had the help of his master. He didn't believe that Lin Yuchen's mental power was stronger than his. But no matter how unwilling he was defeated in the end. The opponent had 1 less beast than him, which made him feel a little embarrassed for a while. Lin Yuchen of Lingtian College won and entered the top 4 finals. As the referee announced, the students of Lingtian College became excited again. Next was Qian Shiyang of Lingxi College versus Yuan Shuxin of Xingchen College. Watching the game on the stage, Mu Yunqi said, Be careful of Qian Shiyang, he should have no less than 8 contracted beasts. Lin Yuchen was not worried at all, and said with a smile, Guess how many I have? How do I know you? Seeing that he still had time to smile, Mu Yunqi couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. But they really didn't know how many contracted beasts he had. They knew it at first, but as he continued to make contracts, they got used to it, and didn't care about it. Lin Yuchen said proudly, Thanks to Ari's spiritual power technique, I feel that I can't use up all my spiritual power to control beasts now. The other people agreed, and their spiritual power has also been greatly improved. Qian Shiyang won the victory without any surprise with his strong strength. At this time, it was late, but the competition did not stop, but continued until the evening. After fierce competition, only Lin Yuchen, Qian Shiyang, Yu Qian, and Fang Luoxi entered the top 4. The competition was not moved to the next day, but decided to go all out until the final ranking was determined. The rest of the people continued to compete for the 5th to 10th rankings. Yu Qian's luck was not very good, and he met Qian Shiyang directly in the next game. Facing a powerful opponent, although Yu Qian fought hard, he was soon defeated. Lin Yuchen, on the other hand, easily won the competition with 5 8th-level sacred beasts. Next is the competition for first place. Please invite Qian Shiyang from Lingxi College and Lin Yuchen from Lingtian College to the stage. The referee's voice resounded throughout the arena. Compared to Lin Yuchen's relaxed look, Qian Shiyang was full of vigilance. Throughout the entire beast taming competition, this person looked relaxed. Qian Shiyang concluded that he should have other contracted beasts. It seems that he has met a real opponent this time. Qian Shiyang no longer restrained himself, and quickly made hand gestures with one hand, muttering something. Then, he released all his contracted beasts, a total of 11. 8 of them are 8th-level holy beasts, majestic and exuding a powerful aura. The other 3 are 6th-level holy beasts, which should not be underestimated. Lin Yuchen saw Qian Shiyang's contracted beasts and exclaimed, Wow, you have so many contracted beasts, almost catching up with me. Qian Shiyang said expressionlessly, Let's start. Lin Yuchen said with a smile, Well, in fact, I also like to use numbers to bully the few, you really understand me. Then, he shouted, Come out and play. As soon as the voice fell, 20 more monsters appeared on the ring. These monsters are all 8th-level holy beasts without exception. As soon as they appeared, the atmosphere of the entire arena became tense. There was also a contracted beast that wanted to run out to join in the fun. Lin Yuchen knocked on its head, and then put it away. You are still young. This kind of scene is not suitable. I will throw you out to fight after I go out for experience. Lin Yuchen said softly. Elder Shi in the audience stared at the rows of contracted beasts on the stage with wide eyes in disbelief. How strong is his mental power? With so many contracts, won't his brain explode? Elder Shi muttered to himself. Gu Li looked at Elder Shi's shocked expression and couldn't help laughing. This is just the beginning. If the previous batches of monsters had not been sent back to the clan, and they were all released here, not to mention the students of Lingxi College were scared to death, it is estimated that the elders of Lingxi College would be scared to death. Xian Xiang sighed. Okay, no need to fight, I admit defeat. He lost sincerely. In the past, he couldn't find an opponent in taming beasts, but now he found one, but it was not an opponent, and it directly crushed him. Chapter 220. Lin Yuchen of Lingtian College wins. As soon as this voice came out, the whole venue was boiling instantly. Not only the students of Lingtian College cheered, but the students of other colleges also looked at Lin Yuchen with sincere admiration. Those cheers were a high recognition of Lin Yuchen's efforts in taming beasts. First Lin Yuchen, second Qian Shiyang, third Luo Shi, fourth Yu Qian, fifth Mo Shixing, sixth Yuan Shuxin, seventh Tian Zian, eighth Long Qian, ninth and Xiao, 10th Mu Jian. As the rankings were announced, everyone's emotions were still high. The beast taming competition is over, and the rune competition will start tomorrow. This sentence was like a military order, which instantly shifted everyone's expectations. As soon as Lin Yuchen returned to the stage, he heard Mu Yunqi's teasing voice. Of course you can. When did you contract so many monsters behind our backs? Lin Yuchen showed a smug smile on his face and responded, No way, the talent is here. I don't want to contract. Hearing his words, the students of Lingtian College were silent for a moment. Then he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's okay if you don't want to contract them. They are most in need of contracted beasts, and Lingtian College is most in need of beastmasters. The next day, the curtain of the rune competition slowly opened. There were a total of 10 people from Lingtian College participating in the rune competition, which was indeed more than the number of people in the beast taming competition. Among them, the figures of Gu Li and Shi Zihan were particularly eye-catching. Gu Li looked at the people on the stage. Together with the students of other colleges, there were more than 80 people in total, and the number of people from Lingtian College was the least. The referee stood in the center of the venue and solemnly announced the rules. Those who draw the 7th grade bursting talisman can enter the next round. After the referee announced the start, everyone turned their spiritual power into pins. Instantly, the whole venue was shrouded in brilliant light. Everyone began to draw runes, and the air was filled with a tense and exciting atmosphere. Gu Li's pen danced quickly, and the agile brushstrokes seemed like elves jumping on the paper. Her eyes revealed confidence and concentration, and each stroke contained a powerful force, as if it could penetrate the paper and reach people's hearts. Shi Zihan was not to be outdone. His rune drawing style was calm and majestic. Each rune seemed to have 1,000 pounds of power, making people feel an irresistible majesty. A quarter of an hour later, Gu Li and Shi Zihan finished drawing runes almost at the same time. The referee's eyes swept over their runes, full of praise. Gu Li from Lingtian Academy, Shi Zihan enters the next round. The referee's voice was loud and clear. Hearing that it was Lingtian Academy's people who finished first, some people were a little furious. They secretly muttered in their hearts, Why do all the talented people go to Lingtian College? The elders of other colleges looked at Gu Li and his friends as if they were looking at a few pieces of delicious cakes. They thought, it would be great if this was their apprentice. It would be very face-saving to take him out. Elder Shi saw the eyes of the elder of Lingxi College next to him shining, and said unhappily, Don't look at him. He is from our Lingtian College. The elder of Lingxi College responded unyieldingly, It is now, but it does not mean it will be in the future. Elder Shi secretly cursed them for being shameless and trying to poach people. All the members passed the first round of rune competition, but the tense atmosphere did not diminish at all. Draw the 9th grade flame symbol to enter the next round. Gu Li frowned when she heard this request, looked at Shi Zihan and asked, What kind of symbol is this? Have you seen it? She was also helpless. Among all the magic, she was the worst at runes. Usually, she didn't have much time to draw runes, and she didn't need to draw them. Shi Zihan always gave them runes in piles, and they couldn't use them all. Shi Zihan silently took out a picture book and handed it to her. There were various rune patterns on it. Gu Li turned to the page of the flame symbol and looked at it carefully. Seeing that she actually flipped through the picture book to check, the people in the audience burst into laughter. In the first round, I thought she was so powerful, but I didn't expect that she didn't even know what the flame symbol was, ha ha ha. She doesn't think she can draw it at the last minute, right? That's too naive. Those mocking voices came one after another, like sharp arrows, trying to pierce Gu Li's confidence. However, the students of Lingtian College were cheering for her silently in their hearts. Elder she saw the scene, and wished he could go back to before the competition, and never let her participate in the rune competition. Gu Li naturally heard their ridicule, but she chose to pretend not to hear it, and devoted herself to drawing the runes. Shi Zihan finished it quickly. After all, he was a holy rune master, and the 9th grade flame rune was just a matter of raising his hand for him. After checking Shi Zihan's runes, the referee announced, Lingtian College, Shi Zihan enters the next round. Gu Li was concentrating on drawing on the paper, and every stroke was extremely serious, as if the ridicule and noise around her had nothing to do with her. Her eyes were fixed on the runes under her pen, and her focused expression seemed as if the whole world was left with only her, and the piece of paper waiting for the runes to shine. The laughter from the audience continued, but the students of Lingtian College began to cheer for Gu Li loudly. Come on, little sister. Ignore them. You can do it. Time passed by minute, and Shi Zihan stood aside, watching Gu Li quietly. At first, some people laughed at her for overestimating her ability, but as time went by, they were surprised to find that Gu Li did not make any mistakes at all, and her speed was fast and smooth. The runes under her pen gradually took shape on the paper, as if they had life. Finally, in the shocked eyes of everyone, a complete 9th grade flame rune gradually took shape. The flame rune flickered with mysterious light, as if it contained endless power. That light seemed to hit the faces of those who had laughed at her, making them bow their heads in shame. Gu Li from Lingtian College enters the next round. The referee's voice sounded loudly, echoing throughout the competition venue. After hearing the result, everyone had different reactions. The students from other colleges who had been paying attention to the competition had complex expressions on their faces. Some were surprised, some were envious, and more were numb. In this fierce rune competition, Gu Li and Shi Zihan's performance was too dazzling. So much so that every time they heard their names read out by the referee, everyone felt accustomed to it but helpless. There were very few students who could draw the 9th grade rune. This difficult requirement was like a huge threshold, eliminating more than half of the contestants at once. Some of the students, who had originally stood on the stage with full confidence, were now dejected, and some were full of regret. They walked off the stage helplessly, their hearts full of loss. Those who stayed behind were glad that they could pass this round of tests. Only 20 people entered the 3rd round, which was extremely rare compared to the more than 80 people who participated in the competition at the beginning. Among these 20 people, only Gu Li and Shi Zihan were from Lingtian College. Chapter 221. The rune competition is still going on. Round 3, top grade primary soul-inducing runes. The loud voice of the referee sounded, instantly making the people in the field look forward to it again. Gu Li flipped through the book that Shi Zihan gave her almost the moment the voice fell. Those who noticed her action were speechless. They secretly wondered in their hearts, is this Gu Li a rune master? How come she has never seen so many runes? However, despite their doubts and dissatisfaction, they had to admit that Gu Li did not violate the rules by flipping through the book in public. After all, if runes can be drawn just by looking at them, then wouldn't everyone be able to become a rune master? Lingtian Academy, Shi Zihan enters the next round. The referee's voice sounded again, clear and powerful. The other disciples who were concentrating on drawing runes were not moved when they heard the news. They seemed to have long been accustomed to such results, as if it was natural for the disciples of Lingtian Academy to enter the next round. The second one must be someone from Lingtian Academy. As expected, just as everyone thought so, the referee announced, Gu Li from Lingtian College enters the next round. This result is just as they expected. See, they said it must be from Lingtian College again. Gu Li didn't care about the reactions around her. She didn't look at the results of other people's refining, but picked up the rune she had just refined and looked at it carefully. Spirit Summoning Talisman. After activation, it can attract all the spiritual power around, and its effect is similar to the Spirit Gathering Array. But the difference is that the Spirit Gathering Array fixes the spiritual energy within a range, while the Spirit Summoning Talisman is attached to the body after activation, and can absorb the spiritual energy around no matter where you go, and the higher the grade, the better the effect. Gu Li stared at the soul-inducing talisman in her hand, thinking in her heart whether to get a batch for Gu family disciples. They can speed up their cultivation when they go out for training in the future. An hour later, time passed quietly in the tense atmosphere. Some people also drew runes one after another. Those who succeeded showed a gratified smile on their faces, while those who failed to draw were frustrated and were all regarded as failures. In the end, exactly 10 people entered the top 10. Next, everyone will play freely and determine the ranking according to the level of the rune. The referee's voice sounded again, injecting new vitality into the competition. Guli fell into deep thought. She knew that this round of competition was crucial, and would determine her final ranking in this rune master competition. She carefully recalled every bit of her learning runes, thinking about what kind of rune she should refine to stand out in this fierce competition. In the end, she decided to refine the explosion rune, which was the first rune she drew after learning runes. She could only draw the best high-level runes, while Shizihan was already at the level of a holy product. Guli didn't want to compete for the first place for the time being, since Shizihan was also from Lingtian Academy. But she could still try the primary level of a holy product. She didn't refine it immediately, but quietly observed the situation around her. Shizihan was the same as her, observing what level of runes others were refining. At this time, in the audience seats of the competition venue, Dean Xiao, Elder Shi, and the students of Lingtian Academy were all looking at them nervously. Elder Shi frowned, his face full of worry. He looked at Guli, and Shizihan, who had not taken action for a long time, and a sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. Why haven't they started yet? Can't they refine it? Feng Wuhan glanced at him calmly and said calmly, they want to see the level of other people's refining first, and then decide what level of runes to refine. Elder Shi was very upset after hearing Feng Wuhan's words. Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Mu Yunqi couldn't help laughing when she saw Elder Shi's reaction. Elder Shi, after the actual combat competition and the beast taming competition, why do you still not trust us so much? When have we ever failed? Elder Shi was embarrassed when he heard her words. That's because I've never seen you do these things. Lin Yuchen also joined the conversation, with a little dissatisfaction on his face. You are so embarrassed to say that. We were locked up by you as soon as we entered the academy. We finally ran out and came here directly after completing the task. We didn't use any of the academy's resources, and we got so many places. No matter what, we 6 must have a place. Elder Shi looked at Lin Yuchen, feeling a little guilty, as if it was indeed the case. You are still young. It won't be too late to enter Tontian's secret realm after a few years of growth. Elder Shi tried to persuade them. It would be a pity if such a good seedling died in Tontian's secret realm. Suiyun smiled disdainfully after hearing what Elder Shi said. Haven't we grown enough? With our strength, we are almost ready to graduate. We may ascend to the next class. Who cares about that small world? Hearing his words, Elder Shi couldn't help but twitching his mouth. Ascending? How can it be so easy to ascend? Even the top masters on the continent dare not say when they will ascend. Before Elder Shi could say anything else, Dean Xiao on the side spoke up. Okay, you don't have to fight for the quota, everyone has won. Dean Xiao's voice was firm and powerful, promising them. Elder Shi heard Dean Xiao's words and hurriedly said, Dean Xiao, the inner courtyard will not agree. Dean Xiao smiled slightly, with a smug light in his eyes. If they don't agree, then skip a grade. It's just right to let those old guys in the inner courtyard see that we have geniuses in the outer courtyard. As the dean of the outer courtyard, it's okay for him to recommend a few people to skip grades. Besides, the chief dean has seen their performance, and maybe he is still thinking about how to bring them to the inner courtyard for training. If not, he thinks that the old guy in the inner courtyard still owes him a favor, and it's time to pay it back. Elder Shi was speechless after hearing Dean Xiao's words. He knew that Dean Xiao made sense, but he was still a little worried about the reaction of the inner courtyard. The chief dean did have other thoughts in his mind at this time. On the competition stage, Guli had observed almost everything. She found that most people were drawing top-grade intermediate runes, and only 2 people were drawing top-grade advanced runes. She secretly calculated in her heart that if she wanted to win the second place, she had to draw the primary runes of the holy product to be safer. She changed her previous leisurely look and became focused and solemn. She took out the rune paper and the blood of the high-level holy beast and began to draw according to the steps. With each stroke, she needed to control the strength of the pen and the strength of her mental power. If she was not careful, it might lead to the failure of the rune. Gu Li's eyes were fixed on the rune paper, and the pen in her hand was like a smart elf, dancing on the paper. Her mental power was highly concentrated, feeling the fluctuations of the spiritual power around her, and integrating them into the rune she drew. Fine beads of sweat gradually seeped out of her forehead, but she did not relax at all and continued to draw the runes attentively. Chapter 222. After seeing Gu Li's actions, Shi Zihan fell into a moment of contemplation. In the end, he also decided to choose to refine the middle-level rune of the holy product. In fact, With his ability, he could naturally refine the high-level rune of the holy product. But Ollie said that when there is no benefit, it is enough to be exposed to the right degree. As for the impact of the semi-god rune, it is indeed inappropriate in this noisy scene, and it is very easy to fail. Time is like the fine sand in the hourglass, passing by quietly minute by minute. The entire competition venue fell into silence, and everyone was holding their breath waiting for the final decision of the referee. Soon, everyone drew the highest level rune they could draw. The referees were focused and carefully observed each person's rune, not missing any subtle details. After a rigorous evaluation, the ranking was soon released. As expected, Shi Zihan won the first place, and Gu Li followed closely in second place. When everyone saw the holy runes drawn by the two, the scene caused a small sensation again. People whispered to each other, and exclamations came one after another. Wang Purse looked at the few people who were in high spirits not far away from a distance, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. However, this murderous intent was fleeting and turned into anger. In the past, it was always their Leiqing Academy that suppressed Lingtian Academy. Lingtian Academy had obtained very few places in the Tontian secret realm, and its strength had always been at the bottom among the 4 major academies. But this time, Lingtian Academy got the most places. Once they come out of the Tontian secret realm, the overall strength of Lingtian Academy is likely to turn around. Judging from the age and talent of these people, Lingtian Academy will most likely not let them enter Tontian secret realm easily. Thinking of this, Wang Per suddenly smiled and said to Mo Sanqiong next to him, "They are really strong in cultivation and various professional talents. The young are formidable. If they get the opportunity in Tontian secret realm, it will probably take a few years to surpass you and me and ascend to the upper realm." Hearing this, the deans of other academies looked at him in surprise. Is this guy okay? A few days ago, he was shouting and killing the students of Lingtian Academy. Now he suddenly praises them. When did he become so generous? Hearing this, Mo Sanqiong laughed sarcastically. You want me to agree to let them enter so that your people from Leiqing Academy can attack them inside? Wang Perse's face changed, and he asked sternly, "What do you mean?" Mo Sanqiong glanced at him indifferently and said coldly, "Literally." After that, he ignored him. With his little tricks, do you think I can't see it? How many talented disciples of Lingtian Academy have been killed by their Leiqing Academy when they were on missions? If there was no direct evidence, he would have beaten this bastard to death long ago. As for not letting Gu Li and others enter Tontian's secret realm, that is impossible. These kids look unusually ruthless, completely different from others. Lingtian Academy blocked the incident in Shueisha City before. Except for the participants in that incident, outsiders thought that the top leaders of Lingtian Academy sent people to deal with it. At that time, when they were still in the Emperor level and the early stage of the Emperor level, they defeated 3 strong men in the early stage of the Venerable level. Now all 6 of them have reached the Emperor level. With the help of the talented students of Leiqing Academy, it is not certain who will kill whom. At most, he can give the 6 people some more life-saving magic weapons, and they can wear down the people of Leiqing Academy. The next day, the formation competition was ushered in. There were only 18 people participating in Lingtian Academy. Lingxi Academy had the largest number of people, with 32 people, followed by Xingchen Academy with 28 people, and Leiqing Academy with 21 people. The referee solemnly announced the rules. Within 1 hour, you can enter the next round if you can set up a 9th grade spirit gathering formation. Mu Yunqi was stunned when she heard this rule. 9th grade. She hasn't set up such a low-level formation for a long time, and she almost forgot how much spiritual power and mental power she should control. Seeing her standing there motionless, the referee couldn't help asking, "Don't you have the materials to set up the formation?" After all, the 9th grade formation is not too difficult in the competition, and it shouldn't be impossible to set it up in the first round. Mu Yunqi shook her head and asked, "I forgot how to set up such a low-level formation. Can I set up a formation above the 9th level?" The referee was stunned, obviously not expecting her to say that. But seeing her sincere eyes, it seemed that she was not lying. After thinking for a moment, the referee agreed to her request. Mu Yunqi thanked her and began to set up the formation. She set up the formation much slower than others, and every step seemed to be extremely cautious. When others saw that Mu Yunqi seemed to have difficulties with the formation, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They thought that it was finally not the people from Lingtian Academy who were crushing them all the way. However, before they could completely relax, they noticed something was wrong. The 2 referees on the stage looked more and more excited, with faces full of shock and disbelief. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. They looked at each other, and finally one of the referees could only ask the chief deans for instructions. After hearing what the referee said, Emote Sancheong's mouth corners rose wildly, and he asked with a proud face, "Are you saying that the little girl forgot how to arrange the 9th grade formation, and then arranged a wholly high-level formation?" The referee replied respectfully, "Yes." Emote Sancheong waved his hand, and said decisively, "Then let her enter the finals directly. If someone else arranges a formation that is better than her, let them compete again." Wang Purse immediately objected. "No, she forgot how to arrange the 9th grade formation. It can only be said that she is not proficient in the formation. How can she enter the finals directly?" The other 3 deans looked at him like a fool. Finally, the dean of Lingxi College spoke up. "Have you ever seen a student who can arrange a high-level holy formation, but is not proficient in formation?" Wang Purse blushed, but still continued to argue unwillingly. "The first round requires the arrangement of a 9th grade formation, and it is against the rules for her to arrange a holy formation." Emote Sancheong sneered. "What are the rules? Is it against the rules because the opponent is too strong?" Xing Yuan glanced at Wang Purse and said lightly, "Rules are dead, people are alive. If you don't want her to win, your Leiqing College people can arrange a semi-god formation and kill her." Wang Purse wanted to say something, and the dean of Lingxi College made the decision. "Let's do it. If no one can surpass her in the finals, then the first place will go to Lingtian College." It seems that the 4 referees are presiding over the competition, but in fact the decision-making power has always been in the hands of the dean of Lingxi College. Chapter 223. Seeing this, Wang Purse didn't dare to say anything even though he had many dissatisfactions in his heart. Xing Yuan took out a sound transmission talisman. His expression was indifferent, and he gently said, "If you are not good at it, just practice more." Emote Sancheong almost laughed when he heard this, and secretly sighed that this kid's mouth was really poisonous. Xing Yuan was the youngest among them, but his cultivation was not the lowest. Back then, when Xing Yuan was 29 years old, he boldly killed those who opposed him in Xingchen Academy, and directly ascended to the position of the dean. At this time, the referee solemnly announced, "Lingtian Academy Mu Yunqi, who arranged a high-level holy product gathering array, is exempt from the competition. If anyone arranges a better array than hers, the competition will continue." Hearing this result, everyone was dumbfounded. Did he just say high-level holy products? One of them looked at the person next to him with disbelief on his face. The other person nodded blankly. "Yes, you heard it right. It's a holy product high-level spirit gathering array." The people in Lingtian Academy were all excited. "Ha ha ha, I thought junior sister Yunqi couldn't set it up, but she came up with a big one. Ha ha ha. The elders of our academy are just holy product high-level array masters, and the junior sister has actually reached the level of the elders. Let the junior sister teach us in the future. I will definitely listen carefully." Mu Yunqi calmly returned to her position in Lingtian Academy, in full view of everyone. Sui Yun joked, "You are so high-profile." Mu Yunqi smiled with a confident light in her eyes. "Don't you think this is very convenient?" Lin Yuchen exclaimed, "Oh my god, why didn't I think of this? If I had known, I would have done the same thing, and wouldn't have had to go on stage so many times." Feng Wen said lightly, "Fortunately, I haven't started yet." Sui Yun also hurriedly said, "I will do the same thing, finish the competition early and go home early." Gu Li also laughed, miscalculated. Elder Shi and Dean Xiao saw Mu Yunqi coming back, and just wanted to come over to praise her. They heard their conversation. Elder Shi asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Are you serious?" Sui Yun answered without hesitation, "Of course." Dean Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "Do you guys want to be elders of the academy? With your talents and levels, you are fully qualified for the position of elders of the outer courtyard." However, the 6 people answered in unison, "No." What a joke. What's so good about this elder position? Staying in the academy to teach every day, they still want to ascend. Gu Li thought for a while and said, "Dean Xiao, we just need you to recommend us to skip a grade after we go back, and we will do the rest ourselves." Dean Xiao asked thoughtfully, "Are you worried that you are not qualified to compete for the quota?" Gu Li nodded, "We must go in. We have taken so many quotas for the college. If we are not given the opportunity to compete, it is a bit unreasonable. In order to kill our desire to transfer, I think it is better to give us a chance. I believe Lingxi College is happy to accept us." Dean Xiao looked unclear and said slowly, "Are you threatening me?" Gu Li's expression did not change, and he said calmly, "This is not a threat, it is our true thoughts. They must enter the Tontian secret realm, not for anything else, but to ascend to a higher level continent. With their current cultivation, it is difficult to break through to the venerable level within 2 years without opportunities. In addition to what she promised her master, she also wanted to figure out the matter of the god and demon dual veins. Although she would not be able to see her grandfather for a long time, it was also good to stay away from him. If someone else discovered her god and demon dual cultivation one day, and people from other continents came here through special channels, it would be a disaster for the Gu family. It was not that she had not thought about taking her grandfather to ascend with her, but it was too dangerous, and there was no need for it. So she planned to take the shadow guards up at the beginning, and let them develop their power first. When they became strong, she would take her grandfather up. Hearing what Gu Li said, Ding Xiao suddenly laughed heartily, and his laughter was full of heroism. He raised his chin slightly, his eyes revealed a hint of decisiveness, and said, "You don't have to fight for it yourself, I will give you the quota directly." Gu Li raised his eyebrows slightly, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and asked, "Will the people in the inner courtyard have any objections?" Ding Xiao put his hands behind his back, and said calmly, "Most of these quotas were originally won by you. What dare they have any objections? If they have any objections, just go and beat them up. It's not like you haven't beaten the instructor before." After saying that, Ding Xiao's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a slightly teasing smile. "If you are locked up again, with the strength of this little girl, it is not a problem to set up a teleportation array to escape." Several people were stunned when they heard what Ding Xiao said. They never expected that Ding Xiao would encourage them to go hard so straightforwardly. Ding Xiao looked at the expressions of the few people and continued with a smile, "Don't worry, you will definitely have a place." When Gu Li and others heard Ding Xiao's affirmative words, the stone in their hearts finally fell to the ground. They bowed and thanked, "Thank you, Ding Xiao." 5 hours passed like a flash of white horse. The result of the formation competition was finally released in everyone's anticipation. Among the other students, the highest was only to arrange the top-grade advanced formation, and this student was from Lingtian Academy. In this way, it was equivalent to the first and second honors in the formation competition were once again won by people from Lingtian Academy. With the end of the formation competition, the next is the alchemy competition. There are relatively few students participating in the alchemy competition. There are only 4 students from Lingtian Academy, and the most from Lingxi Academy, but only 10. There are 7 students from Xingchen Academy and 6 from Leiqing Academy. In the first round, you can enter the next round if you refine an 8th grade wall-breaking pill. As soon as the referee announced the rules, Feng Wuhan cast his eyes on the 2 of them. Then he slowly asked, "The 9th grade pill is too low, I don't know how to refine it. Can I directly refine the highest grade pill?" Hearing this, the 2 referees' hearts suddenly jumped, and they looked at each other, all in shock. Why is it like this again? They were also the referees of the last round of formation competition. Mu Yunqi's amazing move in the last round was still vivid in their minds. Unexpectedly, Feng Wuhan made such a request again in this round. After thinking about it, since the formation was fine, he agreed. Feng Wuhan nodded, and took out a lot of materials for alchemy. The 2 referees saw that they were all precious spiritual herbs. Although they were not alchemists, seeing these spiritual herbs, they also guessed that he might refine a high-grade pill. They sighed silently in their hearts. The first place in alchemy is probably from Lingtian Academy again. Chapter 224. Feng Wuhan ignored the surprised eyes of the 2 judges, quickly gathered his mind, and devoted himself to the refining of the elixir. He looked focused, his eyes fixed on the elixir furnace in front of him. He manipulated the flames skillfully, and under his command, the flames jumped happily like a lively elf. Every jump was just right, neither too violent to burn the medicinal materials, nor too weak to be ineffective. Feng Wuhan's hands were like dancing butterflies, lightly and accurately putting various precious medicinal materials into the elixir furnace. Every movement was precise and elegant, as if it had been practiced thousands of times. As the medicinal materials continued to merge, bursts of strange fragrance emanated from the elixir furnace. The fragrance was so fragrant that people felt as if they were in a fairyland. Time passed by minute, and Feng Wuhan concentrated on feeling every change in the elixir furnace. His eyes were full of concentration and seriousness, not missing any slight fluctuations. He kept adjusting the temperature and intensity of the flame, sometimes increasing the firepower to allow the pill to quickly fuse in the high temperature, sometimes reducing the firepower to allow the pill to slowly condense in a mild environment. Each adjustment requires precise judgment and decisive decision-making, and the slightest carelessness may lead to the failure of alchemy. Under the constant burning of the spiritual herbs, the pill in the alchemy furnace gradually took shape. Feng Wuhan took a deep breath and increased the intensity of the flame again, allowing the pill to continue to condense in the high temperature. Finally, with a slight roar, the pill was successfully refined. Feng Wuhan showed a confident smile on his face. He exhaled lightly and said, "I have finished refining." After hearing Feng Wuhan's words, 3 alchemists immediately rushed over to check his pills. A moment later, the referee who got the answer announced excitedly, "Lingtian College Feng Wuhan has refined a high-level holy product wall-breaking pill, and is exempt from the competition. If there are students who have reached the high level of holy products, they will compete." Everyone was numb after hearing this result. The students of Lingtian College shook their heads, as if they had long been accustomed to this kind of scene. They said to each other, "Routine operation, don't panic." Feng Wuhan returned to the stage, and before Elder Shi congratulated him, he eagerly said, "Let's go back first." There was a hint of anxiety in his eyes, as if there was something important waiting for him to do. Seeing that he seemed very anxious, Guli nodded. She looked at Elder Shi and said, "Elder Shi, please inform us when the results of the competition are out. We will go back first." Elder Shi did not ask any more questions. He knew that these children had their own ideas. He smiled and said, "Then you go back first?" Seeing Guli and the others leave, everyone was talking about it for a while, guessing what happened. When they returned to their accommodation, Feng Wuhan went straight into his room and closed the door. Sui Yun was a little worried. Feng Wuhan didn't say anything along the way. He wanted to go in and take a look. Guli held him and shook her head, signaling him not to disturb him. He should have touched the edge of being promoted to the semi-god level when he was refining the pill just now. "Let him refine it," Guli said softly. She is also a semi-god alchemist. Since she was promoted to 2 levels in a row, no matter how she refined it, there was no progress for a long time. One day when she was refining pills, that feeling came. This critical moment cannot be disturbed. Lin Yuchen exclaimed, "Oh my god, then we can eat semi-god grade pills as food in the future." Guli looked at him unhappily. "I gave you less pills?" Lin Yuchen said quickly, No. It's just that they don't want her pills very much. They can see that she is eager to improve the strength of the Gu family, even though the Gu family can no longer be shaken at will. But they can still feel that she has not completely let go. She called the Shadow Guards over a few days ago, probably wanting to use the Rebirth Pavilion or the Chaos Ring to bring them into the Tontian secret realm. So they rarely use the pills she refines, saving some for her to leave for the Gu family. Guli can naturally see what they mean. "There are enough pills. I have dozens of pills in one furnace," Guli said with a smile. Mu Yunqi smiled, took out the pill that Guli had given her before and swallowed it, slowly saying, "I'm a little hungry, I feel my stomach." Guli burst out laughing, and dived into Mu Yunqi's arms. "Sister Yunqi is still the best." Sui Yun also quickly took out a pill and swallowed it. "I'm fine too." "Childish," Lin Yuchen said, and silently swallowed one. Then, he turned his head and looked at Shi Zihan, saying, "Don't you want to show some respect?" Shi Zihan was speechless, then took out a pill and swallowed it. Lin Yuchen nodded with satisfaction, a hint of pride on his face, and said, "The boy is teachable." Shi Zihan rolled his eyes at him, and replied unhappily, "Nervous." Feng Wuhan was concentrating on his alchemy in the room. Time passed quietly, and he stayed in the room for a whole day without coming out. At this time, the alchemy competition also came to an end in a tense atmosphere. There is no doubt that Feng Wuhan successfully won the first place with his superb alchemy skills. The 2nd and 10th places were won by students from other colleges. Gu Li was thinking about Feng Wuhan's situation. She called Gu Yi and others over and seriously instructed, "You stay here to guard him. Don't let anyone get close to this room." Gu Yi and others responded respectfully, and immediately stood outside Feng Wuhan's room, guarding vigilantly. After arranging all this, Gu Li and several others went to watch the last competition together. When they arrived at the venue of the weapon refining competition, the atmosphere was warm and tense. The referee stood in the center of the venue and solemnly announced the rules. In the weapon refining competition, those who refine spiritual weapons above the 10th grade can pass the next round. Sui Yun walked over with big strides, and was about to speak up to make his request, but he didn't expect to be interrupted by the referee directly. "Yes." Sui Yun was stunned and said with surprise, "I haven't said it yet." The 2 referees just smiled at him, muttering in their hearts, "I guess what you want to say even if you don't say it. After all, there are so many examples before, and he is in the same group with them." Elder Shi came over slowly, with a smile in his eyes, and said with a smile, "Look, you have made the referee speechless." There is both ridicule and appreciation for these young people in his tone. When Lin Yuchen heard what Elder Shi said, he spread his hands, showing a helpless expression, but with a hint of pride in his tone, he said, too strong, blame us. Chapter 225. Elder Shi nodded in agreement. Indeed, their strength and talent are outstanding among their peers. Sui Yun took out the refining furnace and placed it on the ground. Then, he waved his hands gently, and various refining materials were neatly arranged on the table in front of him. Carefully observing each material, thinking about how to perfectly blend them together, he first selected a piece of high-quality refined iron and put it into the refining furnace. Then, he controlled the flame, and the flame, under his command, roasted the refined iron at just the right temperature. As time passed, the refined iron gradually melted into liquid. Sui Yun took the opportunity to put other precious materials into the furnace one by one. The addition of each material requires precise timing and strength. He concentrated on feeling the changes in the furnace, constantly adjusting the intensity of the flame and the rhythm of refining. After a long refining, he realized that it was almost done, and put other materials in one after another. Sui Yun took a deep breath and increased the intensity of the flame again, allowing the spiritual weapon to continue to condense in the high temperature. As Sui Yun was concentrating on refining the weapon, his opponents cast shocked and nervous eyes. Those players who were originally full of confidence couldn't help but feel uneasy when they saw Sui Yun's skillful and confident movements. Where did Lingtian Academy find so many perverts? How can these people who are called geniuses live? Finally, with a crisp roar, the spiritual weapon was successfully refined. After the temperature of the refining furnace dropped, Sui Yun took out a black sword with gold patterns from the refining furnace with a calm expression. The sword exuded a mysterious and powerful aura, and the golden patterns on the sword seemed to be flowing and shining. Sui Yun held the sword and slowly walked towards the appraiser. The appraisers took the sword and immediately began to carefully appraise it. After a while, the referee came to the conclusion, and their faces showed a look of as expected. The referee took a deep breath and announced loudly, Lingtian Academy Sui Yun successfully refined a wholly high-level spiritual weapon, and is exempt from the competition. If other players refine the same level or above, they will have to compete. The students of Lingtian Academy cheered again, and their voices resounded throughout the venue. In this four-college competition, their college won more than 100 places, the most among the 4 colleges. The students hugged each other excitedly and cheered, as if they saw the future glory of the college. This time, they are really going to turn over. After Sui Yun stepped down. Well done, well done. Elder Shi patted Sui Yun's shoulder excitedly, his hands trembling slightly, and tears in his eyes for a moment. Elder Shi was filled with emotion. It had been a long time since Lingtian Academy had achieved such success. If it weren't for Lingtian Academy holding the fragments of Tantian's secret realm, there might not be the name of the 4 great academy. Sui Yun looked at Elder Shi's excitement and said softly, Elder Shi, the results of the competition haven't come out yet. Don't be so excited yet. Elder Shi said excitedly, it's all the same, it's all the same. No matter how powerful those students are, they can only tie. No matter what, they can enter the top 10 and still have a place. Sui Yun nodded and said, then we will go back first. If there is a tie, please notify us. Elder Shi nodded repeatedly. Okay, okay. Now even if they want the stars in the sky, he will find a way to pick them for them. Several people hurried back to see Feng Wuhan's situation. Back to the accommodation, seeing the closed door, Mu Yunqi frowned, and a worried look appeared on her face. It's been so long, why hasn't he come out yet? As soon as the voice fell, as if hearing their voices, the door slowly opened. Feng Wuhan's face was a little pale, but his eyes were full of joy. Gu Li raised his eyebrows, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and smiled. Successful? Feng Wuhan nodded vigorously, took out a bottle of pills, and said, I refined 1 bottle, and I will refine a large amount later, but I need to buy the corresponding spiritual herbs. Shi Zihan said without hesitation, what spiritual herbs do you want? Write me a list. As long as they are not particularly rare and hard to find, I will send someone to deliver them to you before I go back. His auction has the most spiritual herbs, so this is not a difficult task. Feng Wuhan nodded gratefully. Okay. On the other side, the refining competition also ended in a tense atmosphere, and Sui Yun undoubtedly won the first place. When the meeting was concluded, everyone found that the students who won the most places were gone. Dean Xiao saw this and quickly stood up to explain. Please understand, they went back to practice and may not have received the notice. Everyone who heard this was speechless, secretly sighing in their hearts. Why are they so eager to practice before the competition is over? And Gu Li and the others were indeed practicing, or refining pills and weapons. Since they were going to enter the Tantian secret realm at that time, they must be fully prepared. As soon as they came out of the chaos ring, someone knocked on the door. Gu Li opened the door, looked at Ding Xiao outside, and asked in confusion, "Why are you here? Are you going back?" Ding Xiao shook his head and said, "Not yet, I will leave in 3 days. The 4 presidents want to see you." Gu Li was a little confused. "Why do you want to see us? Is there something?" If it was the president of Lingtian College who wanted to see them, it would be reasonable, but why did the other 3 also want to see them, especially Wang Purse? "I don't know, you will know when you go and see." Ding Xiao was also a little puzzled. He secretly guessed in his heart, wouldn't he want to poach people? After all, these children performed too brilliantly in this 4-college competition, and their talents and strengths in all aspects are amazing. It is not impossible that the presidents of the other 3 colleges have such thoughts. Mu Yunqi turned to look at Gu Li, with a question in her eyes. "Ali, shall we go?" Gu Li nodded slightly. "Let's go and see." She was also full of curiosity, and wanted to know why the 4 deans wanted to see them. As for Wang Purse, let him go for the time being. At present, most of the shadow guards are still in the process of breakthrough after taking the essences taken out by the pavilion, and have no time to trouble him. After they have completed their breakthrough, they will use him as a sparring partner. And since the 4 deans want to see them, he dare not attack them openly. Gu Li and others followed Ding Xiao into Lingxi College. All the way, people looked at them curiously. Although some people in Lingxi College did not go to watch the 4 colleges competition, the portraits of Gu Li and the other 6 had already spread throughout Lingxi College. Except for some people who thought it was an exaggeration, most people were curious about them. Ding Xiao took them to a small courtyard in a bamboo forest. The 4 presidents were seen sitting quietly beside the stone table in the yard, apparently waiting for their arrival. Chapter 226. After Ding Xiao took them to that mysterious place, he quietly turned and left, leaving only a figure walking away. The few people stood there, and the atmosphere was a little solemn. "Hello, deans," several people said in unison, their voices echoing in the air, with respect and a hint of subtle doubt. Mo Songqiong was the first to break the silence. He raised his chin slightly, and said solemnly, "We asked you to come here because we want you to help us with something." Gu Li heard this, and looked puzzled. She thought to herself, "They are all powerful people, and they can call the wind and rain in this world. What can we do to help?" So she asked puzzledly, "What is it?" Xing Yuan said immediately, "We want you to help find something." His tone was calm, but he faintly revealed a hint of urgency. Mu Yunqi frowned and asked, "What is it?" "Anling crystal." Mo Songqiong uttered these words slowly. Although his voice was not loud, it seemed to be of great weight. Gu Li was even more confused. She had never heard of such a thing, so she asked puzzledly, "What is that?" Mo Songqiong hesitated for a moment, as if he was considering whether to reveal more information. In the end, he shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I can't tell you this." Gu Li was speechless. They were called to help inexplicably, but they didn't even know what they were looking for. "How could they find it?" she said lightly. "What if we don't agree?" They knew that the things they needed help to find were dangerous, not to mention that they didn't know what they were looking for. They were not fools, so how could they easily agree? Wang Purse saw this and sneered, his eyes full of contempt. He said arrogantly, "I have many students who are willing to do this. Why do I need you?" Su Yiyun was very unhappy when he heard this. He couldn't help but said, "Then why did you call us here? Can't you just let your students do it?" Wang Purse was about to refute, but was interrupted by Xing Yuan. Xing Yuan's face sank, his eyes widened, and he did not hide his contempt. "Shut up. Do you really think that you are the only ones who are so powerful? He broke through to the venerable level at the age of 40 or 50, and he is still reluctant to graduate, and he still treats it as a treasure." Xing Yuan's words are like a sharp blade, piercing people's hearts. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Han Qian, the president of Lingxi College, slowly said, "This is very important to us, we will pay for it." At this moment, a strange voice sounded in Gu Li's mind. "Master, I know what it is, promise him." Gu Li was shocked and quickly sent a message back. "Who are you?" "Master, this is not important, you promise him first." The mysterious voice sounded again, with a hint of urgency in the tone. Gu Li hesitated for a moment, but decided to explore the situation first. What does it look like? Where to find it? We can always know the approximate location, otherwise how to find it? Mo Songqiong thought for a while, and said, "In a valley in Tontian secret realm, I will give you a rough map later." Gu Li's eyes lit up, and he seized the opportunity to ask, "So, you agree that we can enter Tontian secret realm? No need to fight for the quota anymore." Mo Songqiong nodded and said, It should have been given to you. Lin Yuchen also took the opportunity to make a request. What about our rewards? Since we are in the Tontian secret realm, it must be very dangerous. You should not be too stingy. Xing Yuan said without hesitation. How about a god-level pill recipe, a god-level formation book, a god-level beast-taming tactic, and a god-level weapon refining book for each person? His tone was full of confidence, as if these rewards were already generous enough. However, Gu Li shook his head and said, can it be exchanged for spirit stones? They had a lot of that stuff in their heads, and could never use it up. Several people were stunned and thought they had heard it wrong. Han Qian asked in surprise, you want spirit stones? In their opinion, the value of god-level items is much higher than spirit stones. They didn't expect them to make such a request. Gu Li nodded firmly and said, yes, I want top-grade spirit stones, 10 million per person. Wang Purse was furious when he heard this. He shouted, why don't you go and rob? Spirit stones are divided into low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade and top-grade spirit stones. Most of the spirit stones used are low-grade. The ratio is 1 to 100. 10 million high-grade spirit stones are equal to 10 billion low-grade spirit stones. They really dared to ask for it. Gu Li said innocently, isn't this robbing? There was a hint of ridicule in his words, and he did not back down at all because of Wang Purse's anger. Wang Purse said firmly, no, I don't agree. This request is really too much. Gu Li complained in his heart, stingy, 10 billion is not a lot, such a big dean can't even take out 10 billion, so poor. Xing Yuan was silent for a moment, and then said, okay. His voice was not loud, but it shocked Wang Purse. Wang Purse widened his eyes, and said in disbelief, are you crazy? 10 billion per person means 60 billion. Xing Yuan glanced at Wang Purse and said lightly, I spend 10 billion to buy your Leiqing Academy's god-level recipe, will you sell it? Wang Purse immediately replied, of course not. This is not something you can buy with money. The god-level recipe is the precious wealth of Leiqing Academy, how can it be sold easily? Xing Yuan's mouth corner slightly raised, and said, idiot, if you get the Anling Crystal Stone, you Leiqing Academy can just not take it. There was a hint of sarcasm in his words, and he was disdainful of Wang Purse's short-sightedness. You? Wang Purse was so angry that his face turned red, his lips trembled, but he couldn't say a complete sentence. He could only stare at Xing Yuan in front of him, his eyes full of anger and helplessness. This hateful Xing Yuan, who opposed him everywhere, couldn't beat him. Xing Yuan didn't take Wang Purse seriously at all. He looked past him and looked at Gu Li and the others, saying calmly, help me get it back, and I will give you the spirit stones then. Then, he turned his eyes to Mo Sangqiong and Han Qian, and asked calmly, what about you two? Do you want it? Mo Sangqiong answered without hesitation, of course I want it. Han Qian also said, I want it too. Gu Li frowned slightly. She thought it would be better to ask about this matter clearly. After all, hundreds of billions of spirit stones are not a small number. What if they want as many as a mountain? So she asked, okay. But how many? Xing Yuan's answer shocked everyone. 1. Hearing this, several people widened their eyes, and showed incredible expressions on their faces. Hundreds of billions of spirit stones, just for an Anling crystal? What on earth is this Anling crystal, and it is so valuable? Chapter 227. Gu Li decisively responded, okay, we agree. Wang Purse hurriedly shouted, wait, I want it too. Mu Yunqi said with a little dissatisfaction, didn't you say we were robbing? Wang Purse hurriedly stated, I buy it with spirit stones. Gu Li did not give in. A god-level pill recipe, nothing else. Since Wang Purse cherishes the god-level pill recipe so much, then she, Gu Li, really wants this. Wang Purse snorted coldly, Humph, do you really think you can find it? Gu Li calmly responded, don't bother with this. Wang Purse gritted his teeth and said, you. Okay, let me see if you can find it. At this time, Mo Sangqiong took out a map and a portrait and handed them to Gu Li. Gu Li took it and opened it immediately to check. The first thing that caught his eye was an extremely ordinary stone. Gu Li was full of doubts. Are you sure it looks like this? Mo Sangqiong said firmly, it looks like this. Su Yun frowned, full of worry. How can we find it? Who can tell which one is the Anling crystal stone? Xing Yuan explained slowly. Use your mental power to explore the inside of the stone. The one with a white bead is it. Gu Li nodded slightly. Okay, we know. Then we will leave first. Mo Sangqiong nodded slightly. As soon as he left, Su Yun couldn't suppress his doubts in his heart and asked anxiously, how should we find it? Tontian's secret realm is so big. Gu Li sighed lightly. Let's take it one step at a time. Just try your best. If you can't find it, forget it. They must have sent other people to look for it. Lin Yuchen was surprised. Do they have so many spiritual stones? 10 billion per person. Shi Zihan thought. What if they don't have the courage? Lin Yuchen was confused. What do you mean? Feng Wuhan said slowly. What if they don't dare to ask for as much as we do? Sui Yun was even more puzzled. No, if that's the case, why did you agree to give us so many spirit stones? What if we can't find them? Mu Yunqi analyzed calmly. We are all masters of magic. They just said that this needs to be distinguished by mental power. In terms of mental power, only masters of magic are strong. Lin Yuchen suddenly realized, it seems so. Shi Zihan was even more curious at this time. What I am more concerned about now is why you suddenly agreed again, Ali. Looking at your expression just now, it is obvious that you don't want to agree. The other people also turned their eyes to Gu Li. Gu Li frowned slightly. Go back first. I also want to figure it out. When they returned to the residence, they focused their attention on her again. Gu Li slowly said, Wait, let me ask. Hearing her words, several people were full of doubts, and they all wondered who to ask. Gu Li did not speak, but silently asked in her heart, Who are you? Why do you want me to agree? Now you can tell me. The next moment, a small smoke slowly emerged from her hand, gradually forming the shape of a little girl. Xia Tingzi also came out soon after, with an extremely excited face. Seeing a child suddenly appear, several people were shocked. The little girl said softly, Master, I am the spirit of the Chaos Ring. You are the spirit of the Chaos Ring. So cute. Mu Yunqi was very excited, stretched out her evil hands, and grabbed its little face. The spirit hurriedly shouted, Let go, I have something to say. Hearing this, Mu Yunqi reluctantly let go. You woke up? Gu Li was a little surprised. She almost forgot that she had a sleeping spirit. Xiao Tingzi said excitedly, Master, it woke up yesterday and has been pretending to be dead. Can it speak? What do you mean by pretending to be dead? I was receiving memories. Xiao Naichuan jumped up and punched Xiao Tingzi on the head. Xia Tingzi muttered, That's right. Xiao Naichuan said angrily, You still say it. Gu Li quickly interrupted the quarrel between the two little ones. Okay, let's talk business first. Gu Li then asked, What is the Anling crystal, and what is it used for? Xiao Naichuan answered seriously, The Anling crystal is a crystal that repairs space cracks. I saw the record of this continent in the inheritance. Those people need the Anling crystal because their 4 colleges are at the entrance and exit of the demon world and the human world. That is the weak point formed when the ancient demon god fought in the demon world. Then, they were beaten by other demons. It was broken, forming a passage to the human world. 3,000 years ago, the 4 great powers of this continent, who were the top administrators of the 4 academies at that time, closed this gap at the cost of dissipating their souls. Then the other people from the 4 academies moved the 4 academies to these weak points to suppress them. Now they want to find the Anling crystal stone probably, because there are abnormalities in those weak points, or they can't be suppressed. The little milk ball said everything he knew in one breath. He didn't avoid Suiyun and the others because they had also entered the Chaos Ring, which proved that the master had a good relationship with them, and there was nothing he couldn't tell. Although it is sleeping, the Chaos Ring is its territory after all, and it can sense what is happening. Gu Li and the others look more and more solemn. If the situation is really as Xiao Naichuan said, then they must do their best to find the Anling crystal. There are too many of their relatives here. If they ascend and leave in the future, and the people of the demon realm take the opportunity to invade, it will definitely cause huge trouble. Gu Li frowned and asked in confusion, Demon realm? How can the demon realm connect with Lafeng continent? Xiao Naichuan explained seriously, It's not connecting with Lafeng continent, it's connecting with all human worlds, and the same is true for other continents. But there are many strong people in other continents, and there are no weak points. If this weak point of Lafeng continent is breached, then Lafeng continent will completely become the territory of the demon realm. Feng Wuhan looked worried and asked, There is only spiritual energy here, can the demons also practice? Xiao Naichuan answered solemnly, Don't underestimate the demons. They have a way to connect the demons and Lafeng continent completely. The demonic energy will be transmitted from the channel, and it will take only 1,000 years to devour the spiritual energy of Lafeng continent. By then, Lafeng continent will fall into chaos. Feng Wuhan nodded slightly, and said solemnly, No wonder they didn't tell us the use, it turns out that they are afraid of causing panic. Once people know that the demon world may invade, the entire Lafeng continent will fall into chaos and fear. Gu Li frowned and asked, Is there any other way to repair it? The little girl shook her head vigorously, and said firmly, "No, only the Anling crystal can do it. And the Anling crystal can only be found in this small world, and it cannot be found on the mainland." Chapter 228. The little milk ball opened his big round eyes, and said confidently, "But don't worry, master, I can find it. I am very sensitive to treasures." Mu Yunchi looked at the cute little milk ball, and couldn't help but stretched out her hand to pinch its pink little face again, and said gently, "Little cutie, it depends on you." Gu Li on the side asked curiously, "What's your name?" The little milk ball quickly replied, "My name isn't in, my master's name isn't in." It was secretly glad that it had named it first. It knew how bad its master's name was. What if he named it a little meat bun? That wouldn't work, so it quickly named itself. Gu Li was a little uncomfortable when he heard that the little milk ball had a name. After all, this was the first time that the spirit of the weapon had a name. Gu Li thought to herself, what a pity, she had already thought of a name for it. It was white and chubby. It would be nice to call it Little Meat Bun. Gu Li discussed with a few friends for a while, and then went back to their rooms to rest. On the morning of the day when they returned to the academy, Gu Li called Gu Yi over. Gu Li solemnly told them that she would take them into the Tontian secret realm. "I will take you into the secret realm when the time comes. When you are looking for opportunities, help me find this kind of stone. Use your mental power to explore, and collect the stones with white beads inside. I will also teach you how to cultivate mental power." This time she didn't plan to poison them like last time. After a period of getting along, she had enough trust in them. Gu Li continued, "You go to Liubei Wasteland and wait for me first." She had already asked Dean Xiao, and the place to open the Tontian secret realm was in Liubei Wasteland. She actually wanted them to practice in the Chaos Ring for a while, and then let them out after entering the secret realm, but she couldn't walk far because someone was inside, so she had to let them go first. Gu Yi and others replied respectfully, "Yes, young master." After explaining to Gu Yi and others, Gu Li and his friends went to the gathering point of Lingtian Academy and prepared to return to Lingtian Academy. This time, everyone in Lingtian Academy took the little bird back, and the speed was much faster than when they came. Gu Li asked the little bird to restrain its breath and change its appearance. In the eyes of outsiders, it was just an ordinary hurricane bird. After returning to Lingtian City, Gu Li and others did not return to the academy with Dean Xiao and others, but went home first. Seeing Gu Li and others return, Uncle Fu's face was full of excitement. He said happily, "Master, Miss, and several young masters, you are back." Lin Yuchen asked mischievously, "Uncle Fu, did you miss us?" Uncle Fu laughed, "Ha ha ha, I did. Gu Li asked with concern, "Where is Grandpa?" Uncle Fu replied, "The head of the family is in the martial arts training ground. Today is the monthly competition. Do you want to go and see it?" Gu Li said decisively, "Go." Before arriving at the martial arts training ground, you can hear the noise and fighting sounds. After Gu Li and the other 6 entered, they did not choose to go directly to Gu Chintian, but mixed into the crowd under the ring to watch. It looks like Ah Qi is going to lose to Xiao Qian again. She is also stubborn. She always challenges Xiao Qian and loses every time. Gu Li, who heard their discussion, suddenly said, "That's not necessarily true. She will win." "How do you know?" "She will lose at this sight. Look, she has very little spiritual power left." The man who spoke did not turn his head, just watching the competition above. Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, and said, "Because she is going to play tricks." Gu Li's eyes were fixed on the battle above. The woman named Ah Qi had many wounds on her body, but they were not serious, just looked a little embarrassed. But her hands have been moving slightly, and the direction of each evasion is also very regular. If she is not mistaken, she is setting up a formation, and it is a very interesting formation. Ah Qi was hit by Xiao Qian and fell to the ground. Xiao Qian looked at her and said lightly, "You lost again." Ah Qi smiled with a sly look in his eyes. "Xiao Qian, it's time to end." As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Qian disappeared from the ring. "Why is Xiao Qian gone? What happened?" One of the disciples pointed to a tree not far away. "Look, Xiao Qian is there." "Oh my god, how did he suddenly appear over there?" "He got off the stage. Doesn't that prove that he lost to Ah Qi?" "I know, this is the teleportation array that the teacher taught us, and it can be used like this." Xiao Qian also stood on the tree with a confused look on his face. "Awesome, you actually knew that Ah Qi would win." The disciple who spoke at the beginning turned around and saw Gu Li's face. The disciple shouted excitedly, "Ah!" The people next to him were startled by his voice. "Gu Yuan, you are looking for death, you scared me." Gu Yuan said excitedly. Young master, it's the young master. Almost at the same time, everyone's eyes were focused on Gu Li. Gu Li smiled slightly and said generously, hello everyone. Everyone immediately responded in unison, hello young master. Young master, you also came to watch our competition. One disciple was very considerate and quickly took out a stool from the space and said enthusiastically, young master, sit down, it's tiring to stand. For a while, the martial arts training ground became noisy. Ah Chi on the ring was originally so tired that she could hardly lift her hands, but the moment she saw Gu Li, she seemed to be filled with strength in an instant, jumped up suddenly, ran down the ring eagerly, and pushed away the people who blocked her way. Young master. Gu Li looked at Ah Chi, took out a bottle of pills and handed it to her, saying softly, you fought very well. But remember to take pills to recover after the fight, it's not absolutely safe outside. Ah Chi quickly took the pill bottle, took out a pill and swallowed it, and said with gratitude, thank you, young master. Another disciple was eager to try it this time, and said boldly, young master, how about you compete with us? Gu Li raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a smile. You want to fight me? Not me, all of us. Gu Li looked at him with amusement, and said with a little surprise, more than 1,000 of you fight me? Is it okay? The disciples of the Gu family stared at her in unison, their eyes full of expectations and challenges. Gu Li curved her eyebrows and showed a confident smile. Are you sure? Sure. Gu Li said, then let's start. As soon as the voice fell, the imperial pressure swept across the entire martial arts training ground like a surging tide. Suddenly, except for Gu Chitian, a dozen teachers and Gu Li, and the other 6 people, everyone else was forced to lie down under the powerful pressure. Chapter 229. Wrong, young master. Those young disciples quickly admitted their mistakes. No more fighting, no more fighting. Just kidding. They shouted while lying on the ground. Gu Li then slowly withdrew the heavy pressure that was as heavy as substance, and smiled faintly. Did I win? There was a hint of pride in that smile, as well as the innate confidence of being a young master. I won, young master is awesome. The disciples responded loudly and hurriedly, and their faces were filled with smiles again. Gu Li looked at the smiling faces in front of her, and the sincere and somewhat childish expressions infected her, and her face was naturally filled with smiles. Gu Li slightly restrained his smile, his expression became serious, and said, okay, you guys continue. I go find Grandpa first. After that, he raised his steps and prepared to leave. Goodbye, young master. The disciples shouted in unison, their voices echoing in the open space, full of respect. Gu Chitian was watching them quietly not far away, with a kind smile on his weather-beaten face, but a hint of subtle emotion in his eyes. Seeing Gu Li and the others coming, the smile on his face became more intense, as if he saw the future hope of the family walking towards him step by step. Busy people, do you have time to go home? Gu Chitian smiled and joked, with the intimacy and care of the elders for the younger generation in his voice. In fact, he knew in his heart that these children have grown up and have their own ambitions and pursuits. Now they have gone further and further, just like the eagle spreading its wings and flying high. One day, they will leave the familiar Lafeng continent and go to the vast world outside to explore. But he also understood that it was good. It would be good for the children to go out and explore more and see more of the outside world. It would be good for their growth. Sui Yun scratched his head and said with a smile, I'm done. That look revealed a kind of naivety, which made people laugh. Gu Li walked forward, his expression was a little solemn, and said, Grandpa, I want to tell you something. Gu Chitian was slightly startled, and then asked with concern, What? Gu Li looked around and said in a low voice, Let's go back and talk about it. This matter is very important. The serious look made Gu Chitian realize that this matter might be very serious. He nodded and took a few people back to the yard quickly. He also sent someone to guard outside to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. After entering the courtyard, Gu Li slowly said, Don't arrange for the disciples and anyone from the Gu family to go out for training during this period. Gu Chitian frowned when he heard this, and asked with a puzzled look on his face, What happened? Gu Li's face was solemn, and he told Gu Chitian all the secrets they knew during this period, especially the various situations about the demons. As Gu Li told the story, Gu Chitian's face became more and more ugly. The face that was originally smiling gradually became gloomy, and his eyes were full of deep worry. Gu Li said seriously, We will try our best to find the Anling crystal, but just in case, no one in the Gu family is allowed to go out for training. I don't want the Gu family to suffer losses. I will be at home these days, and I will set up a defense formation to cover the Gu family, just in case. Gu Chitian was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly and said, Okay, there are still a few teams in Xinya Forest. I will send someone to call them back and stay in Lingtian City. After that, he planned to tell someone to do this. Gu Chitian raised his head again, looked at Gu Li and others with gentle eyes, and said earnestly, You don't have to work too hard. The current Gu family is already very strong, and will be your backing. You don't have to do everything yourself. Gu Li and others heard it, and a warm current surged in their hearts, and they responded in unison, I know, Grandpa. Gu Li turned his head to look at Suiyun and others, and said seriously, You guys too, I let Xiao Kazi take you home. You don't need to tell anyone about this. I put the formation of the defense formation on the formation ball, you take it back and activate it quietly. Although they were asked to keep it secret, even if they didn't say it, there should be many people who knew about this, especially the family that existed at the same time as the 4 major colleges. After hearing this, several people nodded and said in unison, Okay. After explaining everything, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi entered the mysterious chaos ring together. The two of them were concentrating on setting up the required defense array inside. All kinds of lights flashed, and spiritual energy was overflowing. The two of them looked extremely focused, and they fiddled with the complicated array components meticulously. And the other people were not idle either. Lin Yuchen sat cross-legged in the training room beside him, closed his eyes, and was surrounded by spiritual energy. He was practicing hard, and trying to improve his strength. On the other side, Feng Wuhan was controlling the fire in the alchemy room, refining various precious pills, and bursts of strange light came from the alchemy furnace from time to time. Suiyun was concentrating on making various magic weapons in the refining room. The hammers struck rhythmically, and sparks flew everywhere. Shi Zihan was constantly drawing various explosive runes. 3 days later, Gu Li carefully divided the prepared things into 6 parts in the yard. After the division, Xiao Kazi took Mu Yunqi and the others home. Gu Li stayed alone in the Gu family, and began to cover the entire Gu family with formations inside and out. She first buried a series of formations containing powerful spiritual power around the Gu family, and then arranged complex runes at various key locations. Those runes flashed with mysterious light, and echoed each other. Then, she took a lot of pills she had made by herself, and placed them in a specific location in the attic. Those pills exuded rich spiritual energy, as if adding a guarantee to the entire Gu family. And the bottles of containers storing pure spiritual energy were also carefully placed in the right place by her. She also pasted the talisman papers with mysterious formations on them in every corner of the Gu family, protecting the entire family in all directions. After all the defense matters of the Gu family were properly prepared and foolproof, Gu Li breathed a sigh of relief. She gently patted the dust on her body, and took the lead to return to the academy. Xiao Kazi was very fast. It took only 10 days for him to return to the academy with Mu Yunqi and others. The academy was very lively at this time, and many students were eagerly looking forward to the journey to Tontian's secret realm that was about to begin. Chapter 230. After a very strict and progressive assessment and screening process, the quota for entering Tontian's secret realm was finally settled, and a clear allocation result was obtained. Looking at the long list, the names were crowded and densely arranged, as if telling the fierceness of the competition. Including Gu Li and her companions, there were more than 100 people who could enter the mysterious Tontian secret realm this time. Gu Li and her companions did not ride the flying sacred beast of Lingtian Academy, but leisurely rode Xiao Jinzi. They followed the large group slowly towards the direction of Liaobei Wasteland. On Xiao Jinzi's broad back, Gu Li had nothing to do, so he called everyone to play a card game together. Gu Li skillfully fiddled with the cards in his hand, and shouted loudly, 3 twos with a pair. The sound was crisp and loud, which seemed particularly abrupt and interesting during the journey. Mu Yunqi didn't even raise her eyelids, just replied lightly, pass. Suiyun also looked calm and followed up, pass. Gu Li saw that no one wanted cards, and immediately became excited. He slammed the cards in his hand excitedly, and shouted loudly, bomb. Ha ha, I won. Hurry up, give me the spirit stone. Suiyun couldn't help rolling his eyes, and said unhappily, get out, we don't want to play with you. Lin Yuchen on the side was even more direct. Without saying a word, he stepped forward and pushed Gu Li away, muttering, stay down, let me do it. Gu Li was pushed aside, speechless. I can't afford to play. After she finished speaking, she felt that it was meaningless, and lay directly on Xiao Jinzi's back. She looked at the white clouds floating in the sky, thinking that it would take several days to reach the destination, and it would be too boring on the way. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, sat up suddenly, and took out the sound transmission note from her arms. She gently injected spiritual power into the sound transmission note, muttering, "Xiao Yi, have you arrived?" Not long after, the sound transmission note that Gu Li held tightly in his hand trembled slightly, and then there was a clear movement. Gu Yi's familiar voice came from the sound transmission note. "Young master, we have arrived, and the location is at the entrance boundary of Liubei Wasteland." Hearing the news from Gu Yi, Gu Li's originally lazy expression instantly became energetic. She looked at Xiao Jinzi, who had been carrying them slowly, with a smile on her face, and said, "Xiao Jinzi, speed up and rush forward now. You don't have to follow those people from Lingtian College. We have to hurry to the entrance to meet up with Xiao Yizi and the others." As soon as Gu Li finished speaking, Xiao Jinzi suddenly exuded a strong aura. Then, he rushed out like a golden lightning, so fast that it was jaw-dropping. In the blink of an eye, he had left those people from Lingtian College far behind, and only their increasingly blurred figures could be seen. "Ah! My cards! I finally got such good cards." Sui Yun watched the good cards in his hand, which he had finally put together, flying all over the sky at the moment when Xiao Jinzi suddenly accelerated, and he couldn't help but wail loudly. The voice was full of helplessness and regret, as if he had thrown away not a deck of cards, but an extremely precious treasure. "Ali, I'm going to strangle you to death." Sui Yun was trying to grab the cards flying in the air in a panic, and his face was red with anger, and he shouted at Gu Li. After that, he stretched out his hand, and strangled Gu Li's neck with lightning speed, and then shook her vigorously, as if to vent his anger. Gu Li was a little dizzy by his sudden move, and she felt that the scene in front of her was constantly spinning, and her head was buzzing. She tried desperately to break free from Sui Yun's hand, and shouted with difficulty, "Yunqi, help, this kid is crazy." Mu Yunqi was originally watching the chaotic scene leisurely on the side. When she heard Gu Li's cry for help, she rushed forward without saying a word. She threw a punch, and the fist hit Sui Yun's face accurately with a whirring sound. Sui Yun was immediately hit by the punch and staggered back several steps. He covered his face, which was already aching, in disbelief, widened his eyes, and shouted at Mu Yunqi, "Don't hit someone in the face, do you understand?" Soon, the chaos of 3 people turned into a chaos of 6 people. However, they were still sensible, and did not use spiritual power to attack each other, but chose the most primitive way, physical combat. For a while, Xiao Jinzi's back seemed to have turned into a lively battlefield. Several people came and went, punching and kicking, using all kinds of moves. Some were grabbing each other's arms, some were hugging each other's legs. The scene was a mess. Not long after, the fierce hand-to-hand fight finally subsided. Looking at these people again, each of them had a bruised face, and looked very embarrassed. "What a sin! Why do I know such cruel people like you?" Lin Yuchen looked at his face that was swollen like a steamed bun, gritting in pain, and kept muttering in his mouth. Gu Li heard what he said, and retorted unhappily, "You were very gentle? Then, could these messy footprints on my body be kicked by a dog?" Mu Yunqi also snorted and said, "Then you leave?" When Lin Yuchen heard this, he immediately raised his head, and said with his neck stiff, "Why leave? I have already joined the gang. Now you want to drive me away. There is no door or window." Shi Zihan, who had been watching all this silently, couldn't help but silently add, "A bunch of psychopaths." Feng Wuhan retorted, "You too." In this way, the 6 people continued to move forward in the midst of quarrels and fights. Gu Li led everyone along the way at lightning speed, and soon found their location accurately according to the information sent by Gu Yi before. It was near the entrance boundary of the Liubei Wasteland. After seeing Gu Yi and the people who were traveling with him, they were asked to practice inside first. Gu Li, Mu Yunqi, Sui Yun, Lin Yuchen, Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan stopped where they were. They found a relatively open place with a good view, standing or sitting, quietly waiting for the people from the 4 major colleges to slowly arrive. At this time, the entrance to Liubei Wasteland was quiet, with only the occasional breeze gently blowing their clothes, as if telling of the upcoming excitement and unusualness. Chapter 231. A whole day passed, and the distant horizon gradually showed dense black dots. As time went by, the black dots became clearer and clearer. They were the people from the 4 academies. They also came to the boundary entrance of Liubei Wasteland one after another. Elder Shi looked at Gu Li and the others, frowned and asked, "Why are you running so fast? You are in such a hurry to get here, and you don't even wait for the main force." Gu Li crossed her arms, looked indifferent, and replied with a smile, "Elder Shi, I just want to try the flying speed of the 9th level holy beast." It's too exciting. I ran too fast without paying attention. Elder Shi was speechless after hearing what she said. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He could only glare at Gu Li helplessly, and his eyes seemed to say just mess around. Gu Li didn't care about Elder Shi's reaction. She swept her eyes over the people one by one, looking at them carefully. Only then did she realize that there were more than 300 people from the 4 major colleges, which was quite a large lineup. However, she also noticed that there were more than 100 people who seemed to have nothing to do with the 4 major colleges. Gu Li couldn't help but be a little confused, pointing at those people and asked, Elder Shi, are those people going to enter Tantian's secret realm with us? Elder Shi looked in the direction she pointed, then nodded and explained, well, those are all people from major forces. In addition to being selected through normal assessments, there is another way to get a place in Tantian's secret realm, which is to buy it with spirit stones. As long as the 4 deans agree, you can get a place to enter by paying some spirit stones. When Gu Li heard this, her eyes widened, her face full of surprise, and she blurted out, you can buy it with spirit stones? She thought to herself that if she had known this, she should have carefully selected a few talented and powerful children from the Gu family, and spent some spirit stones to buy them a few places to go in together. Although she also has ways to bring people in, such as putting them in the Chaos Ring. But the Chaos Ring has its limitations after all, and it is a bit too mentally exhausting to bring too many people in at once. Elder Shi glanced at her and said slowly, do you think this place is so easy to buy? 1 billion for one place. It's not a small amount. 1 billion. Sui Yun couldn't help but exclaim when he heard this number, it's so expensive. He widened his eyes, and looked unbelievable. Elder Shi snorted disapprovingly and said, what's the big deal? Think about it, there are countless opportunities in the Tantian secret realm. If you get a rare treasure, or a powerful martial arts secret book, the gains will be far more than 10 billion. This is called investment and return. Shi Zihan listened to their conversation on the side, with a calm expression on his face, but at this time, he coldly interrupted, that sounds good, but if you die in there, does it count as paying to die? Elder Shi was choked by his words, stunned for a moment, and then scolded angrily, you psycho! You only say unlucky things. Just then, a strong spiritual power fluctuation came from a distance, and everyone turned their heads to look, only to see that the 4 general deans had also come together. Han Qian's voice was filled with powerful spiritual power, spreading in the air like rolling thunder. Everyone, this time when you enter the Tantian secret realm, I hope you can unite and help each other. Killing each other is not allowed. Once we find someone who dares to act recklessly, and do something that goes against morality, our 4 deans will never let him off easily, and will definitely punish him severely. His eyes swept across everyone fiercely, with an unquestionable majesty. After hearing this, Gu Li suddenly raised his hand and shouted loudly, Deans, I have a question. Han Qian was originally looking at everyone with a serious face, and was stunned by her sudden move. Then he frowned and asked, if you have any questions, please tell me quickly. Gu Li slowly put down her hand, and her eyes swept over the 4 deans one by one, and finally stopped at Wang Purse, with a deep look in her eyes. She slowly said, Deans, what if someone else attacks us first? Although she said this very plainly, the meaning of her words was obvious, and it was clear that she was just in case Wang Purse made a small move. Han Qian listened to her words, thought about it for a while, and then said calmly, then as long as you have the ability to kill the other party, it will be fine. When Gu Li heard this, a smug smile suddenly appeared on his face. He bowed slightly and said, okay, thank you, Dean Lingxi. Wang Purse, who was standing by, was so angry when he heard this that his face turned black. He cursed in his heart, this stinky girl is really too annoying. I had thought of sending people to kill them inside before, but now the most urgent thing is to find the Anling crystal stone inside. He must be mentally ill to waste manpower to kill them at this time. He glared at Gu Li fiercely, as if he wanted to eat Gu Li. Afterwards, the managers of the 4 major colleges and major forces gathered their people around them, and began to explain in detail some things that needed to be paid attention to in the Tantian secret realm. After the explanation, they retreated more than 100 meters in tacit understanding to make enough space for the people who were about to enter the Tantian secret realm. The 4 deans, Han Qian, Mo Sangqiong, Xing Yuan, and Wang Purse, each found a suitable place to stand, and then flashed and flew into the air. They looked solemn, and each took out a palm-sized bronze fragment from the space. The fragment looked very old, with some mysterious patterns on it, exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. The 4 deans threw the fragments in their hands at the same time, and the fragments drew arcs in the air. Then they began to make seals quickly, their fingers dancing like butterflies through flowers, and they were still mumbling, reciting some ancient and obscure spells. Soon, the 4 fragments that were originally scattered slowly approached each other in midair, and with a flash of light, they merged together and became a complete mirror. As the fragments merged completely, at the border of Liubei wasteland, there was a hiss sound, as if something was forcibly torn open, and a huge hole appeared. The inside of the hole was pitch black, as dark as the deepest night, and it was impossible to see what was inside. I only felt a mysterious and dangerous aura emanating from it. Han Qian looked at the people below who were ready to move, and shouted loudly, "Go in." Chapter 232. Hearing his words, those who had been waiting impatiently rushed into the crack like a tide, fearing that if they were a step late, the treasures inside would be taken away by others first. Gu Li, Mu Yunqi, Su Yiyun, Lin Yuchen, Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan stood at the back without panic. After everyone rushed into the dark crack that seemed to swallow all the light like crazy, they stepped in slowly. As soon as Gu Li stepped into the crack, she felt a strong dizziness, and vertigo suddenly hit her, making her unstable for a moment. After the dizziness passed a little, she slowly opened her eyes, only to find that she was hanging on the thick branch of a big tree. The branch swayed gently with the breeze, and her body swayed slightly with it, looking very embarrassed. She happened to meet the eyes of a snake that was spitting out its tongue. The snake's eyes flashed with a strange light in the dim environment, as if examining the uninvited guest who suddenly broke into its territory. Gu Li frowned helplessly, and said to the snake, "I don't have the time to roast snakes today, don't bite me." However, the snake seemed to ignore her warning, and seemed to be completely enraged by her words. The snake raised its head high, opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs, and kept spitting out its tongue, making a hissing sound, as if it was about to bite her face fiercely. It looked as if it wanted to eat Gu Li alive, extremely ferocious. Seeing this, Gu Li's eyes flashed with anger. She snorted coldly, and quickly swung out a blazing flame. The flame gushed out from her palm, and instantly turned into a flaming snake with bared fangs and claws, rushing straight towards the snake in front of her. Not long after, a pungent smell of burning filled the air. "I told you not to mess with me," Gu Li said, as she quickly sent out a spiritual power, and accurately chopped at the branch that hooked her clothes. There was a crisp sound of click, and the branch broke. Then, Gu Li turned over lightly, and landed steadily on the ground. After Gu Li stood firm, she looked around and found that she was the only one around. It seems that they are scattered. Fortunately, they all have the natal lock between them. As long as the distance between them is not too far, it should not be particularly difficult to find them. Then he began to look carefully at the surrounding environment. At this moment, she was in a vast forest. The trees in this forest were much larger than those usually seen. Gu Li took out the map that Emo Sanqiong gave them from the space, and looked at it. The general appearance marked on the map was extremely complicated: forest, desert, ocean. What was even more troublesome was that there was a no-fly zone here. Gu Li couldn't help but frown and whispered, "It's so complicated. I don't know where they fell." She pondered for a moment, and decided to release Gu Yi and the others from the chaos ring first. As soon as Gu Yi and the others were released, they immediately realized that the scene in front of them had changed. They were all smart people, and they knew at a glance that they had arrived in the Tontian secret realm. Gu Li looked at them, and said lightly, "You go and look for your own opportunities, and do everything you can to improve your cultivation. You also have to look for the Anling crystal stone. 3 months later, remember to come back here, and wait for me in the first 3 days." Gu Yi and others heard this, and felt a little worried. They looked at each other, and they could see the worry in each other's eyes. Then Gu Yi said, "Young master, let me and Gu Er follow you." Gu Li shook her head slightly. "No, I'm fine. You also go to find your own opportunities, and you must improve your cultivation for me. This will also be good for you." "Young master." Gu Yi still didn't give up, and wanted to persuade her again. After all, although he had never been to the Tontian secret realm, he had heard from others that it was an extremely dangerous place, and if he was not careful, his life might be in danger. Gu Li glanced at him unhappily. Seeing this, Gu Yi and Gu Er could only compromise helplessly. Gu Yi said with a worried look on his face, "Young master, remember to pay attention to safety. If you encounter someone bullying you, and you can't beat them, just hide first, and we will come to you immediately." I know, go ahead." Gu Li waved his hands helplessly, but muttered in his heart, "How come Xiao Yizi has become so nagging?" Really, after the shadow guards gradually left, Gu Li slowly raised his feet, and left this place. Along the way, it was surprisingly quiet. Gu Li didn't even encounter a low-level monster, let alone see other figures. This abnormal situation made Gu Li's heart beat fast. She looked at the strangely quiet environment around her and whispered, "Something is wrong." At this moment, the little bird that had been staying in the storage space suddenly said in her mind, "Master, let me go out. I take you to the sky to see if we can find out what's going on." Gu Li said helplessly, "Flying is prohibited here. You can't go up. Don't waste your energy." "Ah, it shouldn't be." The little bird was a little unbelievable. It was a red bird after all. It had always been flying freely in the sky. It had never seen anything that could suppress its flying ability. It had full confidence in its flying ability, so it insisted on going out to try. Gu Li saw that it was so persistent and thought it would be good to let it go out and try. Anyway, there was no harm. So, she released the little bird from the storage space. As soon as the little bird came out, before it had time to grow bigger, it was as if it was pulled by an invisible force. The small body fell heavily to the ground with a bang. The sound of the landing was particularly loud in this quiet environment, and the little bird was stunned. Gu Li walked over to pick it up, and said as he walked, "I told you that you didn't believe it, now you know it." The little bird said aggrievedly, "I didn't know that I couldn't fly." At this moment, an An's voice suddenly rang in Gu Li's mind, "Master, there is a treasure." Gu Li's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he asked excitedly, "Is it the Anling crystal?" An replied, "No, although I don't know what it is definitely not the Anling crystal." Chapter 233. Show me the way. Let's go and have a look. Although Gu Li was a little disappointed, he didn't take it too seriously. After all, if the Anling crystal stone was so easy to find, they wouldn't have sent so many people to look for it in this Tontian secret realm. So, Gu Li followed An's instructions, and walked carefully towards the innermost part of the forest. "Master, inside, inside." An kept urging in his mind. Gu Li looked in the direction An pointed out, and saw a huge monster sleeping soundly not far away. The huge body was like a small hill, lying there, and just looking at it made people feel full of pressure. Its breathing was heavy and regular, and every time it exhaled and inhaled, it could stir up a small breeze around it, showing its powerful lung capacity. Gu Li couldn't help but said with a headache, "Do you think I can beat it?" She carefully felt the breath of the monster, and found that it was countless times stronger than Xiao Jinzi. She estimated that it should be a semi-divine beast. No wonder it was so quiet around here. There was no monster with this big guy, who dared to approach easily. And said embarrassedly, "Ah, I am only responsible for finding treasures." Gu Li asked helplessly, "Where is the treasure? If you can't beat it, you can take it away secretly, as long as you don't wake up this big guy." And immediately said, "Its horns are very hard to use for refining weapons." Hearing this, Gu Li turned around and left without hesitation, without thinking. What a joke. Although she likes treasures, she also knows her own weight. Seeing her leaving, An hurriedly said, "Master, do you really not want it? That is the material for refining a semi-god spiritual weapon, which is not so easy to find outside." Gu Li stopped when she heard this. She frowned slightly, and thought for a while. She thought that she also wanted to impact the semi-god level, and Ae also wanted it. Looking at the two horns of the monster, it seemed to be very big, enough to support them to fail dozens or hundreds of times. She weighed the pros and cons in her mind. On the one hand, it was a dangerous semi-god beast, and on the other hand, it was a precious material that was extremely helpful for cultivation. Thinking of this, Gu Li's eyes became firm. She gritted her teeth and said in her heart, "Do it." Seeing this, Xiao Kazi said weakly, "Master, take me back. I can't fly, I can't run fast, and I can't help much if I stay here." Gu Li nodded, took Xiao Kazi away, and then released Tao Tai. After a period of warming, the dirty Tao Tai has now become a chubby baby. The baby looks very cute, with a round face, big eyes, and a pink mouth, which makes people want to pinch it. As soon as Tao Tai came out, he smelled the smell sensitively, and his big eyes were shining. He stared at the big guy not far away, and said excitedly, "Master, can I eat it? After eating it, I can directly step into the semi-divine beast." Gu Li looked at Tao Tai's greedy look and asked with a smile, "Xiao Tao Tao, can you tell what its cultivation level is?" She wanted to confirm the specific cultivation level of this monster beast, so as to better judge the situation. Tao Tai said proudly, "It can be seen that it is an early stage of semi-divine beast." Gu Li murmured in a low voice, "It's really a demigod beast. This is a bit difficult to deal with." Currently, the highest beasts in her are Xiao Jinzi and Tao Tai. Xiao Jinzi can't fly, which causes its combat power to be reduced by more than half. Moreover, last time, after handing those two people over to the academy, Tao Tai failed to break through. Guli wanted to slap herself when she thought about it now. Guli met Tao Tai's bright eyes and coaxed it, saying, "Be good, Master can't beat it now. I give it to you next time." Tao Tai said unwillingly, "Master, I eat a leg?" Guli said with a smile, "It can be killed before eating. It is a half-god beast after all. It's good that your master is not beaten to death." Tao Tai patted his chest and promised, "Master, don't worry. Tao Tao will work hard to practice and not let the master be beaten to death." Guli said helplessly, "Thank you." Guli was about to say something when she suddenly sensed the breath of danger. She didn't have time to think about it. She grabbed Tao Tai and rolled to the side. She reacted very quickly. With many years of combat experience, she reacted the moment she sensed danger. At the moment they were escaping, a huge claw slapped down with a whistling sound. The power of this claw was so great that it directly made a big hole on the ground, and the dust flew up, and the surrounding trees. Guli dragged Tao Tai on the ground and rolled several times before she could barely stabilize her body. She didn't care about patting the dust off her body, and her eyes were fixed on the half-god beast. It seemed that it was just disturbed by the movement just now. At this moment, it slowly raised its huge head, and its copper bell-like eyes showed laziness and displeasure, looking around for the source of its disturbance. Now she no longer had the idea of taking its horn in her mind, so she had to run first. The strength of the demigod beast was much stronger than she had imagined. "Hurry up!" Guli shouted, dragging Tao Tai and running away. They ran wildly in the forest, and the demigod beast behind them seemed to have locked their tracks. The heavy footsteps sounded like thunder, and every step made the ground tremble slightly, as if the whole forest was shaking with it. "Master, there seems to be no way ahead," Tao Tai suddenly shouted. Guli looked up and saw a steep cliff in front of him, with clouds and mist lingering below, and it was bottomless. "Let's fight." Guli's eyes were fierce, and he took Tao Tai back into the space, and quickly formed seals in his hands. A stream of spiritual power gathered in his palms, forming a barrier to protect him. The demigod beast saw them stop, and let out a thunderous roar, and the sound waves surged towards them like a substance. Guli felt pain in her eardrums, and her blood boiling. "I'd better not fight anymore. I can't win." As soon as she finished speaking, Guli disappeared from the spot. In the chaos ring, Guli slumped on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. The beasts came to check on her. "Master, are you okay?" Guli waved her hand. "I'm fine." She was not injured, but she was a little uncomfortable with its pressure. Guli looked at it on the side, and then, "Let me see what's going on outside." "Okay." Guli saw what was going on outside through an in. The demigod beast saw her disappear, searched for a while, and went back without finding any trace. Seeing this, Guli knew how to deal with it. Then Guli left the chaos ring and returned carefully. Chapter 234. After seeing the demigod beast, Guli suppressed her breath to the lowest level. As if she had merged into the world, she moved silently towards the direction of the demigod beast. Her movements were light and careful, and every step seemed to be stepping on the air, without making any sound. When she was close enough to the demigod beast, Guli slowly took out a spirit sword emitting a cold light from the storage space. Guli took a deep breath, mobilized all the spiritual power in her body, and continuously poured it into the spirit sword. I saw that the spirit sword was shining more and more brightly under the infusion of spiritual power, and runes were faintly flashing on the sword body. With the continuous input of spiritual power, the spirit sword gradually began to be unable to withstand this majestic power. The sword body trembled slightly, as if it would break in the next moment. At the moment when the spirit sword was about to fail and reach its limit, she swung it hard at the giant golden horn that was the most conspicuous of the demigod beast. This swing was filled with all her hope and strength. A sharp sword energy instantly whistled out from the spirit sword, rushing towards the demigod beast like a silver lightning. With a muffled sound of puff, the sword energy hit the demigod beast's forehead, leaving a deep sword mark on its extremely hard head. The sword mark penetrated deep into the bone marrow, and even a trace of blood seeped out of it. The demigod beast was in pain, and immediately let out an extremely painful roar. The demigod beast came to its senses in the severe pain. When it saw that it was Guli who attacked it, it was immediately furious. The pressure of its demigod beast was released without reservation, like a heavy mountain, all pressing down on Guli. Guli raised her lips slightly, revealing a sly smile, and shouted loudly, "Goodbye." As the voice fell, her figure disappeared instantly like a ghost. Only the demigod beast that was still emitting powerful pressure was left there, with its eyes wide open, looking for her breath angrily. Gu Li in the Chaos Ring took a lot of pills to replenish the spiritual power she had just consumed. While taking the pills, she saw the state of the giant golden horned beast outside through an inn. Some sighed, "It is indeed a demigod beast. I just hit it with all my strength, but it was only slightly injured, not even seriously injured." And then listened to Gu Li's words, shook its cute little head, and responded, "Master, how long will it take you to kill it?" "It will probably take at least half a year." Gu Li slightly curled her lips, a glimmer of confidence flashed in her eyes, and said, "No, it will be done soon." After that, she cast her eyes on the other beasts in the Chaos Ring and said, "Except for Xiao Jinzi and Xiao Kezi, all of you will go out and fight with me. If you can't beat them, run back to the contract space. Let's treat this demigod beast as a practical experience this time. Hone your strength and strive to make a breakthrough." Xiao Tingzi was immediately refreshed when he heard it, and said excitedly, "No problem. It just so happens that I have a breakthrough recently, and I want to try the effect after the breakthrough." Gu Li couldn't help but ask curiously, "Do you have different grades?" Xia Tingzi shook his head and said, "No, master, I improve my strength according to your cultivation. The higher your cultivation, the stronger I will become." At this time, the little wolf cub also ran over. It raised its little head proudly and said loudly, "Master, I have also broken through to the 9th level holy beast." Gu Li's eyes lit up, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. He praised, "You are good, it seems that those pills are not eaten in vain." The little wolf cub was even more proud after hearing the master's praise. It shook its little head and said, "That's right. It also has its own little calculations in its heart. The contracted beasts around the master are either of noble blood or strong. It doesn't want to fall behind the master's pace because of its own lack of effort, so it is also very hard in daily practice." Little Tung was not to be outdone. It waved its long vines and said loudly, "And me and my master. I am also an 8th level demon plant." Xiao Bai also came over and said, "And me. I am a 9th level holy beast, just one step away from becoming a semi-divine beast." Gu Li was delighted to hear what they said. She touched their heads one by one, her eyes full of pampering. She really didn't expect that she didn't pay much attention to their cultivation on weekdays. She thought they were just playing and frolicking in the Chaos Ring. She didn't expect that they had already cultivated so well. Then treat it as our actual combat experience and strive to break through to a semi-divine beast. After Gu Li finished speaking, he took out a bunch of precious pills from the storage ring and distributed them to them. After a while, Gu Li led the contracted beasts out of the Chaos Ring. However, when they came out, they found that the giant golden horned beast was no longer outside. Gu Li frowned slightly, wondering where the demigod beast had gone. The little wolf cub had a keen nose. It sniffed the air around it, and quickly locked the direction based on the smell, then carried Gu Li in that direction. When they finally found the demigod beast, they found that the wound on its head that Gu Li had just hit had healed a lot, leaving only a shallow mark. Seeing this, Gu Li couldn't help but widen his eyes and said in surprise, "Oh my god, this recovery ability is too strong." And then whispered to the side, "Master, its blood can be used to refine pills, and the recovery effect is very fast. This is really a good thing." Gu Li heard Anne's words, and a light of determination flashed in her eyes. She narrowed her eyes and whispered, "Little ones, come on." Before the voice fell, in an instant, the 6 small contracted beasts rushed towards the half-god beast like arrows from a string, and instantly surrounded the huge giant golden horned beast. I saw that the small vine took the lead in launching an attack. It suddenly emerged from the ground with its long vines, like countless smart little snakes, and quickly entangled the limbs of the giant golden horned beast. In the blink of an eye, the limbs of the giant golden horned beast were tied up tightly, making it unable to move. Xiao Tung shouted excitedly, "Hit it quickly, I'm trapped." Seeing this, the other contracted beasts also launched their own attacks at the same time. Xiao Bai opened his mouth wide, and a sharp white light shot out of his mouth, shooting fiercely at the belly of the giant golden horned beast. The little wolf cub flashed and instantly appeared behind the giant golden horned beast, and his sharp claws grabbed its back fiercely. Chapter 235. The other contracted beasts also used their own methods to launch fierce attacks on the giant golden horned beast. The giant golden horned beast was immediately in unbearable pain after being attacked by this series of attacks. When it saw that Gu Li was leading these contracted beasts to attack it again, it was even more enraged. It suddenly opened its mouth and let out a thunderous roar, and then the majestic spiritual power on its body spread out in all directions like a surging tide. This powerful spiritual power fluctuation instantly hit the vines of the small vine. With a few crisp crackling sounds, The vines that the small vine had worked so hard to tie up the limbs of the giant golden horned beast were all destroyed, broken into countless pieces, and scattered on the ground. The other small contracted beasts were also shaken back by this powerful spiritual power fluctuation, and some even fell to the ground, in a miserable state. At this critical moment, Xiatingzi's hands formed seals faster, and the sound of the incantation in his mouth became more and more urgent. Space Force still. Except for Guli and her contracted beasts, everything around, including the giant golden horned beast, was instantly still, as if time had stopped at this moment. Guli saw this perfect opportunity. She curled her lips slightly, a look of determination flashed in her eyes, and she shouted loudly, "De Yin Ju 4-style space strangulation." As her voice fell, invisible forces seemed to be born from the void, and instantly swept towards the body of the giant golden horned beast. These invisible forces were extremely sharp, like countless invisible blades, slashing across the body of the giant golden horned beast, leaving deep scratches on its body in an instant. One of the forces directly hit the iconic giant horn on the head of the giant golden horned beast. With a crisp sound of crack, one of the huge golden horns was broken and fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Guli flashed forward and took the giant golden horned beast directly into his own space, while it was still in a static state. Seeing Guli's bravery, the other contracted beasts were not to be outdone. They launched attacks at the same time, and continued to launch fierce attacks on the giant golden horned beast that had been taken into a part of the space. Soon the time for the space to be static was up. The giant golden horned beast recovered instantly. As soon as it recovered, it found that it was not only injured, but also lost one of the horns on its head. It was immediately furious and extremely angry. It opened its mouth and roared, and then the overwhelming spiritual power attacked them. The strength of the spiritual power was stronger than before, as if it was going to swallow up Guli and her contracted beasts. Seeing that the situation was not good, Guli shouted, "Go back." Instantly, Guli and several small contracted beasts disappeared again. With the help of the power of the contract space, they successfully avoided the danger this time, leaving only the angry giant golden horned beast roaring alone, venting its anger. The small contracted beasts finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. "I almost died. So scary." Xiao Tung looked at his broken vine with lingering fear, and his voice was still trembling. The vine that was originally slender and agile was now broken into several pieces miserably, and fell to the ground powerlessly. Seeing this, Anne quickly stretched out her little hand and gently stroked the vines of the little vine. A soft and warm green light slowly emanated from its hand, with full healing power, and penetrated into the vines of the little vine. Under the careful repair of this green light, the broken vines began to reconnect and grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. He carefully checked the injuries of other contracted beasts one by one, and repaired their wounds patiently and gently. Guli was not injured in the fierce battle just now. At this moment, Tao Tai looked at Guli with a pair of round eyes, and said pitifully, "Master, I'm hungry." Guli smiled helplessly. Tao Tai's appetite is not ordinary. Guli took out a bunch of spiritual elixirs she had refined, and the corpses of monsters she had hunted before, and gave them to it. "Fill your stomach first." Luckily, she was a master of magic, otherwise she really couldn't afford to feed these contracted beasts. The consumption was too high. When Tao Tai saw the food, his eyes lit up immediately. It took the things Guli handed over obediently, then sat down in a corner, and ate as if no one was around. When everyone recovered almost, they mustered up their courage again, and prepared to continue to face the half-god beast that had not been completely solved. This time, the little wolf cub was still responsible for finding the injured half-god beast with its keen sense of smell. While running, the little wolf cub carefully sniffed the smell in the air, not missing any possible clues. And Tao Tai, at this moment, its eyes were emitting a fiery and eager light. It thought that as long as it ate this demigod beast, it would be able to break through. It secretly swore that it must be stronger than before, and would never let the past happen again. Soon, with the wolf cub's hard work, they found the injured giant golden horned beast near a quiet and clear pool. At this time, the wounds on the demigod beast had healed a lot, and the horn on its head that was originally broken had grown a little bit of the size of an arm. When Tao Tai saw the demigod beast, he could not suppress his eagerness and desire in his heart, and transformed into his original body without saying a word. A huge, ferocious Tao Tai with the breath of a prehistoric beast appeared in front of everyone. It opened its bloody mouth, and its fangs flashed with cold light, and rushed directly towards the demigod beast, so fast that it was like a black lightning streaking through the sky. In the blink of an eye, Tao Tai bit the leg of the demigod beast. Its sharp teeth were like the sharpest blades. tearing off a large piece of meat from the demigod beast's leg. The demigod beast felt the pain and immediately let out a painful roar. The giant golden horned beast was enraged. It raised its huge claws and swung them violently, with a force of 1,000 pounds, and slapped Tao Tai away in an instant. Tao Tai drew a long arc in the air and fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. It quickly stabilized its body, the anger in its eyes burned more vigorously, and it rushed forward again without hesitation. Gu frowned when she saw Taoya's desperate fighting style. She also attacked the giant golden horned beast to share some of the damage for Tao Tai. Seeing that Gu had already made his move, the other contracted beasts also gathered their strength and rushed forward like tigers descending from the mountains, punching and kicking the giant golden horned beast, using various attack methods one after another. Thinking that Gu was going to use the blood of this demigod beast to refine pills, the little ones were really smart. During the battle, they even took out several wash basins from the storage space, and caught the blood of the demigod beast when the opportunity arose. This is really a thrifty strategy, with the clever coordination of the small pavilion space stillness technique, coupled with the tacit cooperation between Gu and the other contracted beasts. The giant golden horned beast, which was already injured, was ultimately unable to withstand the rounds of fierce attacks. As the last attack fell, its huge body shook, and finally fell down with a bang. Seeing that it was completely out of breath, Gu sat on the ground like a deflated ball. Chapter 236. She panted slightly and said with a tired face, "I'm so tired, there won't be all demigods here." The little wolf was also exhausted. It lay on the ground with its legs spread out, and said weakly, "Why do I feel that there are divine beasts?" As soon as it said this, several little ones stared at it with wide eyes and shouted in unison, "Shut up! A demigod is already so difficult to deal with. If they really encounter a divine beast, they can just lie down. It is estimated that they will not even have the strength to fight back. It's scary to think about it." Gu rested for a while, and after recovering, she stood up and began to deal with the body of the giant golden horned beast. She first took out a sharp dagger and carefully cut off the giant golden horn of the giant golden horned beast. Then, Gu released all the blood in the giant golden horned beast and collected it in containers. After dealing with these, Gu gave the remaining monster corpses and beast pills directly to Tao Tai. When Tao Tai saw these, his eyes suddenly lit up like two little suns, and he almost jumped up with excitement. Then, Tao Tai suddenly grew more than 10 times bigger, opened his amazingly large mouth, and swallowed the entire body of the giant golden horned beast in one gulp. After swallowing, Tao Tai burped with satisfaction. Tao Tai looked at Gu worriedly and said, "Master, I will sleep for a while. I will break through after I digest it." Gu gently rubbed his head and said, "Go, don't worry about me." Hearing this, Tao Tai returned to the chaos ring with confidence, found a quiet corner inside, then slowly closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Gu slowly glanced at the little ones beside him and said, "You guys, it's time to go out and experience it. It is important to improve your cultivation, but practical experience is also indispensable. Only after experiencing real battles can they grow faster." As soon as the voice fell, the little bird's voice with a bit of grievance came out from the space. "But master, I can't even fly now. It's so dangerous to go out and experience it. What if I meet a stronger one?" Gu listened and said lightly, "No, those high-level monsters probably won't bother to pay attention to you if you don't take the initiative to provoke them. If you can't die, keep fighting. You all have your own pills." When the little ones heard this, they immediately felt that familiar feeling came back. I couldn't help but secretly complain in my heart. It seems that these hard days are about to begin again. This time, Gu did not put them all back into the contract space as usual. Instead, he released Xiaokazi and Xiao Jinzi as well, and waved his hand, letting them go out to explore and gain experience. However, Gu also kept a watchful eye. As long as they were not too far away from him, they could still return to the contract space to hide if they encountered any danger. This was a guarantee. Then, Gu took Anan and Xiao Tingzi to continue the journey to find the Enling crystal. She temporarily put aside her cultivation. If she could not get any news about the Enling crystal, she would no longer suppress her cultivation. In this way, a whole day passed, but the Enling crystal was not even seen. But it was not without gain. Gu collected a lot of precious spiritual herbs along the way, which was an unexpected surprise. Suddenly, the anxious voice of Xiaokazi came to Guli's mind. "Master, master. I saw Suyun. Oh, many people are bullying him. I can't beat those people. Master, come quickly." Guli's face turned cold instantly when he heard it. There was a strong chill in his eyes. He spat out 2 words coldly. Location. Xiaokazi hurriedly reported Su Yun's location to Gu Li. After Gu Li got the news, he said nothing, and his figure flashed, and he rushed to that direction as fast as an arrow from a string. At this moment, Su Yun had been seriously injured, and several parts of his body were covered with wounds. Seeing this situation, Xiaokazi didn't have time to think about it. He made up his mind and rushed out directly from his hiding place. Thinking of going out to help delay the time first, at least it can buy some time for the master to come. Seeing the little bird appear, Su Yun's eyes were full of surprise, and he hurriedly shouted, "Little bird, is Ollie nearby?" While the little bird struggled to block one attack after another for him, he took the time to respond. "The master is coming, just hold on, the master will be here soon." When Su Yun heard this, his expression, which was originally a little serious because of the injury, instantly turned into a relaxed look. He also glanced at those who wanted to kill him, and said with a smile, "You are finished, my Ollie is the most protective." Qin Shi and Qin Zhuan looked at each other when they heard Su Yun's words, thinking secretly, his helper is here? This is a bit troublesome. At this moment, another woman suddenly roared, "What are you two doing? Hurry up and kill him. The piece of heavenly gold essence stone in his hand is very important to us. We must not let him run away." Su Yun dodged the attack while whispering to Xiaokazi, "Which direction is Ollie coming from?" Xiaokazi quickly pointed with her wings, "Over there." Su Yun saw this and said, "Hurry up and shrink." Hearing his words, Xiaokazi immediately understood what he wanted to do, and without thinking much, she shrank quickly without thinking. Su Yun seized the opportunity, and picked up the shrunken Xiaokazi, then turned around and ran desperately in the direction where Gu Li came from. "Damn it, he wants to run, what are you waiting for? If you don't want the piece of heavenly gold essence stone, just say it directly, don't dawdle here." Mo Hanra looked at Qin Huai and Qin Shi with an unhappy look on her face, and then led the other 4 people to chase after him aggressively. Qin Huai and Qin Shi didn't dare to delay after hearing this, and hurriedly quickened their pace to catch up. They thought to themselves, how could they not have that piece of heavenly gold essence stone? They were both weapon refiners. If they had that, they would be able to sprint for the Holy Spirit weapon, which was the opportunity they had dreamed of. If Su Yun knew what they were thinking, he would definitely jump up in anger and curse. Such precious materials are used to refine a broken holy weapon, which is simply a waste of heaven's gifts. Not long after running, they saw Gu Li coming over here. Su Yun's eyes lit up, and he rushed over faster, shouting, "Sister Ailey, I finally found you." Chapter 237. Su Yun was feeling aggrieved. Seeing Gu Li walking quickly past him, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Gu Li back, holding her arm tightly, and was about to cry about his experience. But before Su Yun opened his mouth and uttered a word, Gu Li pulled her arm out of his hand neatly. "I take care of those little bastards first." The people who were chasing them had already surrounded Su Yun and Gu Li. Mo Hanra stood in front with a haughty look, staring at Su Yun fiercely, and shouted at the top of her voice, "Boy, if you know what's good for you, hand over the extremely precious Tianjin Jingshi." Su Yun was so angry when he heard this, hiding behind Gu Li, poking his head out and shouting, "I got it with great difficulty. I spent so much effort, and went through so many hardships to get it. Why can you just hand it over?" "No way." Qin Shi, who was standing aside, saw this and couldn't help but sneer, "Look at you, you are so cowardly, hiding behind Gu Li. Behind a woman, how shameless." Su Yun heard this and replied proudly, "You are jealous, you have no one to protect you. If you hide behind that vicious woman, you might be sold out by her." Mo Hanra's face suddenly became ugly after hearing Su Yun's words, and she said gloomily, "Do you think you two can get away under the noses of so many of us?" Gu Li was not in a hurry. She raised her eyes slightly, and looked at the people in front of her carefully from head to toe. She found that the clothes they were wearing were not the style of the 4 major colleges. So she raised her eyebrows and asked, "Are you from other forces?" Mo Hanra snorted coldly and said nonchalantly, "So what? The broken rules of your 4 major colleges that prohibit killing each other do not include us." Gu Li heard this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, smiled lightly, and his tone was a bit disdainful. 7 emperors at the peak, are they very strong? Mo Hanra frowned, and the impatience on her face became more and more obvious. She shouted at the people around her, "What are you still standing there for? Come on, kill them!" That kid persisted for so long under their joint siege, and various spiritual weapons emerged one after another. He must have other good things on him. "Han! Sister Han!" A woman on the side was so scared that she trembled a little. She stretched out her hand tremblingly, and carefully pulled Mo Hanra's sleeve. Emohanra turned her head and glared at the woman, shouting, "Don't you understand what I'm saying? Get started, stop talking nonsense here." But as soon as she finished speaking, she was horrified to find that they had been surrounded by a group of vicious guys. The guys had red eyes and fierce light, staring at them like they were staring at prey, as if they were going to pounce on them and tear them to pieces in the next second. Emohanra saw this and felt a chill running from the soles of her feet to her heart. Her legs softened and she almost collapsed to the ground. On this side, Guli was calm and composed. She reached out and held Suyun's hand, walked forward slowly, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She looked at Emohanra and said, Who did you say you wanted to kill just now?" When she said this, for a moment, those people were so scared that their faces turned pale, their lips trembled, and they couldn't say a word. As early as when Guli came over, she had already summoned all the other beasts. Qin Huai suddenly seemed to have discovered something. His eyes widened, pointing at Guli and shouting, You are Guli from Lingtian College?" Guli smiled slightly after hearing this and said, "Oh, so I'm so famous." When those people heard that she admitted her identity, their faces suddenly became even uglier, as if they had eaten bitter melon, and they were in great pain. When they came into this place, their elders specifically told them not to provoke the 6 people from Lingtian College. Not to mention the forces behind them, the dean of Lingtian College always showed them off to their leader. If they were found out and wanted to kill them, they would not survive. Seeing this, Suyun asked curiously, "Why are you afraid of Ari, but not me?" Qin Shi was trembling with fear at this moment. He asked tremblingly, You are with her, you are Suyun?" One of the 6 people from Lingtian Academy was a Saint-grade weapon refiner. Just now, they saw the various refiners that Suyun took out, which matched the information they knew. They couldn't help but be afraid. When Suyun heard this, he grinned with big teeth and said, "You got it right. Since you guessed it right, I will reward you with the 3 sets of death." When Qin Shi heard this, he was so scared that he knelt on the ground with a thump, kowtowed and begged for mercy, and said in a crying voice, "Yes, I'm sorry, we really didn't know it was you. If we had known it was you, we would not have wanted to rob you even if we had 10 courage. Please forgive us." Guli raised her eyebrows after hearing this and said in a cold tone, "Oh? Does that mean that if it were someone else, they could just rob it at will?" Qin Shi waved his hands hurriedly and continued to beg for mercy. No, I will compensate you. As long as you let us go, I will give you whatever you want. Please." Guli sneered after hearing this and said disdainfully, "Do you think we will be reluctant?" After that, she turned her head to look at Suyun and asked, "Do you want to fight back? If not, kill them." Suyun was so tired at this moment. He shook his head and said weakly, "No, I'm so tired." He had been running for a day. Guli nodded after hearing this, "Then kill them." After that, she took Suyun's hand and left without looking back. The rest will be left to the beasts to deal with. They are enough to deal with these guys. Emohanra was so anxious that she yelled in the back, "Wait, you can't kill us." But Guli ignored her shouting as if he didn't hear her. She took out a chair from her storage ring, put it on the ground, and motioned Suyun to sit down and have a good rest. Then, she took out a small porcelain bottle, opened the bottle cap, and gently sprinkled the healing powder inside on the wounds of all sizes on Suyun's body. After a while, there was no movement over there, and the beasts completed their mission. They all became smaller, ran back happily, and surrounded Guli and Suyun. "Ollie, look what I found." Suyun took out 2 palm-sized pieces of Tianjin Jingshi and handed them to Guli. Guli didn't take it, and waved his hand, and a huge horn appeared on the ground. Suyun stood up suddenly in excitement and stroked it lovingly. It's actually the horn of a demigod beast. This hardness is too suitable for refining defensive armor. Chapter 238. Guli's mouth corners slightly raised, and he whispered, "For you." Suyun's eyes instantly lit up with surprise, and he hugged Guli tightly, and kept saying, "Thank you, Ollie, you are too good to me." Guli was slightly stunned by his action, and then a look of disgust immediately appeared on his face. He frowned and pushed him away, saying unhappily, "Stay away from me." Suyun, who was pushed away, didn't care at all, and still looked cheerful. He happily put the animal horn that Guli handed to him into his own space. After putting away the animal horn, Suyun raised his head, looked at Guli with a bit of dependence and inquiry in his eyes, and asked, "Ollie, where are we going next?" Since he met Ollie, he didn't have to think about anything anymore, just follow Ollie. Guli raised his chin slightly, and replied, "Let's go find Yunxi and the others first. I don't know where they are now. There has been no movement for so long. Okay, Sui-Yun responded. After that, he immediately concentrated his mind, mobilized the spiritual power in his body, and slowly injected it into the natal lock, trying to sense their location through the natal lock. I saw that the natal lock flickered with a faint light under the urging of the spiritual power. The light was like a thread looming in the air, as if trying to explore something. However, after a while, Sui-Yun's face gradually became a little ugly, and the corners of his mouth that were originally smiling slowly drooped down, and his brows were tightly wrinkled into a lump. He said helplessly and annoyedly, "I can't find their location." Hearing his words, Guli also hurriedly activated the natal lock in his body. There are only 5 connected lines, and the location information of the specific people connected cannot be seen. Guli narrowed his eyes slightly, thought for a moment, and said, maybe they entered some ruins. Such places often have special restrictions that will isolate the outside world from exploring the location of the people inside. Fortunately, the line on the natal lock was not broken, which proved that the lives of several people were not in danger for the time being. Guli said slowly, "Let's put this matter aside for now. Since we can't find them for the time being, let's go and look for opportunities." Sui-Yun scratched his head and said with some doubts, "How to find this thing? Opportunities are things that can be encountered but not sought. It must be fate." Guli just smiled. She clapped her hands lightly and called softly, "Anan." As soon as the voice fell, a light flashed, and a small and cute baby appeared in front of them. Guli squatted down, touched An's head, and then pointed to the vast forest in front and said, "Anan, find the biggest treasure in this area, nothing else." Anan shook its little head and replied in a baby voice, "Okay, master." After that, Anan ran into the depths of the forest like an arrow from a string, so fast that only a blurry figure was left. Guli and Sui-Yun saw this and hurriedly followed, chasing into the depths of the forest with big strides. An hour later, Guli and Sui-Yun rushed all the way and finally came to a very strange place. They looked at the scene in front of them and subconsciously glanced at each other. Both of them were full of doubt and surprise. Sui-Yun couldn't help but speak first. "Is there really an opportunity here? Why does it look so strange? It doesn't feel like a place with treasures." Guli also looked uncertain. She tilted her head slightly, glanced around, and said hesitantly, "It should be possible. I can't say for sure." Sui-Yun listened to Guli's words, and his face was still full of doubt. He curled his lips and muttered, "It doesn't seem very reliable." Guli didn't say anything, because she actually felt that everything in front of her was indeed ridiculous. In front of her were rows of towering trees, those trees towering into the sky, as if they were about to pierce the sky, and each tree required several people to hug together. In the innermost part of this big tree, there is a painfully small and broken house. How small is that house? It is so small that people can only crawl in. It is like a toy house that has been shrunk countless times. It stands alone there, which looks particularly abrupt. At this moment, An's crisp voice came over, "Master, there is really a treasure inside. I can already smell the scent of the treasure, it is so strong." Guli gritted his teeth and said, "Enter." After saying that, Guli immediately expanded his mental power slowly, like an invisible big net, carefully probed into the small door, trying to sense whether there was anything abnormal inside. After a probe, Guli did not notice anything wrong, so she took a deep breath, slowly lay down, and then slowly got in. As soon as Guli entered, he felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless pit, and his body kept falling down uncontrollably. It was pitch black around him, and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. He couldn't see what kind of environment was around him at all. He could only feel the whistling wind whistling past his ears. It felt like he had fallen into an endless abyss, which made people panic. After Sui-Yun saw Guli enter from the outside, he didn't hesitate at all and followed him in. But as soon as he came in, he was startled by the sudden feeling of weightlessness. He couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "Damn, what's going on? It looks so small, how can it be so deep?" Guli tried to use her spiritual power to stabilize her body while falling. She concentrated her mind and mobilized the spiritual power in her body continuously. She tried to make herself fly like usual, but no matter how hard she tried, her spiritual power seemed to have lost its effect in this strange space, and she couldn't stop her falling trend at all. If you fall from such a high place, you will either die or be disabled. Sui-Yun kept complaining about this unfortunate situation in his heart, while frantically taking out a rope from his space. He held the rope tightly in his hand, and threw it out with force, shouting, "Ollie, catch it!" The rope drew an arc in the air, and landed accurately in Guli's hand. Guli hurriedly took the rope, and quickly tied it around his waist in one go. Seeing this, Sui-Yun took out a huge knife from the space again. The knife flashed with a cold light in his hand, as if it could cut off all obstacles. He held the handle of the knife tightly, and kept waving the knife in his hand, trying to find a point of support on the surrounding walls to slow down their falling speed. Chapter 239. She covered her eyes with spiritual power, and suddenly, her eyes seemed to become two bright lights, emitting a faint light in the darkness, and she could barely see some of the surroundings. She then said, 3 meters ahead? Her voice echoed in this empty space, and it seemed particularly clear. After hearing Gu Li's words, Sui-Yun did not dare to be negligent, and immediately concentrated his mind, and input a large amount of spiritual power into the knife in his hand. The knife suddenly became bigger and longer under the injection of spiritual power. Sui-Yun saw the right time, and inserted the knife into the wall 3 meters ahead with force. With a puff sound, the knife was deeply embedded in the wall, which barely buffered their descent speed. Seeing that Sui-Yun successfully inserted the knife, Gu Li adjusted her posture by swinging the rope around her waist, and also took out a long spear from her space. She held the long spear tightly with both hands, and inserted one end of it into the wall with force, forming a small support point. In this way, the two of them slid down for a long distance before they stopped. Sui-Yun breathed a sigh of relief, and beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead. He wiped the sweat off his face with his hands, and then covered his eyes with his mental power, looking at the surrounding environment, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "This place is so big!" Except for the wall they were embedded in, there was no end to other places. The darkness seemed to be an endless abyss, swallowing everything, making people feel extremely small and helpless. Gu Li nodded slightly and said, "It's not a good idea to hang like this. Let's go down and take a look." After saying that, he pulled the spear out of the wall, and then descended slowly and carefully. Sui-Yun followed closely behind, and the two continued to explore the unknown depths. After descending for a quarter of an hour, they still hadn't reached the bottom. Sui-Yun became a little irritated. He frowned and complained, "It's not there yet. How high is it? When will it end?" Gu Li shouted loudly, "It's almost there." At this time, she could vaguely see the outline of the ground below. The two continued to descend slowly. Although the speed was not too fast, every moment of waiting seemed to become particularly long during this long fall. They continued to descend for a while, and their feet finally stepped firmly on the ground. In an instant, the originally pitch-black environment, where you couldn't see your hand in front of you, suddenly became extremely bright. The light seemed to come from all directions, filling the entire space without any warning. Gu Li was not used to the sudden light. She subconsciously squinted her eyes, and used her hands to block the dazzling light. Then she slowly put down her hands, and began to carefully look at the place they arrived. A valley. The environment in the valley is simply amazing. Surrounded by green mountains, the mountains are undulating, and the mountains are shaded by green trees. The lush trees seem to cover the valley with a green cloak. In one part of the valley, there is a clear pool. The pool is like a huge mirror, reflecting all the beautiful scenery around. On the ground beside the pool, various precious spiritual herbs grow in clumps and patches. Each of those spiritual herbs exuded a faint light. Some of the leaves were as green and clear as emerald, and some had strange patterns, which were obviously rare and hard to find in the world. At this moment, the little vine that had been quiet in Gu Li's hand suddenly became excited, twisting its slender vines constantly, and shouted anxiously, "Master, plant me in that pool quickly, it will help me practice." Gu Li was stunned by its sudden action. She looked at the little vine with some doubts and asked, "How to plant it? You can't just throw it in directly?" But looking at its excited look, it must be that this pool is really good for it. After hearing what Gu Li said, the little vine hurriedly replied, "Throw me to the innermost part of the pool. The spiritual energy there is the most concentrated, and it is the best place for me to practice." The little vine can clearly feel that the water in the pool contains an aura that is extremely beneficial to its practice. Seeing it was so persistent, Gu Li still had some doubts in his heart, but he still followed the instructions, and gently grabbed the little vine in his hand, then exerted a little force on his arm, and threw it towards the middle of the pool. The little vine drew a beautiful arc in the air, and landed steadily in the middle of the pool, splashing a small piece of water. As soon as the little vine fell into the water, it immediately danced its vines happily, as if enjoying this rare moisture. "Isn't this just ordinary water?" Sui-Yun frowned and looked at the pool without any spiritual power fluctuations. His face was full of doubts. This pool looked ordinary, no different from the ordinary pools he had seen on weekdays. Just when Sui-Yun was full of doubts, Xia Tingzi suddenly rushed out of the space at a very fast speed, extremely excited, and shouted loudly, "Master, the alchemy furnace I want to find for you is here." Gu Li was a little puzzled. What alchemy furnace? Xia Tingzi's face was full of excitement, and he said with joy, "Qianquan Ding, it is Qianquan Ding. It is here, I can feel its breath." The alchemy furnace he had been thinking about was here, and he finally found it. Xia Tingzi came up to Gu Li with his eyes shining, and said expectantly, "Master, let's go in quickly." Gu Li shook his head calmly, and his eyes slowly scanned the surrounding environment, feeling the rich spiritual energy that was almost condensed into substance. Squinting her eyes slightly, she said with a comfortable look, "Don't worry, the spiritual energy here is much richer than that in the Chaos Ring. You can practice here for a few days to improve your strength." As she said that, she looked at the little vines in the pool that were happily stretching their vines. It seemed that it would not be able to get out of this comfortable state for a while. Gu Li paused, then his expression became more serious, and continued, "What's more, we are not sure what dangers are in it. If we just rush in blindly, it would be a bit troublesome if we encounter any powerful restrictions or hidden dangers." Xia Tingzi said proudly, "There will be no danger, you believe me?" Master, it looked so confident, as if it knew the situation inside very well, and was waiting for Gu Li to nod and agree, and then lead everyone to walk in swaggeringly. Chapter 240. Gu Li was slightly startled. A hint of doubt flashed across her eyes. She raised her eyebrows and asked, What do you mean? Are you familiar with this place?" At this time, Anan, who had been staying beside her, spoke in a baby voice, "Because this is your own tomb, Master. How could you hurt yourself?" Sui Yun was originally listening to their conversation curiously, and was so frightened by An's words that he froze. Then the volume of voices involuntarily increased several degrees, and they shouted in horror, "What? Ali is dead?" When An heard Sui Yun's words, he was immediately unhappy. He wrinkled his little nose and said angrily, "Pooh, pooh, you are dead. I'm talking about the Master's previous life." Xia Tingzi also hurriedly explained, "It is the Master's previous life, but this can't be said to be the Master's tomb. To be precise, because the Master likes to tinker with various tombs for himself, generally speaking, there should be 8 such places, and this is just one of them." Sui Yun listened to their explanation, and then he came to his senses a little. He turned his head and looked at Gu Li, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching wildly. He said helplessly, "Your hobby is quite special." In fact, they all knew that Ali's identity was not simple. When they met Tao Tai in Shueisha City before, they knew from the reaction of Tao Tai and various signs that she was the reincarnation of a big boss. Hearing An's shocking words, Gu Li couldn't help but widen his eyes. "How could my tomb be in this Tantian secret realm?" An explained slowly, "Master, you also know that there are too many people in this world who want you dead. You were worried that you would suddenly encounter an accident one day, so you prepared for it, and simply built many tombs and scattered them on various continents." Gu Li frowned slightly, and the doubts in his heart became more and more serious. "Then how did I die before? And since I'm already dead, why did I reincarnate?" Anan shook his head helplessly, and said innocently, "Anan doesn't know, Master. I haven't accepted this memory completely, and many things are still vague. I really can't answer your question." Gu Li thought for a while, thinking that since there is no threat to herself here for the time being, there is no need to worry too much about Xiao Tungtung's safety. So, she simply told Xiao Tungtung a few words, and then walked forward with Sui Yun, ready to go in and see what's going on inside. Going deeper, what appeared in front of them was still a shabby and extremely small house. The entrance was very low, and people had to lie down to barely get in. It looked really shabby. Seeing this, Sui Yun couldn't help but raise his mouth wildly, his eyes full of teasing smiles, and joked to Gu Li, "Ali, you have a unique taste. Why did you choose such a place to place your tomb? Ha ha ha." Gu Li rolled his eyes at him unhappily, raised his hand to rub his aching temple, and just replied lightly, "It's okay." Anan was unhappy on the side, and immediately jumped out to defend Gu Li. "What do you know, the Master has put a lot of treasures in each of these tombs. What if the tomb is decorated too luxuriously and ostentatiously, and someone wants to take notice of it?" Hearing this, Gu Li immediately became interested, with a curious light flashing in his eyes, and hurriedly asked, "What treasures are there?" Anan deliberately kept it a secret, saying mysteriously, "Master, you will know when you go in." Gu Li did not ask any more questions, and looked straight at the small door, feeling a little helpless. But thinking that he had already climbed the Tantian vine once before, he might as well take it as practice makes perfect, so he leaned down again without hesitation and climbed in with his hands and feet. This time, He did not fall down endlessly like he did before at the Tantian Vine, but entered a palace about the size of a yard steadily. Although this palace is not particularly large, it is enough to make people's eyes shine. In the palace, countless spiritual stones, various spiritual tools, and bottles of elixirs were piled on the ground casually, emitting bursts of attractive light. And in the middle of this pile of treasures, there was a coffin, which seemed to be the resting place that Gu Li had prepared for himself. And then ran over, reached out, and picked up a delicate porcelain bottle, gently poured out a pill, and proudly introduced, "Master, look at this, this is a premium pill. With your current cultivation, as long as you take one pill, you can easily break through 2 realms, and there are no side effects." Gu Li was very surprised when she heard it. She tilted her head slightly and asked curiously, "What level is premium?" "Among the alchemy levels I know so far, the highest is only the supergod level pill." And then straightened his chest and said proudly, "Prestige is the second-ranked alchemy level in the entire god realm. Master, don't forget that you were the famous premium alchemist in your previous life, so impressive." Sui Yun, who was standing by, was so shocked when he heard this that his jaw dropped. He looked at Gu Li with a shocked face and said loudly, "Ali, you are so awesome. This is too amazing." And then was even more proud, with his hands on his hips, and declared loudly, "Of course, my master is the #1 alchemist in the god realm. There is no elixir that my master can't make come." Gu Li couldn't help but raise her lips slightly when she heard their praises, and she felt so happy in her heart. She was no longer polite, and quickly put all the dozens of porcelain bottles on the ground into her own space. She was still thinking happily in her heart that these were all good things that she urgently needed at the moment. After returning, she would rely on these elixirs and her own skills to create dozens of existences beyond the venerable rank. At this moment, the little pavilion that had been silent all this time suddenly appeared and reminded, "Master, you don't have to go through so much trouble to collect these treasures one by one. Go and refine the spiritual energy of that coffin, and then you can directly collect all the treasures here." Then he looked at Sui Yun. "Don't just stand there. The spiritual energy around will be particularly rich when the master is refining. If you practice with the master, your speed will be 10 times faster than usual." Sui Yun was shocked. His practice speed was already very fast. What would it mean to increase it tenfold? Chapter 241. Hearing this, Gu Li did not waste time and went directly into the coffin to practice. Sui Yun was sitting outside not far from her practicing. Seeing that they were practicing, it was estimated that it would not be finished so soon. Xia Tingzi left alone to find the Chinkuan Ding. As time passed slowly like a gurgling stream, the coffin that was originally placed there quietly gradually underwent a wonderful change. It began to emit a soft light around it, and the light became brighter and brighter. Then the coffin seemed to turn into countless tiny light spots, which were filled with powerful spiritual energy. As if they had received some kind of call, they began to slowly spread throughout the space, and wherever they went, they seemed to be injected with a mysterious vitality. And most of the spiritual energy, as if attracted by Gu Li, rushed towards her direction, and then continuously merged into Gu Li's body. Suddenly, a crisp and loud click sound broke the original tranquility. Gu Li was surrounded by a bright light. The barrier of the late emperor level that was like a solid barrier in front of her finally broke under the impact of her powerful force. In an instant, a more majestic and vast spiritual energy rushed towards her like a surging tide, pouring into her body continuously, and she successfully crossed to the peak of the emperor level. She did not stop, but continued to condense her spiritual power, mobilized the spirit of her whole body, and launched a brave attack towards the higher early stage of the noble level. Just as Gu Li was attacking the new realm with all her strength, there was movement from Sui Yun not far away. He was originally in the middle stage of the emperor rank, but now, with his unremitting efforts, and the help of this unique training environment, he successfully broke through that obstacle and successfully entered the ranks of the late emperor rank. On the other side of this space, Xia Tingzi was squatting in a slightly empty place, and seemed to be mumbling something. Listening carefully, it turned out that he was talking to someone underground. Xia Tingzi hugged her knees, bent slightly, stared at the ground, and said loudly, "You have been buried in the soil for so many years, and you don't see the sun every day. It's time to come out and see the sun." After a while, a timid little girl's voice came out from underground, with a little grievance and complaint. "You are shameless, you betrayed the master, and you actually made a contract with someone else. How could you do such a thing? The master is so good to us, how could you treat her like this?" Xia Tingzi was immediately anxious when he heard it, and hurriedly explained, "Oh, don't talk nonsense, I didn't betray the master. You also took her to the master cemetery to steal the master's things. I will not forgive you." The little girl's voice became more and more angry, and her words were full of accusations against Xia Tingzi. Xia Tingzi scratched his head helplessly, and said quickly, "What if she is the master? Are you sure you don't want to go with me?" The little girl's voice was crying, and she choked and said, "The master is dead, woo-woo. It's been a long time, I can't find her." As she spoke, the cry became louder and louder, as if she wanted to vent all the grievances and longings accumulated over the years through this cry. When Xia Tingzi heard this, he rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Damn you, she's reincarnated. Come out and make a contract with the master. Give all the pills you have saved to the master. She is anxious to recover her strength now." The little girl stopped crying immediately and asked with a hint of doubt and expectation, "Really? You didn't lie to me? If you dare to lie to me, I won't forgive you." Xia Tingzi patted his chest and guaranteed, "Why would I lie to you? And is guarding the master over there? How can I lie to you?" The little girl's voice became curious again. "Who is Anin? Why haven't I heard of her?" Xia Tingzi said proudly, "Chaos Ring." The little girl heard this and shouted in surprise, "Chaos Ring is also there." As soon as the voice fell, a small furnace tripod slowly drilled out half of the ground. The furnace tripod was covered with mud, which looked a little embarrassed, but it also revealed a rustic atmosphere. Seeing this, Xia Tingzi reached out and grabbed its head without saying anything, pulled it hard, and carried it out. The furnace tripod kept struggling in Xia Tingzi's arms, shouting, "Let go, why are you grabbing my head?" Xia Tingzi didn't care about its struggle and ran towards Guli with it in his arms, saying, "It's here, you know if you follow me." When Xia Tingzi hurried to the place where Guli practiced with the struggling Qianquan Ding in his arms, the Qianquan Ding, which had been twisting and struggling to break free from Xiaoting's arms, suddenly stopped all its struggling movements as if it had sensed something extremely important. Its small body trembled slightly, as if trying to suppress its inner excitement. Then it stayed quietly in the arms of the small pavilion, with a pair of round eyes, if it had any, staring closely at the person who was devoted to cultivation not far away. It was the master, yes, the master must be back, the Qianquan Ding kept shouting in its heart. It could clearly feel that the spiritual power fluctuations emanating from the person in the distance had a very special sense of familiarity. This meant that the master it had been thinking about for a long time finally appeared in front of it again. Thinking of this, the Qianquan Ding could no longer suppress its inner urgency, and the body of the tripod shook violently, and it was about to rush towards the direction where Guli was. Fortunately, the small pavilion had been paying attention to its movements, and quickly reached out again, holding it tightly and firmly, and did not let it break free. Xia Tingzi patted Qianquan's head in a bad mood and scolded in a low voice, "Hey, don't make trouble. The master is concentrating on cultivation. Wait until the master finishes cultivation." Qianquan listened to Xia Tingzi's words, and then calmed down a little, but its eyes were still fixed on Guli. The eyes were full of eagerness and expectation, as if as long as it stared at it, it could convey its thoughts and concerns for the master. Just when Qianquan calmed down and waited patiently, Su Yun took the lead in completing this cultivation. The light around her gradually converged, and the chaotic spiritual power fluctuations around her became stable and orderly. His cultivation also took the opportunity of this cultivation, and successfully crossed from the late emperor level to the peak emperor level. Chapter 242. He stood up, stretched his stiff body, and glanced casually, and saw a dirty little furnace tripod next to the small pavilion. Su Yun couldn't help but feel curious, and walked over slowly, wanting to take a closer look. He came to the Qianquan Ding, bent down slightly, and asked curiously, "Is this the Qianquan Ding?" The small pavilion saw this, smiled and nodded, and replied, "Yes." The Qianquan Ding was staring at Guli intently at this moment, and had no intention of paying attention to Su Yun at all. Suddenly, it felt that there was a figure in front of it blocking its view of the master, which made it very unhappy, so it said in a muffled voice, "You are blocking my view of the master, get out of the way." Su Yun was not angry after hearing what it said, but instead found this small furnace tripod very interesting. She simply squatted down, stretched out her fingers, gently tapped the body of the Qianquan Ding, and said curiously, "Oh, you can talk too." Qianquan Ding still ignored her, but thought to herself, "Wang Shengting said before that this is the master's friend. For the sake of the master, I won't argue with him." It took 2 days for Guli to open her eyes from the state of cultivation. At this moment, the spiritual power fluctuations around her were very different from before, and the majestic and deep power aura lingered around her. She successfully broke through the shackles of the peak of the emperor level, and stepped into a new realm of the early stage of the respect level. "Master." Just when Guli had just opened her eyes, and had not yet fully adapted to the surrounding environment. A shout full of excitement and enthusiasm suddenly rang out. The Qianquan, who had been watching eagerly, could no longer hold back his inner joy. Like a small whirlwind, it rushed towards Gu Li, then dived into Gu Li's arms, snuggling tightly, as if afraid that Gu Li would disappear again. Gu Li was slightly stunned, looking at the small furnace tripod that suddenly broke into his arms, and he had some guesses in his heart. She gently stroked the rough body of Qianquan and asked tentatively, "Are you Qianquan?" When Qianquan heard this, he felt very aggrieved, and his voice was full of tears. He complained, "Woo, master, you don't remember me." Seeing this, Gu Li felt a little guilty and hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, I don't have any memory of my previous life, so I really didn't forget you on purpose." After listening to Gu Li's explanation, Qianquan calmed down a little and said in a muffled voice, "Okay, I forgive you. Master, please make a contract with me." Hearing Qianquan's words, Gu Li subconsciously looked at Anan and Xiao Tingzi on the side, and saw that they were all nodding gently. Seeing this, Gu Li stretched out his finger and gently scratched his palm. A drop of bright blood suddenly emerged and slowly dripped onto Qianquan's body. After a while, the contract was successfully completed. A faint light flashed between Gu Li and Qianquan for a few times, then disappeared, as if announcing that a new bond had been established between them. Gu Li looked at the Qianquan in front of him, with a little curiosity in his eyes, and asked with a smile, "Do you have a name?" Qianquan immediately straightened its small body and proudly replied, "Yes, my name is Xiao Qianqian, which was given to me by you, my master. This name is nice. I like it very much." When Gu Li heard this, his eyes lit up immediately, and he sincerely praised, "Your name is really nice." But he couldn't help thinking secretly, "This name is really interesting. It feels very festive to call it." Then he silently chanted in his heart, "Xiaoqianqian, give her more Xiaoqianqian." At this time, Xia Tingzi came forward and said to Gu Li, "Master, you put all these things into the Wansheng pavilion. Now you can take them all away." Gu Li frowned slightly and asked in some confusion, "How to do it? There are so many things here, and they are quite large. It will probably take a lot of mental energy to put them all in at once." And then hurriedly explained, "Master, just think about it in your heart. This is originally supported by your spiritual power in your previous life. Now that you have refined the spiritual power here, you can naturally collect it as you wish. Don't worry too much about the problem of mental power." Hearing this, Gu Li's heart moved, and he no longer hesitated, and silently said in his heart, "Collect." In an instant, everything in this space, whether it was the natural treasures scattered everywhere, or those strangely shaped objects and ornaments, even the small vines outside, disappeared in place. Even the slightly narrow door that was originally used to enter and exit this space disappeared at this moment, leaving only a small hole, left alone there, revealing an indescribable weirdness. Suddenly, the whole ground shook violently, and the amplitude of the vibration became larger and larger, as if an invisible big hand was shaking the land wantonly. Along with the vibration, stones of all sizes kept falling from the cave wall above heads, hitting the ground with a crackling sound, raising a cloud of dust, and the situation seemed extremely critical. Seeing this, Anan couldn't help but slap his head and said in annoyance, "I forgot to tell the master that without the support of the master's spiritual power, this small space will be closed. Get out quickly, otherwise you will be buried alive." Gu Li was a little helpless when he heard it. The current situation did not allow her to delay any longer. Gu Li made a prompt decision and quickly put the small pavilion, Anan and Qianquan Xiao Qianqian, who had just contracted, into the space. Then he looked at Sui Yun, and the two of them ran towards the narrow cave at the same time as if they had telepathy, and ran out of the cave quickly in the blink of an eye. When they arrived at the place where they came down, they looked up and saw that the height above was almost endless, and the steep cave wall went straight into the sky. Sui Yun looked at the towering height and couldn't help but frowned, and said with difficulty, "How can we climb this?" Xiao Qianqian's voice suddenly came clearly from Gu Li's mind, "Master, I will take you out." Hearing this, Gu Li was delighted and hurriedly released Qianqian from the Qianquan. As soon as Xiao Qianqian appeared, he instantly became larger, and his huge body was enough to easily accommodate the two of them. "Master, come in quickly." Xiao Qianqian's body swayed slightly, as if signaling the two to quickly enter the furnace. Gu Li did not hesitate, stretched out his hand to hold Sui Yun, and then the two jumped into Xiao Qianqian's together, and jumped into it steadily. Seeing that the two had entered, Xiao Qianqian slowly flew up and flew outside. Sui Yun sat in the cauldron, curiously touching the inner wall, and couldn't help but sigh, I didn't expect that one day I could actually enter the cauldron. If someone sets a fire outside, it will probably be cooked in an hour." As he said this, he couldn't help laughing, as if he thought his joke was quite interesting. Guli saw that he was still in the mood to joke, looked at him with amusement and said, "I can fulfill your wish." Suyin heard it, and hurriedly waved his hands and said with a smile, "I was just kidding, I just said that." Chapter 243. After Xiao Qianqian brought Guli and Suyin out of that place, Suyin first patted the dust on his body vigorously. His face was full of uncontrollable excitement at this time, and said to Guli, "Ali, I have reached the peak of the Emperor level. This speed is much faster than Ah Hin and others." Guli heard it, the corners of his mouth also slightly raised, with a faint smile on his face, and asked Suyin, "Are you so sure that they didn't find any opportunities?" Suyin was slightly stunned when he heard this, then scratched his head, and answered uncertainly, It shouldn't be so easy to encounter opportunities." At this time, Xiao Qianqian on the side said crisply, "Master, I know opportunities. I have lived in this place for thousands of years. Every plant and tree here, those who have cultivated into spirits, I know all the plant spirits." When Guli heard this, a gleam of curiosity flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly asked, "What are plant spirits?" Xiao Qianqian shook the cauldron proudly and explained, "They are those ordinary flowers, plants and trees. After a long period of cultivation, they finally became spirits. They all have their own intelligence. I am of wood attribute, so I can communicate with them smoothly." Guli's eyes lit up all of a sudden, and he asked eagerly, "Then can you help me find someone?" Xiao Qianqian tilted his head and asked, "Who is the master looking for?" Guli did not hesitate at all, and immediately used his spiritual power to slowly draw the appearance of several people in the air in front of him, and said, as he drew, "These are my 4 companions, 3 men and 1 woman." Xiao Qianqian looked at the figures drawn by the spirit power and confidently said, "Sure, I go and communicate with them and ask." After saying this, Xiao Qianqian began to activate his own wood elemental power, and a faint wood-colored light appeared around him. The light flowed slowly, as if it had life. Guli and Suyin just stared at it intently, and saw Xiao Qianqian chattering something to a few big trees, and a few small grasses not far away. The sound was so thin and fragmented that the specific content could not be heard clearly. After a while, Xiao Qianqian ended the communication with the grass and with spirits. It jumped in front of Guli and said, "Master, they said that these people accidentally entered a mausoleum when they came in." Suyin was anxious when he heard it, and asked hurriedly, "Where is it? We have to find them quickly." Xiao Qianqian shook his body and said, "They can't get in. They all accepted personal inheritance. Unless they accept the inheritance themselves and come out, others can't get in." Guli frowned and asked in confusion, "Personal inheritance? Can we find similar inheritance?" Xiao Qianqian looked at Guli and answered seriously, "He can, but you can't, master." Guli was even more puzzled and asked, "Why?" Xiao Qianqian said seriously, "Master, you just need to accept your own inheritance. The other inheritances are too bad and not suitable for you." Guli was surprised and asked with wide eyes, "I still have inheritance?" Xiao Qianqian nodded and said, "Yes, when the master died, the last bit of spiritual power pulled out the double veins and sealed them. The master just needs to find and refine them again." Guli looked down at himself and said doubtfully, "I have double veins now. Do I have to replace the current ones?" Xiao Qianqian quickly moved his body and said, "No, not replace them, but merge them with the double veins you sealed before." Suyin suddenly seemed to think of something important when he heard this. His eyes lit up and he asked, "Are the double veins you are talking about the god and demon double veins that master mentioned before?" Guli was stunned at first, then shook his head slowly and said, "I'm not sure. Let's talk about this after we get out. The most urgent thing now is to improve our cultivation first, and also find to the anling crystal stone." When Xiao Qianqian heard this, he immediately jumped up excitedly and said, "Master, I know where the anling crystal stone is." When Guli and Suyin heard this, they cast their eyes on Xiao Qianqian at the same time and asked in unison, "Where is it?" Xiao Qianqian pointed in a direction and said, "It's at the other edge of the Tongtian secret realm, far away from here." When Suyin heard this, he couldn't wait to say, "Then let's go now." Xiao Qianqian said calmly, "Don't worry, the anling crystal stone won't run away. There are still many tombs here, and there are a lot of good things in them. Let's take all the good things in the tombs here first, and then it won't be too late." Guli suddenly seemed to think of something, and a cunning light flashed in her eyes. She looked at Xiao Qianqian and asked, "You mean you can find the entrance to the tomb here, right?" Xiao Qianqian nodded and said, "That's right." Guli smiled and said, then please ask your grass elf friends to drive my people into the various tombs. I'm not greedy, just 50 tombs will do. Xiao Qianqian widened his eyes, and said helplessly, Master, are you sure 50 is not greedy? That's not a small number. Guli said embarrassedly, a little bit. Xiao Qianqian sighed and said, okay, Master, but you have to tell me what they look like. Guli immediately had the appearance of a shadow guard in her mind. Those shadow guards usually followed her loyally. She then closed her eyes, concentrated her mind, and carefully outlined their appearance, so that Xiao Qianqian could clearly know who she was looking for. After the outline was finished, Guli added, by the way, don't go for the ones that are too dangerous. I want the kind of mausoleum that is very difficult, but not so dangerous that people will die. Don't let my people get lost in it. Little Qianqian shook his round body and responded crisply, I know, Master, I will go and tell those grass elves' friends now. As he said that, he jumped and ran in the direction where he had just communicated with the grass elves. Suiyin had a little reluctance on his face at this time, his eyes were full of helplessness, and his tone revealed a sense of grievance, saying, I just found you with great difficulty, why do we have to separate now? Seeing his appearance, Guli couldn't help but laughed out loud. She reached out and gently patted Suiyin's shoulder, comforting him. It's not like we won't see each other again in the future. After you go out, if your cultivation doesn't improve at all, I will challenge you 3 times a day. Don't blame me for not being gentle when the time comes. Suiyin's eyes widened when he heard this, and he shook his head like a rattle. He quickly waved his hands and said, No, please forgive me. 3 challenges a day means he will be beaten 3 times a day. He has never been so punctual for meals. Chapter 244. Xiao Qianqian came back with its small steps and said crisply, Master, I have explained everything. Seeing this, Guli gently reached out and touched Xiao Qianqian's head, and said softly, Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Qianqian rubbed his body under Guli's hand, and replied with a smile, He, it's not hard, not hard. Then, Xiao Qianqian's round eyes looked at Suiyun on the side and said, I take you in. Suiyun asked subconsciously, Where to? Xiao Qianqian replied as a matter of course, the mausoleum. As soon as it finished speaking, a dazzling light surged from all around, and instantly enveloped Suiyun. At the same time, the surrounding space began to move in waves, as if some mysterious power was stirring. The next moment, Suiyun's figure disappeared as if out of thin air, and there was no trace of him on the spot. Seeing this, Guli asked in confusion, he was teleported away. Xiao Qianqian nodded his head, which was not a head, and said, Yes, it was the grass and tree elves who took him away. Guli was still a little worried, and frowned and asked, He won't die. Xiao Qianqian hurriedly waved his little paws, and said in a firm tone, Master, don't worry, he won't die. Hearing what Xiao Qianqian said, Guli was slightly relieved and put down his hanging heart. Xiao Qianqian jumped in front of Guli again, raised his little head and said, Master, come with me, I will take you to find the dual spiritual veins of gods and demons. Guli smiled slightly, and then gently put Xiao Qianqian on his shoulder, and then walked step by step according to the route indicated by Xiao Qianqian. This road is very long. They have been out of the lush forest, and then stepped into a vast desert area. In this vast desert, they walked hard step by step under the scorching sun. It took them 3 full hours to finally reach their destination. Xiao Qianqian stood up on Guli's shoulder, pointed to the front with his little hand, and said excitedly, Master is in front. Guli looked up, and saw yellow sand all over the sky. The yellow sand was like waves. At a glance, there was nothing but sand. She couldn't see anything else. She couldn't help but say with some doubts, There is nothing here. Xiao Qianqian shook his head and said, Don't worry, Master, go a little further. Guli listened to it, and then raised his foot again, and walked forward slowly for a distance. Suddenly, the surrounding space seemed to be touched by something, and slightly fluctuated. Guli immediately noticed the abnormal situation. She stopped and looked around carefully. Formation? It doesn't seem like it. Guli frowned and muttered to herself. Xiao Qianqian hurriedly explained, This is a formation, but it is not the kind of formation we usually see. It is just a self-protection mechanism formed by the spirit vein. Guli became more curious after hearing this and asked, Does the spirit vein still have consciousness? Xiao Qianqian waved his little paw again and explained patiently, No, Master, because this is originally your thing. Except for you, no creature can enter here, unless you bring it in. In fact, Xiao Qianqian himself had never seen what the god and demon dual veins looked like, but he just knew that it was here. Just when Guli was still wondering, she suddenly found that the surrounding environment had changed all of a sudden. The desert that was originally endless had turned into a vibrant grassland at this moment. The tender green grass swayed gently in the breeze, and colorful flowers dotted it, like a beautiful painting. The rich spiritual power was like wisps of light smoke, constantly flowing towards Gu Li, and then slowly entered her body. Gu Li only felt an unprecedented comfort in her body, as if every pore was breathing the air full of spiritual power. Xiao Qianqian shouted again at this time, "Master, in front." Gu Li looked in the direction it pointed, and saw a thin river winding there. The river was quite strange, one black and one white. The two ends intersected together, but they were incompatible and flowed clearly. However, the white river seemed to be much darker than the black one, as if it had lost some vitality. Gu Li couldn't help but whispered, "God and demon dual veins?" Xiao Qianqian didn't say anything else. Like Gu Li, he was concentrating on looking at that side. After all, this was the first time he knew what the god and demon dual veins looked like. Gu Li suddenly seemed to have made up her mind. She gently put Xiao Qianqian down from her shoulders, then raised her foot and walked towards the direction of the river. Seeing this, Xiao Qianqian hurriedly shouted, "Master, you don't go over there. You haven't figured out what this is yet." But before it could finish its words, Gu Li had already stepped into the black river without hesitation. Gu Li's mind was very clear at the moment. She felt that everything in front of her was so familiar, as if there was an invisible force calling her, so she walked down without caring. However, as soon as she stepped into the black river, a sharp pain like a needle came suddenly, and the pain seemed to penetrate into the bone marrow, causing Gu Li's face to change slightly in an instant. But she gritted her teeth, endured the huge pain, and walked step by step to the intersection of the black and white rivers, and then sat down slowly. Suddenly, the river water seemed to be stimulated by something, and began to rise wildly, and soon submerged Gu Li's entire body. Xiao Qianqian watched with a worried look on his face, and his small claws kept waving in the air, but he did not dare to interrupt Gu Li, because he realized that the connection between him and Gu Li was still there, which meant that Gu Li should not be in any danger of life for the time being. From this point of view, it should be the fusion of spiritual veins. Gu Li, who was wrapped in the river water, felt unbearable pain all over her body. The white and black river water around her were like two galloping dragons, constantly pouring into her spiritual veins. Whenever she felt that she was about to reach her limit and could not bear the huge pain, the river water would stop entering her body. It would not continue to flow until the spiritual veins in her body were completely fused with the influx of river water. In this way, Gu Li endured the process of spiritual vein fusion with difficulty under the wrapping and flushing of the river water. Chapter 245. On the other side, Su Yiyun slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he woke up, he subconsciously looked around, but was surprised to find that Ari's figure had disappeared. This sudden situation made his heart suddenly tighten, and he panicked all of a sudden. However, Su Yiyun quickly forced himself to calm down and tried to calm his somewhat flustered mood. This should be the mausoleum that Xiao Qianqian said. He muttered to himself in a low voice, while looking at the surrounding environment very carefully. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Rather than saying that this is a mausoleum in the traditional sense, it is more appropriate to say that it is a secret room. The surroundings are empty, except for the bare walls. There is almost nothing, only a door stands in front, standing there alone, looking particularly abrupt. He walked over slowly, with a trace of curiosity and caution, stretched out his hand and gently pushed the door, and found that the door could actually be opened. So, he walked out without hesitation. But just as he stepped out of the door, a fierce attack suddenly came at him like lightning. Su Yiyun reacted very quickly, exerted force on his feet, and with a neat jump, he narrowly avoided the sudden attack. However, the power of the attack should not be underestimated. It directly split the door behind him in half, accompanied by a loud bang, and wood chips flew up. After Su Yiyun stabilized his body, he looked up and saw a person who looked exactly like him standing not far away. His eyes were cold, staring at him intently, and there seemed to be an inexplicable chill in his eyes, which made people feel cold. Su Yiyun was full of doubts and surprise, and asked loudly, "Who are you? Why are you pretending to be me?" But that Su Yiyun seemed to have not heard his words, without any response, and even his expression did not change at all. Instead, he rushed towards him again, like a tiger pouncing on its food. Seeing this, Su Yiyun quickly dodged sideways, and couldn't help complaining, "Who are you? Why did you attack without saying a word?" That Su Yiyun still had no intention of speaking, but just kept attacking. Each move was fierce, and rushed straight to Su Yiyun. Su Yiyun was furious at this inexplicable attack, and roared, I gave you face, right? After that, he no longer dodged blindly, but gritted his teeth, a flash of determination in his eyes, and directly faced this person who looked exactly like him. For a moment, two identical figures fought back and forth in this small space, punching each other, and it was hard to tell who was who. Su Yun attacked vigorously while staring at the other person, trying to find his weakness. But after this observation, he was shocked. He found that this person not only looked exactly like him, but also had the same strength and moves as him, as if he was another self. This weird situation made him curse in his heart. What the hell is this thing? So difficult to deal with. Su Yun rubbed the shoulder that had just been hit, and there was a burning pain there. He looked at the figure opposite him, who had just been kicked away by him, and now quickly stood up and prepared to attack again, with a serious look in his eyes. The Su Yun seemed to have no sense of pain, and didn't care about the embarrassment of being kicked away just now. He rushed towards Su Yun again without hesitation, as if he would not stop until Su Yun was knocked down. I want to see how much spiritual power you have. Su Yun made up his mind, and simply stopped holding back. He quickly took out a handful of pills from his arms, and stuffed them into his mouth without hesitation. Then, a light flashed in his hand, and a long spear appeared in his hand in an instant. He held the long spear tightly, shouted loudly, and stabbed at the Su Yun fiercely like a dragon out of the sea. In this way, the two of them fought back and forth, and time passed quietly in this fierce battle. After fighting for a whole hour, Su Yun finally relied on his tenacious willpower, and the last bit of spiritual power. At the moment when Su Yun's spiritual power was exhausted, he seized the opportunity, and stabbed the opponent's heart fiercely with a gun, finally winning this difficult battle. But Su Yun was not doing well at this time, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he won a miserable victory. He looked extremely embarrassed, with wounds of all sizes all over his body, some of which were still bleeding faintly, and his originally neat hair was also burnt a lot, hanging in strands, looking very messy. I'm so tired. Su Yun panted heavily, feeling as if his body was not his own, and just wanted to find a place to lie down and have a good rest. However, before he had time to lie down and rest, danger came again. Suddenly, two more fierce attacks came at him like ghosts. Su Yun was already exhausted at this time, so his reaction was inevitably a little slow, and he was not so timely to dodge. One of the spiritual attacks hit him directly in the chest, and the huge impact made him fly out like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground. Then, he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and the blood splashed on the ground, forming a dazzling red. After a lot of effort, Su Yun struggled to get up from the ground. Before he could stand firm, he saw two people who looked exactly like him standing opposite him. Two. What a broken thing. Su Yun widened his eyes, his heart was full of helplessness and anger, and he couldn't help cursing loudly. Seeing the two Su Yun rushing over, Su Yun didn't dare to be negligent at all. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to be energetic. He quickly raised the spear in his hand and blocked the opponent's attack with force. But the attacks of the two opponents were too fierce. He took several steps back, leaving a deep footprint on the ground with each step, and barely managed to stabilize his body. Su Yun's current situation was extremely bad, and he could not care about anything else. He could only do his best to avoid the opponent's dense rain of attacks, while constantly taking out various healing pills and spiritual power recovery pills from his space. He stuffed them all into his mouth. However, the effect of the medicine was not so fast, and the only thing he could do now was to dodge first, at least until the wounds on his body recovered a little and the spiritual power in his body was almost recovered, so that he could continue to fight against these two difficult guys. Su Yun ran and dodged desperately in this space. Chapter 246. He ran for a quarter of an hour. During this time, the wounds on his body slowly scabbed under the effect of the elixir, and the spiritual power in his body was gradually recovering. Finally, he was almost recovered. He stopped and slowly raised his head to look at the two Su Yun who were still staring at him. His mouth corners slightly raised, and he said loudly, "It's been so long, it's my turn." After that, he quickly formed seals with his hands and shouted, "Mu Yuan Ju first style binding." As his voice fell, a ray of light shot out from the ground, instantly turning into tough vines, and flew towards the two Su Yun. In the blink of an eye, the two Su Yun were tied up tightly, and could not move. Su Yun saw this, a smug look on his face, and then he quickly formed a seal again, Spiritual Wind Blade. Instantly, a wave of spiritual power appeared in the air, and sharp wind blades quickly formed in the air. These wind blades flashed with a cold light, and they attacked the two Su Yuns who were tied up. But before the wind blades fell on the two of them, they were blocked by a light that suddenly lit up on their bodies. Sui Yun saw this, and couldn't help but widen his eyes, and couldn't help but say in shock, "Damn, they have learned the spiritual power shield. What the hell is this?" In this situation, he could only compete with them in spiritual power and physical strength. Thinking of this, he simply no longer has any reservations, and the spiritual power in his body is like a surging tide, bombarding the two counterfeit goods in front of him. The dazzling spiritual light burst in the air, making a series of roars, as if it was going to shatter the space. But this fierce attack was extremely physically exhausting. After a while, Sui Yun felt that his physical strength was a little exhausted, and his steps began to become weak. He quickly took out a bunch of defensive spiritual tools from the storage ring, muttering something in his mouth. As the spells were cast one after another, those defensive spiritual tools were instantly activated, forming layers of solid protective barriers around him. Sui Yun took advantage of this momentary gap to sit down and rest, adjusting his disordered breath. However, the two counterfeit guys were not vegetarians either, and they continued to attack, trying to break through Sui Yun's defense. After Sui Yun got almost the message, he mobilized his spiritual power again to fight against them. Repeatedly, the spiritual power was consumed very quickly, and not long after, he felt that his spiritual power began to overdraw. Keep swallowing the pills, and wear them out. In this way, Sui Yun and the two counterfeits fought back and forth, and there was a stalemate. After a whole day, Sui Yun finally relied on his tenacious willpower and desperate fighting style to successfully kill the two difficult counterfeits. At this time, Sui Yun was lying on the ground without any image, his chest heaving violently, gasping for breath, and kept muttering, "No, too tired." But before he could rest and recover his almost exhausted physical and spiritual strength, the surrounding space suddenly twisted, and then three Sui Yun, who looked exactly like him, appeared out of thin air. Sui Yun saw this and suddenly widened his eyes, with a look of helplessness and despair, and couldn't help shouting, "Come again!" At the same time, Mu Yunchi on the other side was also undergoing the test of inheritance. As soon as Mu Yunchi stepped into the gorgeous palace, before she had time to take a good look at the surrounding environment, she saw a handsome man rushing towards her like a gust of wind. The man's eyes were full of eagerness and intimacy, and he shouted in a tender voice, "Sister, you are here. I have been waiting for you for a long time, and I miss you so much." Before he finished speaking, another handsome man was not to be outdone. With an elegant step, holding a glass of fragrant wine in his hand, he slowly walked towards Mu Yunchi. With a charming smile on her face, she said softly, "Sister, try this and see if it tastes good. I prepared this specially for you, but it is made from a lot of precious spiritual fruits. The taste will definitely satisfy you. Are you tired? Let me massage you." Another handsome man came directly to Mu Yunchi and stretched out his hand to massage her shoulders. In an instant, a group of handsome men of all kinds and styles surrounded Mu Yunchi tightly in the middle. They either looked at Mu Yunchi with affection, or tried to please her with all kinds of strange gadgets, or chatted with her in a voice so gentle that water could drip out. Mu Yunchi frowned and rubbed her head impatiently. There was a flash of light in her hand, and the Xianling whip that she never left on weekdays instantly appeared in her hand. She just waved her jade hand, and the Xianling whip, like a nimble snake, swung fiercely towards the faces of several handsome men in front of her. With a crisp whipping sound, more than a dozen handsome men were caught off guard and were whipped out. Their bodies drew arcs in the air, and finally fell heavily to the ground, making a series of screams. Mu Yunchi still had a cold face, and said expressionlessly, "Annoying." One of the handsome men covered his face, his eyes full of grievance and confusion, looking at her with tears in his eyes, and said sadly, "Sister, why do you treat me like this? I just want to treat you well and please you, sister. How can you be so cruel?" Mu Yunchi snorted disdainfully, glanced at him, and said coldly, "You are not as good-looking as Aiken and the others. You want to seduce me with your appearance? At least change your beauty." You. Hearing her words, the expressions on the faces of the handsome men, who were originally extremely delicate and pitiful, changed instantly. Their bodies began to twist and deform, and black auras emanated from their bodies. Gradually, they turned into black ghosts. The ghosts bared their fangs and claws, and let out waves of eerie roars, instantly enveloping the entire palace, making the originally bright and gorgeous palace become eerie and terrifying. For a moment, the scene changed again. Gu Li walked out slowly, his eyes full of arrogance and disdain, looking at Mu Yunchi coldly, and said, "I am the core of this team. You are just here to set off me." Sui Yun also walked out with a mocking smile on his face, and also looked at Mu Yunchi and said, "Except for the formation, you are not as good as Ollie in everything. Don't embarrass yourself here, just get out of here as soon as possible. Chapter 247. Feng Wuhan crossed his arms, his face full of disgust, and said loudly, "Stay away from us, we don't welcome you." Shi Zihan also echoed from the side, "You will only hinder us." Lin Yuchen said with a cold face, "Ollie can do everything, it doesn't matter whether you are here or not." Mu Yunqi was not moved at all, still crossed her arms, looking at all this with interest, as if watching an interesting farce. Not only that, she did not forget to take out a photo stone from the storage ring, and after skillfully activating it, she recorded every scene in front of her. Mu Yunqi held the photo stone in her hand, and murmured with a smile, "Let them enjoy it when we go back." After that, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and her eyes were full of playful expressions. In this way, Mu Yunqi quietly watched Gu Li, Sui Yun, Feng Wuhan, Shi Zihan, Lin Yuchen, these counterfeit guys perform there, sometimes sneer and sometimes pretend to be arrogant. She was not in a hurry to interrupt, just like watching a bad troupe perform, and a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes from time to time. When they were almost done, it felt like they had said all the bad words. Mu Yunqi then said slowly and lightly, "Oh, are you done? Do you want to drink some water to moisten your throat before continuing?" Gu Li and the others were stunned when they heard Mu Yunqi's words, and looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. They were all wondering in their hearts, what's going on? According to past experience, their verbal attacks and mental interference should have been able to invade the other party's spiritual sea of consciousness long ago. Mu Yunqi looked at them, and couldn't help but laugh. "Are you trying to distract me, and take the opportunity to invade my spiritual sea of consciousness, so that I think all this is true? If you want to invade my spiritual sea of consciousness, why don't you send some high-end goods? Just rely on the things you fake ghosts have transformed into." Before they could react from the shock, the Xianling whip in Mu Yunqi's hand once again whipped them fiercely, with a sharp sound of wind, like a spirit snake coming out of a hole. The Xianling whip whipped the ghosts, making a crackling sound. Every time it whipped, their bodies trembled violently, and the black aura rolled up. However, Mu Yunqi did not intend to get rid of these ghosts directly this time, but as if torturing them deliberately, she kept waving the Xianling whip, leaving deep scars on them again and again. After whipping for a while, Mu Yunqi slowly put away the whip and looked at the Feng Wuhan next to him. She punched Feng Wuhan in the face fiercely. She said angrily while punching him, "I let you hit me in the face last time, today I will pay you back." This punch directly knocked Feng Wuhan back several steps, and a red and swollen mark appeared on his face instantly. Then, Mu Yunqi looked at Shi Zihan, who was standing not far away, and said, "I almost forgot that you hit me in the face last time." After that, she raised her hand and waved it, and a spiritual power instantly shot out from her hand, like an invisible rope, directly encircling Shi Zihan, and then pulled him hard to her. Then, without saying anything, Mu Yunqi punched Shi Zihan in the face, one punch after another. Each punch was full of anger, and Shi Zihan screamed. Gu Li, Sui Yun, Lin Yuchen and others were frightened when they saw this. They didn't want to stay here and be severely punished by Mu Yunqi, so they planned to run away. They turned around and ran, and the speed was quite fast, as if there was a flood and beasts chasing them behind them. However, how could they run away? Before they ran far, Mu Yunqi quickly formed seals with both hands, and spiritual power surged from her hands, instantly forming a spiritual power circle around them. The spiritual power circle was like a huge net, and it immediately surrounded the people who were about to escape. Then, the spiritual power circle suddenly tightened, directly pulling them back and falling heavily to the ground. Mu Yunqi walked up to Lin Yuchen, raised her foot, and kicked him hard in the chest, saying, "You kicked me several times." After this kick, Lin Yuchen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, and curled up on the ground, coughing non-stop. Then, Mu Yunqi turned her eyes to Sui Yun. She saw a ball of spiritual power flame burning in her hand, and suddenly burned towards Sui Yun's hair, saying viciously, "Last time you burned a part of my hair." The flame instantly burned on Sui Yun's hair, and soon, Sui Yun's hair became charred black, and exuded a pungent smell of burning. "And you're riding on me and beating me." Mu Yunqi turned to look at Gu Li. After that, she waved her hands quickly, and countless spiritual attacks fell on Gu Li like raindrops. Each spiritual attack had a strong impact, making Gu Li tremble constantly and scream in pain. The counterfeit guys were beaten so badly that they were covered with scars, their hair was burnt, and their faces were swollen like a pig's head. Among them, Sui Yun couldn't stand the beating and shouted, "We didn't hit you, why did you hit us? We are just acting here according to the setting of this emotional illusion, don't get it wrong." Mu Yunqi sneered when she heard this and said disdainfully, "Nonsense, if I can beat them, why would I beat you?" Gu Li was beaten to the ground, raised his head with difficulty, and said with a face full of grievance, "You are enemies. How can anyone be in an emotional illusion? This is how it is in the realm. You are too ruthless." Mu Yunqi chuckled when she heard this and said, "We have a good relationship, so that we can punch each other from time to time." Seeing that she was going to continue, Feng Wuhan was so scared that he was afraid of being beaten up by Mu Yunqi again, and hurriedly shouted, Okay, you passed, you passed." Before Mu Yunqi could react, the surrounding space suddenly twisted, and then a strong light flashed, and Mu Yunqi was directly teleported out. On the other side, Feng Wuhan was fighting with his own shadow, with sword wounds all over his body. Chapter 248. He seemed to have fallen into a state of madness, completely ignoring his own safety, and feeling no pain. He held the cold and sharp sword tightly in his hand, and slashed at his shadow again and again. The shadow had an independent consciousness, and confronted him tit for tat. During the exchange, each sword move splashed dazzling sparks. For a moment, the two figures intertwined, and it was hard to tell who would have the upper hand in this strange fight. In the end, Feng Wuhan, relying on his speed that was only 1 second faster than the opponent, seized the opportunity, raised the long sword in his hand high, and then stabbed forward with all his strength. The sharp sword tip instantly pierced the opponent's heart, but at the same time, the sword in the shadow's hand also mercilessly pierced Feng Wuhan's heart. Then, as the shadow slowly dissipated, the sword that pierced Feng Wuhan's heart also gradually dissipated into the air like a dream bubble. Feng Wuhan endured the severe pain in his chest, and quickly took out the pill from the storage ring and swallowed it. Then, he leaned against the stone wall, closed his eyes slightly, and took a short rest. After recovering a little, he walked towards the teleportation array on the side. When his feet stepped on the teleportation array, a bright and dazzling light instantly lit up. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuhan's figure completely disappeared from the original place. When he appeared again, Feng Wuhan found himself in a vast rain forest. The surrounding air was extremely humid, filled with a strong smell of grass and trees. He looked up and saw a few eye-catching characters engraved on an ancient stone tablet next to him. Kill 10 9th-level holy beasts. Feng Wuhan saw this and frowned. 10? If there was only one, he might be able to fight. Fortunately, only one 9th-level holy beast appeared each time. As soon as the 9th-level holy beast appeared, it rushed towards Feng Wuhan. It suddenly raised its huge head, opened its bloody mouth, and let out a thunderous roar. The roar was like rolling thunder, and the sound waves turned into visible ripples, like substance, surging towards Feng Wuhan. Wherever it passed, even the surrounding air seemed to be distorted. Feng Wuhan did not retreat at all. He kept moving and quickly operated the spiritual power in his body, gathering the spiritual power continuously on his hands, and then suddenly waved it in front of him. A layer of spiritual power, shield emitting a faint light, instantly formed in front of him. The shield was like a solid fortress, protecting him firmly in it. The surging sound waves hit the spiritual shield fiercely, and suddenly a dull roar sounded, which made Feng Wuhan's arm numb slightly. Feng Wuhan relied on his agile body to get close to the holy beast. He held the long sword tightly with both hands, and the spiritual power in his body was madly poured into it, making the long sword instantly bring a cold light. However, the holy beast was extremely agile, and its huge body flashed like a phantom, so fast that people had no time to react, and easily dodged the sharp sword. At the same time, its tail, as thick and long as a steel whip, came with a whistling sound, and swept towards Feng Wuhan at lightning speed. Seeing this, Feng Wuhan suddenly jumped up, turned beautifully in the air, and with his exquisite body skills, he narrowly avoided the fatal blow. After landing, he did not pause at all, staring at the holy beast in front of him, and the anger in his eyes burned even more vigorously. He raised his sword again, adjusted his breathing, and used the spiritual power in his body to the extreme, and started a fierce fight with this 9th-level holy beast. After several rounds, Feng Wuhan had several shocking wounds on his body. The blood from the wound continued to seep out, slowly flowing down his clothes, and soon, his clothes were dyed red. In the brief gap after the holy beast pounced, Feng Wuhan seized this perfect opportunity. He took a deep breath and poured all his spiritual power into the long sword in his hand without reservation. Suddenly, the sword shone brightly, like a dazzling sun, emitting dazzling light. It pierced into one of the holy beast's eyes accurately. The holy beast immediately let out a painful roar. The sound was extremely miserable, and it echoed throughout the rainforest. Feng Wuhan took the opportunity to launch another series of attacks. The long sword in his hand fell on the holy beast like raindrops, and each sword contained powerful power. After a hard fight, the 9th level holy beast fell to the ground with a bang, raising a cloud of dust. At this time, Feng Wuhan had many more wounds on his body. If he moved his body a little, he would feel a piercing pain in the wound. He leaned against a big tree tiredly, just wanting to have a good rest. But before he could rest, another 9th level holy beast slowly appeared. Feng Wuhan didn't move, just leaned against the tree and slowly closed his eyes. Just when the holy beast was within 3 meters of him, suddenly, a dazzling light appeared out of thin air, like a solid barrier, blocking the holy beast firmly. The light became more and more obvious and brighter, and then it actually shook the holy beast away. Feng Wuhan opened his eyes, couldn't help but laugh, and muttered to himself, "The formation constructed by Ali and Yuan Shi is not bad." After he rested almost enough, he slowly stood up and revoked the formation. He tightened the long sword in his hand, and started a new round of battle again. At the same time, in another place, Shi Zihan seemed particularly relaxed. No matter what attacked him, he only needed to lightly activate a rune. The sound of explosions came from time to time in the entire mausoleum, and the sound was deafening. The door can't be opened. It doesn't matter. Shi Zihan took out a rune, injected spiritual power, and pasted it on the door. With a loud bang, the door was blown to pieces, and debris flew everywhere. No door? That doesn't matter. He can also take out a rune, stick it on the wall or other obstacles, and then activate the rune. There is another loud bang, and a big hole is directly blown out, opening up a new passage. Too many resentful spirits? He threw a few runes into the air, injected spiritual power, and those runes automatically rotated in the air, and then suddenly exploded. The powerful explosive force instantly blew the surrounding resentful spirits into pieces and dissipated them in the air. Not long after, with these runes, Shi Zihan easily entered the main hall. "I'm really convinced, don't chase me," Lin Yuchen shouted while running. Chapter 249. Lin Yuchen's face was so ugly at the moment. He stared at the dark and surging ghosts behind him with his eyes wide open. He was so shocked and angry that he felt like he was about to spit out blood. He had just stepped into this ghost place, and hadn't even taken a few steps, when he was inexplicably trapped in such a desperate situation. Then he was chased by this group of lingering ghosts all the way until now. Along the way, he relied on the pills he carried to replenish his spiritual power, and he barely supported himself until now. If it weren't for the help of these pills, with the fierceness of the ghosts, he would have been torn into pieces by now, and there would be no bones left. What are the ghosts afraid of? I don't know if they are afraid of runes. Lin Yuchen kept muttering while panting heavily. At the same time, he frantically searched in his own space, trying to see if there was anything he could use to quickly get rid of these annoying ghosts. When his eyes fell on the few remaining runes, Lin Yuchen's face instantly fell. He looked like he was about to cry. Why are there only so few runes left? They are not enough to deal with these guys. I should have asked Zihan to get more before. Woo-woo. As he spoke, he continued to run desperately, but now he was really tired. His legs seemed to be filled with lead, and every step he took felt like he had used up all his strength, as if he would collapse to the ground the next moment. At this moment, Qingwan, who had been silently paying attention to the situation outside in the contract space, finally couldn't help but speak. "Actually, you can let the contracted beast take you to run." Lin Yuchen replied unhappily. "You said it so easily, don't you see where this is? You can't fly here. How can you take me to run?" Qingwan said slowly, "Don't forget, I am your only flying contract beast, and the other contract beasts can run on the ground." Lin Yuchen's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he slapped his head and said, "Yes, how could I forget?" As he said that, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked firmly at the resentful spirits that were still chasing and rushing behind him, and shouted loudly, "All of you come out and beat these guys away for me." As soon as the voice fell, in an instant, the original place flashed, and then more than 20 contract beasts appeared in front of him. Lin Yuchen did not dare to be negligent, and quickly took out 20 defensive spiritual weapons from the space and threw them one by one. At the same time, he chanted something in his mouth, and quickly activated these defensive spiritual tools to prevent the resentful spirits from taking the opportunity to invade the bodies of the contracted beasts and cause them harm. After receiving Lin Yuchen's order, the 20 contracted beasts, like warriors with ignited fighting spirits, rushed towards the dark mass of resentful spirits without hesitation. They opened their bloody mouths, revealing sharp fangs, ready to bite fiercely. Or they waved their strong and powerful claws, bringing gusts of wind, and slapped the resentful spirits fiercely. Or they raised their strong hooves, ready to trample fiercely. However, there were too many resentful spirits, and after a fierce battle, they gradually became a little tired. Several contracted beasts had been attached with some black aura by the resentful spirits, but fortunately, they were protected by defensive spiritual tools, and had not been harmed too much for the time being. Seeing this, Lin Yuchen gritted his teeth, quickly formed seals with his hands, and muttered something, and a spiritual power surged out of his body. It enveloped the contracted beasts, helping them to dispel the black aura on their bodies, and at the same time injected them with a new power. After a long time, only 1/3 of the resentful spirits were dissipated. Seeing this, he took a deep breath, straightened his back suddenly, and the various elemental forces in his body began to surge uncontrollably. He saw his hands dancing quickly, and the speed of forming seals became faster and faster. With his movements, the surging elemental forces turned into rays of light, falling on the resentful spirits like raindrops. At this moment, Lin Yuchen suddenly discovered something strange, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. "So you guys are afraid of thunder?" After saying that, Lin Yuchen's expression became extremely focused. He quickly changed his hand seals and shouted loudly, "The first move of the sky-breaking technique, Thunder Punishment." With his shout, the whole sky darkened in an instant, and the originally clear sky seemed to be covered by a huge black curtain. Then, heavy dark clouds began to gather quickly in the sky, rolling and surging, like a pot of black ink about to boil. After a while, dazzling lightning flashed out from the heavy dark clouds, winding like a silver snake, with the momentum of destroying the world, and fiercely struck the resentful spirits. Under the attack of thunder and lightning, the resentful spirits were like fragile pieces of paper, and were instantly split into a large piece. Seeing this effect, Lin Yuchen frowned slightly and muttered in dissatisfaction, "Why is Ari so powerful when she uses this breaking heaven technique? Why can't I get such a powerful effect?" However, he did not think about it anymore. After all, the most urgent task now was to get rid of these resentful spirits first. It didn't matter whether the effect was as strong as Ari's, as long as it worked. So, Lin Yuchen gathered his strength again and kept making seals with his hands. The first style of the sky-breaking art Thunder Punishment. The first style of the sky-breaking art Thunder Punishment. The first style of the sky-breaking art Thunder Punishment. The first style of the sky-breaking art Thunder Punishment. He was like competing with these resentful spirits, and the speed of making seals became faster and faster, as if he didn't care about spiritual power. For a time, the whole space was covered by the dazzling lightning, and the lightning intertwined to form a huge lightning net. The resentful spirits, who were still entangled with the contracted beasts, were frightened by the lightning and began to flee everywhere. The scene was like a group of mice seeing a cat. At the same time, Xiao Qianqian looked at the man who suddenly appeared, his eyes full of vigilance. The master was still fusing the spiritual veins, and he couldn't let him disturb the master. Seeing that he was about to approach his master, Xiao Qianqian quickly stopped him. "Stop! What do you want to do?" "Noisy!" Nailin Yen impatiently waved a spiritual power to knock it away. Xiao Qianqian had no time to dodge, and was hit by the sudden spiritual power. His small body was instantly like a kite with a broken string, and was knocked away fiercely. Nailin Yen looked at Gu Li with a complicated look. For a moment, he didn't know how to face her. He wanted to enter here a few days ago, but he couldn't get in no matter what, but he didn't expect that she found these two meridians by herself. Chapter 250. At this time, Gu Li was concentrating on the crucial spiritual vein fusion, and she closed her eyes. She had no idea what was happening in the outside world. Nailin Yen leaned down slightly and approached Gu Li, with an unquestionable determination in his eyes. "I will make it up to you next time. Lend it to me for some time first." But the voice was deliberately very soft, as if he was afraid of disturbing something. But to others, this was undoubtedly a domineering declaration, leaving no room for refusal. Xiao Qianqian heard it clearly, and was immediately anxious, thinking that it was not good. It tried its best to break free from the spiritual power that was tightly trapping it, to stop Nailin Yan's next move. Its small body kept twisting and struggling, and its 4 short legs kicked randomly in the air. But no matter how hard it tried, it could not move. It could only watch Nailin Yan approaching Gu Li step by step, and its eyes were red with anxiety. And the few little ones in the space also noticed the abnormality outside. They were anxious and rushed out. It seemed that they wanted to stop Nailin Yan's steps. Nailin Yan's steps that were about to move forward stopped abruptly. His handsome eyebrows were tightly wrinkled together, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Then, a strong and suffocating pressure emanated from Nailin Yan, like an invisible mountain, pressing heavily on the little ones. In an instant, the little ones felt as if they were pressed by a huge rock weighing tens of millions of pounds. All the strength in their bodies seemed to be drained at this moment. They could not move at all, and could only stare at Nalan Yin with angry and unyielding eyes. Xia Tingzi was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He shouted desperately, "Stop, you can't hurt her. You bad guy, what do you want to do?" As he shouted, he kept cursing the dead man who suddenly appeared in his heart. Thinking back to the beginning, it was this guy who sent it to another world inexplicably. It finally brought Gu Li back with him. I thought everything should be stable, but I didn't expect that he would snatch Gu Li's spiritual vein again. Nalanian seemed to have not heard Xia Tingzi's words at all, and ignored his shouting. He just raised his hand with a cold look, waved it gently, and a spiritual power flew out from his fingertips like a lively ribbon, and then quickly wrapped Gu Li up. The spiritual power flashed with a faint light, like a layer of cold cage, trapping Gu Li in it. With Nalanian's actions, Gu Li's half-used divine and demonic dual veins seemed to be tightly grasped by a pair of invisible big hands. Slowly, it was pulled out of her body bit by bit. The process seemed extremely painful. The divine and demonic meridians seemed to be protesting silently, and Gu Li's body could not help but tremble slightly. Gu Li's fusion was abruptly interrupted, and her body was immediately strongly attacked. A sharp pain surged from deep inside her body, like a sharp knife cutting her meridians wantonly. She suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were full of pain, and she raised her hand with difficulty to wipe the blood that was slowly oozing from the corner of her mouth. When her eyes fell on Nalan Yin, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Enduring the surging pain like a tide, Gu Li gritted her teeth and asked with a trembling voice, You want to steal my spiritual vein? Now, the divine and demonic dual veins have been half-fused. If they are forcibly taken away at this time, not only will the divine and demonic dual veins that are being fused be taken away, but even her original spiritual vein will be taken away. Nalan Yin looked at Gu Li's painful and angry eyes, and a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes, but the action of taking away the spiritual vein in his hand did not stop. He pursed his lips slightly and whispered, I will give it back to you. Although his voice was still calm, it revealed an unquestionable stubbornness, as if he believed that everything he did was right. As long as the spiritual vein was returned in the end, it would be fine, but he did not consider how much harm this process would bring to Gu Li. Gu Li couldn't help but sneer when she heard this. Do you know that if you forcefully strip it off, I will lose my spiritual vein and be unable to practice? Do you think this spiritual vein is something you can borrow and return whenever you want? Nalan Yin nodded. He certainly knew the stakes involved. But in his opinion, as long as he could merge it back again later, it would be fine. And now, he urgently needed this spiritual vein, and as for the pain that Gu Li would endure, he seemed to selectively ignore it. Gu Li's anger burned even more fiercely. She gritted her teeth and said, You want it? Then let's see if you have the ability to get it. As soon as the voice fell, Gu Li suddenly closed her eyes and concentrated all her mental power. In an instant, an extremely powerful mental power burst out from her body, like a surging torrent, quickly enveloping her whole body. The spirit vein that had been stripped away slowly returned to its original position under the effect of this powerful mental power. Nalan Yin was also shocked by this sudden mental power. He had always known that Gu Li's mental power was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong, even stronger than his mental power. How could this be possible? His brows knitted tightly together, and he couldn't help but think in his heart, could it be that her bloodline was activated? That's why her mental power has such an amazing improvement. I will give it back to you. This is very important to me now. Nalan Yin still stubbornly repeated this sentence. Although there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes, it was more of the eagerness to get the spirit vein. Gu Li sneered again, It's important to you. She was extremely angry at the moment. She could give other things, but she would never give her spirit vein. If she became a waste, what would the Gu family do? Seeing Gu Li's resolute resistance, Nalan Yin's face looked a little ugly. His eyes became more and more stern, and his voice was chilling. He said, If you resist again, I can only kill you and dig you out directly. Gu Li raised her head fearlessly, looked directly into Nalan Yin's eyes, and said, If I die, this spiritual vein will be useless. Do you dare? Nalan Yin narrowed his eyes slightly, raised a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and said, What about killing those 5 people and the Gu family? What do you say? His words were like a heavy bomb, exploding in Gu Li's ears, making her heart sink suddenly. Chapter 251. Gu Li suddenly looked up at him. Her eyes were full of angry flames. Staring at Nalan Yin, You'd better not threaten me with them. Seeing this, Nalan Yin frowned slightly, trying to make his voice sound calmer, and said, I only need a period of time, just 1 year, and I will definitely return it to you after 1 year. Gu Li didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly, and her eyes were gradually replaced by a strong blood color. A force was slowly surging from the depths of her eyes, swallowing her whole body. Her face became paler and paler, only her eyes were red and creepy, revealing a chilling breath. Xiao Tingzi was anxious when he saw Gu Li like this, and shouted anxiously, "Master, wake up!" He kept repeating in his heart, "It's over, it's over, the master is forcibly activating the magic vein and falling into demonization. Then go to hell." Gu Li suddenly roared, and the sound seemed to come from the depths of hell, eerie and terrifying. As soon as the voice fell, Gu Li disappeared from the spot in an instant, so fast that people had no time to react. The next moment, she appeared in front of Nailin Yin like a black lightning. Before Nailin Yin could react, Gu Li suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed his neck fiercely. Then, she lifted Nailin Yin up abruptly. Nailin Yin thought to himself that it was not good. He never expected that Gu Li would suddenly burst out with such a powerful force. He didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly mobilized the spiritual power in his body. In an instant, a powerful spiritual power burst out from his body, like a surging wave, and suddenly knocked Gu Li out fiercely. After Gu Li's body drew an arc in the air, she fell heavily to the ground. However, Gu Li, who fell to the ground, seemed to feel no pain at all. Her eyes were still red, revealing a crazy killing intent. She suddenly got up from the ground and rushed towards Nailin Yin again like crazy. The speed was so fast that it brought a gust of wind and raised a cloud of dust. Nailin Yin watched Gu Li rushing towards him again. The speed was too fast. He had no time to dodge, and could only bite the bullet to resist her attack head-on. In this fierce collision, he clearly felt that the spiritual vein in Gu Li's body seemed to be forcibly activated. Nailin Yin couldn't help but get anxious in his heart. He knew that if this continued, Gu Li would be in danger of her life. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but regret his move to threaten her just now. At the moment when Nailin Yin was distracted, Gu Li's hand stabbed straight at him like a sharp dagger. Nailin Yin had no time to dodge, and could only watch the hand pass through his body, his face full of disbelief. He never thought that Gu Li really wanted to kill him, and launched such a desperate attack, which was completely beyond his expectations. Nailin Yin didn't care about so much at this time. He endured the severe pain in his body, and quickly circulated the spiritual power in his body, to quickly seal the wound to prevent the spiritual power from leaking out, and prevent the wound from getting worse. While sealing the wound, Nailin Yin shouted loudly, "Gu Li, if you continue like this, you will never see your family and friends again. Wake up!" Gu Li seemed to not hear him at all, and continued to attack him. His crazy appearance made people feel cold. A few little ones saw Gu Li's crazy appearance, and were anxious. They wanted to rush up to help, but they were stopped by Xia Tingzi after taking a few steps. Xia Tingzi said to them seriously, "You stay here." After Xia Tingzi finished speaking, he quickly stepped forward without hesitation. His little claws danced quickly in the air, his hands quickly formed seals, and he muttered, "The power of space, bind the soul." As his voice fell, the space power around Gu Li suddenly produced violent fluctuations, as if an invisible force was stirring the surrounding air. Then, the space power quickly wrapped up the demonized Gu Li like layers of transparent gauze, forming a small space cage. At the same time, the spiritual energy in the air seemed to be summoned and continuously input into Gu Li's body. He suppressed the magic veins that were forcibly activated in her body, trying to calm down the crazy power in her body. Seeing this, Nailin Yin was worried about Gu Li's situation, but when he was about to go forward to check, he was stopped by Xiao Tingzi. "The master hates you now. If you go to her and provoke her again, I can't guarantee that she will really kill you." Hearing Xiao Tingzi's words, Nailin Yin stopped moving forward. Seeing that Nailin Yin finally stopped, Xiao Tingzi continued, "I know what you want the master's spiritual vein for. You asked me to bring her back, but I don't allow you to use her. Don't involve my master in your affairs in the upper world. Its owner has suffered enough, having died so many times, and still being used by these people." Nailin Yin narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard Xiao Tingzi's words, and there was a dangerous breath in his eyes. He slowly asked, "Have you recovered your memory?" Xiao Tingzi looked at him with a stiff face. Although he was a little scared, he still stubbornly replied, "So what? In fact, it only recovered a little memory." Nailin Yin said nothing, but silently took out a golden fruit from the space, gently placed it on the ground, and then turned and left. Seeing him leave, Xiao Tingzi was relieved and quickly took the fruit. It would be good for the owner. Seeing this, the little ones hurried forward to check on Gu Li's condition. At this time, Gu Li closed her eyes tightly, and her breath was as weak as a candle in the wind, as if it could go out at any time. The spiritual veins in her body were also greatly damaged, and some places even had cracks. The situation was very critical. Xia Tingzi looked at Xiaoqianqian and asked anxiously, "How are the master's friends? Have they received the inheritance?" Xiaoqianqian heard what Xia Tingzi said and said quickly, "I go ask." After that, it quickly asked about the situation through a special contact method. Soon, Xiaoqianqian said, "They all came out of the mausoleum." Xia Tingzi heard it and said quickly, "Let the grass and tree elves notify them to come over. The master's current situation is very critical, and they can only rely on them to repair the master and wake him up." Chapter 252. Su Yun planned to meet up with Gu Li after leaving the mausoleum. But he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the natal lock in his body. The line in the natal lock that connected to Gu Li actually had a faint crack, which immediately gave Su Yun an extremely ominous premonition. At the same time, the other people in the group also keenly discovered this serious problem. The expressions of several people instantly became extremely anxious, and they immediately thought about looking for Gu Li immediately. Just as they were anxious and ready to set off, the surrounding grass and trees suddenly emitted a soft light. Those shining grass and trees seemed to have intelligence, and they stretched out their branches and leaves to gently pull their sleeves, and then slowly moved forward, as if leading them to a certain place. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi immediately became alert. She stared at these grass and tree elves closely, with a vigilant look in her eyes. Just as she was about to raise her hand and swing the weapon in her hand to cut off the grass and trees that were pulling at her sleeves. But at this moment, she saw that the grass and wood elves were changing their shapes quickly, and soon, they formed the appearance of Gu Li. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi hurriedly asked, "Do you know where Ali is?" The grass and wood elves did not speak, but just pointed in a direction, and then gently shook the body of Gu Li formed by them, indicating that Mu Yunqi should follow them. Mu Yunqi knew in her heart that it was too difficult to find a person by their own strength in this Tontian secret realm with such a vast area. Helplessly, she could only put aside her doubts for the time being and follow these grass and wood elves forward. Su Yun also saw this scene. He also shouted anxiously to the grass and wood elves, "You know where Ari is, right?" It was these grass and wood elves that sent him to that strange place inexplicably before, so he thought that these grass and wood elves must know where Ari is. The grass and wood elves understood his words and floated forward quickly, but they would stop from time to time and look back to see if Su Yun had kept up with their pace. Su Yun didn't have the mind to care about other things. He followed these grass and wood elves closely. When he saw them stop again, he couldn't help but urge them, "Don't stop, where is Ari?" When the others saw the grass and wood elves transformed into Gu Li, they followed without hesitation. At this moment, in another corner of Tontian's secret realm, Gu Li was curled up in a small space. Her body was covered in blood, and the bright red blood had soaked a large area of her clothes. Her face was as pale as paper, extremely ugly, and she lay there lifeless, like a flower that was about to wither. Anan was beside her, treating her external injuries with a serious look. Xiao Qianqian was stamping her feet anxiously, and she cried, "Is that dead man the same one from before?" Xiao Tingzi stood aside, but remained silent, just looking at Gu Li quietly. Xiao Qianqian saw that Xiao Tingzi didn't speak, so she said to herself, "I knew it was him. Why did he look so familiar?" Xiao Kezi was confused and couldn't help asking, "Do you know him?" Xiao Qianqian hurriedly said, "Of course I know him. The owner was very good to him before. If not." But before it finished speaking, it was glared at by Anan, who scolded, "Shut up, this is Tontian's secret realm, and it also belongs to that person's jurisdiction." Hearing Anan's scolding, Xiao Qianqian was so scared that he dared not speak anymore. He shrank his neck and shut his mouth. Xiao Kezi and the others didn't know what was going on, and they were almost dying of anxiety. Xiao Kezi continued to ask, "What are you talking about? What is going on?" Xiao Tingzi sighed helplessly and said, "Let's talk about this later. If you say it now, and it is discovered, it will only be disadvantageous to the master. Gu Li is still too weak now." Xiao Kezi listened to Xiao Tingzi's words. Although he was still full of doubts, he could only temporarily suppress his curiosity, and did not continue to ask. Soon, under the guidance of the grass and wood elves, Su Yun also hurried here. When he saw Gu Li's miserable appearance, he couldn't believe his eyes, and thought he was seeing things. In his impression, no matter how big the difficulties or how miserable Ali was, she was always the energetic Ali. But now, Gu Li was lying there lifeless, with black lines all over her face. The lines were like ferocious little snakes crawling on her cheeks, which looked particularly scary. Sui Yun was immediately furious, and he shouted loudly, "Who did it?" Xia Tingzi did not answer his question directly, but asked, "Has the others not arrived yet?" Sui Yun had no time to care whether the others had arrived or not. He shouted at Xia Tingzi, "Don't change the subject. Who did it?" Xia Tingzi looked at Sui Yun's angry expression and said slowly, "You can't beat him." Sui Yun was even more furious when he heard this. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who?" Xia Tingzi was silent for a moment, and finally spit out the name, Nailin Yin. Sui Yun couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this name. In his memory, hasn't Nailin Yin always been very good to Ali? Before, he was quite hostile to Nailin Yin, because Nailin Yin seemed to have a crush on his sister. But now, his eyes fell on Gu Li's miserable appearance again, and Sui Yun's anger was ignited again. He said fiercely, "I don't care who he is or where he is." Xia Tingzi still said seriously, "You can't beat him." Sui Yun's eyes were red, and he shouted loudly, "I will pull him to self-destruct." Xia Tingzi shook his head helplessly and said, "The most important thing at the moment is to let the master recover. Don't worry about other things for now." Sui Yun squatted down and held Gu Li's cold little hand tightly, as if he wanted to warm her with his body temperature. His eyes were fixed on Gu Li's bloodless face. The eyes that always showed agility and playfulness were now tightly closed, and the long eyelashes no longer trembled gently like before, just quietly covered under the eyelids. Sui Yun's eyes gradually turned red, his eyes were full of heartache and anxiety, tears were swirling in his eyes, but he stubbornly refused to fall. He raised his head, looked at the small pavilion nearby, and asked with a trembling voice, "Is there any way to cure her?" Chapter 253. Xia Tingzi stood there solemnly, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Yes, but we have to wait for others to come." Sui Yun frowned when he heard this, and his anxiety became even worse. He hurriedly asked, "Why? What is going on? Why do we have to wait for others to come?" Xia Tingzi sighed softly and explained patiently, "Because the master's current physical condition is very bad, the magic vein in her body has been forcibly activated. Once this magic vein is activated, it will run wild in her body, disrupting her original blood circulation and energy balance. The situation is very critical. And now, if you want her body to recover, you can only use elemental power to stabilize it." Sui Yun listened to Xia Tingzi's explanation, although he still had some doubts in his heart. But he couldn't care less at the moment, and he asked, "Is spiritual power not enough? Can't I use my spiritual power to try to heal her?" Xia Tingzi shook his head helplessly, and said firmly, "No, the master has no spiritual power in her body now. Now only weak elemental power is still wandering around in her body. So now you need to input the elemental power in your body into her body, and use the external elemental power to work together, so as to reactivate the originally weak elemental power in her body, and pull her back from the demonized state." Hearing Xia Tingzi's words, Sui Yun was full of helplessness, but he also understood that there was no other way at the moment, so he could only suppress his anxiety and wait quietly. Not long after, Mu Yunqi and others arrived here one after another under the guidance of the grass and wood elves. When they saw Gu Li lying there, his face as pale as paper, everyone's face was instantly covered with haze, and their expressions became more and more ugly. Seeing this, Lin Yuchen hurriedly stepped forward and asked anxiously, "What happened? What happened to Ali?" Sui Yun took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and said, "Let's talk about this after Ali as well." Sui Yun repeated the method that shouting had said before. When everyone heard it, their hearts tightened, and they summoned their contracted beasts one after another. As soon as those contracted beasts appeared, they dispersed tacitly, alertly guarding this small area for everyone to prevent any sudden danger. Then, Sui Yun, Mu Yunqi, Lin Yuchen, Shi Zihan, and Feng Wuhan sat steadily at the 5 positions of Gu Li. They looked solemn, and their eyes were fixed on Gu Li. Then, several people surrounded Gu Li, slowly closed their eyes, began to concentrate, and carefully input the elemental power in their bodies into her body. For a moment, colorful lights flashed, and the elemental power was like a trickle, flowing from the palms of the 5 people to Gu Li's body, as if weaving a gorgeous and mysterious energy net, covering Gu Li. But at this moment, without any warning, the 5 people only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and a strong suction force suddenly came, and then, they were forcibly pulled into a completely unfamiliar environment. Lin Yuchen suddenly opened his eyes, looked around, and asked in astonishment, "Where is this?" The other 4 people also came back to their senses, and looked at this environment they had never seen before with caution. Everything here seemed so strange. The texture of the earth, and even the smell in the air were completely different from the places where they usually lived. Occasionally, passers-by passed by them. The clothes they wore were even more peculiar. The styles, colors and materials were very different from what they were familiar with. Shi Zihan frowned and subconsciously wanted to mobilize the spiritual power in his body, but found that there was no response. He couldn't help but change his face and whispered, "We can't use our spiritual power." The other people were shocked when they heard it, and hurriedly tried to use their spiritual power. However, the results were the same. The spiritual power in their bodies seemed to be sealed by a mysterious force, and could not be mobilized at all. Before they could fully understand the current situation, they saw a little girl, who looked like 4 or 5 years old, walking towards them with childish steps. Mu Yunqi's eyes widened, and she said in surprise, "She looks like Ari." Feng Wuhan fixed his eyes on the little girl, and after carefully examining her, he said with certainty, "No, she is Ari." Ari! Sui Yun's eyes were red with excitement, and without thinking, he rushed towards the little girl, eager to pick her up. He rushed through the little girl's body, as if the little girl was just an illusory bubble. Sui Yun stood there in a daze, looking at his hands, his face full of disbelief, and muttered, "This." Mu Yunqi looked at everything in front of him thoughtfully, and said slowly, "This should be Ari's spiritual sea of consciousness. We have been pulled in." Feng Wuhan nodded slightly and agreed. "Well, it seems that what we are seeing should be Ali's past." Lin Yuchen widened his eyes, and said in shock, "How could it be? Doesn't this mean that Ali is not from our world? I don't care where she is from. She is my sister." Sui Yun said loudly without hesitation. After that, he followed the little girl again without thinking, his eyes closely following the little girl's figure, and he kept muttering, "Ali, can't you see me? We are here to take you back. Look at you, you have become so small, you can't beat me next time we fight." Seeing this, the others also hurried to catch up. Guli couldn't hear his voice, nor could she see them. As usual, she went straight into a small earthen house. The walls of the earthen house were already mottled, and the thatched roof was sparse, revealing a hint of coldness, but this was her home that sheltered her from the wind and rain. Guli skillfully lit a fire in front of the earthen stove in the house. The dry branches crackled in the stove, and the jumping flames reflected her slightly immature but resolute face. She slowly added water to the pot, scooped out a few handfuls of brown rice from the old pottery jar beside her, washed it carefully, and put it into the pot to start cooking porridge. At this moment, a faint voice sounded in this silent space. Of course, Guli couldn't hear it. It was Sui Yun's voice. "Why do you eat these? You can't grow taller." Guli quietly waited for the porridge to cook. When the porridge was steaming and exuding a faint rice fragrance, she filled a bowl and sat on a small stool beside her to eat silently. Chapter 254. After finishing her meal, she put away the dishes and picked up the backpack in the corner, ready to go up the mountain to collect herbs. Guli walked up the mountain step by step along the winding and rugged mountain path. The scenery on the mountain was beautiful, with all kinds of flowers, plants and trees lush and green, but Guli could not appreciate it all. She was thinking about picking more herbs to exchange for some daily necessities. When she was halfway through collecting herbs, Guli seemed to notice something strange under a rock not far away. She stopped her hand, squinted her eyes slightly, and looked in that direction. She seemed to see someone lying there vaguely, which made her curious, so she walked over carefully. When she got closer, Guli squatted down and carefully looked at the unconscious person in front of her. She reached out her hand and gently felt his breath. Feeling the faint breath, she felt relieved. He's still alive. But she was too small and frail to take this person down the mountain. She saw a dagger on the ground beside her. The blade of the dagger was shining coldly under the sunlight. She picked up the dagger, tore a piece of cloth from her clothes, and carefully wiped the dagger, wiping off all the dust and stains on it. Then, she started a fire again, roasted the dagger on the fire, and disinfected it. After the dagger cooled down, she carefully used it to scrape off the rotten flesh on the man's wound bit by bit. After scraping off the rotten flesh, Guli found a few herbs she had picked from the backpack, put them on a clean stone, and crushed them slowly with another stone until they became fine medicinal mud. She applied the medicinal mud to the man's wound, and found a few large leaves to cover his body. After doing all this, Guli stood up, patted the dust on her body, and looked at the unconscious man again. "This dagger is my reward." After saying that, she did not stop, and continued to climb up the mountain with the basket on her back, and continued to pick the herbs that had not been picked yet. The scene suddenly changed, and the originally quiet mountain village was broken by the roar of a car. I saw several shiny and expensive luxury cars, speeding along the not-so-wide country road, and finally stopped steadily at the door of Gu Li's shabby and short house. The car door slowly opened, and the first person to get off was the man who was injured on the mountain before. Gu Li was sitting on a small bench at the door of his house, drying herbs. Seeing this group of strangers suddenly appear at her door, she was slightly startled. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, then stood up, looked at the newcomers, and asked softly, "What's the matter?" And Feng walked to Gu Li with steady steps, then slowly squatted down, so that his eyes were level with Gu Li. He stared at the thin man in front of him and said softly, "I will take you away and live a good life." Gu Li shook his head and answered bluntly, "No." And Feng couldn't help but frown. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, so he asked, "Why?" Gu Li raised his head, looked straight into Feng eyes, and said calmly, "I don't know you." And Feng was slightly startled. Then a faint arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and asked again, "Then why did you save me?" Gu Li tilted his head and thought for a while, then answered seriously, "If it was someone else, I would save him too." And Feng was stunned for a moment after hearing Gu Li's answer, then chuckled. There seemed to be some helplessness in that chuckle, and it seemed to hide some other thoughts. He suddenly reached out and gently touched Gu Li's face. The action seemed gentle, but the next moment, Gu Li felt dizzy and fell into a coma without any defense. Sui Yun, who had been witnessing all this, suddenly became anxious. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Asshole, you repay kindness with hatred." As he said that, he rushed towards Feng regardless of everything. And Lin Yuchen also rushed up. Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan each grabbed one, and they held Sui Yun and Lin Yuchen tightly to prevent them from acting impulsively. Mu Yunqi stood aside and said helplessly, "That's all Li's past. We can't interfere." Although Sui Yun and the others were full of anger and unwillingness, they could only watch Gu Li being carried into the car by Feng, and then the luxury cars raised a cloud of dust and sped away. The scene changed again, and Sui Yun and the others followed Gu Li to a rainforest. In the rainforest, the air was hot and humid, and there was a strong smell of grass and trees all around, and from time to time there were various unknown insects and beasts roaring. Gu Li woke up slowly. She only felt dizzy and a little swollen. She slowly opened her eyes, was stunned for a moment, and then looked around vigilantly at the unfamiliar environment. Tall and dense trees covered the sky, the ground was covered with thick fallen leaves, and various vines crisscrossed, all of which made her realize that she was in a completely unfamiliar and dangerous place. She subconsciously moved her arm, but found that someone had written a line of words on her arm. "If you want to survive, then eliminate all threats." Gu Li was not frightened and cried like other little girls. She gritted her teeth. A trace of determination flashed in her eyes, and then silently picked up the dagger left for her, held it tightly in her hand, and walked forward carefully. As she walked, she pricked up her ears and listened carefully to the movements around her. With many years of experience living in the mountains, she can sense whether there is danger around through the vibration of the ground and the flow of air. As she walked, she suddenly heard a violent movement not far away, as if something was fighting fiercely. She was startled, and without thinking too much, she climbed up a big tree next to her with her hands and feet, and then curled up her small body and cleverly hid it in the dense branches and leaves. Soon, she saw a creepy scene. I saw a child about her age being thrown to the ground by a huge tiger. The tiger's sharp claws dug into the child's body, and blood gushed out instantly. Then, the tiger opened its bloody mouth and bit the child's body fiercely. After a while, the child was eaten to pieces by the tiger, and the smell of blood filled the air. Gu Li watched this bloody scene with her own eyes. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her face turned pale, her eyes widened, and her eyes were full of fear. She seemed to be fixed on the tree, and could not come back to her senses for a long time. Chapter 255. The scene changed again. Gu Li and several children a few years older than her were desperately running away in the rainforest, followed closely by two hungry wolves. The two wolves had a faint green light in their eyes, drooling constantly from their mouths, and making low roars, as if they were going to pounce on them and tear them into pieces the next moment. The children screamed in fear and ran desperately, but they were just children after all, with limited physical strength, and their speed gradually slowed down. Seeing that the two wolves were about to bite the boy next to her, the boy suddenly pushed Gu Li out in extreme fear, and then ran away without looking back. Gu Li was unprepared and fell to the ground. Before she could get up, one of the wolves pounced on her and bit her arm. The intense pain instantly spread throughout her body, mixed with deep fear, making her cry out, "Wow!" Just when she thought she was really going to die this time, something strange happened. The two wolves suddenly stopped moving, as if they were under a spell of immobilization. The fallen leaves around them, that were originally lifted by their running, also stopped, and the whole world seemed to stop at this moment. Although Guli was full of doubts, she had no time to think about what happened at this moment. She just wanted to escape from this terrible place as soon as possible. So, she endured the pain in her arm, got up quickly, and fled from this place desperately. When she arrived at a safer place, it was a small cave with some vines around the entrance, which was relatively hidden. She stopped and leaned against the cave wall, panting. Her chest was heaving violently, and her clothes were soaked with sweat. She subconsciously looked at the wound on her hand bitten by the wolf, but was surprised to find that the wound was healing quickly. The blood that had been flowing out gathered on her palm, forming a strange scene. At this moment, a palm-sized pavilion emerged from her hand. The pavilion was made very delicately, like a fine work of art, and 3 words were engraved on it: the Pavilion of the Rebirth. Guli widened her eyes. She looked at the pavilion that suddenly appeared carefully and muttered to herself, "You saved me, right?" However, the Pavilion of the Rebirth did not speak, and just floated quietly above her palm. The next moment, it disappeared without a sign. If the wound on her arm had not healed, she would have thought it was a dream. The scene suddenly changed. There were several men dressed in fancy clothes, with fierce faces standing aside. Among them, there were a dozen children, who looked like they were about 7 or 8 years old, and their faces were full of numbness. One of the men said coldly, "After one day, I just want to see one person standing." As soon as the voice fell, the atmosphere at the scene became extremely depressing, as if a heavy haze instantly enveloped everyone. Among the children, Guli, the thinnest, immediately became the first target of attack. Her thin body looked so thin and helpless in front of a group of children who were staring at her, but her eyes revealed a stubbornness and desire to survive. Facing the wolf-like attacks of the crowd, Guli could only do her best to dodge. Her body kept shuttling and dodging in the narrow space, but it was still difficult to avoid it completely. After a while, her body was covered with scars. At this moment, a dagger with a cold light stabbed straight at Guli. The speed was so fast that she had no time to react. The dagger instantly pierced her abdominal wall. A piercing pain came from the abdomen. Guli's face turned pale with pain, but she still relied on her tenacious willpower to kick the owner of the dagger away. Then she quickly covered the bleeding wound with her hand. Blood kept seeping out from between her fingers, staining her clothes red. At this moment, the other children also fell into a crazy killing. They seemed to have lost their minds. In their eyes, there was only the cruel goal of only one person survived. Guli looked at the chaotic and bloody scene in front of her. Her heart was full of fear, and her body trembled involuntarily. Suddenly, the pavilion in her hand turned into a long sword emitting a cold light. At the same time, a mysterious power seemed to flow out from the long sword and slowly flowed through her body. With that power, she began to slash at the children, who were still attacking frantically. After a while, the whole venue fell into a dead silence. Guli stood there blankly, looking at all the people lying on the ground, and then slowly raised her head to look at her bloody hands, her eyes full of horror and disbelief. "I killed them all." Her voice was trembling, as if she couldn't believe that everything that had just happened was her own doing. Guli looked at the scene of blood flowing like a river, and couldn't stop trembling. She killed someone. This terrible thought kept echoing in her mind, filling her heart with endless fear and guilt. Her small body curled up in a pile of debris. She hugged her legs tightly and buried her head deeply in her knees, not daring to look at the people lying on the ground. Not far away, Suiyun watched this scene quietly, his eyes red, full of heartache and pity. Even though he knew that she couldn't hear his voice at all, he still walked over slowly. He squatted beside her gently and comforted her in the gentlest tone possible. "It's okay, this is a nightmare. They attacked you first, don't blame you." It wasn't until a day later that someone finally walked into this place full of blood and debris and took Guli out. The scene changed again. It was still the familiar and terrible place, and the same group of people whose number had not changed, but Guli had grown up a lot at this time. Compared to her childhood, her figure has become much taller, and her face has lost its former immaturity, becoming more stern and resolute. At this moment, she looked at the people who kept dying in her hands expressionlessly, with a blank look in her eyes, as if all the bloody killings happening in front of her had nothing to do with her. Her movements were clean and neat, and the long sword in her hand was wielded vigorously, and every swing of the sword could cause a splash of blood. Enfingya, who was standing aside, looked at her cold and ruthless appearance with satisfaction, with a smug smile on his face, and couldn't help but praise, "You are worthy of being the seedling I have chosen." His eyes revealed a sense of complacency about his own vision. Gu Li's current cold-killing methods were the result of his careful training. Chapter 256. Hearing this, Gu Li's mouth corners slightly raised, and he also smiled. As long as you are satisfied. There was an elusive meaning in his smile. Just when Feng was still immersed in his satisfaction and complacency with Gu Li. Suddenly, a long sword pierced his chest without warning. Feng widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief, and he uttered a word with difficulty. You? Gu Li looked at him indifferently and asked coldly, Are you satisfied? Feng endured the severe pain in his chest and asked in a trembling voice. Why? He couldn't figure out why Gu Li, whom he had carefully trained, suddenly attacked him. Gu Li waved his hand, and the long sword that pierced Feng chest returned to his hand instantly like an obedient spirit. She looked at Feng, the hatred in her eyes could no longer be concealed, and she said coldly, I saved you, but you brought me to this place. If I wasn't lucky, the grass on my grave would be very tall. Feng's eyes widened, full of fear and disbelief. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but a cold light flashed, and the sharp sword instantly slashed across his neck. In an instant, blood gushed out, and his head fell directly like a kite with a broken string, hitting the ground with a bang, raising a small piece of dust, and his wide eyes revealed endless confusion and unwillingness until his death. Thank you for training me to be a demon. In the monitoring room, through the flashing monitoring screens, others saw the bloody and terrifying scene happening in the entire venue clearly. Their faces instantly turned ugly, their eyes full of shock and anger. Quick, surround that place for me. Don't let her run away. One of them shouted loudly, with a hint of panic in his voice. Then, a group of people acted quickly as if they were facing a great enemy. They held various weapons, and ran towards the scene of the incident aggressively. After a while, the entire venue was surrounded by 3 layers inside and outside, as if they were afraid that Gu Li would suddenly disappear. Gu Li looked at the group of people around her who surrounded her tightly, her mouth corners slightly raised, and she chuckled, You are also the culprit. Then, she slowly raised her hand, and in an instant, a mysterious power wave seemed to surge in the whole space, and then, a cold dagger appeared out of thin air on the chest of every person present. Those daggers seemed to be controlled by an invisible big hand, and stabbed into their chests. For a while, screams came one after another, and blood dyed the already bloody field red. Scene change. A tall blonde woman came over with a smile on her face. She reached out and patted Gu Li on the shoulder, with a bit of praise in her tone. Gu Li, you are awesome, you have completed the task again. Gu Li also smiled and responded, I was lucky, nothing happened along the way. At this time, another tall and strong man also strode over. He grinned and said, Don't be modest, your special ability scared the boss, ha ha ha. Gu Li just smiled faintly, and didn't say anything more. Annika tilted her head slightly, looked at Gu Li and asked, I heard you are leaving? Gu Li nodded and said softly, Well, it's time to leave. Annika sighed with regret and said, It's a pity that our organization will lose a general in the future. Although her words were full of regret, there was not much reluctance in her eyes. Fangzhen echoed on the side, Today is the boss's birthday and he invited us. You are leaving, so you can't not go this time. Gu Li thought about it for a while, and finally nodded and said, Okay. After all, I have known them for several years, and it is not good to leave directly like this. Afterwards, Gu Li came to a manor with the 2 of them. At this time, the manor was very lively, and all the members were there. Some of them were talking to each other, and some were tasting fine wine and delicacies. Seeing Gu Li coming, they all greeted him warmly, with warm smiles on their faces. Oh, you're so busy, are you willing to come? A man in a black suit came up with 2 glasses of wine, smiling, and handed one of the glasses to Gu Li. Gu Li reached out to take the glass, but didn't mean to drink it. She never drank, and it was a well-known fact in the organization. Chinemo raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, Why, are you afraid that I poison you? Gu Li said lightly, No, it's just that I don't drink. Annika laughed and said, You're too disrespectful to the boss on his birthday. There was a hint of mischief in her eyes, as if she really wanted to see Gu Li drink the glass of wine. Gu Li put the glass on the table next to her, crossed her arms, looked directly at Annika, and asked, Why do you feel like you really want me to drink it? There was a trace of scrutiny in her eyes, and she had noticed something wrong. Annika was startled, then laughed dryly twice, and waved her hand quickly, saying, Nothing. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes, but soon returned to normal. Gu Li ignored Annika, but looked at Chinemo, smiled and said, Happy birthday, I came in a hurry, and didn't have time to bring a gift. Chinemo smiled, waved his hand, and said, No need to bring a gift, you are the best gift. His words sounded very kind, but Gu Li was keenly aware of the wrongness. Before she asked clearly, suddenly, the people around her quickly retreated as if they had agreed in advance, and their movements were uniform. Immediately afterwards, a huge cage rumbled out of the ground. The cage was made of an extremely strong metal, and there were some strange runes engraved on it. The cage instantly trapped Gu Li in it. Gu Li looked at the people outside and said calmly, "Are you plotting against me?" Chinemo spread his hands and said helplessly, "No way, you are too valuable, 10 billion US dollars. I can't refuse." Gu Li sneered and said, "So someone wants to buy my life." Seeing her calm look, Chinemo was a little uneasy. Could it be that she has some tricks up her sleeve? But thinking that this cage was specially customized for her, and the sturdiness of the cage and the mysterious runes on it were enough to restrain her ability, he was relieved a little. "Long time no see. I wonder if Miss Gu still remembers me?" A voice came from the room, with a hint of yin and yang in the voice. Chapter 257. Yasidy's eyes were red, and the flames of hatred were burning in his eyes. He gnashed his teeth and roared, "You killed my only son, do you remember?" Gu Li raised his head slightly, looked at Yasidy with indifference, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said lightly, "I remember." Yasidy was so angry that he trembled all over. He waved his hand violently and shouted hoarsely, "You go to accompany him today." Then, he shouted again, "Do it!" These two words seemed to be an order to start killing. In an instant, a burst of dense gunfire sounded all around. Countless bullets shot towards Gu Li like raindrops, and the whistling sound of breaking through the air filled the entire space, as if to tear everything apart. Before the bullets touched Gu Li's body, a faint light suddenly appeared around her, and the light quickly spread, forming an invisible shield. The shield exuded mysterious power fluctuations, like an indestructible barrier. When the bullets hit the shield, there was a crackling sound, and the bullets were blocked one after another, as if they hit a solid wall, and then bounced back at a faster speed. Gu Li looked at the people outside who were panicked by the rebound of the bullets, and the mockery on her face became stronger. She crossed her arms and said coldly, "You want to kill me with a broken cage? Isn't it a bit too naive?" A hideous smile appeared on Yasi's face, which was twisted by hatred. He suddenly took out a small remote control from his arms, and the remote control flashed a strange metallic luster under the light. He stared at Gu Li in the cage fiercely, his eyes full of madness and determination, and then pressed the timing button without hesitation. "I know you are very capable, but you are now trapped in this special cage. You can't get out. I want to see how many rounds of explosions you can withstand." As the bomb was opened, a tick-tick countdown sound suddenly sounded, and the sound was like the countdown of the god of death, which made people feel cold. The people around were so scared that their faces turned pale. How could they dare to stay any longer? They turned around in panic, and ran desperately towards the outside of the manor. "Then you will die with me." Gu Li was unmoved, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, outlining a cold and resolute arc. In an instant, a mysterious and powerful force suddenly broke out with her as the center, and everyone present felt as if they were being tightly pulled by a pair of invisible big hands. Their bodies involuntarily moved towards Gu Li's direction. No matter how they struggled, they could not break free from this powerful binding force. Yasidy and others noticed this sudden change. Their faces instantly became extremely ugly, and they shouted loudly, "What did you do? Let me go." Gu Li looked at their embarrassed appearance and couldn't help but sneered. "Guess?" At this moment, there was a loud bang, and the bomb exploded instantly, and the huge impact force spread around like a surging wave. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky, and the entire manor was instantly engulfed by the flames of the explosion. The houses collapsed in the violent explosion, raising dust and debris all over the sky. Soon, the once magnificent manor turned into a ruined place, with broken walls and dead silence everywhere. The few people who saw all this on the side felt pain in their chests. Suiyun shouted anxiously, "Why is Ari gone?" Shi Zihan thought and said, "It seems that Ari came to Lafeng continent after dying here." When Lin Yuchen heard this, he was anxious, his eyes were red, and he shouted loudly, "I don't want Ari to die." Seeing this, Mu Yunchi raised her hand and slapped him on the head, saying unhappily, "Shut up, Ari is not dead, we just need to take her back." The scene changed, and the scene in front of Mu Yunchi and the other four suddenly changed. At this moment, a picture that made them terrified appeared. The Gu family they were familiar with, the place that was once full of laughter, warmth and harmony, has now become a ruin. The once magnificent house is now only in ruins, and the air is filled with a strong smell of blood. The relatives and friends they knew all fell in a pool of blood, and the miserable scene was unbearable to watch. In addition, the figures of the 5 of them also fell in this bloody scene, as if they were also part of this tragedy. Gu Li stood there blankly, looking at the Gu family with blood flowing like a river. Her eyes were full of despair. The Gu family was her only safe haven, but now, all of this is gone. The grandfather, who loved her, was now lying lifeless in front of her, and his kind face looked so pale and powerless at this moment. And those friends, who had always accompanied her, also fell to the ground and died because of her, and their once lively smiling faces could no longer be seen at this moment. The light in her eyes dimmed little by little, as if the last glimmer of hope in her heart was shattered with the tragic scene before her. Finally, she seemed to have lost all support, slowly fell down, and fell into a coma. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi was extremely anxious, and she hurried over to help Gu Li up. However, when she stretched out her hand still could not touch Gu Li's body. In the small pavilion outside, it had been silently guarding them. At this moment, it noticed that the auras of Mu Yunqi and the other 6 people began to become chaotic, and its originally calm face suddenly changed, and a trace of worry flashed in its eyes. Then, it concentrated its spiritual power and transmitted the voice clearly to them, saying loudly, "What you see is the world constructed by the Master Sea of Consciousness. You can wake her up by repairing the scene with elemental power." After hearing the guidance of the small pavilion, the 5 people were first happy in their hearts, and then hurriedly held their breath and tried to mobilize the hidden spiritual power in their bodies. After trying it out, and finding that he could use his spiritual power, he integrated all his elemental power into the surrounding environment. They perfectly integrated their elemental power into the surrounding environment, continuously providing energy for the repair work. The Gu family, which was originally broken into pieces, gradually restored its past appearance, and the collapsed house stood up again. The walls became intact, and the furnishings in the house were returned to their places one by one. And the wounds of all those who fell in the pool of blood were slowly recovering under the action of elemental power. As the Gu family gradually recovered, Gu Li, who had been lying on the ground unconscious, gradually had blood on her face. The originally lifeless pale face began to turn a faint blush, and the breath of life was returning to her body little by little. Chapter 258. Gu Li's hand moved for a moment, as if it was a switch that broke some kind of silence. At this moment, the originally chaotic spiritual veins in her body were gradually merging in a wonderful manner, as if countless streams that were originally rushing separately were now slowly converging into a majestic river. Gu Li slowly opened her eyes, with a little confusion in her eyes at first, and then when she saw everything in front of her was intact, she couldn't help but murmured, "Are they all fake?" Her voice was very light as a feather falling, but it was particularly clear in this silent atmosphere. Hearing her voice, the 5 people who had been anxious beside her suddenly looked happy. They said in unison, "Ali, they are all fake, we are all alive, and Grandpa is also alive." This time, Gu Li really heard their voices. Tears instantly flowed from the corners of her eyes, and she choked and said, "Thank you." However, before they could fully react from this joy, all 5 of them were kicked out of her sea of consciousness by an inexplicable force. This sudden change made the 5 people stunned, and before they could figure out the situation, they had already returned to reality. The small pavilion that had been guarding nearby was so excited that his face flushed when he saw them wake up, and he hurried forward to ask about the situation. But at this moment, suddenly, a powerful spiritual power fluctuation broke out from several people without any signs. The spiritual power fluctuation was like a surging sea wave, spreading to the surroundings one after another, and even brought a slight air flow. Sui Yun was the first to scream, "Oh my God, what's going on? Why can't I move?" As he spoke, he tried desperately to move his body, but found that he was like being tightly bound by invisible ropes, and could not move at all. Mu Yunqi also noticed this abnormality, and she also tried to struggle, trying hard to get rid of this binding force. However, her body, which was usually flexible and free, seemed to be fixed in place at this moment. No matter how hard she tried, she could not move at all. The spiritual veins in Gu Li's body were completely integrated. In an instant, her body burst out with an extremely intense light, which was as bright as the sun in the sky, illuminating everything around as bright as day. Then, a thin line appeared on the wrists of the 6 people at the same time. Then, the endless spiritual power around seemed to be attracted by some powerful attraction, and rushed into Gu Li's body frantically. And these spiritual powers that flowed into Gu Li's body were purified by her perfectly integrated spiritual veins, becoming more refined, and then slowly entered the bodies of the 5 of them. Shi Zihan seemed to be the first to realize something. He immediately shouted, "Refine the spiritual power." Hearing his words, Mu Yunqi and the other 4 did not dare to be negligent. They quickly gathered their minds, and quickly entered the state of cultivation. They concentrated on refining the power transmitted to them by Gu Li. A moment later, the 6 people broke through almost at the same time. The powerful force brought by the breakthrough, like a surging tide, instantly raged in their bodies. For a moment, they felt as if their bodies were about to be blown up by this force, and the painful feeling made them frown. Lin Yuchen was the first to cry out in pain, "It hurts!" His voice trembled slightly because of the pain, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and slid down his cheeks. Xia Tingzi saw this, but he was not worried at all, but shouted excitedly, "Don't stop, keep absorbing, it's good for you." Xiao Qianqian, who was standing next to him, felt this powerful force and couldn't help crying and saying, it's integrated, this is the power of the master. Woo woo woo. Its small body trembled slightly because of excitement. In this way, time passed little by little, and soon, several people showed signs of breakthrough again. The fluctuation of that power became stronger and stronger, as if telling them that they were about to move to a higher realm. For 3 whole days, it has been maintained like this, and a steady stream of spiritual power has continued to enter their bodies, and the sounds of breakthroughs have also sounded one after another. Finally, after 3 long days, the power absorption was completed. Gu Li slowly opened his eyes, and there was a glittering light in his eyes, as if it contained endless power. The line connecting their hands also broke quietly at this moment, as if it had completed its mission. Except for Gu Li, the other 5 people fell to the ground with some exhaustion, because they had just experienced the baptism of powerful power. However, their faces were very rosy, like ripe apples, which was a manifestation of abundant spiritual power in their bodies. Gu Li curved his eyebrows and said, "I have broken through to the peak of the venerable level." Sui Yun heard it, and immediately got up from the ground and rushed towards Gu Li, shouting, "Stinky girl, I thought you were dead." Although his movements were a little awkward, the concern and joy in his eyes were real. In the process of rushing towards Gu Li, he almost fell because of his unstable footing. Gu Li did not dodge, but let him hug her, feeling his strong embrace, and her heart was warm. She whispered, "With you here, I can't die." Seeing this, Mu Yunqi also walked forward, pulled Sui Yun away, and then took Gu Li into her arms, with clean and neat movements, as if she was afraid that someone else would snatch her away. Sui Yun staggered and stood firm, saying dissatisfiedly, "What are you doing?" Mu Yunqi ignored him, but hugged Gu Li tightly and said, "Don't do this next time, we will be scared." Gu Li also hugged her back, patted her shoulder gently, and comforted, "It won't happen next time." Lin Yuchen looked at Mu Yunqi dissatisfiedly and said, "That's enough, isn't it time for us to hug?" Mu Yunqi still insisted, "Men and women should not be intimate." Lin Yuchen rolled his eyes when he heard it, and said, "Don't be intimate, I am a sister now." After saying that, he rushed up and pushed Mu Yunqi away, and then hugged Gu Li enthusiastically. Feng Wuhan and Shi Zihan watched all this quietly, with a faint smile in their eyes. Although they did not hug Gu Li as eagerly as others, the concern and relief in their eyes were self-evident. Gu Li sighed, walked forward, and generously gave the 2 a hug. Just as she was about to say something, Xiao Qianqian, Xia Tingzi, and other contracted beasts rushed over. Chapter 259. Xiao Qianqian was the first to rush to Gu Li, with red eyes, and said in a crying voice, "Master, you scared me to death, I thought you were going to die again." And then said on the side, "Nonsense, Master will not die again." Gu Li looked at them with eyes full of pampering, touched their heads one by one, and said, "I'm fine now." Sui Yun suddenly shouted, "Fuck, how come I'm at the peak of the honor level?" He widened his eyes, with a look of disbelief, as if he still couldn't believe that he had reached such a high level. After hearing Sui Yun's words, Mu Yunqi and others also subconsciously checked their own cultivation. Lin Yuchen looked at his hand in disbelief, and said tremblingly, I'm also at the peak of the honor level." Mu Yunqi was also very surprised, because she was also at the peak of the honor level. She gently stroked her arm, feeling the abundant spiritual power in her body, and her heart was full of joy. Gu Li looked at Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan and asked, "What about you?" Shi Zihan smiled and said, "I have also broken through to the peak of the venerable rank." Although his tone was calm, the smile in his eyes could not be hidden. Feng Wuhan also said, attached, "It means that he is in the same situation, and has also broken through to the peak of the venerable rank." Sui Yun still felt incredible and said, "This is so sudden? I am not ready to become a master yet." He scratched his head, his expression was both excited and a little overwhelmed. Xiao Tingzi said on the side, "What's the big deal? You have absorbed most of the master's power. What's the point of a mere venerable rank? Shi Zihan looked at Gu Li and asked, what about you? Gu Li smiled and said, I am also at the peak of the venerable rank. When Xiao Qianqian heard this, his eyes widened immediately, and he said in confusion, it's impossible, master. How could you have only made such a breakthrough? Gu Li smiled and explained, I sealed up my power. Xiao Qianqian was even more confused and asked, why? Gu Li's expression became serious and said, because I can't leave Lanfeng continent yet. I haven't finished my business in Lanfeng continent yet. She paused and continued, the matter of the demon clan has not been resolved yet. How can I go to the upper realm with peace of mind? Once she breaks through the peak of the venerable rank, she will be sent directly to the upper realm. What she wants is to be with her friends, not by herself. Lin Yuchen suggested excitedly, while we still have some free time, why don't we go out and practice some experience? Mu Yunqi glanced at him with a smile and said jokingly, are you sure you don't have a plan to tame the monster beast? Lin Yuchen was touched by his thoughts, and he scratched his head with a smile, and responded nonchalantly, hee, what you said, now my cultivation has been improved to such a high level, I want to see how many monster beasts I can tame at the same time. Gu Li on the side listened, thought for a while, and then said slowly, why don't we go to find the 9th level holy beast first, and try the demigod beast? It's just right. I also want Xiao Jinzi and the others to go with me to practice some experience. When Lin Yuchen heard this, his eyes widened, his face showed worry, and he asked hesitantly, are you serious? Can we really beat the demigod beast? Although they have made some breakthroughs in their cultivation, if they accidentally provoke a bunch of demigod beasts, they will die without knowing how. Gu Li, however, looked determined, patted Lin Yuchen on the shoulder, and encouraged him. How do you know if you can do it if you don't try? And the little wolf cubs really need such training opportunities to improve. At this moment, the little wolf cub who had been silently standing aside slowly stretched out a claw, and said in a childish voice with a bit of pride, Master, I am already a demigod beast. As soon as it said this, the 6 people turned their heads to look at it, but looking left and right, they found that there seemed to be no obvious changes in the little wolf cub, and it was still the same as usual. Then, Xiao Jinzi couldn't hold back his excitement, and said loudly, Master, I am also a demigod beast. It was so excited that its whole body was trembling slightly, but it was afraid that saying it out loud would destroy the relaxed and harmonious atmosphere among everyone, so it kept it in. It was extremely glad that it had chosen to follow its master, otherwise, it would not have been able to cultivate so quickly. Gu Li looked at the two of them in surprise, and asked with confusion, why can't I see that you have broken through? The little wolf shook his head and explained, we restrained our breath, so we can't see it. After that, a very powerful force suddenly surged around it, and this force spread out violently around it. Wherever it went, the tall and thick 1,000-year-old trees around were cut in half like fragile reeds, and wood chips flew everywhere. The scene was very shocking. Seeing this, Lin Yuchen couldn't help but exclaimed, this is too strong. I also want a demigod beast. Gu Li also came back to her senses from her surprise at this time. She first looked at the 2 cute little guys, little wolf cub and little Jinzi. Then she cast her eyes on the other contracted beasts, and asked curiously, what about you? When did you break through? I didn't notice it. The little wolf cub answered obediently, just now, we also absorbed the master's power, and then we broke through naturally. At that time, the master hadn't woken up yet, so I didn't notice it. Gu Li nodded, looked at the other contracted beasts, and continued to ask, what about you? In theory, other contracted beasts should also be able to absorb it. Little Bird couldn't wait to speak. It jumped to the front and shouted, we have all broken through to the 9th level holy beast, and we only need an opportunity to successfully enter the realm of semi-divine beast. When Lin Yuchen heard this, he couldn't help but shouted exaggeratedly, oh my god, if you were placed in Lingtian Academy with your fighting power, you would probably be able to overturn the entire academy. When Gu Li heard this, she was also very excited. She never thought that there would be such an unexpected surprise this time. She looked at Lin Yuchen with a bright gaze, and asked with a smile in her eyes, Yuchen, do you want to become a demigod beast master? Lin Yuchen blurted out subconsciously, are you serious? Gu Li looked at him firmly, of course. Sui Yun, who was standing by, heard their conversation, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't wait to shout loudly, I'm going to reserve a demigod beast. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi said with a somewhat arrogant tone, how can I be left out? Shi Zihan followed to join in the fun, I want one too. Feng Wuhan, attached. Gu Li curved his eyebrows, no problem. Damn Nailin Yin, when she grows up, she will poke his nest one day. Chapter 260. Sui Yun suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, By the way, what did that dead man do? Her sudden question instantly attracted the attention of several others, and everyone looked at her curiously. Gu Li frowned slightly when she heard Su Yun's question, and then slowly said, "He wants my spiritual vein." "What?" Su Yun exclaimed when she heard it, and her voice was full of shock and anger. Others also didn't expect that this would be the reason. You know, in the world they live in, for cultivators, spiritual veins are of vital importance. A cultivator without a spiritual vein is almost the same as being dead. Gu Li saw that everyone was so shocked, so she told them everything she knew about the ins and outs of this matter in detail. After listening to Gu Li's story, Mu Yunqi seemed to suddenly remember something, and a look of realization appeared in her eyes. She said, "So the unborn child of the god and demon dual veins that Master mentioned at the beginning is you?" Gu Li shook his head gently and said helplessly, "I don't know. The only thing I can be sure of is that I do have the god and demon dual veins." Xiao Qianqian couldn't help but say at this time, "The Master is the god and demon dual veins. The gods have no chance to reincarnate as humans. Only gods are immortal. But the Master has dual veins. If one vein dies, the other can be reincarnated. The Master was reincarnated once after his death, but he died again before he was born. At that time, I thought the Master would not have the chance to reincarnate again." Shi Zihan listened to Xiao Qianqian's words and asked in confusion, "Does it mean that Ari was originally from the God clan?" Xiao Qianqian shook his head immediately and explained seriously, "The Master is not only from the God clan, but also from the God clan and the Demon clan." Gu Li was also full of doubts when she heard that her life experience was so complicated. She then asked, "How did I die?" Xiao Qianqian's eyes suddenly became a little sad. It slowly said, "It was those people from the God clan. They were afraid of your talent. After all, you are the only one in the world who has both God and demon veins. In their opinion, the Master is not a complete member of the God clan, so they are afraid that the Master will turn into the demon clan in the future, so they killed you first." At that time, the Master was only in his 20s, and he encountered a joint siege by the 4 major families of the God clan. At this point, Xiao Qianqian's voice trembled slightly. Before his death, in order not to implicate them, the Master took the initiative to untie their contracts and sent them to various small worlds. By the time they rushed back, the Master had already died. When Su Yun heard this, he looked at Gu Li with distress in his eyes, and couldn't help but whispered, "Ali." Gu Li forced a smile, shook his head and said, "I'm fine." After that, she seemed to remember something and asked, "What about my parents?" Xiao Qianqian sighed helplessly and said, "I don't know. When I signed the contract with the Master lived with Nailin Yen. Later, when the Master was reincarnated, I didn't pay attention to the Master's parents after the Master died." Gu Li frowned and asked again, "What about Nailin Yen?" Xiao Qianqian replied, "He should be considered the Master's brother." Su Yun was immediately annoyed when he heard it, and shouted, "Bullshit, I am." Seeing this, Mu Yunqi slapped him on the head and said unhappily, "Let it finish its words." Xiao Tingzi also spoke at this time. He is the ruler of the demon clan, and he picked up the Master. Later, a fierce war broke out between the gods and the demons. At that time, the 4 major families of the gods besieged the Master, and the Master unfortunately fell. Nailin Yen knew that the Master had another chance to reincarnate, so he did not save the Master at that time, but sent the Master's soul to the underworld after the Master died. Afterwards, Nailin Yen fought fiercely with the ruler of the gods, and both sides were injured. The gods and demons. The war between the two was temporarily stopped. But at this time, the demon world was in turmoil. Because he was seriously injured, he needed the Master's magic vein to repair his injuries, so he sent people to find your parents in the previous life. Later, the Master's parents were seriously injured under the joint siege of other demons and gods, resulting in the Master's failure to be born. Finally, the people of the gods joined forces with other demons to deal with him, and finally sealed him in the Lawfeng continent. Mu Yunqi listened and asked in confusion, "Why didn't you kill him at that time?" Xiao Tingzi rolled her eyes at her and said disdainfully, "Do you think Nailin Yen is so easy to die? After all, he is also the ruler of the demon world for generations. If he hadn't spent half of his spiritual power to repair the broken passage between the human and demon worlds, those people of the gods wouldn't have been able to touch him at all." After hearing these words, Gu Li lowered her head and began to ponder. No one knew what she was thinking at the moment. After a while, she raised her head, looked at it and asked, "Tell me if he is an enemy or a friend." Xia Tingzi listened, lowered his head, and said helplessly, "I don't know either." It was actually very confused in its heart, and couldn't figure out what Nailin Yin was doing. He clearly asked it to protect the master, but he hurt the master at such a critical moment. And then also analyzed at this time. He wants the dual veins of gods and demons. He should want to restore his strength and regain control of the demon world, or other spaces have been torn and need to be repaired. Hearing this, Gu Li suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Could it be that the weak point of Lanfeng continent has been exposed? Sui Yun couldn't help but said indignantly when he heard it, "Why use all these spiritual veins to restore spiritual power? He is so powerful, why don't you go to the gods?" Enon explained, "The master's spiritual veins are different." Xiao Qianqian also said angrily, "It's all the fault of those gods. If it weren't for him." Gu Li pondered for a while, then reached out and gently touched Xiao Qianqian's head, with a firm look in his eyes, and said, "It's okay, we will kill them back later and wipe them out. At that time, we can be gods or demons." Sui Yun immediately responded excitedly, "And me? What a broken god clan, they are just a bunch of garbage, I will crush them with 1 foot." Mu Yunqi also waved his fist and said, "Dare to bully my sister Ali, I will tear them apart." Shi Zihan also shouted, "Let's go together." Feng Wuhan also echoed, "Attached one." Chapter 261. Gu Li stood there, looking at the noisy companions in front of her, with a smile on her face. She waved her hand gently and said, "Let's talk about the future later, cherish the present. Let's go, I don't have a demigod beast yet, I have to take this first one," Mu Yunqi said, while reaching out and holding Gu Li's arm without saying anything and walking out. Seeing this, the other people also followed with laughter. Sui Yun rushed forward and shouted, "I want to be the first one." Lin Yuchen watched from the side, and couldn't help but frowned, muttering a little aggrievedly, "Why don't you ask me? I am also a beast master." Shi Zihan listened to Lin Yuchen's words, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, deliberately teasing, "Maybe you are not as strong as Ali." Feng Wuhan also echoed beside him, "I think so too." He put his hands behind his back and walked slowly, with a half smile on his face, and a hint of teasing in his eyes. When Lin Yuchen heard it, his eyes widened, pointing at Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan, and said angrily, "You two are too much. Ali, look at them." Lin Yuchen turned his head, and looked at Gu Li, his eyes full of help. An hour later, Gu Li looked sharply at a semi-divine beast, the fire channel bird, not far away. The firebird was extremely large, and its feathers were as bright and dazzling as burning flames, shining brightly under the sunlight. Gu Li narrowed his eyes slightly, lowered his voice, and whispered to his companions beside him, "Who wants this?" Sui Yun's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he said, I want it. I don't have a flying beast yet." Gu Li raised his eyebrows. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, patted Sui Yun's shoulder, and said, "Okay, Ai, go up and fight." Sui Yun was suddenly called by his name, and was stunned. "Myself? Are you serious?" Gu Li crossed his arms, looked as if it was a matter of course, glanced at Sui Yun, and said, "Nonsense, Aiken and I are only responsible for taming beasts, not fighting for beasts. Who is responsible? Whoever wants this fire channel bird has to deal with it himself." Sui Yun heard this, and immediately made a bitter face. He sighed helplessly, "If I can't beat it, you must remember to save me." Shi Zihan, who was standing by, heard this and raised his mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile. Taking advantage of Sui Yun's inattention, he kicked him out and shouted, "Go!" "Damn, no martial ethics," Sui Yun exclaimed, waving his arms in the air in a panic, and finally managed to stabilize his body quickly. At this time, the fire channel bird noticed the movement here, and a trace of displeasure flashed in its big eyes, like copper bells, as if it was angry that someone dared to disturb its peace. Without saying a word, it suddenly spread its huge and gorgeous wings, and its figure flashed, grabbing Sui Yun like a red lightning. The sharp claws flashed coldly in the sun, like a few deadly blades, with a fierce momentum, approaching Sui Yun. Sui Yun was startled, and his steps changed quickly, and his body flexibly avoided its sharp claws. While dodging, he did not forget to shout, "Brother, let's discuss something. How about being my contracted beast?" Seeing this, Mu Yunqi, who was standing by, rubbed his forehead helplessly, shook his head and sighed, "This fool." The fire channel bird was instantly angry when he heard Sui Yun's arrogant words, and shouted loudly, "Arrogant! You, a human who doesn't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth, dare to say such presumptuous words to this king. You are looking for death." Then, it attacked Sui Yun again with great momentum, a few points faster than before, and the powerful momentum seemed to crush Sui Yun completely. Sui Yun dodged in embarrassment, and couldn't help but sighed, "You can talk. Dare to blaspheme this king, damn it. The fire channel bird was very angry at Sui Yun's words, and in an instant, the pressure of the semi-divine beast on it spread in all directions. The pressure was like a real wave, surging, and the powerful flames also rose up, directly surrounding Sui Yun. The flames burned fiercely, and the scorching temperature made the air around Sui Yun distorted, as if he was in a huge furnace. Sui Yun was trapped in the flames, and he felt the heat unbearable. He could even clearly hear the sound of the fabric of his clothes being roasted, and the heat wave rushed towards him, causing waves of tingling on his skin. Humph, is that all you can do? The firebird snorted disdainfully, raising its head high, with contempt in its eyes. Then, its huge wings flapped hard, and in an instant, a majestic and hot force surged out of its body. The blazing flames instantly swept towards Sui Yun, like surging waves, with an overwhelming momentum. Humph! Don't you know you can't set fire in the forest? Sui Yun's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. His hands danced rapidly, and his slender fingers were like a nimble butterfly, quickly changing various complex gestures, and starting to quickly seal. I saw a series of faint blue lights flickering and jumping at his fingertips. The first move of the ice art, Ice 1,000 miles. Sui Yun shouted in a low voice. In an instant, with him as the center, an extremely cold breath suddenly spread out in all directions. Wherever it went, the air that was originally scorched by the flames was instantly frozen, forming pieces of white frost. Then, a thick layer of ice began to spread rapidly on the ground, and the ice layer moved towards the direction of the flames at a very fast speed, making a crackling sound. As the ice layer continued to extend, the surrounding trees were quickly frozen, and the flames that swept towards Sui Yun made a fierce sizzling sound when they met the cold ice layer. White water vapor rose up, and the offensive of the flames gradually showed signs of being contained under the powerful force of ice. Seeing this, the fire channel bird's eyes flashed with surprise. It did not expect that this seemingly weak human could actually perform such an ice-based magic to restrain its flames. But it was a demigod after all, and the pride in its bones soon replaced it with anger. It flapped its wings again, and this time it was no longer just flames, but mixed with a strong airflow. The airflow rushed towards the ice layer like a sharp blade, trying to cut and smash the spreading ice layer. I saw that the airflow was like an invisible sharp blade, with a fierce momentum, fiercely stabbing at the ice layer. Wherever it went, the ice layer appeared cracks under the impact of the airflow, making a crackling sound of breaking. Chapter 262. Sui Yun frowned, changed his hand seals quickly, and chanted, "Ice power, condense ice into a shield." In an instant, the ice layer in front of him quickly condensed into a thick ice shield, and the ice shield flashed with a faint blue light, which looked indestructible. Just when the ice shield was just formed, the firebird's attack with airflow and flames came with a bang. Boom! With a loud bang, the ice shield trembled violently. Sui Yun only felt a strong impact force rushing towards him through the ice shield. The power was so great that his body involuntarily stepped back a few steps. "You dare to challenge me with this little ability?" The firebird took advantage of the situation and launched a new round of attacks. It opened its huge beak, and a hot fireball quickly condensed in it. The temperature of the fireball was so high that the surrounding air seemed to be burning. After Sui Yun stabilized his body, he flashed and rushed straight towards the fire channel bird. He quickly formed seals with his hands and shouted, "The second style of the ice art, ice edges dancing." In an instant, the water vapor in the air around him quickly condensed into countless sharp ice edges, which shot towards the fire channel bird like a rain of arrows. The ice edges were densely packed, like a silver sea of arrows, flashing cold light under the sunlight, and rushed towards the fire channel bird with a fierce momentum. The fire channel bird did not expect Sui Yun to dare to rush up, and was slightly stunned, but soon reacted. It flapped its wings, and wanted to melt the ice edges again with flames. The flames on its wings suddenly rose, and rushed towards the ice edges, trying to melt all the dense ice edges. However, this time the number of ice spikes was large, and the speed was extremely fast. Some of the ice spikes broke through the flames, and stabbed towards the body of the firebird. The firebird was unable to dodge, and was scratched by several ice spikes. It let out an angry cry. Blood oozed from the wound and dripped onto the ground, staining a small patch of grass red. Sui Yun took this opportunity to rush to the firebird. A long sword emitting cold light appeared in his hand, and he chopped it hard at the firebird's neck. The firebird sensed the danger approaching and turned its head suddenly. Sui Yun's long sword chopped on its wings, splashing a spark. Then he turned over and landed on its back, with a slight smile on his face, The second style of the wood element technique, element binding. In an instant, a powerful wood element force burst out from Su Yun's body and wrapped the entire Firebird up, tightly fitting it so that even air could not flow in. Seeing this, Su Yun shouted in the direction of Gu Li and the others, "Ali, Chun, come quickly, I have trapped it." Gu Li and Lin Yuchen looked at each other, and then quickly stepped forward. Gu Li looked at Lin Yuchen and said, "You come." Lin Yuchen did not refuse, but stretched out a hand to the fire channel bird, and quickly constructed a contract mark in his sea of consciousness, and directly hit it into its sea of consciousness. The fire channel bird subconsciously resisted with mental power, and Lin Yuchen's face turned pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At this time, he did not bother to wipe it, and concentrated his attention on using mental power to hit the contract mark into the fire channel bird's sea of consciousness. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and beads of sweat slid down his cheeks and dripped onto the ground, soaking a small piece of land. Gu Li and the others looked at him nervously, not daring to breathe, for fear of disturbing him. Half an hour later, just when Lin Yuchen's mental power was about to run out, his eyes flashed, and he directly broke through the mental defense of the Firebird, and put the contract mark in its sea of consciousness. At that moment, Lin Yuchen breathed a sigh of relief, and fell to the ground gasping for breath, too tired. Gu Li said sincerely, "Congratulations, Aiken, you have been promoted to a semi-god beastmaster." Lin Yuchen was a little embarrassed by Gu Li's praise. He scratched his head, a silly smile appeared on his face, and he kept saying, "Hee, lucky luck." Gu Li smiled lightly, and then slowly moved his eyes to Mu Yunqi, Su Yun and others beside him, and said with a serious look in his eyes, "You should go hunting too. Aiken has just been promoted, and he needs to consolidate it well." Mu Yunqi said. Hearing this, he immediately became energetic. "No problem, I just want to try how strong my peak level strength is." Su Yun shook his head and said, "I won't go. Aiken is already a semi-god, and I can't fall behind. I have to take this opportunity to impact the level of refining." Gu Li nodded and said, "Okay, I let Xiao Jinzi and the others protect you." Su Yun waved his hand, pointed to the newly tamed fire channel bird, and said, "No, it's enough. This fire channel bird is also a semi-god beast after all." After saying that, Su Yun strode towards the fire channel bird. He contracted it with great skill and effortlessness. The fire channel bird seemed to still be upset about being defeated by Su Yun before, and now that it was contracted, it was even more depressed. Seeing this, Su Yun raised his hand and punched the fire bird on the head. "Don't be unconvinced, I beat you fair and square." Gu Li watched this scene from the side, and couldn't help laughing. Seeing that Su Yun had made up his mind, he didn't say anything. She turned to look at her contracted beasts, with a serious look in her eyes, and said, "You all go out to train." She had to arrange for her shadow as a demigod beast. Afterwards, they separated and acted separately. However, they didn't go too far. After all, they had encountered emergencies, like Gu Li before, and they were a little cautious. For fear that similar situations would happen again, they chose to move in relatively familiar areas that were not too far away from each other, so that if something happened, they could arrive in time. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In the past half-month, Gu Li, Lin Yuchen, Mu Yunqi, Su Yun, Shi Zihan and Feng Wen have each successfully contracted a semi-divine beast. Gu Li's monster space also contains a bunch of tamed monsters. It's not that they don't want to contract more monsters. After all, more contracted beasts mean more help. In fact, it's because these people are masters of magic. On weekdays, they often need to refine various magic weapons, elixirs, and other things, and the refining process will consume a lot of mental power. Contracting too many monsters is a bit overloaded for them in terms of mental power. Except for Lin Yuchen, this guy contracted 3 semi-divine beasts by himself. On this day, the 6 people gathered together as usual and were preparing to discuss the next plan. Chapter 263. Feng Wuhan frowned slightly and spoke first. "Don't you think it's a bit strange recently?" Gu Li listened and nodded, and said slowly, "Indeed, it seems that I can't meet anyone who comes in with me recently. When they were hunting monsters here before, although they didn't meet other people anytime and anywhere, they could always meet some people every now and then. During this period, there was no one at all. It was too abnormal." Su Yun scratched his head after hearing what the two said, and boldly guessed, "Could they all be dead?" Shi Zihan shook his head, denying Su Yun's guess. He analyzed with a serious face, "It's unlikely. If so many people died, there would definitely be no signs at all." Mu Yunqi listened to everyone's discussion, pondered for a moment, looked at Gu Li and said, Ali, try to contact the shadow guards. Gu Li shook his head gently, with a trace of worry on his face, and slowly said, no reply. Feng Wuhan frowned slightly when he heard it, and his expression became solemn. After a moment of silence, he said, it is likely that something happened. Gu Li didn't say much, and immediately called Xiao Qianqian out. Xiao Qianqian, go ask the grass and tree elves where the people who came in are. Okay. Xiao Qianqian responded crisply, and his figure flashed. After a while, Xiao Qianqian hurried back. With some doubt, he reported to Gu Li, Master, they said there are no other humans in the forest except you. Su Yun couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard this, his face full of disbelief, and blurted out, are they really all dead? Xiao Qianqian hurriedly explained, no, if they were all dead, they would not be unaware, they just disappeared. Gu Li's eyes were stern, and he said immediately, let's go and have a look. Lin Yuchen asked helplessly, but where should we find them? Gu Li said without hesitation, find the place where Xiao Yixi and the others disappeared. She had already prepared the demigod beasts for them, and none of them could be in trouble. They had to find them back no matter what. Through the close connection with the grass and wood elves, they quickly determined the exact location where Gu Yi disappeared. Immediately let Xiao Kezi take them there. Xiao Kezi flapped his wings and flew high, very fast, leading everyone through the forest. Finally, under the leadership of Xiao Kezi, they stopped at the junction of the forest and the ocean. Su Yun looked at the strange scene in front of him, and couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face full of surprise, and couldn't help asking, what's the situation in this Tontian secret realm? The forest and the ocean in front of him were connected without any sense of disobedience. On this side was a lush forest with dense branches and leaves, and the trees were tall and straight, like giant green umbrellas. On the other side was a vast and boundless ocean, and the sea water was sparkling under the sunlight, but this picture was full of unspeakable weirdness. Gu Li also frowned, and her eyes kept looking around. She could clearly feel that the atmosphere was a bit weird. The wind was blowing around, and the sound of the wind was like the howling of ghosts and wolves, which made people feel creepy, but strangely, the sea surface was as calm as a huge mirror, without any waves, as if it was imprisoned by some mysterious power. Seeing this, Su Yun immediately volunteered, I give it a try. After that, he strode forward, quickly formed seals with his hands, and chanted, the first move of the ice art, ice 1,000 miles. A cold breath gushed out from his body, and spread toward the sea surface. Wherever the cold breath went, it seemed that everything could be frozen into ice in an instant, trying to freeze the water surface. After Su Yun performed this move, he slowly withdrew his spiritual power, but frowned and said with annoyance, it doesn't work. Seeing this, Shi Zihan narrowed his eyes slightly, thought for a moment, and said, suppress the cultivation to the peak of the emperor level, I want to see if we will disappear like those people. Lin Yuchen heard it, and couldn't help but teasing, you want to play fishing? Shi Zihan said lightly, almost. So, several people suppressed their cultivation to the emperor level, and then stood there quietly, staring at everything around them, waiting for the situation that might occur. They waited for a day, but the surroundings were still very calm, and there was no movement. Suddenly, Gu Li seemed to notice something strange. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and then a neat jump, the whole person flew in the air like a light bird, and then quickly landed on the sea level. She looked at the sea quickly, and soon found and picked up two people. The two men were in a semi-comatose state at the moment. When they sensed someone approaching, they subconsciously attacked. Although their movements were a little slow, it showed that they were extremely vigilant. Gu Li hurriedly shouted, it's me. Her voice was gentle and familiar, which made the two people sober up instantly. Then, Gu Li easily picked up the two people with one hand each. The moment Gu Yi and Gu Er saw Gu Li, they were so excited that tears welled up in their eyes, and they shouted with a choked voice, young master. Gu Li looked at the injured appearance of the two people and felt distressed. She hurriedly took out some semi-god-grade elixirs from the space and gave them to the two people, saying softly, heal your wounds first. After a while, Gu Li asked, what happened? When Gu Yi heard Gu Li's question, he recalled the thrilling experience before, and couldn't help but feel scared. He calmed down and said slowly, we were training normally in this Tontian secret realm, and everything was going well. Suddenly, a dazzling and mysterious light enveloped us without any warning. The light came fiercely and instantly enveloped us, and we couldn't see anything. When we opened our eyes again, we found that we had been taken to a crystal palace. The other members of the Shadow Guard were also there at the time, but our cultivation was higher than theirs, so we managed to escape. Gu Er added, young master, the one behind the scenes is the mermaid. It hides in the dark, and I don't know what means it uses to absorb people's spiritual power." Gu heard this, and her heart stomped, and a bad premonition became stronger. She hurriedly asked, "Where are the others? Are they still alive?" Gu replied, "Half of them are dead." Gu Li's face darkened instantly, and she gritted her teeth and asked, "Half of my shadow guards died?" Gu quickly explained, "The other brothers are fine. They can resist with the spiritual weapons and formations given by the young master. It's the others who died." Gu breathed a sigh of relief. "It's okay as long as it wasn't her people who died." Chapter 264. Shi Zihan asked solemnly, "Did anything unusual happen when you were teleported in?" Gu frowned slightly when he heard this question, and a glimmer of memories flashed in his eyes. After a long while, he said seriously, "Yes, there is a faint fragrance, which is really subtle. If you don't smell it carefully, it is almost imperceptible. It has a hallucinogenic effect, which makes people fall into an illusory and blurred illusion, and it is difficult to distinguish the boundary between reality and illusion." Suyin heard it, and said suspiciously, "Why do I feel that I smell the smell you said?" While speaking, he looked around vigilantly. When everyone heard this, their faces changed instantly, and their expressions, which were originally cautious, became even more solemn at this moment. Gu and Gu reacted very quickly, and almost subconsciously stepped in front of Gu Li and protected her tightly behind them. "Young master, you leave first. The situation here is unclear and too dangerous. You go first." Gu reached out and pulled Gu and Gu next to him back, saying, "Why leave? So many of my shadow guards have been captured." As she spoke, she quickly took out a few poison pills with a faint luster from the storage ring, handed them to Gu and Gu and said very quickly, "You two, suppress your cultivation to the emperor level, don't let the other party notice our true strength." Gu heard it, and immediately shook his head like a rattle and objected, "No, young master, we will go." Gu directly forced the poison pill into their hands, and said unhappily, "Don't talk nonsense, take it quickly, this poison pill will be a little painful, but at least it will prevent you from falling into the illusion so easily." After that, she took out a few detoxification pills from another storage space and handed them to them. "When the hallucinogenic environment disappears, take the detoxification pills quickly, understand?" Seeing her insistence, Gu and Gu looked at each other and sighed helplessly. They also swore in their hearts that if their young master was really in danger, they would delay time for her even if they exposed their cultivation and risked their lives, so that she could leave this dangerous place safely. In this way, Gu Li and others waited quietly in the same place. The faint fragrance around them became stronger and stronger, like an invisible big net, gradually enveloping them. The fragrance penetrated into their nasal cavity, making people feel a little suffocated. The poison pills they took also began to work, and waves of pain came from their bodies from time to time. The pain was like countless tiny needles piercing them, but fortunately it did not affect their normal actions. But whenever they felt dizzy, the pain would suddenly intensify, as if reminding them that they were in danger. At this moment, Feng Wen, who had been vigilant, suddenly lowered his voice and shouted, "Something is coming." Suiyun subconsciously clenched his fists when he heard it. "Resist?" Gu Li looked down at his feet and said calmly, "It's a mobile teleportation array. There's no need to resist. Just let it take us away." Mu Yunqi snorted coldly, "Dare to play with the array in front of me. Wait until I find out what's playing tricks. I will smash it to death with the array." As the fragrance became stronger and stronger, it was so strong that it almost made people breathless, and the ground under their feet suddenly burst into a dazzling light, so bright that people could hardly open their eyes. After the light flashed, their figures disappeared from the spot, as if they had disappeared out of thin air. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in the crystal palace that Gu and the others had mentioned before. This palace looked extremely gorgeous. The walls, pillars, etc. around it were all made of crystal, reflecting colorful light. It was beautiful, but it also had an indescribable weird atmosphere. The texture of the crystal was cold and hard, as if silently telling the mystery and danger here. In addition to the people trapped here, there were many guards made of crystal. These crystal guards were tall and exuded a cold breath, like emotionless killing machines. They patrolled the palace in a uniform pace, and their empty eyes made people shudder. Seeing the light coming on again, the glimmer of hope that the trapped people had in their hearts became even smaller at this moment. Their eyes were filled with despair and helplessness, as if they had already determined that they could never escape from this hellhole. They had thought about resisting after coming here, but here, their strength had dropped by nearly half, and they were no match for those crystal people. As soon as Gu Li came in, she quickly looked around, searching every corner with her brows slightly furrowed. because she didn't see the figures of her kidnapped shadow guards. Before she could ask questions, the surrounding crystal guards seemed to have noticed their arrival and immediately rushed towards them. Their movements were swift and uniform, with a strong sense of oppression. Seeing this, Guli did not show any weakness. She threw a punch with great strength. There was a loud bang. The crystal guard, who rushed to the front, was smashed into pieces and turned into crystal fragments on the ground, reflecting dazzling light on the ground. Su Yin was not to be outdone. While fighting fiercely with the crystal guards, he shouted loudly, "What the hell is this? It actually has the strength of the Peak Emperor." Seeing how strong they were, those trapped in the cage suddenly seemed to see hope and shouted, "Let us out, we will help you." Gu Li and the others were unmoved and focused on dealing with the crystal guards. "Let us out quickly, can't you hear me? What are you doing?" Lin Yuchen shouted angrily, "Let us out. How can we let us out if we can't even get through?" At this time, they were more than 100 meters away from the cage, and there were densely packed crystal people in the middle. It was not easy to break through these obstacles and reach the cage. Su Yin suddenly realized something was wrong during the fight, and he shouted loudly, "Something is wrong. I can only exert the peak of the Emperor level." Gu Li listened, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, "Spirit summoning formation?" Lin Yuchen listened and hurriedly asked, "Can it be cracked?" Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a confident smile, and said, "Simple, just blow it up." Chapter 265. Shi Zihan smiled strangely when he heard her words. "I'm good at this." As soon as the words fell, the air around him seemed to be stirred by a mysterious force and became restless. Then, a jaw-dropping scene appeared. All kinds of semi-god-grade runes and talismans appeared in the surrounding space. The runes flashed with colorful light, and each ray of light seemed to contain the power of destroying the world. They were densely suspended in the air. Gu Li's eyelids jumped uncontrollably when he saw this. He secretly said in his heart, "Damn it, put it away for me. Do you want to tear this place down with so many? You know, this is not an ordinary rune. Dozens of semi-god-grade explosive runes, the power is not a joke. Let alone destroying the small formation in front of him. Even if he wanted to tear down the entire Crystal Palace, it would definitely be more than enough." Hearing Gu Li's almost roaring words, Shi Zihan could only put away the rest, leaving only one solitary one floating in the air. He scratched his head, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face, and said a little embarrassedly, "Sorry, I forgot that I have been promoted to the semi-god level." Then, the only remaining rune was activated, and in an instant, a powerful and majestic force surged out from the rune and spread to the surroundings. Seeing this, Gu Li did not dare to neglect it at all, and hurriedly threw out a small defense array. After the defense array flew out of his hand, it quickly unfolded in the air and turned into a transparent light curtain, tightly covering them. With a loud bang, the sound exploded in the Crystal Palace like thunder, and the entire Crystal Palace was violently shaken as if it had suffered a huge earthquake. The walls around began to shake, and the crystal chandeliers also swayed continuously, making crisp collision sounds. The crystal guards, who intercepted them, were instantly shattered by the sudden explosion because they had not taken any defensive measures in advance. The bodies of the crystal guards were like fragile glass. Under the impact of the explosion, they turned into countless crystal fragments, which splashed everywhere and spread a thick layer on the ground. Even those who were originally trapped nearby were shaken to the ground by this powerful impact. Su Yin widened his eyes, looking at the mess in front of him, and said with some concern, "You didn't blow up those people." Shi Zihan, however, looked calm, with his hands on his chest, and said calmly, "How could it be? The power is not that great. Those people were just frightened and slightly injured at most, but they didn't lose their lives." Gu Li didn't want to listen to the two of them discussing this here. She frowned, then walked forward quickly, and her eyes swept over the people who fell to the ground one by one. Finally, she fell on one of the women, looked at the woman, and asked in a calm tone, "Where are the others?" The woman was Yuxin Yue. She had just climbed up from the ground, and she was still a little confused at the moment, as if her mind had not yet fully awakened. However, when she saw that these people were here to rescue them, she quickly came to her senses and quickly answered, "I don't know, these were the only people when I came." Su Yin listened to her and nodded slightly, and said, thoughtfully, "It seems that there is more than one crystal palace." Mu Yunqi also agreed, "Well, it is very likely. What should we do next?" Gu Li pondered for a moment, then said, "Let's go to other places first." Seeing that they were about to leave, three of the men suddenly became anxious. They quickly stepped forward and stretched out their hands to block their way. One of them said anxiously, "Take us out." We have been in this hellhole long enough and don't want to stay any longer. Since you can get in, you can definitely get out, so take us with you. Ghoulie stopped and explained, we have something else to do. You can find the exit yourself, or you can just wait here until the time comes to get out, and you will be teleported out naturally. Kwang Menghai was immediately dissatisfied when he heard this. He widened his eyes and said unwillingly, no, we are not going in. We are here to seek opportunities. We finally got in. We can't waste time here. If we are trapped here, wouldn't our trip be in vain? Ghoulie looked at them with increasingly cold eyes and said mercilessly, then you can die here. Shi Zihan also echoed, we have no obligation to save you. Saving you this time is just a matter of convenience. Kwang Menghai was so angry at their words that his face turned red. He pointed at them and said, you. He was so angry that he couldn't even speak a complete sentence. At this time, another man saw this and hurried out to smooth things over. He said with a smile, you good people, help to the end, we will thank you very much. Ghoulie didn't buy it at all. She didn't say anything, but just glanced at the others coldly and asked slowly, do you think so too? As soon as he said this, except for the three men, everyone else shook their heads frantically like rattles. Yu Xinhua even waved her hands and explained, I just wait here, you go save others. Seeing that not everyone took it for granted, Ghoulie nodded with satisfaction, and the cold expression on her face eased a little. Then, she looked at the three men again, with a strong warning in her eyes, and said coldly, if you kidnap me again, I will let you stay here forever. She was already upset because she couldn't find her own shadow guard, and now there were a few rats jumping out, which made her even more upset. When Kwang Menghai heard this, his face suddenly became a little ugly. He gritted his teeth. A trace of resentment flashed in his eyes, and then cursed. The other people you are looking for may have died long ago. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to take us out. When Ghoulie heard this, her face instantly sank. She suddenly stretched out her hand, and a strong suction force instantly burst out from her hand, directly sucking the man who said this. Before the man could react, Ghoulie's hand had already pinched his neck and lifted him up. Chapter 266. Kwang Menghai was horrified. He struggled desperately, trying to break free by pulling Ghoulie's hands with both hands, and kept shouting, let me go. Your fourth academy has a rule that you cannot massacre. However, before he could finish his words, Ghoulie suddenly exerted force, and with a click, the man's neck was strangled. In an instant, he was completely dead, and his body drooped limply. Ghoulie threw him to the ground as if he was throwing away garbage, and then wiped his hands on his clothes with a look of disgust, as if he had just touched something extremely dirty. Seeing that he really killed a person at the peak of the Emperor level, everyone who saw the scene was shocked. They stared at Ghoulie with their eyes wide open, looking at her in disbelief, and secretly guessing in their hearts, she killed a person at the peak of the Emperor level with ease. How strong must she be? Has she surpassed the peak of the Emperor level and reached a more terrifying realm? Ghoulie seemed as if nothing had happened. She looked at the remaining two men again, and said in a cold tone, do you still want me to send you out? The two men were already scared to death, and their legs were shaking. At this moment, hearing Ghoulie's words, they shook their heads frantically, and their voices became trembling because of fear. No, no, we will wait here. No trouble for you. They were almost crying with fear. Aren't the students of the 4 major colleges said to be kind? Why did she kill people so straightforwardly? This is not a student from the 4 major colleges, but a demon who kills without blinking an eye. Ghoulie was too lazy to pay attention to the chattering of the people behind him, and just walked out with his friends beside him with a calm expression. After leaving the gorgeous crystal palace, a long corridor came into view. The walls on both sides of the corridor were made of some transparent crystals, which were extremely clear. Walking in the corridor, everyone could clearly see the wonderful underwater world outside through the crystal clear walls. All kinds of colorful fish were seen swimming freely in the water, and their scales were shining with colorful light under the refraction of weak light, like a dream. In addition, there were some huge and ferocious water monsters swimming slowly in the distance, exuding a palpitating breath, as if they were the overlords of this water area, and were vigilantly patrolling their territory. Sui looked up at the scene outside and asked in confusion, so we are in the sea now? Feng Wuan nodded slightly and replied, it should be. Judging from the situation, it is almost certain. After listening to their words, Lin Yuchen patted his chest with lingering fear and said to Shi Zihan, fortunately, you didn't detonate all the runes at that time, otherwise, given our current situation, we would not be drowned in this vast ocean, but would be bitten to death by those ferocious monsters. You know, although these practitioners have abilities beyond ordinary people, they are still subject to many restrictions underwater. such as slow movements and not as smooth and free as on land. Shi Zihan immediately showed a guilty look on his face after hearing what Lin Yuchen said. Gu Li frowned slightly as he walked, and said with a worried look on his face, "It's not a good idea for us to keep looking here without any clues. This place is so big, and it's almost time for us to go out. If they are trapped here and can't get out, it will be troublesome." Lin Yuchen also frowned after hearing what Gu Li said, and said helplessly, "Then according to what you said, we can't get out either?" Gu Li stopped after hearing what Lin Yuchen said, and stood there thinking quietly for a long time before slowly saying, What is the possibility that we tamper with the formation here?" Mi Yunqi looked at Gu Li with a puzzled look and asked, "Which formation are you talking about?" "If the one outside that protects the entire. As for the formation of the Crystal Palace, it probably won't work. Once the formation breaks, the seawater will rush in, and then we will really be submerged here." Gu Li shook his head gently, and said seriously, "I mean the mobile teleportation formation." Su Yun scratched his head in confusion and asked, "What do you mean? I don't quite understand." Gu Li raised his chin slightly, a resolute look flashed in his eyes, and explained, "Weren't we brought here by the teleportation formation? Since we can't find the mermaid now, let's just change our thinking, bring it directly to the shore, and then demolish this place." Gu Yi heard what Gu Li said and said, "Young master, but we don't know where the mermaid is." Gu Li raised his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile, and said slowly, "I didn't say to take it up, I said to take the entire Crystal Palace up. When the time comes, no matter where the mermaid hides, it will have to go up with it." When Mi Yunqi heard this, her eyes widened and she couldn't help but swear, "Damn, are you serious?" Gu Er slowly stopped, looked at the area behind him with deep eyes, and said, "I think it doesn't seem to be so troublesome, those people are going to be taken away again." When the other people heard what Gu Er said, they all looked in the direction of his sight with doubts on their faces. Not far away, those who were originally released were trapped by the ice pillars that appeared out of thin air again. Seeing this, Gu Li's eyes instantly condensed. Without any hesitation, he was the first to rush over there like an arrow from a bow, shouting loudly at the same time, "Follow me." When the other people heard Gu Li shout, they immediately came to their senses and ran away, following Gu Li's figure and rushing towards the place where the shining ice pillar was. Just when the bright light was about to disappear, they felt that the space around them seemed to be twisted in an instant, and a strong suction force came from all directions. Then, they were also teleported away with the light, and their figures disappeared in the Crystal Palace in an instant. After the dazzling light dissipated, Gu Li and others were also trapped in the ice pillar. It was another palace, and the crystal guards were obviously several times more than at the beginning, and without exception, they were all at the peak of the Emperor level. The difference was that there was a strange formation in the center of the palace, with various talismans carved around it, and two people were lying half dead in the center of the formation. The spiritual power in his body was constantly flowing to a mermaid on the crystal platform. Su Yun subconsciously said, "Why is this mermaid so ugly?" Chapter 267. In the silent space, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it seemed like water could be squeezed out. Hearing Su Yun's seemingly careless words, the mermaid in the center instantly dropped the cold rays directly on him. Suddenly, Su Yun felt that from his feet, there was a strange force spreading up like a vine, and wherever it passed, his body slowly began to turn into crystal. The texture of the crystal gradually spread. First the feet became crystal clear, and then climbed up to the calves and thighs little by little. Gu Li's eyes were stern, and a sharp light flashed in her eyes. She raised her hand, and a spiritual power whistled out from her palm, and hit the part of Su Yun's body that was turning into crystal. Instantly, the strange power that turned Su Yun into crystal was dissolved. Su Yun touched her legs with lingering fear, feeling the legs that had been somewhat stiff and cold returning to normal warmth and softness. She couldn't help but say in shock, "You still have this ability?" Gu Li looked around, but still couldn't find the shadow guards, frowning. Suddenly, Gu Li punched the icicle that trapped them. There was a loud crash, and the thick icicle was instantly broken into countless crystal ice cubes under her powerful punch, splashing everywhere. Then, she flashed and rushed to the mermaid like a gust of wind, so fast that only a blurred afterimage was left. "Young master." Gu Yi and Gu Er were shocked by her sudden and bold move. Then, they hurried towards Gu Li without hesitation, fearing that she would encounter something unexpected. Before the mermaid could react to Gu Li's swift attack, Gu Li's clenched fist had already landed like a cannonball on its smooth but strange face. The force of this punch was so great that it knocked the mermaid's head to one side. Gu Li asked coldly, "Where are my people? If one of them dies, I will cut you apart." Gu Yi quickly reached out and hugged Gu Li back, while Gu Er continued to rush towards the mermaid in her place, waving his fists and hitting the mermaid's body again and again. Gu Yi looked at Gu Yi helplessly. "What are you doing?" Gu Yi said seriously. "I'm afraid that the young master is in danger." Gu Li was speechless. "My cultivation is stronger than yours now." Gu Yi put her down and said seriously, "You can't let the young master rush in front." On the other side, the mermaid who was beaten again finally reacted from this series of attacks. It suddenly opened its big mouth, and a strange fragrance instantly emanated from its mouth. The fragrance was only faint at first, but it became so strong that it made people dizzy in a blink of an eye. Afterwards, a strong breath came like a surging wave, sweeping towards Gu Li and others with a sense of oppression. Just when this strong breath was about to hit everyone, Mu Yunqi jumped up. Then, she kicked the mermaid's open mouth hard, saying in disgust, "It stinks." The force of this kick was so strong that it knocked out one of the mermaid's teeth, and the mermaid immediately let out a painful scream. The mermaid angrily yelled, "How dare you hurt me? Go to hell." Its voice became sharp and harsh because of anger, echoing in this space, making people feel particularly uncomfortable. Seeing this, Feng Wuhan punched the mermaid in the stomach without saying a word, and cursed unceremoniously, "Hack you." This punch was full of power, and the mermaid flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Lin Yuchen watched Feng Wuhan's series of actions from the side, and couldn't help but teasing, "A hen has learned to curse. It's terrible." There was a little smile in his voice, which eased the atmosphere a little in this tense atmosphere. After the mermaid struggled to get up from the ground, a hint of cruelty flashed in her eyes. It instantly turned into a pool of water, like a pool of flowing mercury, flowing quickly into the distance, and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Not long after, it appeared again not far from them. The mermaid's proud voice sounded, "Humph, you can be my food." After that, it suddenly activated the formation in their area. As the mermaid moved, a faint light slowly lit up. The light was dim at first, but gradually became brighter and brighter, forming a strange light shield that enveloped Gu Li and the people who were captured here. Gu Li and the others suddenly felt that their cultivation was suppressed. It felt like an invisible mountain was pressing on them, and their movements became a little slow. As for the others, the spiritual power in their bodies slowly dissipated. The spiritual power that was originally filled in their bodies seemed to be drawn away bit by something, making people feel weaker and weaker. Gu Li looked at it with disdain, his eyes full of contempt, and said loudly, "You relied on this thing to bring people here?" The mermaid responded triumphantly, "You just enjoy it." It looked at Gu Li and others trapped in the formation, and its face was full of pleasure after success. At this time, the formation was continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, and those spiritual energy gathered towards the mermaid's body like silk threads. As the spiritual energy continued to flow in, the scales on its body began to emit bursts of dazzling light, and the light flickered, making it look more weird and mysterious. Mu Yunqi crossed her arms, and walked leisurely to a crystal chair at the edge. She lowered her head slightly, looked at the exquisite crystal chair, then raised a disdainful smile at the corner of her mouth, and then stomped the crystal chair to pieces with a foot. As the crystal chair broke, there was a crisp sound of click, and the entire formation seemed to have been hit by a huge impact and broke instantly. The originally dissipated spiritual power returned to their bodies, as if summoned. Mu Yunqi spread her hands, with a smug smile on her face, and said to the mermaid, "That's it?" Her tone was full of sarcasm, which destroyed the mermaid's originally smug look. The mermaid looked at her in shock, with disbelief in her eyes, and asked loudly, "How did you find the eye of the formation?" It couldn't understand why the formation it had carefully arranged was so easily broken by others. Mu Yunqi said slowly, "You dare to use a top-grade formation to scare people? You can only bully them, because they don't have a formation master." Chapter 268. The mermaid was keenly aware that something was wrong. A flash of panic flashed across its eyes, which were originally full of cunning and arrogance, and it had the idea of escaping. When it used the water transformation technique again, and its entire body gradually turned into a pool of clear water, like a dream, Sui Yun, who was standing beside it, was not panicked at all. He looked stern, and his hands formed seals as fast as lightning. His slender fingers crossed and changed in the air, bringing up faint spiritual light. At the same time, he whispered, "The first move of the Ice Heart, Ice 1,000 miles." As Sui Yun's spell fell, in an instant, an extremely powerful freezing force, centered on him, swept around like a surging wave. Suddenly, all the objects around except the people present, whether it was the exquisite ornaments placed in a staggered manner, or the crystal guards, who were originally majestic and guarding this place, were shrouded by this freezing force without any resistance. Feng Wuhan took a step forward and dug out the mermaid that was frozen into ice on the ground with a long sword. Then, he threw the ice that was pried out on the ground, making a muffled bang sound, and the ice splashed a small piece of ice on the ground. Gu Li said calmly, "Defrost it, I want to ask it something." Su Yin heard it, and danced his hands quickly again, and took back the spiritual power that had been released before in an orderly manner. I saw that the originally hard ice on the ground slowly turned into a pool of water again under the effect of spiritual power, and then gradually turned back into the appearance of a mermaid. Gu Li walked slowly to the mermaid throne on the ground and looked down at it. "Where are the others?" The mermaid felt the gaze that seemed to penetrate the soul, and couldn't help but shrink, and a deep fear flashed in her eyes. It didn't dare to look at Gu Li, but just lowered its head, and whispered with a hint of helplessness and fear in its voice, "They are all here." Gu Li frowned slightly, stared at the mermaid, and asked again, "Are you sure there is no one else?" The mermaid's heart stomped, it felt a little guilty, and its eyes dodged unconsciously, but it still answered with a stiff face, "No more." Oh, Gu Li just responded lightly, and then stopped talking. She turned and walked to the side, took out a shiny kitchen knife from somewhere, and then walked to the crystal next to her, and repeatedly sharpened it on the crystal as if no one was around. While sharpening the knife, her eyes would occasionally fall on the mermaid thoughtfully, and that look made the mermaid feel creepy. Seeing this, the mermaid couldn't help but ask with a trembling voice, "What do you want to do?" Gu Li was sharpening the knife slowly and casually saying, "Nothing, I suddenly wanted to eat grilled fish." Her tone was relaxed and casual, but it was like a bolt from the blue to the mermaid's ears. When the mermaid heard it, her eyes widened and her face was full of fear. She shouted loudly, "You actually want to eat me? I am also a human, how dare you eat my own kind?" When Gu Li heard this, the action of sharpening the knife in her hand paused slightly, as if she was thinking about something, then stopped sharpening the knife, nodded slightly and said, "It seems so, it is indeed not good." Seeing this, the mermaid couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that she had really escaped. But before she could completely relax, she saw Gu Li start sharpening the knife again. The screaming sound of the knife sharpening was particularly harsh in this silent space. The mermaid was shocked and angry, and her voice was a little out of tune. She shouted, "Didn't you say you wouldn't eat me?" Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, and she raised a smile, and said leisurely, "It's okay, my contracted beast can be eaten. Although you are a little small, you can also satisfy your craving." The mermaid was so angry that she trembled all over, pointing at Gu Li and said, "You." Seeing that she really wanted to kill it, the mermaid's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. Then, a strange power suddenly broke out from it. The power surged out of its body like a black tide, and continued to invade the people around it crazily. Su Yin was the first to be hit. He felt a cold and evil force rushing into his body. He tried to struggle, but found that his body seemed to be tightly bound by thousands of ropes, and could not move. "What's going on? I can't move." Mu Yunchi was the same. She tried hard to move her body, but found that she was powerless. She could only say helplessly, "Me too." Lin Yuchen frowned and tried to mobilize the spiritual power in his body, but found that his spiritual power seemed to be frozen by a mysterious force. He shouted loudly, "My spiritual power seems to be frozen." Seeing this, Gu Li quickly swept his eyes over the others one by one. He saw that everyone present was affected by the strange power without exception, and could not move. However, Gu Li was not panicked at all. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and carefully perceived the source and characteristics of the breath. Not only was she not afraid, but her mouth corners slightly raised. She showed a playful smile, and thought to herself, "The mermaids of the demon clan are interesting." Just when the mermaid thought that they were completely trapped by it, and that she would be able to escape triumphantly, before she had time to show off, she saw Gu Li's figure flashing and approaching like a ghost. Then, Gu Li punched the mermaid without warning. The mermaid only felt a huge force hitting her body, and her body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground. It raised its head and looked at Gu Li in disbelief, its eyes full of shock and confusion. It asked in a trembling voice, "Why can you move?" Gu Li sneered, her eyes full of disdain. She said coldly, "Idiot. She has a special physique of the god and demon dual veins. How could she be eroded by this mere demonic energy? It's a joke to want to trap her with such a small trick." Afterwards, Gu Li's spiritual power belonging to the peak of the honorable level poured out like a volcanic eruption. She quickly formed seals with both hands and whispered, "De Yin Ju first style Yin Yin." In an instant, A blazing flame spiritual power spread out violently around Ghoulie. The mermaid, after sensing that power, her face suddenly changed. This person was actually at the peak of the honorable level. Its eyes were full of panic at this moment, and there was no trace of arrogance before. The whole body of the mermaid turned into an invisible pool of water, and merged into the crystal palace. Ghoulie stood there, with a slightly upturned corner of her mouth, outlining a playful smile. Slowly mobilizing the magic energy in her body, as her thoughts flowed, she shot a stream of magic energy into the mermaid's body. As the mermaid left, the restrictive force that originally enveloped this space, which made people feel depressed and bound everyone's actions, gradually dissipated. In an instant, everyone present felt their bodies lighten, and the feeling of being bound and powerless instantly disappeared without a trace. Chapter 269. Ghoulie glanced at his friends and whispered, "Let's go, let's follow them." Just as they were about to leave, a few people who had just been rescued from the predicament looked anxious and shouted, "Wait, can you first?" However, before they finished speaking, the people who had been rescued from the beginning hurriedly covered their mouths with their hands, but they still tried to force a smile on their faces, and said casually, it's okay, you guys are busy." Ghoulie and his friends were all thinking about the mermaid at the moment, and they didn't want to pay attention to the strangeness of these people. They quickly followed the mermaid and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. After they left, those who were covered with their mouths shook off the hands covering their mouths, and asked angrily with dissatisfaction on their faces, "Why didn't you let us finish talking?" The people who covered their mouths before said solemnly, "We just stopped you from going to die." "What do you mean?" Those people were puzzled, and their eyes were full of confusion. "They are not so easy to talk to. The last person who said that is dead." The man's voice was a little lower, as if he recalled something terrible. "How is it possible? Aren't they students of the 4 major colleges? How could they kill people here?" Those people widened their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. "If you don't believe me, just chase them and ask, we won't stop you." The man crossed his arms and looked indifferent, as if he had foreseen the consequences if they really chased them, and asked, "With so many of us, how can we be afraid of her?" Those people were aroused by these words, and said with their necks stiff, "Heh, can't you see that she is at the peak of the venerable rank?" The man sneered, with a trace of disdain in his eyes, as if he was mocking their ignorance and recklessness. Hearing this, those people were stunned for a moment, and it was like a thunderclap in their minds. They were indeed confused by Ghoulie's young appearance just now, and almost completely forgot that her cultivation just now was at the peak of the venerable rank. That is an existence standing at the top of the world of cultivators, with unfathomable strength, and they are not people who can easily provoke. On the other side, Ghoulie followed the faint demonic energy that he had sensed before, and quickly found the location of the mermaid accurately. Suiyun looked around with a curious look on his face, and couldn't help but sigh, "Trees can actually grow in the sea." "It's not in the sea, it's separated." Ghoulie carefully looked at the scene in front of him, and explained slowly, "I saw a huge transparent crystal standing in front of me like a barrier, separating the 2 worlds. On the other side of the crystal was a beautiful valley. The sun shone down, and the valley was covered with green grass and colorful flowers. You could vaguely see many colorful fish swimming freely in the water. If you look more carefully, you will find that those fish are actually swimming in the inner layer of the transparent crystal, just like being in a special aquarium." Fengwuhen's eyes were immediately attracted by the spiritual grass in the valley. He turned his head to look at Ghoulie, and said excitedly, "Ollie, those spiritual herbs." Ghoulie gently patted the small vine that had been wrapped around his hand, and said calmly, "After you go in, don't worry about anything else, just pick all the spiritual herbs." The small vine shook its body happily and responded crisply, "No problem, master." Lin Yuchen frowned, looked at the transparent crystal in front of him, and asked worriedly, "How do we get in?" Suiyun waved his fist, and said loudly, "Fight in." "No need, just teleport," Ghoulie said, while taking out a small and exquisite formation ball from his arms unhurriedly, activated it, and threw it to the feet of several people. A dazzling light flashed, and the light wrapped them like a vortex, and then they entered the valley in an instant as if they had passed through a door of time and space. As soon as they entered the valley, the mermaid immediately noticed the movement here. It hid in the dark, and secretly poked its head out to see that it was Ghoulie, and the other annoying guys again. It was so angry that its teeth itched, its cheeks bulged high, and its eyes were full of anger. But it was no match for these people. The formation didn't work on them, and even the magic didn't work. It was about to collapse. Where did this little pervert come from? Ghoulie stood in the valley, his eyes were like lightning, and suddenly looked in one direction. Without saying a word, he quickly shot out a spiritual power. The spiritual power was like an arrow from a string, extremely fast, and shot towards the place where the mermaid was hiding in the blink of an eye. The mermaid had no time to dodge. After being hit by the spiritual power, she cried out in pain, and her whole body rolled out from her hiding place, falling to the ground in a mess. "How do you know where I'm hiding?" The mermaid was shocked. It thought it had hidden well enough, but how could it be discovered by this hateful human? Ghoulie looked at it coldly and said impatiently, "Don't talk too much nonsense. Tell me, where are my people?" The mermaid pretended to be innocent and asked with wide eyes, "Who are you?" "Then I beat you until you tell me." Then he stepped forward and punched it hard on its ugly face. Bang! With a loud bang, the sound of fist hitting flesh was particularly harsh in this silent valley. The mermaid's already unsightly face was instantly distorted and deformed. Her cheeks swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and turned purple. The corners of her mouth were also torn apart by the huge impact, and blood flowed out and dripped onto the ground. Before it could recover from the severe pain and dizziness, Ghoulie kicked out again, and the tip of his shoe accurately kicked the mermaid's abdomen. The mermaid immediately let out a shrill scream, curled up like a shrimp, and covered her stomach tightly with both hands. She kept rolling on the ground, begging for mercy. "Ouch, it hurt so much, I'm telling you, please don't hit me." Ghoulie stopped, snorted, and said, "Why don't you just say it earlier? You have to be beaten." The mermaid sobbed and complained, and said aggrievedly, "I have captured so many people, how can I know who your people are? You didn't let me tell you clearly." Ghoulie heard this, and kicked her again, saying viciously, "Of course it's all of them." Chapter 270. The mermaid said to Ghoulie with a panicked look on her face, "In addition to those people outside, dozens of people have escaped." Ghoulie frowned slightly and asked hurriedly, "Are the people who escaped wearing blue robes and good-looking?" The mermaid nodded and replied, "Well, they have a more advanced formation than me, and I can't do anything to them." Shizi-Han, who was standing aside, heard this, thought for a while, and slowly said, "It is probably the Shadow Guards." Ghoulie heard what Shizi-Han said, and immediately ordered Gu-Yi, Xiao Yitzi, try to contact them. Gu-Yi immediately responded, "Okay." After that, he concentrated and began to try to get in touch with the other members of the Shadow Guards. After a long while, Gu-Yi finally raised his head and reported to Ghoulie, "Master, we have contacted them all. They have all left here." Ghoulie felt relieved after hearing this, and then said, "Let them gather in one place and wait for me." After arranging all this, Ghoulie turned his attention back to the mermaid. The mermaid noticed Ghoulie's gaze, and was startled. Seeing that she was looking at her, she hurriedly said in a panic, "I didn't lie to you. I can go now." However, Ghoulie ignored her request, but asked coldly, "Mermaid from the demon clan?" The mermaid's face suddenly changed, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. She quickly denied it. "I don't know what you are talking about." As she spoke, she turned her head to one side, not daring to look at Ghoulie. Ghoulie snorted coldly and exposed her mercilessly. "Don't pretend. You just use magic energy, and it seems that it is not your own magic energy." After hearing this, the mermaid was too guilty to look at her, and her body trembled unconsciously. She dared not speak easily, fearing that if she said one more word, more secrets would be revealed. Seeing this, Ghoulie continued to ask coldly, "Why do you absorb their spiritual power?" Seeing that the mermaid still didn't speak, Ghoulie was furious and stepped on its wound. The mermaid cried out in pain, and the miserable cry echoed in this silent secret realm, making people feel pity, but at this moment everyone understood that all this was its own fault. Ghoulie's face was cold, and he said without mercy, "If you don't say it, I will search your soul. As for whether you are dead or alive, I dare not guarantee it." Hearing this, the mermaid was so scared that she couldn't help shaking all over. She knew that what Ghoulie said was true. Once her soul was searched, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing that it still refused to speak, Ghoulie snorted coldly and said, "It seems that you don't want to talk anymore." After that, he put his hand on its head without hesitation, and his mental power instantly began to invade its sea of consciousness like a surging tide. The mermaid felt the powerful mental power invading, and was terrified. Seeing that she was serious, she hurriedly shouted loudly, I tell you. Its voice was full of fear and eagerness. Ghoulie then slowly withdrew his mental power. His eyes were still cold, and he just slightly signaled it to continue. Seeing this, the mermaid took out a small bead from his arms with trembling hands, and then slowly said, "I am not a mermaid from the demon clan. My name is Lan Chi, and I am the prince of the mermaid clan. 100 years ago, my clan was invaded by the demon clan. They forced me to come to the Tontian secret realm to absorb the spiritual power of the people who came in, so as to break the weak points between the demon clan and the human world. If I don't do it, my people will be killed. There is only one branch of our mermaid clan left now. I dare not disobey them. It shed tears of regret while speaking, and its eyes were full of helplessness and pain. Mu Yunqi frowned when she heard this, and said with disgust, "It's the demon clan again." Gu Li's face also became a little ugly. She clenched her fists and asked in a cold tone, "Is the passage to Lafong continent to be opened?" Lan Chi nodded slightly and replied in a low voice, "Yes, because there are too many strong people in other continents, they dare not move for the time being." Gu Li laughed angrily after hearing this. What a weak persimmon to squeeze. Lan Chi saw that Gu Li was so angry, and felt more guilty. He raised his head, looked at everyone with pleading eyes, and said with a sob, "Can you help me rescue my people?" Gu Li was not moved at all, but kicked him to the ground. "Save you, you are also an accomplice." Lan Chi covered the place where he was kicked and said with difficulty, "I also wanted to save my people." There was a trace of helplessness and grievance in his eyes, as if he felt that he was also innocent. Gu Li said coldly, "You want to save your people to harm my people? Do you know how many creatures there are in Lafong continent? Your people are lives, but others are not?" After hearing this, Lan Chi immediately lowered his head, and dared not speak again, with shame on his face. He knew that his behavior had indeed brought great disaster to Lafong continent, and his heart was full of regret. After a while, Lan Chi spoke again. 3 weak points have been broken. When several people heard this, their faces suddenly changed. Gu Li even picked him up and asked with a face full of shock and anger, "Are you saying that the demons outside have invaded now?" Lan Chi lowered his head slightly, not daring to look at Gu Li, and whispered, "Yes." Mu Yunqi heard it, and asked anxiously, "What should we do? Is it still useful to find the Anling crystal stone now?" Gu Li threw Lan Chi to the ground fiercely, then looked at the friends beside him, and said, "Meet up with others, and find a way to get out in advance." Lan Chi heard her words, and quickly got up from the ground and said anxiously, "I can help you get out in advance, but you have to help me save my people." Su Yun cursed unceremoniously, "Go to your uncle." Gu Li didn't want to pay attention to Su Yun's scolding. What she was most worried about at the moment was the situation outside, especially the Gu family was too close to Lingtian College, which was also one of the weak points. She didn't know if Lingtian College was broken. At this moment, Xiao Qianqian suddenly rushed out and said loudly, "Master, don't use it, I can let you go out early." Lan Chi was a little surprised when he saw Xiao Qianqian suddenly rushing out, but after hearing its words, he began to panic. He knew that if everyone could get out without his help, then his hope of rescuing his people would be even slimmer. "Please, save my people. I did this, it has nothing to do with them." Lan Chi knelt on the ground with a plop, begging everyone with tears. Gu Li took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and then asked, "What's the situation outside?" Lan Chi raised his head, and said with tears on his face, "The situation is not very good, many people have died." Gu Li's heart tightened after hearing this, and he said to Aiken, "Aiken, take him first, and settle accounts with him later." Chapter 271. Lin Yuchen nodded silently after hearing what Gu Li said, and then he received Lan Chi steadily in his monster space. Gu Li didn't want to care about Lan Chi anymore. She led a few people and hurriedly left the Crystal Palace. When leaving, Gu Li glanced around, she raised her hand and waved. A strong spiritual power wave instantly surged out, and rushed straight towards the isolation formation guarding the Crystal Palace. With a loud bang, the formation that was originally extremely solid and separated the palace from the outside world was broken like fragile glass, shattered into countless spots, and gradually dissipated in the air. If this formation is not broken, when everyone is teleported out later, those who are trapped inside, and have not had time to come out will be in trouble, and they may be trapped in this secret realm forever. Young master. As soon as I walked out of the Crystal Palace not far away, I heard an excited shout from the front. Gu Li looked up, and saw the shadow guards, who had run away earlier looking at them eagerly, their eyes full of excitement and expectation. Their boss had told them before that their powerful young master had come to rescue them, so they were so excited to see Gu Li appear in front of them safely. Gu Li looked at them seriously and said, "We talk about it later. All of you sit down and practice." When the shadow guards heard this, they were full of doubts, and didn't understand why they had to practice at this critical moment, but they always obeyed Gu Li's orders absolutely. So, without asking any more questions, they quickly found a suitable place, sat down cross-legged and prepared to start practicing as Gu Li said. Gu Li then looked at Gu Yi and Gu Er next to him, with the same seriousness in his eyes, and said, "You two go too." Gu Yi and Gu Er answered in unison, "Yes." After that, the two of them also hurriedly found a place, and like the other shadow guards, quickly entered the state of practice. Sui Yun was watching this scene from the side, and he was so curious that he couldn't help but approach Gu Li and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Are we going out? What are you doing?" Gu Li glanced at Sui Yun, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said with a smile, "Stay away from me first, don't absorb my spiritual power, I'm afraid you will ascend directly." Mu Yunqi, who was beside him, widened her eyes and blurted out in surprise, "Fuck, you don't want to take 50 peak level masters out." She clearly remembered that Ali had sealed the rest of the power before, and if the sealed power was released, everyone would improve their cultivation. Gu Li's smile became stronger, looking at Mu Yunqi, raised his eyebrows and said, "Correct answer, no reward." She had already made a plan in her mind, and the power sealed in her body was now enough to help the shadow guards break through their cultivation. As for the future, the worst that could happen is that she would just continue to practice slowly. Anyway, as long as she could protect the people in the clan and had enough strength to deal with the dangers that might come next, she felt that it was all worth it. Thinking of this, Gu Li did not delay any longer. She slowly sat down cross-legged, quickly formed seals with her hands, and muttered something. As she moved, a soft light slowly lit up from her spiritual vein. Then, the powerful force that was originally sealed in the spiritual vein was released continuously as if the shackles were untied, and then turned into spiritual power threads, accurately input into each shadow guard. The shadow guards were concentrating on practicing, and suddenly they realized that a large amount of spiritual power was pouring into their bodies, like a tide, and they were immediately refreshed. Gu Yi and the others reacted even faster, and quickly concentrated their minds, guiding these spiritual powers to be quickly absorbed and transformed into their own power in their bodies, for fear of wasting this rare opportunity to improve. Sui Yun stood not far away, looking at Gu Li who was outputting spiritual power with all her strength, and couldn't help but sigh slightly. Others would like to keep all the good things for themselves, but this girl keeps giving them away. Lin Yuchen also nodded and agreed. If it weren't for Ali, I wouldn't be able to practice so fast. Mu Yunqi listened to their words, sighed softly, and said slowly, "She is afraid of losing." There was a trace of pity in her eyes. For Gu Li, the Gu family, and the people in front of her were all extremely precious to her, and she didn't want to experience the pain of losing. Shi Zihan listened to Mu Yunqi's words and said firmly, "I won't lose it." Feng Wuhan also followed and agreed, "Fang Yi." Time passed slowly during the practice of everyone. Gu Yi and Gu Er had a much higher cultivation than others, and their ability to absorb and transform spiritual power was also stronger. Therefore, after only 1 hour, a strong spiritual power fluctuation suddenly erupted from the two of them, and then their cultivation successfully broke through to the peak of the venerable rank. After reaching the peak of the venerable rank, the two immediately came out of the cultivation state. Now is not the time to ascend, they still have to go back with the young master to protect the family members at home. After the two came out, they saw Gu Li not far away at a glance. Gu Li was still transmitting spiritual power continuously, but his originally fair little face turned pale at this moment, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. The whole person looked exhausted. Gu Yi and Gu Er saw this, and their eyes suddenly turned red, and they felt distressed. They couldn't help but think of the past, when the young master was still the little girl who needed their protection, but now, the young master used her own power to protect them, which made them moved. As time went on, the other shadow guards were also constantly absorbing the spiritual power from Gu Li, and one by one they broke through to the peak of the venerable rank. Without exception, everyone stopped practicing immediately after the breakthrough. In this way, half a day passed, and with the breakthrough of the last shadow guard, Gu Li's strength was finally consumed. At this time, she was so tired that she seemed to be falling apart, and she almost didn't have the strength to move. However, all the shadow guards were very excited. They were all excited that they could break through to the peak of the venerable rank. But they also had a tacit understanding, and did not make a noise because of this excitement. They all thought in their hearts that this was a small scene, and they couldn't act like they had never seen the world, and they couldn't embarrass the young master. Seeing Gu Li's tired look, Gu Yi hurried forward, squatted down, and whispered, "Young master, I carry you." Gu Li looked at Gu Yi, and the past scene suddenly emerged in her mind. They used to carry her on their backs. Thinking of this, she immediately raised a bright smile on her face and said, "Okay." Gu Yi was delighted to hear Gu Li's answer, and carefully carried Gu Li on her back. Then, according to Xiao Qianqian's guidance, he spread his body and flew quickly towards the edge of the forest. He was very fast, bringing gusts of wind along the way, as if to leave all the fatigue and danger behind. In this way, after another half a day, Gu Yi finally arrived at the destination with Gu Li on his back. Gu Li raised her head slightly and looked around, only to see some strange-shaped stones all around. She frowned slightly, then concentrated her mind and slowly explored with her mental power. It's the Anling crystal. Collect some for emergencies. The other shadow guards also took action after hearing her words. Everyone collected a lot. Xiao Qianqian saw that everyone was ready, so he said crisply, Master, break this barrier, and people or objects that do not belong to Tantian's secret realm will be teleported out. Chapter 272. Gu Yi stepped forward with a resolute look. Young master, I do it. Xiao Qianqian hurriedly stopped him. You can't do it alone. This is the barrier of Tantian's secret realm after all. If it is so easily broken, it will be terrible. Gu Li's eyes were stern, and he shouted, Then let's go together. Yes. The shadow guards responded in unison, and then quickly dispersed. They were led by Gu Li and a few others. In an instant, the spiritual power of the peak of the honor level poured out like a surging tide. The powerful spiritual power fluctuations made the surrounding air begin to tremble slightly. Gu Li quickly formed seals with both hands and shouted, De Yin Ju third style netherworld burning. I saw a ball of dark blue flame whistling out from her palm, and it seemed that countless wronged souls were struggling and roaring in the flames, sweeping towards the barrier. Mu Yunqi was not to be outdone. She shouted, Golden Yuan Power Light Arrow. Instantly, countless golden light arrows condensed around her, each of which emitted a dazzling light, as bright as the sun, and then shot towards the barrier like raindrops. Sui Yun looked stern and performed his skills, the third style of the ice art ice dance. Suddenly, the temperature around him dropped sharply, and pieces of ice as sharp as blades appeared out of thin air. They intertwined and rotated, forming a terrifying ice storm, raging towards the barrier. Feng Wuhan waved his hands. The third style of the Wood Yuan art strange thorns. Countless sharp wooden thorns instantly emerged from the ground. These wooden thorns became extremely hard under the blessing of spiritual power. They twisted their bodies like spirit snakes and stabbed fiercely at the barrier, as if to pierce it. Shi Zihan shouted, Wind Yuan Jin's second style whirlwind drill. A violent wind suddenly rose, forming a huge whirlwind around him. The whirlwind contained a powerful cutting force, and it rushed towards the barrier like a ferocious beast. Lin Xingchen's eyes flickered with flames. Fire Yuan Ju's second style explosion. A group of huge fireballs appeared around him, and these fireballs continued to expand and explode, and the impact force generated was like thunder and blasted towards the barrier. Gu Yi also performed a special skill, God's Fiber Optic. A series of light-like optical fibers shot out from his hands. These lights seemed slender, but they contained amazing power. They intertwined with each other and rushed towards the barrier. Gu Air performed, Ghost Curtain Piercing. A group of black mist condensed in front of him, and countless spikes were faintly visible in the mist, and then pounced towards the barrier. Countless attacks were launched at the same time, like meteors, all falling on the seemingly indestructible barrier. In an instant, the surrounding space was twisted by these powerful forces, as if the whole world was in chaos. The 1,000-year-old trees around were directly uprooted under the impact of this terrifying force, and the huge trunks were flying in the wind, and the branches and leaves were scattered all over the sky. This lasted for half a minute, and the barrier gradually had a crack under such a fierce attack. With a crisp click sound, the crack spread rapidly, and the barrier finally broke. Suddenly, a strong suction force beyond imagination came from the broken barrier, and all people and objects that did not belong to the Tantian secret realm were swept away by this suction and instantly teleported out. A moment later, hundreds of people appeared at the edge of Liubei Wasteland. Some of these people staggered, while others looked around in panic. What happened? A young monk asked in confusion. Why did we come out early? I haven't found the opportunity yet. Why did we come out early? A middle-aged monk stamped his feet in annoyance. Hey, why is there no one waiting for us outside? Another monk looked at the empty wasteland in confusion. For a while, everyone who came out was confused, looking at each other, all at a loss. Gu Li frowned and interrupted their discussion loudly. Everyone, the entrance to the demon clan has been broken, which means that there is a demon clan invading the Lafeng continent now. I don't need to tell you what needs to be done. Her voice echoed in the wasteland with an unquestionable majesty. Demon clan? How is it possible? Isn't that a legendary thing? Someone questioned, with doubt in his eyes. Gu Li looked at him coldly. Believe it or not. After saying that, He led the shadow guards back without looking back, and their figures quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing them leave suddenly, these people didn't know whether to believe what they said for a while. But they came out early, and there was no one outside to meet them, so something must have happened. Gu Li was on his way, and suddenly thought of something, stopped and looked at the shadow guards. A hen and I, you take 10 shadow guards back. Your country is close to Xingchen Academy. Yuanxi takes 7. Your country is far away from the 4 major academies. Zihan and Achin take 10. You are close to Lingxi Academy. The rest follow me back to Lingtian City. Suiyun asked worriedly, aren't we going together? Gu Li explained solemnly, we can't go together. The 4 academies are scattered. We must act separately. After we wipe out the demons, we will rush to Leiqin College to gather. In addition, Xiao Yizi, you go to Leiqin College to deliver a batch of elixirs and array balls, and then return to Lingtian City. Gu Li said, and took out a few space rings and handed them to Gu Yi. These rings were filled with precious elixirs and powerful array balls. This is all she can do. I just hope the situation is not too bad. Gu Yi took the ring and answered firmly yes. Several people took their people, and quickly flew in different directions on flying monsters. Gu Li took 22 shadow guards, and rode Xiaokazi to Lingtian City. Xiaokazi was extremely fast, like a flash of lightning across the sky. Along the way, they also encountered many demons, who were waving their fangs in the air, exuding a strong demonic aura. But Gu Li had no time to care about it at the moment. She had only one thought in her mind, which was to go back and make sure the safety of the Gu family. She looked at the destroyed city below and the traces of erosion by the demonic energy, and her heart became more and more uneasy, and her brows were tightly knitted together. Little bird, faster? Gu Li urged anxiously. The little bird flapped its wings and replied helplessly, Master, this is the fastest. The surrounding scenery kept passing by like a blurred picture scroll. Gu Li had an ominous premonition, and this feeling was like a haze shrouding her heart. Gu Yi also noticed her uneasiness, reached out and patted her shoulder, and comforted her. Young master, the Gu family will be fine. Gu Li frowned. I hope so. Chapter 273. At this time, Lingtian City has become the base of the demons, and the city is in chaos. Demons continue to pour out from the back mountain of Lingtian City, and they spread to every corner of the city like a black tide. Lingtian College is even more horrible. In addition to the corpses all over the ground, there are all hideous demons. Most of the students of Lingtian College were transferred to the Gu family under the organization of the teacher. The Gu family has the formation arranged by Gu Li before, which temporarily resists the attack of the demons. Those demons are wandering outside the formation and constantly attacking. Fortunately, the mansion that Gu Li bought at that time was large enough, otherwise it would not be able to accommodate so many people. Other families in Lingtian City are not so lucky. Many small families have been wiped out, and the people in the family are lying in a pool of blood, and the houses are also destroyed. The people of the big family are also struggling to resist, shouting and screaming intertwined. The headmaster of Lingtian Academy went to support other places with the elders, mentors, and some powerful students, leaving only some people to protect the students at Gu's house. Some disciples of Gu's family looked at the demons outside with concern, and asked anxiously, Master, what should we do? Will the formation be broken? Looking at the demons outside who kept attacking the formation, Gu Qintian frowned, and he didn't know how long the formation could last. He was even more worried about Gu Li, wondering how Lear was doing. Did he also encounter the demons? Gu Qintian looked at his own disciples, and the students of Lingtian Academy took a deep breath, and said, You stay at home, and you are not allowed to go out without my order. The rest of you follow me to kill the enemy. He knew that blindly defending was not a solution. This formation would eventually be broken. Now we should kill as many as we can. We must not let these demons do whatever they want. These students are still young. They are the hope of the family and the academy. We must not let them die in the hands of the demons. Master, I want to follow you to kill the enemy. A young disciple of the Gu family shouted. I go too. Another disciple responded. And me. I'm not a coward. How can I be left out of killing the enemy? For a while, all the disciples of the Gu family clamored to go out with Gu Qintian. They were full of passion, and their eyes were full of hatred for the demons. Even the disciples of Lingtian Academy shouted to go out together. Gu Qintian shouted angrily, Enough, you are going to die if you go out. If you die, Lear will be sad when she comes back and sees you. There was a trace of pity in his eyes, but more of determination. Hearing this, everyone quarreled even more fiercely. I'm not afraid. It's worth dying for my people, a young disciple said loudly. Gu Chintian, who had a bad temper, slapped him on the head when he heard this and scolded him. Hack you! Stay here honestly. Those who disobey will be expelled from the Gu family. The disciples of Lingtian Academy shouted, I'm not a member of your Gu family. You can't control me. I want to go out. Gu Chintian frowned and ordered loudly, Gu family disciples, listen to my order. Those above the imperial level should follow me. Others should keep an eye on the students of Lingtian Academy. Those who don't obey will be beaten to death. Yes. The disciples of the Gu family responded in unison. After that, Gu Chintian rushed out with more than 200 people like a tiger. Seeing someone coming out, Yao Ji, one of the generals of the demon clan, sneered, Finally you are willing to come out. I thought you were hiding in your tortoise shells and dared not come out. Her voice was as harsh as a night owl, and her eyes were full of disdain. Which, you heard my people, you deserve to die. As soon as the voice fell, Gu Chintian burst out with the spiritual power of the peak of the emperor level. He held a big knife, and the spiritual power wrapped around his body. He chopped at the demon like a god of war, and the big knife flashed with a cold light. Others also attacked other demons. For a time, the shouts of killing shook the sky. The demon sneered, Don't overestimate your own abilities. Then a powerful demonic energy burst out from her body, and its power was no less than that of the early stage of the honor level. The demonic energy enveloped her like a black cloud, and her figure was looming in the demonic energy, which seemed even more gloomy and terrifying. In an instant, Gu Chintian and the demon fought for hundreds of rounds. The demon's strength was stronger than Gu Chintian. Her attacks came at Gu Chintian like a storm, and every move was a fatal threat. Fortunately, Gu Chintian had a bunch of defensive spiritual weapons given to him by Gu Li, which played a role at the critical moment and resisted many attacks, so that he would not be defeated so quickly. But as time went on, under the fierce attack of the demon girl, he gradually began to fall into a disadvantage, and many wounds appeared on his body, and blood stained his clothes red. The other disciples of the Gu family had the upper hand. They were not stingy in the battle, and took all kinds of spiritual weapons and elixirs as if they were free. The spiritual weapons in their hands flashed, and every attack could cause considerable damage to the demons. These operations stunned the students of Lingtian Academy. They secretly exclaimed in their hearts, Is the Gu family so rich? Do you eat elixirs one by one? Gu Chintian's eyes were wide open, holding the big knife again, and his spiritual power was burning like a flame, and the power of the peak of the emperor level was released without reservation. He stomped his feet on the ground, and rushed towards the enchantress like a cannonball. With a swing of his broadsword, a sharp blade light cut through the air and slashed towards the enchantress. Wherever the blade light passed, the space was slightly shaken. The enchantress raised a disdainful sneer at the corner of her mouth, and faced Gu Chintian's attack without panic. She waved her hands, and a strong demonic energy surged out of her body, instantly forming a black shield in front of her. Gu Chintian's blade light slashed on the shield, splashing a burst of black sparks, but failed to break through. Gu Chintian's attack did not stop, and his figure flashed, and he instantly appeared above the enchantress, holding the broadsword tightly with both hands, infusing spiritual power, and slashing fiercely from top to bottom. This attack was amazingly powerful, bringing a whistling wind. The enchantress's eyes flashed with cold light, and her figure floated back. At the same time, she waved her right hand, and a black magic whip was drawn out of the demonic energy, wrapping around Gu Chintian's broadsword like a spirit snake. The magic whip and the broadsword collided, making a sharp metal collision sound. Gu Chintian only felt a huge force coming from the sword, which made his arm numb. The enchantress took advantage of the victory, and lashed at Gu Chintian with the magic whip in her hand like raindrops. Each whip carried a powerful magic power, and made a pop-paw sound in the air. Gu Chintian fought hard, and the broadsword danced tightly, forming a silver light curtain in front of him. However, the enchantress's attack became more and more fierce, and Gu Chintian gradually became a little tired, and several blood marks were also drawn on his body by the magic whip. Gu Chintian forced himself to stabilize his body, gathered his spiritual power at the tip of the sword, and stabbed at the enchantress fiercely. Chapter 274. This move condensed all his strength, and was as fast as lightning. The enchantress sensed the danger, and disappeared from the spot. Gu Chintian's attack missed, but left a big hole in the ground, causing dust to fly. The enchantress appeared behind Gu Chintian, forming seals with both hands and muttering something. A black magic ball formed in her hands. The magic ball contained a terrifying destructive force, and she threw it towards Gu Chintian. Gu Chintian felt the powerful threat coming from behind, and turned around to respond hastily. He inserted the broadsword into the ground, formed seals with both hands quickly, and a spiritual shield unfolded in front of him. The magic ball hit the shield, bursting out a strong light, and the huge impact force knocked Gu Qintian out, spurting blood from his mouth. But Gu Qintian did not retreat. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rushed towards the enchantress again, his eyes full of indomitable and angry. This time, he used the Gu family's ancestral skills. The spiritual power surged on the broadsword, and mysterious runes appeared. Each rune contained the power of the Gu family's ancestors. He slashed at the demon girl fiercely, and this attack was full of the momentum of burning the boats. The demon girl's face changed slightly, and she also became serious, using all her magic to deal with it. The two collided again, and the powerful power fluctuation spread to the surroundings. The surrounding demons and Gu family disciples were affected, and many people were shaken to the ground. At this moment, Gu Qintian was hit in the chest by a powerful attack from the demon girl, and the whole person fell heavily to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Master! Seeing this scene, the other disciples of the Gu family shouted anxiously, and ran over and blocked many attacks for him with their bodies. The enchantress looked at him with disdain. Go to hell. After saying that, she waved her hands violently, and the surrounding demonic energy rolled and gathered like surging black waves, instantly turning into countless sharp demonic thorns. These demonic thorns flashed with strange dark light, and each one contained enough deadly magic power. The demonic thorns shot towards Gu Qintian and the Gu family disciples like raindrops, and the speed was so fast that it brought a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The other Gu family disciples quickly formed a circle and protected Gu Qintian in the middle. They stood back to back, watching the surrounding demons vigilantly, and the spiritual weapons in their hands were ready to attack at any time. The Gu family disciples gritted their teeth. They raised their own spiritual power to the limit, and various defensive spiritual weapons were sacrificed, forming a series of light curtains in front of them. However, the power of the demonic thorns was too strong, and some light curtains were pierced at the moment of contact. Several disciples were unable to dodge, and were hit by the demonic thorns, screaming in pain, and blood splattered on the ground. Gu Qintian saw the disciples lying on the ground, his eyes turned red, and he roared, "All of you retreat." Gu Lingyuan shouted, "I won't. Gu Qi, take the master back." Gu Qintian pulled back all the disciples who were blocking him. "You go first." Gu Qintian's eyes flashed with determination. He stood up with his injured body, stabbed the big knife into the ground, and muttered something. A strong light burst out with him as the center, forming a shield, covering all the injured disciples, and then let people take them back. Seeing this, the enchantress sneered, "Death struggle." She flashed, like a ghost, passing through the gap between the magic thorn and the shield. Appearing in front of Gu Qintian, her slender fingers grabbed Gu Qintian's throat like sharp claws, and the black demonic energy on her fingertips was lingering. If she was caught, Gu Qintian would definitely die. Gu Li saw this scene when she arrived. Her pupils suddenly contracted, and her heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. The anger in her eyes burned up, almost swallowing up her reason. "Damn it, those who dare to touch my Gu family will be killed." Gu Li's voice was like a sharp blade, cutting through the noisy shouts and killings on the battlefield. The anger and murderous intent contained in it made the surrounding air seem to condense. Before she finished speaking, her peak strength of the honorable rank suddenly erupted like a volcanic eruption, and a powerful spiritual light gushed out of her body, like a dazzling sun, illuminating the surroundings. This light rushed straight towards the direction of the enchantress, with endless majesty and power. Gu Li's speed was extremely fast, and her figure left a series of blurred afterimages in the air. The enchantress only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and before she could make any evasive movements, Gu Li's hand was like a sharp spear, easily piercing her body. In Gu Li's hand, there was a beating heart, which exuded a strange magic aura, and every beat seemed to tell the unwillingness of its owner. The enchantress's face was full of horror, and the disdain in her eyes had long disappeared, replaced by deep fear. Her lips trembled, and she uttered a weak voice, "No. Don't." She tried to use magic to break free, but under the suppression of Gu Li's powerful power, everything was in vain. Gu Li sneered, and this laugh sounded like a sentence from hell in Yao Ji's ears. Then, Gu Li grabbed the heart in his hand and exploded it, and black blood splashed on the ground, emitting a pungent smell. As the heart was broken, Yao Ji's body began to wither rapidly, and the light in her eyes gradually dimmed, and finally she was completely lifeless. Seeing the young master so brave, the other shadow guards also hurriedly joined the battle. They were like a group of black ghosts, shuttling among the demons, and wherever they went, the demons fell one after another. When the disciples of the Gu family saw Gu Li appear, hope rekindled in their originally desperate eyes, and they shouted excitedly, "The young master is here! The young master is here to save us!" These shouts echoed on the battlefield one after another. Those disciples who were still fighting hard with the demons seemed to have been injected with a shot of cardiotonic, and their movements, which were already a little slow, became agile, and their attacks became more fierce. They wielded their weapons vigorously, and every attack was accompanied by a desire for victory and loyalty to the family, beating the demons in front of them into retreat. Gu Li threw the dead enchantress on the ground like trash, without any mercy in her eyes. Then, she turned around and ran towards Gu Chitian. Looking at the seriously injured Gu Chitian, Gu Li couldn't help but burst into tears, flowing down her cheeks. Her eyes were full of heartache and blame, and she choked and said, "Why did you come out? I will take care of these things. If anything happens to you, Gu Chitian smiled with difficulty. He stretched out his hand and gently wiped the tears from Gu Li's face, his voice weak but with a hint of comfort. "I'm fine, just a little injured. I'll be fine after a rest. Don't worry, Grandpa won't fall down so easily." Chapter 275. Gu Lichang helped Gu Chitian up, and the worry in her eyes did not diminish at all. She turned her head to look at the disciple beside her, and ordered in a firm tone, "Take Grandpa back to heal first." The disciple nodded excitedly, and hurried forward to support Gu Chitian. He whispered, "Master, let's go back." As he said that, he supported Gu Chitian and slowly left the battlefield. Gu Li took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She jumped into the air. She looked down at the Gu family disciples below and said loudly, "Gu family disciples, listen to my order, go back to the Gu family to heal your injuries immediately. I and the shadow guards are here." "Yes." The Gu family disciples responded in unison. They knew that everything would be fine when the young master came. They were indeed exhausted now. Since the young master had given the order, they would honestly go back to heal their injuries in preparation for the subsequent battle. Seeing the demons all over Lingtian City, raging in every corner of the city like a black tide, Gu Li frowned. She quickly and clearly ordered the shadow guards, 17, take 5 people to the north of the city, 2 7s, take 5 people to the south of the city, 3 3s, take 5 people to the west of the city, 4 4s, take 5 people to the east of the city, and the rest of the people will clean up the demons near Gu's family. Yes. The shadow guards took the order in unison, and then quickly divided into several groups and ran towards their respective goals. Gu Li had just reorganized the defense forces of the Gu family, and was about to go to the city to check the situation. As soon as he took a step, he was stopped by a crisp but firm voice. Gu Li looked back and saw a woman in a red tights. The woman was tall and straight, like a plum blossom standing proudly in the snow. She looked cold, but her eyes were burning with a fiery fighting spirit. She clasped her fists slightly, and said to Gu Li, "Young master, I also want to clean up the demons in the city." Gu Li looked her up and down, his eyes wandering over her body like a substance, as if he wanted to see through her. After a moment, he raised his eyebrows slightly. You are in the early stage of the emperor level, and your strength is not bad. What's your name?" Disciple Gutong applies to join the battle. Gutong's voice was crisp and loud, and after speaking, he clasped his fists and saluted Gu Li solemnly. His eyes were full of firmness and determination, which was alike intertwined with the desire for battle and loyalty to the family. Gu Li nodded slightly and said, "Okay, you take 100 emperor-level disciples. Divide them into 10 groups, select a captain from each group, and you will lead them. Run when you encounter danger, don't be stubborn." "Yes." Gutong accepted the order, a flash of excitement in his eyes, and turned to gather disciples. The demons above the emperor level are extremely fierce, and must be dealt with by her and the shadow guards. As for the rest of the demons, the young disciples of the Gu family can be allowed to fight in actual combat to hone them. The battle around the Gu family quickly unfolded, and the shouts of killing shook the sky. Under the leadership of Gutong, the disciples of the Gu family fought fiercely with the demons. With everyone working together, the demons around the Gu family were quickly wiped out, but Gu Li knew that this was just the beginning of this cruel war. She hurried to check on her grandfather's injuries. When she saw that her grandfather was not in danger of life, she was relieved, and then she went to arrange the follow-up matters without stopping. Gu Li asked solemnly, "How are the casualties in the clan?" Uncle Fu hurried forward, his eyes full of fatigue and worry. "Young master, the disciples of the clan had previously followed the young master's arrangement and all withdrew to the mansion, but there were still 300 people who were slightly injured and 67 people who were seriously injured. Fortunately, no one died yet. Gu Li frowned and asked hurriedly, "What about Lingtian City?" Uncle Fu sighed, his tone heavy. 28 small families fell, no one survived, and more than half of the large families were killed or wounded. Gu Li's heart sank suddenly, and he asked again, "What is the situation of Lingtian College?" Lingtian College is the weak point of this defense. Although most of the students are in the Gu family, there are still many people in the college. And where are those elders and the dean? What? Uncle Fu shook his head, his face full of worry. The situation at Lingtian College is not very good, and many students have not come out yet. The elders have gone to rescue the rest of the students, and Dean Imo and his men have gone to the entrance of the demon realm to try to stop more demons from pouring in. Gu Li's eyes were stern, and he said resolutely, "Uncle Fu, I will go to Lingtian College, and Grandpa and the Gu family will be handed over to you." Uncle Fu was shocked when he heard it. "Young master, the situation at Lingtian College is extremely dangerous now, and it may not be appropriate for you to go." Gu Li patted Uncle Fu's shoulder and said firmly, "It's okay, I have the ability to protect myself, you just need to protect the disciples in the clan." After that, she took out a lot of precious formations, spiritual weapons, runes and elixirs from the storage ring and handed them to Uncle Fu. "Take these things in and distribute them to the disciples in need. I don't want to see any disciple of the Gu family fall." Uncle Fu took the ring, looked at Gu Li's back as he left, his eyes red, and his heart was full of relief. "The young master is now able to protect us," Uncle Fu muttered to himself. After leaving the Gu family, Gu Li moved quickly in the city like lightning. Suddenly, in a courtyard not far away, there were constant cries for help, full of fear and despair. At the same time, she saw a street full of monsters wreaking havoc, their fangs and claws were bared, and wherever they went, there was a mess. Gu Li's eyes turned cold, and a light flashed in her hand, and a long sword emitting a cold light appeared. She swung the sword hard, and this sword contained powerful spiritual power, like a long rainbow piercing the sun. In an instant, the monsters on the whole street were cut in half by the sharp sword energy before they could scream, and black blood splashed all over the street. Gu Li walked quickly to the courtyard and saw that there were more than a dozen survivors inside, all women and children. Their faces were full of fear and trembling. There were many corpses lying on the ground. Judging from their clothes and postures, it seemed that these adult men died in order to protect them. Gu Li felt sad, and then threw a formation ball from the storage ring. After activating it, a soft light enveloped the courtyard, forming a solid protective barrier. She looked at the survivors and tried to comfort them in a gentle tone. "There is a formation here. Don't step out of this courtyard. Wait for rescue here. Thank you, thank you." The leading woman was tearful and choked with sobs. She was about to kneel down, but found that Gu Li had disappeared. She knew who Gu Li was, so she could only kowtow in the direction of the Gu family, with gratitude in her heart. Chapter 276. In the entire Lingtian city, besides the rampant demons and monsters, many people gradually emerged to fight with them. In addition to the Gu family, some masters from other families also came out to clear them out. However, after a whole day, the number of demons not only did not decrease, but increased. They all poured out from Lingtian Academy, like a black tide, spreading to every corner of the city. At this time, the number of casualties was also gradually increasing, and the city was filled with the breath of blood and death. Gu Li still wandered throughout the city. Whenever she found a survivor, she would set up a defensive formation without hesitation. But Lingtian City was too big, like a giant beast lying on the ground, with intricate streets and endless houses. Even if Gu Li had a powerful formation technique and could quickly set up one defensive formation after another, compared to the entire Lingtian City, this was just a drop in the bucket, and she could not take care of too many places. Moreover, in the Lingtian Academy, which was like a dark abyss, demons kept coming out like a tide. The formation she temporarily arranged was also fragile under the impact of such a surging demon. The time they could support was too short. They often just protected a group of people, and then they were shaky or even broken because of the continuous attack of the demons. Gui had successfully completed the task of delivering things and joined this tragic battle. The strength of these demons was not extremely strong. They were generally in the range of the early Emperor level to the early Honor level. For people like Gui, they could still deal with it. However, for ordinary practitioners, these demons are their nightmares and a catastrophe. Gu Li looked at the purgatory-like scene in front of him, frowned, and murmured, "This is the only way." Gu Li looked solemn, and quickly took out a sound transmission node from the storage ring. injected spiritual power into it to activate it. Her voice was clearly transmitted through the sound transmission node. Everyone in the Gu family should gather at the entrance of Lingtian College. After giving the order, she flashed and rushed towards Lingtian College like a gust of wind. When Gu Li arrived at the entrance of Lingtian College, it was already in a melee. Other people in the Gu family had already fought fiercely with the surrounding demons and monsters. The flashing of swords and swords, the collision of spiritual power and magic power, emitted dazzling light and deafening roars. Gu Li was fighting fiercely with a fierce demon, and the long sword in his hand was wielded vigorously, and each sword contained powerful power. Seeing Gu Li's figure appear, his eyes were stern, and he exerted his strength suddenly. The long sword in his hand brought a sharp blade light, and fiercely slashed at the demon in front of him, directly splitting the demon in half from head to toe, and black blood splashed out. Then, he rose and fell several times, and rushed towards Gu Li quickly. "Young master, are you okay?" Gu Li asked with concern, and his eyes quickly scanned Gu Li. After confirming that she was not injured, he breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Li shook her head, and said in a steady tone, "I'm fine." Then, she used her spiritual power to spread her voice to all directions. Little Yitzi takes 5 people to the northwest, Little Ertzi takes 8 people to the southeast, and the rest of the shadow guards fight at the main gate. "Yes!" Everyone responded in unison, their voices full of determination. "Gu Tong, bring people near me, don't let the demons get close to me," Gu Li ordered again. "Yes!" Gu Tong responded, and then quickly stood around Gu Li with a team of Gu family disciples. They held weapons, and stared at the demons surging around them with vigilance, ready to deal with any enemies who might rush towards Gu Li at any time. Soon, everyone dispersed quickly like a well-trained army. Each ran towards the designated direction and position, and began to perform their duties. The whole scene was tense and orderly. Gu Li took a deep breath, and then a strong light burst out from his body. The light turned into countless rays of light, and flew over Lingtian Academy, constantly connecting with each other. Gu Li quickly controlled the light with both hands to construct the appearance of the formation in the Sea of Consciousness. She wanted to use the semi-god level soul-protecting formation to cover the entire Lingtian Academy. This was an extremely risky move. Once such a large semi-god grade soul-protecting formation was used, it would consume a huge amount of spiritual power for the person who cast the formation. If he was not careful, he might be attacked if it was interrupted. As Gu Li waved her hands quickly, countless rays of light shuttled and intertwined like a silver snake above Lingtian College. Every time the rays of light intersected, a dazzling light burst out, as if drawing a mysterious and magnificent picture in the sky. The veins on her forehead bulged, and it was obvious that maintaining such a high-intensity spiritual power output put her under great pressure. Under her control, those rays of light gradually outlined the outline of the semi-god grade soul-protecting formation, and complex runes began to emerge on the edge of the formation. However, the demons also noticed her intention, and they rushed towards Gu Li like crazy, trying to interrupt her formation. Gu Tong led the disciples of the Gu family to prepare for battle, and fought fiercely with the demons swarming in. For a moment, the flashes of swords and the roars and screams intertwined. Blood splashed on the ground, and every drop reflected the cruel battle situation. Gu Li did not dare to be distracted at all, and her eyes were fixed on the formation that was gradually taking shape in the sky. At this time, a huge ball of light began to appear in the center of the formation, like a bright sun, shining brightly. This ball of light is the core of the soul-protecting formation, which will provide a steady stream of spiritual power support for the entire formation. But as the formation is close to completion, the demand for spiritual power is increasing. Gu Li feels that her spiritual power is pouring out like a flood, and her body begins to shake. But her eyes are still firm. She gritted her teeth, forced herself to stabilize her body, and continued to inject spiritual power into the formation. The battle around her became more and more intense, and the pressure on the disciples of the Gu family became greater and greater. People were constantly injured, but they still stayed around Gu Li tightly. A ray up. Finally, the last ray of light connected, and the semi-god grade soul-protecting array burst out a strong light that shook the world. The light was like a sky curtain, covering the entire Lingtian Academy tightly. Gu Li looked up at the soul-protecting array that had already formed, slightly raised the corners of her mouth, and a sneer appeared. "I wonder how you can run out, accept the punishment." Then she took out a handful of pills and swallowed them. The pills melted in her mouth, and her pale face, which was due to excessive consumption of spiritual power, gradually regained some redness. After the spiritual power was slightly restored, Gu Li's eyes were stern, and she looked at Gu Tong and said loudly, Gu Tong, you take your people to wipe out the remaining demons in the city, and don't let any fish slip through the net. Chapter 277. Yes. Gu Tong looked stern, and left with other disciples. Gu Li frowned and looked at the remaining shadow guards. Others, follow me in. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. After a while, Gu Li looked at the unfamiliar Lingtian Academy in front of her, feeling helpless and annoyed. Trouble, where is the back mountain of the academy? I'm not familiar with the academy. If she had known, she would have walked around the academy more. Gu Yi suggested, young master, how about we go separately? Gu Li frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, no, you clean up the monsters around here, pay close attention to whether there are any students from Lingtian Academy, find them out, and lead the way for us. Gu Yi was about to take action, but suddenly his eyes were stern, as if he had noticed something, and he suddenly raised his head. Young master, there is a sound of fighting over there. Gu Li raised his foot and ran over there. Go and have a look. Everyone quickly ran in the direction of the sound of fighting, and soon arrived at the accommodation halfway up the mountain. Dozens of students were trapped in a slightly dilapidated courtyard, surrounded by demons. A huge, ferocious demon was laughing wildly. I like to see you struggle, ha ha ha. What a coincidence, I want to see you die. The demon's eyes widened and roared. Who? Before she finished speaking, Gu Li's eyes turned cold, and a sharp light flashed in her eyes. Hands quickly formed seals, and the surrounding lightning elements gathered instantly. Lightning flashed on her fingertips, quickly merged together, and formed a dazzling lightning. The lightning was like a sharp spear falling from the sky. The spear body flashed with dazzling light, exuding a breath of destruction. With lightning speed, the lightning went straight through the heart of the monster, and the monster didn't even have time to scream. It opened its eyes wide, and there was still a mad expression on its face, but it lost its vitality in an instant, and its huge body fell down like a collapsed mountain, raising a dust that covered the sky. It's junior sister Gu Li. Junior sister Gu Li is so strong. The trapped students cheered immediately, their eyes full of surprise and admiration. They were not unfamiliar with Gu Li, after all, they had participated in the four-college competition together. Gu Li didn't delay at all. Where are President Imo and the others? Qin Yanqi hurriedly answered. The president and the others are in the back mountain. Gu Li frowned and asked anxiously, where is the back mountain? Xiao Qilian stepped forward. I take you there. Everyone followed Xiao Qilian and ran towards the back mountain. Before they reached the back mountain, they saw the light flashing in the direction of the back mountain from a distance. Between the flashes of light, there was a faint strong spiritual power fluctuation, which was like surging waves, one after another, never stopping. Each wave of fluctuations was like a heavy hammer, impacting everyone's senses, making their heartbeats speed up involuntarily. It felt like standing in the center of a storm, surrounded by endless power, as if a fierce battle beyond imagination was going on, and the scale and intensity of the battle could be felt from the spiritual power fluctuations alone. Gu Li and others quickened their pace. Along the way, from time to time, small groups of monsters attacked like ghosts, and were quickly solved by Gu Yi and others, leaving only a pile of debris. When they arrived at the back mountain, they saw Dean Mo and several instructors fighting fiercely with several men emitting powerful demonic energy. The men were surrounded by demonic energy, which was like black silk entwining and flying around them. They seemed to be demons walking out of the dark abyss, bringing endless fear and death. Every time they attacked, they were full of the momentum of destroying the world. The powerful magic power was raging in the air. Wherever they went, trees were uprooted and huge deep pits were blasted out on the ground. Dean Mo's clothes were torn in many places. The originally neat and gorgeous robe had become tattered, as if it had been cut by countless sharp blades. The cloth strips fluttered in the wind, and some were stained with blood. There were also a few bloodstains on his face, and the blood flowed down his cheeks and dripped onto the ground, dyeing the land red. Seeing Gu Li and others rushing over from the corner of his eye, he was immediately anxious and shouted loudly, "What are you doing here? It's dangerous here. Go quickly." Dean Xiao also shouted while fighting, "You should leave here quickly, we can't protect you." The other elders quickly surrounded Gu Li and others, looking nervous and serious. They were full of worry and persuaded them, "Leave here. These are the new generation of their Lingtian Academy, and they can't die here." Gu Li reached out and patted an elder in front of him. "Elders, find a place to rest for a while, and leave this place to us." Elder Shi frowned and said seriously, "No, now is not the time to fool around, go quickly." At this time, among the several demonic men, Yin Luan let out a sinister laugh of hee hee, and that laugh was like a cold wind blowing from the depths of hell, blowing through everyone's hearts, making everyone shiver involuntarily. He said sarcastically, "A few more little idiots are here to die." Imohichan said arrogantly, "Don't resist, it's good to be a colony of our demon world." And Sai's eyes fell on Guli. He looked Guli up and down and licked his lips. "That little girl is pretty. Don't hurt her face. I like her very much." Yin Luan, Imohichan, "Yes, master." Guli's eyes curled up with a sneer. "I like myself too." Before she finished speaking, Guli suddenly exerted her strength. Her figure was like a phantom, so fast that people could hardly see it clearly. She flashed and appeared behind Sai in the blink of an eye. The speed was like teleportation. Her fist wrapped in powerful spiritual power was like a falling meteor, with a whistling wind, and it slammed into his back. With a dull crash, Sai flew out, drew an arc in the air, and fell heavily to the ground, creating a big pit. The land around the pit was cracked, as if it was cracked by an earthquake. Before he could get up from the ground, Guli had appeared above him again with her fist raised like a ghost. Her eyes were filled with cold murderous intent, and she hit him hard in the face again. This punch was fast and fierce, like Thor's hammer, hitting Sai's face hard. For a moment, the elders of Lingtian Academy and President Mo were full of shock. They never thought that this little girl would break through to the peak of the venerable rank. Such strength is rare among such a young generation, and it is a realm that countless people dream of but cannot reach. Chapter 278. Sai's eyes were filled with shock. He really didn't expect that this seemingly delicate woman in front of him had a cultivation level of the peak of the venerable rank. In his expectation, this Lothong continent should be a place with thin spiritual power and scarce strong people. But now the strength shown by this woman forced him to re-examine this continent. It seemed that this place was completely different from what he imagined. Sai was beaten, but was not annoyed. Instead, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile. Then he slowly stretched out his hand, and gently rubbed his face, that had been hit hard by her. He looked as if he was not the one hit, and said frivolously, "Oh sister, this is really heavy, it feels good for you." Gui and Gu-Er on the side were so angry, that they trembled all over and their teeth were about to break when they heard this. They cursed in their hearts. This dog is really shameless to the extreme. Gu-Er couldn't help but take a step forward and shouted at Gu-Li with resentment on his face, "Young master, let me do it." Gu-Li frowned slightly, with a trace of caution in her eyes. She quickly reached out to stop Gu-Er and said in a serious tone, "No, you can't beat him. Just now, I almost used my full strength to hit the demon with 2 punches, but the other party only suffered a little skin injury. This situation is too wrong. According to common sense, if I hit him with all my strength, even if I couldn't beat him to the point where he couldn't fight back, he should at least be seriously injured and fall to the ground. However, the demon in front of me seemed to be fine, which showed that his cultivation was definitely far superior to mine. It was just that I couldn't tell whether he was at the initial spiritual realm or above it." And Cie seemed to see through Gu Li's worries, still with that annoying smile on his face, and said leisurely, "Sister, you can't beat me by yourself." Gu Li snorted coldly and said loudly, "You will know whether you can beat me or not after trying. Let's go together." Before she finished speaking, she gathered her spiritual power again and rushed towards Cie like a sharp arrow. She didn't believe that with so many people coming together under the suppression of the plane, they couldn't deal with him. Sai looked at Gu Li and others, who were rushing over aggressively. Not only was there no fear on his face, but he smiled even more brightly and praised, "Sister is really violent. I like her hot temper." When Gui heard this, his lungs were about to explode. He roared and punched Sai in the face, cursing while hitting, "You little white face, dare to tease our young master, I will beat your face to pieces today." The fist whistled, carrying a powerful spiritual power, and it seemed that he would not stop until Sai knelt down and begged for mercy. Seeing this, Sai frowned slightly, secretly saying in his heart that it was not good, and his feet moved quickly. His figure flashed, and he evaded Gu Yi's angry punch very agilely. While dodging the attacks of the crowd, he observed them calmly. When he saw that the spiritual power fluctuations emanating from these people were all at the peak of the venerable rank, although Sai still maintained a calm smile on his face, his heart was already in turmoil. When did the number of peak venerable rank masters in Lothong continent become so high? If he had known this, he should have brought more people with him. Now he didn't have many people with him, and his cultivation was suppressed by this damn plane. If he continued to entangle like this, he might really fail here today. Now it seems that he can only retreat first. Thinking of this, Sai raised a charming smile at the corner of his mouth, which seemed charming but actually revealed a bit of cunning, and shouted to Gu Li, "Sister, Can you tell me your name? Gu Yi heard this and shouted loudly, Go to hell. And Sai's smile on his face froze, looking a little embarrassed. But he quickly recovered and said in a pretentious manner, See you next time, it won't end so soon. As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed and flew towards the passage he came from. Seeing this, those confidants who followed him hurriedly followed him, and the group disappeared in the passage in the blink of an eye. Dynamo saw this scene, snorted coldly, and tried to intercept them. At this moment, Gu Li was quick to pull him back and said loudly, Dynamo, don't be impulsive. Mo Sanqiong looked at Gu Li with a puzzled look and asked, What's wrong? This is a rare opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. Why let them go? Gu Li frowned and explained seriously, Dynamo, they are not only at the peak of the honorable level, but they are suppressed to the peak of the honorable level because of the plane suppression. If we rush to chase them and reach their territory, we will not have the advantage of this plane suppression, and then we will really be unable to beat them. Gu Li turned to look at Gu Er and ordered, Little Ertzi, go and clean up the rest of the demons and those monsters. Gu Er hurriedly responded, Yes, young master. As he said that, he led some other people to disperse to the surroundings to search for those who had escaped the net. Elder, she looked at Gu Li and said in amazement, Is your family going to heaven? So many powerful people, at the peak of the venerable rank, suddenly appeared. When Gu Li heard this, he was immediately unhappy. He glared at Elder Shi and said unhappily, What do you mean by going to heaven? Can you speak? Gu Li looked at Mo Sanqiong again and asked, Dean Mo, can this entrance be sealed? Mo Sanqiong nodded and said, It can be sealed, but have you found the Anling crystal? Gu Li raised his chin slightly. Yes, how many do you want? When Mo Sanqiong heard this, he was stunned and asked in surprise, You found more than one? Gu Li crossed his arms and said, as a matter of course, Mo Sanqiong smiled and said, 1 piece is enough. 1 piece is enough to seal the entrance. Gu Li hurriedly stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Give me the spirit stone. We agreed at the beginning that if we find the Anling crystal stone, each of us will be given 10 billion spirit stones. My whole family is waiting for me to take the spirit stones back to support them. I can't give up these spirit stones. Mo Sanqiong looked at her helplessly and said with a smile, Do you really need to do that? Do you think I'm the kind of person who dares to default on your debt? Gu Li tilted her head and thought about it. It seemed that with her current strength, Mo Sanqiong might not be able to beat her. Chapter 279. Thinking of this, she said nothing more, stretched out her hand to take out a stone from her space, and handed it to Mo Sanqiong. Mo Sanqiong took the stone and said, Then I will go back and refine it first, you stay here to guard it. Dean Xiao and the elders responded in unison, Yes. After the situation was completely stabilized, everyone gathered around Gu Li. Each of them looked at Gu Li with curiosity and amazement in their eyes. Gu Li felt a little scared when they looked at him. He frowned and asked, What? Do you want to fight? Elder, she laughed, stepped forward, patted Gu Li's shoulder heavily, and said with admiration, Well, you are indeed my favorite student. You have cultivated to the peak of the venerable rank without saying a word. Who else has such talent and perseverance? When Gu Li heard this, he rolled his eyes and glanced at Elder Shi unhappily, saying, Looking forward to me. You wanted to kill me at the beginning. When Elder Shi heard this, his old face turned red, and he scratched his head in embarrassment, and hurriedly explained, I just wanted to scare you, not really kill you. Gu Li smiled, I was kidding. She also knew that Elder Shi was doing it for their own good, and didn't want them to be too ostentatious, so as not to offend villains. Elder Inchua crossed his arms, with a look of gloating on his face. You deserve it, because you scared them back then. Elder Rong beside him also sighed softly and said slowly, At first, I really wanted to take you as my apprentice. Now it seems that I really have nothing to teach you. Elder Yu was also full of helplessness, and followed suit. Well, I think so too. Elder Haotian didn't join in their sighing, but looked around and asked in a puzzled tone, Where are the others? He remembered that there were always several people around her. Why were they gone now? After hearing what Elder Haotian said, they came to their senses and turned their heads to look around. They looked left and right, and indeed did not find any traces of the other 5 people. Gu Li said calmly, They all went home. After that, Gu Li paused and continued, Elders, I leave this to you. I have something to do, so I go back first. Elder Shi waved his hand and said kindly, Go, if you have something to do, go and do it quickly. We have a few old guys watching here, don't worry. Most of the powerful and highly skilled demons have been cleared out by Gu Yi and his men. Although the remaining demons are relatively weak, their number is not small. Fortunately, The elite personnel of each family went to various places to carry out the final cleanup work. In this way, the overall situation around Lingtian City has gradually stabilized. Gu Li first rushed back to the Gu family and came to the formation arranged around the house. After strengthening the formation of the Gu family, he led people to Leiqing College. Lingxi College already has a deep foundation, and the overall strength is very strong. In addition, Shi Zihan was in that direction and brought some shadow guards to support, so there were no serious casualties. The same is true for Xingchen College. In addition to her people, many countries around it also sent people to blockade it, so there were not too many casualties. On the contrary, Leiqing Academy was the worst hit. It had always been the runner-up, and was not much stronger than Lingtian Academy. Although there were strong men from other countries, their numbers were relatively small, and the other side was also a demon clan with peak strength of the venerable rank. For a time, the countries near Leiqing Academy fell into a very dangerous situation. Gu Li and his group hurriedly rushed to the area of Leiqing Academy, and just as they arrived at the area of Leiqing Academy, they saw Mu Yunqi's figure. Gu Li hurried forward. "How is your family? There is no big trouble, right?" Mu Yunqi was relieved when she saw that it was Gu Li who came. A smile of relief appeared on her face, and she hurriedly replied, "Fortunately, it's lucky that the casualties are not serious. The number of demons scattered to our side is not large. Except for some cities on the border that have been slightly invaded by demons, other places have not been invaded." After hearing this, Gu Li also breathed a sigh of relief, nodded and said, "That's good. I and the others have almost dealt with everything over there, and they should be on their way now. At their speed, they should be here soon. Sister Ailey, I'm here." At this moment, a loud and excited shout came from not far away. Everyone looked at the sound and saw a huge and majestic flying beast flying quickly towards this side. Suiyun, standing on the flying beast, was excited, waving his hands and shouting at the top of his lungs. Feng Wuan, who was beside him, also had a smile on his face, looking towards Gu Li. There were many other people accompanying him, including the shadow guards, Su Hai, Feng Qinshi, and several old men who looked like immortals. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi smiled at each other, and then they flashed and jumped beautifully, landing steadily on their flying beasts. As soon as Gu Li went up, he cast his eyes on Su Hai and Feng Qinshi. "Godfather, uncle, why are you here too?" Su Yifan came over immediately after hearing this, pretending to be wronged and said, "Ali, why don't you ask me, and you only have others in your eyes? I am so hurt. Do I have no sense of existence?" Gu Li glanced at him, and said casually, "Well, it's okay as long as you don't lose your arms and legs." Mu Yunqi also joked on the side, "It's okay as long as you don't die." Su Yun's heart, "No love." Su Hai looked at them bickering like this, couldn't help laughing, and then said seriously, "I heard that the situation at Leiqing College is not good, we came to help." Gu Li looked at Su Hai again, and asked with a puzzled face, "What about you? Doesn't the king of a country need to stay there to preside over the overall situation?" Feng Qinshi smiled and took over the conversation and said, "No, everything has been arranged in advance." Feng Wuhan frowned slightly on the side and asked anxiously, "Zihan and Aiken haven't come yet?" Gu Li shook his head and said with a hint of worry, "No, I guess not so soon." Not long after, Shi Zihan and Lin Yuchen also came with people. In addition to the shadow guards, there were also many strong men. It will take some time to get to Leiqing College. Feng Qinshi and his men sent people to clean up the demons and monsters encountered on the way. Gu Li took the shadow guards back to Xiaokazi. "I almost forgot to give you the contracted beast." It's no wonder she forgot. They disappeared just after they finished controlling the beast, and they were busy improving their cultivation. They rushed home as soon as they came out. Chapter 280. Gu Li raised his hand slightly, and placed the mimic monsters of different shapes, but with extraordinary aura in front of everyone. "Which one do you want? Pick it yourself." Gu Li raised his chin slightly, and said casually. As soon as Gu Li approached and felt the aura on them, his pupil shrank, his eyes were full of shock, and his voice unconsciously rose a few points. "Are these all demigod beasts?" Gu Li raised the corner of his mouth and responded softly, "Yes." Gu Lu hurriedly stepped forward and sincerely advised, "Young master, keep your contract. If this batch of demigod beasts are all contracted by his young master, then her safety will also be guaranteed." Gu Li pouted and said, "There are so many. My sea of consciousness will explode after I finish the contract. Stop talking nonsense and pick quickly. When we get to Leiqing College, a row of demigod beasts will be so majestic that they will be scared to death." As Gu Li said this, He had already imagined the stunned look of the crowd when they saw them appear with a group of demigod beasts. Thinking about it, the smile on his face deepened a little. Gu-san couldn't help but joked, "So we are going to show off?" Gu-li said lightly, "Not really. She will soon go to the upper realm. She will show all these trump cards to let others know that the Gu family has a deep foundation. In this way, even if she is not in Lawfeng continent in the future, those guys with bad intentions will not dare to easily come up and cause trouble for the Gu family when they see that the Gu family has such a powerful support. And she has 3 more demigod beasts. When the time comes, she will contract 2 for Grandpa and 1 for Uncle Fu." Gui looked at Gu-er and said, "This is called intimidation, not pretending to be cool." When Gu-li heard this, he immediately gave him an admiring look and said with a smile, "Xiao Yizi still understands me." While they were talking and choosing the demigod beasts. For a moment, the light of the contract on Xiao Keizi's back was bright and dazzling, interweaving a series of gorgeous and mysterious patterns in the surrounding air. From a distance, it was spectacular. It also attracted other people in the same group to look in their direction curiously, with their eyes full of inquiry and confusion. As they walked forward, they saw from a distance that something was wrong with the scene ahead before they reached Leiqing College. There were monsters everywhere, shuttling through every corner like ghosts, and everywhere they went was a mess. And around the huge Leiqing College, there was not a single living person to be seen. The lively scene in the past had long disappeared, replaced by a dead silence and gloom, as if this place had become the territory of monsters. Su Yun looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaimed, "Oh my god, is Leiqing College so serious?" The entire Leiqing College was shrouded in a thick demonic aura, which was like a thick black fog, constantly rolling and surging, as if it had its own life, wanting to completely devour the college. The sound of the battle in the college spread far away, the shouting and the roar of the collision of spiritual power intertwined together, making people's hearts tighten. Seeing this, Gu-li shouted decisively, "Tear open the encirclement and rush to the most intense place of the battle." After saying that, she took the lead in running her spiritual power, and with a flash of light in her hand, she attacked the group of monsters in front of her, and forcibly tore a hole in the dense encirclement of monsters. Others responded and followed Gu-li into the academy. When they arrived, they saw Wang Purse leading the elders, and some students of Leiqing Academy, fighting fiercely with a group of unidentified people. The spiritual power of both sides collided, and the light splashed. The surrounding buildings were destroyed by the powerful impact. The ground was full of traces of the battle, potholes, and a mess. But the situation didn't seem to be good. There were corpses all over the ground, both demons and humans. There were only more than 200 people left, and the other side was countless demons. Gu-li's eyes condensed, and her hands quickly formed seals, and she shouted, "De Yen Ju First Style Yen Yin." As her voice fell, a blazing flame mark appeared out of thin air, and the flame mark flew towards the 2 fighting parties, with the momentum of destroying the world. The sudden powerful attack made everyone who was fighting fiercely startled. They subconsciously stopped their actions, and separated for a short time. At this moment, a voice with a bit of evil smile sounded, "Ah, my sister sees me again." Su Yun was furious when he heard this, and shouted at Insai, "Go to hell. That's my sister." As he said that, he was about to rush up and fight with Insai. If the people next to him hadn't hurriedly pulled him back, I'm afraid he would have rushed up and fought. Wang Purse saw Gu-li and others suddenly appear, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He frowned and asked, "What are you doing here?" Gu-li crossed his arms and replied as a matter of course, "Of course I'm here to help. Can it be that I'm here to join in the fun?" After that, she turned her gaze to Insai and others, her eyes full of vigilance and doubt, and then asked, "I am very curious about what you are doing in Lawfeng continent. This place is not suitable for you to practice. It will take at least 1,000 years to infiltrate Lawfeng continent. You should not be so idle." Insai just blinked and replied with a playful look, "Guess." Wang Purse saw this and couldn't help shouting, "They want to steal the core of the earth." "Stop talking." Insai's face sank, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes, and he raised his hand and shot an attack with powerful magic at Wang Purse. The attack came with a whistling sound, like a black lightning, and went straight towards Wang Purse. Wang Purse was shocked and hurriedly used all his spiritual power to prop up a spiritual shield in front of him to resist this sudden attack. The spiritual shield flashed a faint light, and collided with the black magic attack, making a violent roar. The surrounding air was shaken by the powerful impact and rippled. Gu-li heard the word core and asked with a puzzled look, "Core? What is that?" Shi Zihan explained solemnly, "The core of this continent. Without the core, this continent will be useless. Gu Li's heart tightened when she heard this. Suddenly, she thought of someone and looked at Ncie and asked, "What is your relationship with Nailin Yin?" She remembered that Nailin Yin seemed to be a demon. Since Ncie in front of her was also a demon, he had a strong cultivation base. I think he should know him. Ncie heard Nailin Yin's name and paused. His expression became a little complicated. He looked at Gu Li and asked, "Do you know him?" Chapter 281. Gu Li raised her eyes slightly. Her expression was a bit lazy, and her red lips opened slightly. "It seems that we know each other, and I just happened to be angry." After that, the spiritual power in her body began to circulate rapidly like a surging tide, ready to take action at any time. Ncie had a faint smile on his lips, and raised his slender fingers slightly, indicating Gu Li to look at the surrounding situation, and then chuckled. "Do you think you can beat us?" Gu Li raised a provocative arc on the corner of his mouth. "We may not be able to match you in terms of numbers, and you are only at the peak of the honor level now." "Enough." Ncie sneered. "Come, let them see our little cutie." Gu Li waved his hand violently, and in an instant, all the contracted beasts roared out from various spaces. Seeing Gu Li doing this, the others followed suit. As their hands moved, the light flashed one after another, and suddenly a bunch of demigod beasts appeared around them. Ncie's face, which was originally full of calmness, was now full of shock. Demigod beasts. He obviously didn't expect that they could actually summon so many demigod beasts. This was far beyond his expectations. Wang Purse and others were also shocked by this scene. They subconsciously stepped back a few steps. After looking at each other, they secretly thanked that they were on their side. Otherwise, facing so many powerful demigod beasts, they might not know how they died. The cold sweat came out from their foreheads unconsciously. "Little ones, tear them apart for me." Gu Li shouted, and took the brunt of it. Her figure rushed towards Ncie like lightning. Others and contracted beasts were also not ambiguous, following closely behind, rushing towards the surrounding demons and monsters. For a moment, shouts, roars, and beast roars intertwined, and the scene was in chaos. Gu Li quickly rushed to Ncie and shouted, "Thunder Seal Fist." Her fist flashed with lightning in an instant, and the power of lightning wrapped around her fist, and she smashed towards Ncie with a destructive momentum. Seeing this, Ncie was not to be outdone. He suddenly burst out with powerful demonic energy, which surged out of his body like a thick black fog, instantly wrapping him up, revealing only a pair of eyes with fierce light. Then, he shook his body and rushed towards Gu Li's attack, so fast that he left a string of black afterimages. With a loud bang, the two fists collided with each other, and in an instant, a powerful impact force spread out to the surroundings with the two as the center. The low-level monsters around could not withstand such power at all. They were directly shaken and dissipated, turning into wisps of black smoke and disappearing. Even the ground was shaken to have deep cracks, and the dust was flying, as if the end of the world had come. Both sides retreated again and again due to the recoil. Gu Li's face turned pale. She rubbed her numb arm and looked at Ncie vigilantly, thinking to herself that this demon's body was very strong. This punch did not cause much damage to him. It seems that he is a difficult opponent. Ncie seemed quite relaxed. He patted the dust that did not exist at all, and then chuckled. "I said, you can't beat me." Gu Li raised her lips slightly. A sly look flashed in her eyes, and she responded slowly. "I didn't say I wanted to fight you one-on-one." Ncie was slightly stunned when he heard this, and he didn't quite understand what she meant. He felt a little uneasy in his heart. Just when he was about to make a move, he suddenly felt something strange coming from behind him. Feng Wuhan's figure was like a ghost, and he instantly appeared behind him, and he whispered, "Wooden yuan binding." I saw thick vines breaking out from the ground. The vines were flashing green light, containing rich wood elemental power, and they were entangled with Ncie at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he was tied up tightly, making him unable to move. Mu Yunqi acted according to the situation and shouted, "Golden yuan light arrow." She quickly formed seals with both hands, and countless golden light arrows appeared out of thin air. Each light arrow was extremely sharp, flashing dazzling light, and shot towards Ncie. The demonic energy on Ncie's body surged instantly, quickly corroding the vines that trapped him, and the vines made a crackling sound when they broke. Then, he teleported, dodged the dense golden arrows, and appeared in the air not far away, but his face became more gloomy. Seeing this, Lin Yuchen shouted, "Fire element burn." He waved his hands, and groups of blazing flames appeared out of thin air. The flames showed a strange dark red color, and were extremely hot. The surrounding air was twisted and swept towards Insai, burning everything in its path. Seeing this, the others quickly moved away from the battle range of the few of them, fearing that they would be affected. Sui-Yun was not far behind, and quickly formed seals with his hands, chanting, "Ice Yuan Seal." Instantly, ice blue light gathered into huge ice ridges and flew towards Ncai. Those ice ridges intertwined during the flight, forming a huge ice cage. Ncai was trapped in it, and the icy air continued to invade him, trying to freeze his movements. Shizihan also quickly formed seals, Wind Yuan strangling. Suddenly, a strong wind whistled, and the wind turned into sharp wind blades, spitting like a meat grinder, strangling Ncai. The wind blades cut the air, and made a sharp whistling sound, which made people shudder. Gu Li saw the right time, and made another move. Thunder Yuan critical strike. I saw a more powerful thunder and lightning force gathered in her palm, and the thunder and lightning flashed with dazzling light and crackled. Then he smashed towards Ncai fiercely, with a force even greater than the previous Thunder Seal Fist. When the other contracted beasts were dealing with other demons, they also took the opportunity to sneak attack Ncai from time to time. They either attacked with sharp claws or sprayed various attributes of Yuanli attacks, which made Ncai overwhelmed. Under the continuous attacks of everyone, Ncai suddenly had a lot of wounds on his body, and the originally gorgeous clothes were also burned a little black, and he was in a mess, no longer as cool as before. Ncai was furious. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Demon Realm, start!" As he shouted, a powerful magic power surged out of his body and spread instantly. Seeing this, several people were shocked and quickly dodged to Gu Li's side, tacitly protecting Gu Li and Mu Yunqi in the middle, looking around vigilantly and ready for battle. Chapter 282. For a moment, the surroundings were completely surrounded by the dense demonic energy, which was like a black tide, constantly rolling and surging, covering Gu Li and the other 6 people. Then, everyone felt a flash in front of their eyes, and a strong suction came, and they were pulled to a dark place. It was pitch dark here, and there was no light around. It was so quiet that it made people panic, as if countless eyes were watching in the dark. Suddenly, a murderous attack came like a ghost, and the speed was so fast. Gu Li reacted very quickly. She reached out and pulled Sui-Yun beside her, and then shouted, "Disperse." With a deafening roar, they suddenly exploded. In an instant, the position where they were standing steadily was like being dug by an invisible giant hand, and a big pit was blown out in an instant. The surrounding soil and rocks were blown everywhere, and the dust was filled in the air, making the already dark environment even more chaotic. Being in such a dark place, the few people were like being blindfolded. Everything around them was hidden in the thick darkness, and they had no idea. This was undoubtedly an extremely unfavorable situation for them. However, they could not even determine the direction to evade, and could only rely on instinct to sense the vague dangerous atmosphere. Gu Li frowned tightly, slowly raised her hands, and began to gather the spiritual power in her body, trying to gather the power of the fire element on her palms. As the spiritual power circulated, a faint red light appeared in her palms. At first, the red light was like a spark that was about to go out, struggling and flickering. However, after only a moment, the red light that finally appeared seemed to be extinguished by an invisible black hand, and disappeared without a trace. No matter how hard Gu Li tried to activate her spiritual power, the power of the fire element could not shine as it should, and could not play any lighting role. Ncai was like a ghost hidden in the dark, quietly but quickly approaching her back. Almost in the blink of an eye, his strong arms had already tightly embraced Gu Li, holding her whole body firmly in his arms, and the force was so great that Gu Li almost couldn't breathe. At the same time, his other hand accurately pinched Gu Li's neck, and the slender fingers exerted a little force. The cold touch instantly gave Gu Li goosebumps on her skin, and a strong sense of crisis arose from the bottom of her heart. At this moment, Gu Li only felt a strong and cold demonic energy coming from all directions, like countless tough ropes, instantly binding her whole body tightly. "Sister, don't move. It will be bad if your pretty little head is twisted off." Ncai's voice, full of teasing but also a hint of danger, sounded faintly in Gu Li's ears, and the warm breath gently sprayed on her ears, with a creepy intimacy. On the other side, Mu Yunqi and others were immediately anxious after hearing this gloomy voice. Their hearts were instantly filled with worry, and they shouted anxiously, "Ali, where are you?" Sui-Yun was so angry that his face turned red, and the blue veins on his neck bulged out. He shouted in the direction of the voice, "You dog, come to me if you have the guts. What kind of hero is it to bully a girl? Get out of here." Ncai seemed to have not heard their shouts at all, still hugging Gu Li, with a wicked smile on his lips, So your name is Ali. This name is quite interesting. Just like your little appearance, people can't help but want to get closer to you. As he said, the force of his hand pinching Gu Li's neck loosened slightly, but the other hand on Gu Li's waist began to be dishonest, wantonly rubbing her slender waist and pinching it from time to time. He praised, "Sister Ali's waist is really thin, the touch is better than I thought." Gu Li said coldly, "Let me go." However, Ncie didn't take Gu Li's words to heart at all. Still doing his own thing, the smile on his face became more wanton, and even worse. "If you get too close to me, it will kill you." After she finished speaking, she suddenly concentrated all her mental power, turning it into an invisible sharp blade that was as sharp as a substance, and rushed straight into Ncie's sea of consciousness at lightning speed. Instantly and accurately, it rushed into Ncie's sea of consciousness. Ncie only felt that his sea of consciousness was instantly pierced by thousands of steel needles, and he felt a sharp pain. The pain was like a surging sea wave, one after another, constantly impacting his nerves, as if to tear his entire head apart. The expression on his face instantly became distorted, and the original smug look had long disappeared, replaced by pain and embarrassment. Even the hand that was pinching Gu Li's neck unconsciously loosened because of the severe pain, and the whole person's body was trembling slightly, obviously tortured by this sudden mental attack. Gu Li seized the opportunity, and used all her strength to break free from Ncie's embrace. In the blink of an eye, she escaped from his control and quickly opened a safe distance from him. Gu Li's sea of consciousness was also a little painful, but it was still within an acceptable range. She didn't expect that this person's mental power was comparable to hers. If she hadn't suddenly launched an attack, she might not have succeeded. Then she took out a lot of semi-god-grade pills and swallowed them, and the pain in her sea of consciousness dissipated. Ncie endured the severe pain in his sea of consciousness, and raised his head with difficulty. His voice became a little hoarse because of the pain. "You surprise me." Gu Li snorted coldly, and the murderous intent in his eyes burst out without any concealment. "Dare to take advantage of me, go to hell." After that, she quickly formed a complex seal with her hands and shouted, "The power of gold and yuan violent." As her shout fell, a layer of dazzling metallic luster appeared on her skin in an instant, and the metallic luster seemed to come alive and spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, her whole body was covered. It looked like she was wearing an indestructible layer of metal armor, exuding a cold and hard breath. Then, Gu Li's figure flashed, and the speed was extremely fast, leaving only a faint afterimage in the air, and she appeared in front of Ncie's chest like teleportation. Chapter 283. She clenched her fist without hesitation, gathering all the violent Jin Yuan power in her body into her fist, and then used all her strength to hit Ncie's chest fiercely. This punch contained a force like destroying the world, and with the sound of whistling wind, it hit Ncie's chest fiercely. Ncie was affected by the pain in his sea of consciousness at this moment, and he had no time to make an effective defense for a while, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably. His body drew a long arc in the air, and finally hit heavily in the darkness in an unknown distance, making a dull bang sound. A trace of blood slowly flowed from the corner of Ncie's mouth. He stretched out his hand, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with some difficulty. "Can you see me?" Gu Li ignored him, but shouted in the direction of his friends, "Don't look with your eyes, use your mental power to perceive." After hearing Gu Li's words, Mu Yunqi and others were stunned for a moment, and then, they were happy. They knew that Gu Li was fine, and their hearts that had been hanging were slightly relieved. Several people hurriedly followed the method Gu Li said, quickly concentrated their minds, and released their mental power. Gradually, they began to perceive the vague situation around them. Although it was not particularly clear, they had some bottom line in their hearts, and they were no longer as panicked as before. Ncie slowly stood up from the ground and looked at Gu Li. The surprise in his eyes had gradually faded, replaced by a stronger interest. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and that evil smile reappeared on his face. He said with a smile, "You really surprise me more and more, but this is my demonic domain, you can't beat me." When Su Yun saw him, he was furious and rushed towards Ncie, cursing angrily, "You lecher, how dare you take advantage of Ali?" Seeing this, Gu Li and his companions followed without hesitation. The six of them spread out tacitly, and surrounded Ncie in the middle in a fan shape. Everyone was concentrating on watching Ncie's every move, and their hands were secretly gathering their own spiritual power. Ncie was still not in a hurry. He looked at the people who surrounded him, and a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then his figure shook, and the whole person instantly turned into a thick black mist. He completely disappeared in the endless darkness, merging with the darkness, and there was no trace of him, making it impossible to judge where he was hiding, and from which direction he would launch a surprise attack. Su Yun was concentrating on searching for Ensai's figure in the darkness. Suddenly, a black shadow attacked him from the side at a very fast speed like a ghost. The speed of the black shadow was so fast that Su Yun had no time to dodge. With a bang, the black shadow hit his body heavily. Su Yun only felt a sharp pain from the part that was hit, and instantly spread throughout his body. The pain was like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, and he couldn't help but groan. Then, an evil and cold demonic energy followed his wound, like countless cold little snakes, and quickly drilled towards his spiritual veins. It felt like countless ants were gnawing at his meridians, which was extremely painful. The severe pain made Su Yun's legs instantly weak, his face instantly turned pale as paper, and beads of sweat on his forehead kept rolling down like raindrops, and his body shook uncontrollably. After just a moment, he could no longer hold on, and fell with a thump. Gu Li and the others were anxious when they saw Su Yun injured and fell to the ground. They rushed to Su Yun's direction and blocked other attacks. Several people quickly formed a circle and protected Su Yun tightly in the middle. Everyone stood back to back and watched the surroundings vigilantly. Gu Li squatted down and stretched out her hand to cover Su Yun's chest, then closed her eyes, concentrated all her energy, and activated the magic veins in her body. A strange light gradually appeared in her palm. A stream of magic energy slowly flowed into Su Yun's body along her palm, guiding the magic energy out. Soon, with Gu Li's efforts, the magic energy in Su Yun's spiritual veins was cleared bit by bit, and his face gradually regained some color. His body was no longer twitching as violently as before, but because the injury he had just suffered was too severe, his face still looked a little ugly. And Ensai, who secretly saw this scene, was full of shock and confusion. "Are you a demon?" Su Yun forced his weak body to get up from the ground and shouted angrily in the direction of Ensai, "I am your father." After saying that, regardless of whether his current physical condition allowed him to do so, he rushed towards Ensai again regardless of everything. Gu Li saw this and quickly reached out and grabbed Su Yun. "Break this place first. Otherwise, they would have been using their mental power to spy on the surrounding situation, which would consume too much energy." Ensai heard Gu Li's words and smiled meaningfully, saying leisurely, "I am looking forward to breaking my demon domain." Gu Li responded disdainfully, "Then you wait patiently. You can't kill us, and we can't kill you either. We have plenty of time to waste with you. I just don't know if your people can beat my people." Ensai, who was in the dark, frowned when he heard this. "I didn't expect so many unexpected changes. The number of those demigod beasts was too large, and his people's cultivation was suppressed to the peak of the venerable rank. In such an environment, the longer the time dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him." Her mental attack just now caused trauma to his sea of consciousness, and he didn't have much time. Ensai's original playful and somewhat careless expression suddenly disappeared. He frowned slightly, and his eyes became extremely serious. "I will not let the spiritual power of this continent dissipate. I just need to borrow the core of the earth for a while." Gu Li narrowed his eyes slightly, with a look of scrutiny in his eyes, and responded coldly, "Is it a year? Do the people of the demon clan have a serious disease? One wants her life, and the other wants the lives of all the people on the continent. Without spiritual power, people here cannot practice, and their cultivation will even regress, and the elderly will die directly." Ensai heard Gu Li tell the time so accurately, and couldn't help asking, "You know?" Gu Li said with a bit of sarcasm in her tone, "You are also injured, and you want something to recover from your injuries?" Ensai's face instantly turned very ugly when he heard her words. "Who are you?" Gu Li snorted coldly, "I am not interested in your demon clan's affairs, but it is impossible for me to want the core of the earth." Thinking of what she said before, Ensai asked, "What is the relationship between Nailin Yin and you?" Chapter 284. Gu Li raised his eyebrows slightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Guess." Ensai's narrow eyes flashed a smile, and his thin lips opened slightly and said, "Sister Ali is really naughty." Su Yun, who was standing beside him, was furious when he heard this, and his face was full of displeasure. He shouted at Ensai, "Get out, Ali is not your sister." Gu Li crossed his arms and stared at Ensai, and said with a warning tone, "Are you sure you won't let us out? The longer you delay, the more people you will die." After hearing this, Ensai was silent for a long time. His face was changing, and his brows were slightly wrinkled, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. After a while, the originally dim and blurry visibility around him slowly brightened up, and it felt like a layer of thick fog was slowly dissipating, and they returned to the battlefield filled with smoke and corpses. Seeing that Gu Li and the others finally came out, Gu Yi rushed forward in a flash, protecting Gu Li behind him, and staring at NCIE with vigilant eyes. NCIE slowly scanned the countless casualties on the battlefield. The blood dyed the earth red, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. His handsome eyebrows frowned even tighter, and then he ordered loudly, "Evacuate." With his order, countless demons heard his words, and quickly retreated to the passage. For a while, the sound of footsteps and the collision of weapons intertwined. Although the scene was a bit chaotic, they also retreated to the rear in an orderly manner. NCIE's eyes fell on Gu Li again, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "My name is NCIE, Sister Ali. Next time we meet, I will kill you." When Gu Yi heard this, he could not bear it any longer, and was about to rush up to fight NCIE to the death. Seeing this, Gu Li hurriedly stretched out his hand and pulled him behind him, saying, "Maybe I will kill you." NCIE did not care at all, still with that smile on his face, and even said with some expectation, "I am waiting for Ali to beat me." After that, he led the demons to retreat, and the figure quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Wang Purse looked at the demons who left. His face was so gloomy that water could drip out, and he complained to Gu Li with an unhappy face, "How can you let the tiger go back to the mountain?" There was a reproach in his eyes, as if all this was Gu Li's fault. Gu Li glanced at him coldly. "If you have the ability, go ahead." The words were full of disdain. She wanted her people to go up as cannon fodder, dreaming. When Wang Purse heard this, he was immediately angry and widened his eyes. He pointed at Gu Li and shouted, "How dare you talk to me like that?" Gu Li just sneered, and the laughter was full of ridicule. She said slowly, "No way. Is the peak of the honorable level invincible? If I have 50 people, can't I flatten your Leiqing Academy?" As soon as she said this, the surroundings became quiet instantly, and everyone was shocked by her words. But no one doubted that she couldn't do it. After all, the facts were here. The shadow guards seemed to have a telepathic connection, and they took a step forward at the same time. Everyone exuded a strong momentum, and looked at Wang Purse with vicious eyes. It seemed that as long as Gu Li gave an order, they would immediately take action. Not only that, each of their contracted beasts also transformed into camouflage and followed the shadow guards to take a step forward. The scene made people feel even more stressed. Seeing this, Wang Purse subconsciously stepped back several steps, his face turned pale, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and a large area of his clothes on his back were soaked with sweat. He then realized that these people's cultivation was comparable to his. If they really started fighting, he would not be able to gain any advantage. The arrogance just now disappeared without a trace. Gu Li was too lazy to waste time talking to him, so he got straight to the point and said to Wang Purse, "Do you want the Anling crystal? The price has increased. It's 20 billion spiritual stones." When Wang Purse heard this, his eyes widened and he pointed at Gu Li. He was so angry that he stuttered, "You." Gu Li didn't wait for him to finish his words. She rolled her eyes at him and turned to leave impatiently. She looked like she didn't care whether she wanted it or not. Seeing her leaving, Wang Purse panicked. He knew that the Anling crystal was a vital thing for them. If they missed this opportunity, they didn't know when they could find it again. So he shouted out, "I want it." The voice was so anxious that it changed its tone. 20 billion, right? I give it to you. Wang Purse gritted his teeth. Although he felt sorry for the huge amount of spiritual stones, he had to accept it. Without even turning her head, Gu Li shouted to Gu Yi beside her, "Little E, collect the money." After that, she stopped caring about the follow-up matters. Since they were willing to spend such a large amount of money to install the spirit crystal stone, there must be a way to plug the weak point. She didn't want to waste more time on this now. The Anling crystals piled in the corner of her space, thinking that she could try to use them to refine weapons when she had time. At this moment, Shizihan suddenly spoke up to break the slightly silent atmosphere. He looked at Gu Li with a bit of gentleness in his eyes, and said softly, "Ali, my father wants to see you." Gu Li paused when he heard this, with a puzzled look on his face, turned to look at Shizihan, and asked, Why do you want to see me?" She didn't remember knowing Shizihan's father. Why did he suddenly want to see her? And she was full of curiosity. Shizihan said uncertainly, "Maybe he is more curious about you." He actually didn't know his father's specific thoughts. He just conveyed his father's meaning. Lin Yuchen also echoed, "My father is the same." He also had a puzzled look on his face, and obviously didn't understand his father's thoughts. Mu Yunqi also said, "My father and mother also want to see you." She tilted her head slightly, her eyes full of confusion, wondering how these families could think of the same thing. Sui Yun couldn't help but complain, "Did you discuss it?" Lin Yuchen spread his hands helplessly, and said, I don't know what they want to do. Gu Li thought about it, frowned slightly, and said, wait until you are done, there is not so much time now. Although she was also very curious about the elders of these families wanting to see her, she did have a lot of things to deal with at the moment, and they were distributed in different directions, and it would take a lot of time to go there, and she really couldn't spare the time. Chapter 285. Mu Yunqi said, no, they are already at Gu's house. Gu Li was also a little surprised, and couldn't help but sigh, so fast. Gu Li thought about it and said, okay, let's go back first. Then, Gu Li looked at Gu Er and Gu San and ordered, let them handle the finality here by themselves. You two take some people to send the disciples of the clan out for training, and the other shadow guards go to capture more monsters, as long as they are above the 5th level of the holy level. The period is 1 month. Then, Gu Li took out many large vats and said, let them soak in it every day. The spiritual power in her body has reached the conditions for a breakthrough, and she only needs an opportunity. She will train them more while she has time. Gu Er and Gu Sen responded in unison, yes. Then, they immediately prepared for the relevant matters according to Gu Li's instructions. After Gu Li and others finished their trip outside, they returned to Gu's house together. Su Hai and Feng Qingshi also went with them. The atmosphere along the way seemed quite lively, and a little weird. Feng Qingshi had a stern face, like an old scholar, and his eyes were always staring at Feng Wuhan, with a look of disappointment and disgust in his eyes. Feng Wuhan felt uncomfortable being stared at, and kept muttering in his heart, thinking that he had not done anything to make his father unhappy recently. Finally, after enduring for a long time, Feng Wuhan couldn't help but sigh softly, and said to Feng Qingshi helplessly, you have been watching me all the way, if you have anything to say, just say it. Feng Qingshi heard this, and immediately replied unhappily, it's useless. The disgust in his tone was almost overflowing. Feng Wuhan felt even more puzzled after hearing this, frowning, full of doubts, and really couldn't understand what his father meant by this. Feng Qingshi then waved to Feng Wuhan, and said in an unquestionable tone, come with me. Feng Wuhan's heart stomped, and his steps paused slightly, thinking that with so many people present, his father should not hit him. After hesitating again and again, he still walked over slowly. Su Yan looked at the mysterious look of the father and son, and couldn't help muttering in a low voice, mysterious, what can't we know about it, so? As soon as he said this, Su Hai reached out his hand, knocked his head lightly, glared at him and said, what's your business? You are the only one who talks too much, stay here. Su Yan curled his lips, said TSK in dissatisfaction, and stopped talking. Feng Wuhan walked up to Feng Qingshi and asked cautiously, what do you want to talk to me about? Feng Qingshi looked at him, his eyes were like looking at a piece of rotten wood, and he said with regret, it's been so long, why haven't you made any progress? Feng Wuhan looked confused, widened his eyes and asked back, what progress? What are you talking about? When Feng Qingshi heard this, he was so angry that he reached out and knocked on his head, and said anxiously, Gu Li, you have been with her for such a long time, but you haven't won her favor. How can you be so useless, and can't please girls at all? It really makes me worry. When Feng Wuhan heard this, he was really shocked. We are not what you think, don't match us up randomly, Ali and I are just pure friendship, but I am determined to practice the ruthless way. Feng Qingshi almost laughed when he heard this, and knocked his head hard again, saying loudly, head of the merciless Tao, if you really practice the merciless Tao, do you want me to have no descendants? Feng Wuhan looked at Feng Qingshi as if he were a monster, and said with disgust, you have a lot of sons and daughters, are you still afraid of having no descendants? Feng Qingshi rolled his eyes at him, and said unhappily, that's different, forget it, it's useless to tell you, I'd better do it myself. When Feng Wuhan heard this, he secretly said in his heart that it was not good, and just wanted to reach out to stop him, but before he could make any move, Feng Qingshi had already walked towards Gu Li with big strides. Feng Qingshi's face was full of smiles, and he called to Gu Li in an especially friendly voice, little Lear. Gu Li was slightly stunned, a little confused, but still politely responded, uncle, what's wrong? Feng Qingshi looked at Gu Li with a smile, his eyes showing some expectation, and asked, what do you think of my ah-hin? Feng Wuhan hurriedly shouted, father, you should take a rest and stop interfering. Feng Qingshi turned back and glared at him impatiently saying, go away, I won't have you for the time being. What's the matter? Don't make trouble here. Although Gu Li was full of doubts, and didn't know why Feng Qingshi suddenly asked this, he was still polite and told the truth, very good. When Feng Qingshi heard this, the smile on his face instantly became brighter, like a blooming flower, and then asked, then do you think he is suitable for entrusting your life? As soon as these words came out, before Gu Li had time to say anything, Su Hai suddenly became anxious and quickly interrupted. You want to kidnap my daughter? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yun and the other said oh my, and were stunned for a moment, then laughed teasingly at the same time. Feng Qingshi looked at him disapprovingly when he heard Su Hai's words, and retorted, what do you mean by kidnapping? This is called a closer relationship. Su Hai stiffened his neck when he heard it, and said firmly, no, I don't agree. Who wants to be married to you? Gu Li is still young, and it's too early to talk about these things now. How can this person randomly match a child with a couple? He has completely forgotten that he once mistakenly thought that Gu Li and his son were a couple. Feng Qingshi was not to be outdone, and snorted, saying, you have no say. Su Hai got angry when he heard this, and said loudly, I am her father now, and I have the final say. Feng Qingshi curled his lips in disdain and said, he is just a godfather, not a biological father, so don't be too nosy. Su Hai widened his eyes, and replied confidently, godfather is also a father, anyway, I just don't agree, there is nothing to discuss. Feng Qingshi was also stubborn, and after thinking about it, he said provocatively, old rules, fight, and the winner has the final say. Su Hai was even more motivated when he heard this, and said without hesitation, come on, who is afraid of who? How can I be afraid of you? Seeing that the two of them were about to roll up their sleeves and fight, Gu Li hurriedly spoke up to stop them, saying, you two, we are still on the flying beast now. What if the two old men fight, and hurt my little bird? Chapter 286. After hearing what Gu Li said, Feng Qingshi and Su Hai finally gave up the idea of fighting. Feng Qingshi adjusted his expression a little, walked closer to Gu Li, forced out a kind smile, and asked again, little Li, what do you think of my proposal? Gu Li's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a polite smile, and said softly but firmly, uncle, you may not understand my current situation. I practice the ruthless way. Once I fall in love, the spiritual power in my body will riot, and fall into the devil. When Feng Qingshi heard this, his face was full of doubt. How is it possible? You little girl, you didn't make up an excuse to perfunctory me. Gu Li was not in a hurry, and explained calmly, why do you think I practice so fast? There is no man in my heart, and I practice to become a god. After listening to Gu Li's words, Feng Qingshi thought to himself that it seemed to make sense, but he always felt that this reason seemed untenable. He said with a questioning tone, do you think I believe it? Gu Li still had a smile on his face. I should believe it. Seeing Gu Li's persistence and his firm attitude without any sign of wavering, Feng Qingshi opened his mouth and wanted to persuade him a few more words, but he felt that he really couldn't find a suitable reason, so he could only swallow the words that were on his lips helplessly. He kept cursing Feng Wuhan in his heart for being useless. After such a long time, he couldn't even get close to the girl's heart. Lin Yuchen walked to Feng Wuhan with a mischievous smile on his face. He deliberately imitated Feng Qingshi's tone just now, and said in a yin-yang tone, what do you think of my Ah-Hin? Is he suitable to entrust his life to? Su Yun also joined in the fun, with a sly smile on his face, and replied, it's appropriate. As soon as he said this, his deliberately funny look made the atmosphere of teasing even stronger. Gu Li, Feng Wuhan and Lin Yuchen were stunned when they heard it, and then, they couldn't help laughing. Feng Wuhan's face darkened instantly, and he gritted his teeth and said viciously, I think you two are itching for a fight, right? You need to practice hard. When Lin Yuchen heard this, he immediately raised his hands and waved them repeatedly, saying with a smile, just kidding, I don't need to practice. Su Yun looked fearless and said nonchalantly, what are you afraid of? We have the same cultivation level now. Two of us will fight him alone. Are you afraid that we can't win? When Lin Yuchen heard this, he immediately looked at him like a fool, curled his lips, and said, fight by yourself. Although their cultivation levels are the same, he has more practical experience than them, so he may not be able to win. When Su Yun heard this, his eyes widened, and he pointed at Lin Yuchen angrily and said, traitor. Feng Wuhan looked at the two of them bickering, snorted coldly, and said grimly, I practice with you when we get home. When Su Yun heard this, he felt guilty. No need for this. I don't really want to practice. Feng Wuhan didn't say anything else, but just looked at him gloomily, as if his eyes were saying just wait and see, which made Su Yun panic. Not long after, everyone returned to Gu's house. As soon as he landed, Su Yun ran to the yard as if his feet were greased, and his speed was as fast as a gust of wind. Seeing this, Feng Wuhan immediately ran after him, shouting, stop right there. The originally peaceful and harmonious Gu family suddenly became lively because of the two of them running around the house. The servants watched the two of them chasing and playing, some couldn't help but laugh, and some were whispering aside. At this time, Gu Qintian heard the noise outside and walked out of the house. After seeing Gu Li, his face immediately showed a concerned expression, and he hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Lear is back, you are not injured, and nothing happened on the way?" Gu Li smiled and shook his head, saying, "Grandpa, I'm fine." Then, Gu Li turned around again, pointed at Feng Qinshi and Su Hai, and introduced them to Gu Qintian. "Dad, this is Ai's father, and this is Ahen's father." Feng Qinshi stepped forward and said politely, "Hello, Senior Gu, my name is Feng Qinshi." Su Hai also stepped forward with a look on his face. With a kind smile he said, "Hello, Senior Gu, I am Su Hai, the godfather of Shaolier." Gu Qintian responded with a smile and said politely, "Haha, I heard from Lear about you too. I have arranged a yard for you. You have worked hard on the way. You two should go and have a rest first." Then, Gu Qintian looked at Gu Li again and said, "Someone is waiting for you." Gu Li nodded and replied, "Okay, then I will go back and wash up first and come over later." After that, everyone walked towards the arranged yard. After a while, Gu Li carefully washed up, changed into clean and tidy clothes, and came to the spacious and grand reception room of the Gu family alone. As soon as I entered, I saw 5 people sitting there. They were all wearing extremely luxurious clothes, and they were obviously people of extraordinary status. Among them, there were 2 women and 3 men, who were talking quietly. After seeing Gu Li come in, one of the beautiful women in gorgeous clothes immediately stood up, with a friendly smile on her face, and walked over. Looking at Gu Li with soft eyes, she said softly, "You are Ollie, right? Some time ago, I often heard Zihan talk about you. That child, every time he mentioned you, he was full of praise, which made me curious for a long time. Today I finally met you in person." Gu Li bowed slightly and replied politely, "Yes, Aunt." At this time, a man with a calm face and extraordinary demeanor also stood up. Shi Qianfan smiled and said, "I am Zihan's father." Immediately afterwards, another woman with elegant temperament and graceful manners also spoke. "I am Yunshi's mother, my name is Feng Shuangshuang. That girl often mentioned you guys when she went back last time, and my ears are almost calloused from hearing you guys." Another man also stood up and introduced with a smile, "I am Yunshi's father." Finally, a middle-aged handsome uncle, who looked quite amiable, also smiled and said, "I am Lin Yuchen's father." Gu Li bowed again and said respectfully, "Hello, uncles and aunts." Feng Shuangshuang looked at Gu Li. The smile on his face was slightly restrained. His expression became serious, and he said softly, "We are looking for you today because we have something to ask of you." Chapter 287. What? Gu Li frowned slightly, his eyes full of doubt. He was thinking to himself, what major event has happened recently? Feng Shuangshuang looked at Gu Li's doubtful look, waved his hand, and said with a smile, "It's not a big deal, it's just that you are about to leave Lafeng continent, so I wanted to talk to you." Gu Li sighed softly after hearing this, and responded helplessly, "I really can't tell you the exact time. Breaking through the peak of the venerable rank is not a simple and easy thing." At this time, Lin Xiaoyan, Shi Zihan's mother, looked at her with some concern, and said softly, "I know this in my heart. Today, in addition to wanting to see you, we have another thing to ask you. When you leave here and go to other places, I want you to take care of Yunqi and the others for me." Gu Li was stunned when he heard this. Obviously he didn't expect that they were looking for him for this matter. But soon, she came back to her senses, a warm smile appeared on her face, and she said, "Generally they take care of me." She was not being modest. Except for important and decisive matters, most of the time they spent together on weekdays were trivial daily life, such as cultivation. Everyone was very self-conscious, and sometimes they would urge her to practice well. Lin Yu listened from the side, curled his lips, and said with a little sarcasm, "Don't speak for you, Chen-He." Then, a conversation lasting an hour began. Several people started talking one after another, and began to list the naughty things their children did when they were young. They talked about all the ridiculous things that made people laugh and cry. The scene was so lively. Gu Li just sat there and listened quietly for an hour, occasionally showing a smile on her face, as a response to everyone's words, and it was not good to interrupt their enthusiastic complaint conference. Finally, under the eager gazes of several people, Gu Li nodded helplessly, and agreed to their request, and they let her go with satisfaction. Looking at Gu Li's gradually receding back, Feng Shuangshuang couldn't help but whispered, "You are talking so outrageously. Can she believe what we say?" Shi Zihan's father Shi Miyuan looked calm, shook his head slightly, and said, "Since she has already agreed, it doesn't matter whether she believes it or not. After the things that happened to the demon clan a few days ago, they each returned home and took on the responsibility of protecting their family and this continent. They had a vague premonition in their hearts, knowing that these children were gifted and would not stay on the Lawfone continent sooner or later. They were destined to go to a wider world to make a living. Just thinking about the children going to a completely unfamiliar new world, they couldn't help but feel a little worried. After all, they knew their children's tempers very well, and none of them were the kind of people who would just accept things as they pleased. Sometimes when they got angry, they could be very stubborn, and they were afraid that they would accidentally offend some powerful people when they went out, and then they would suffer. And Gu Li, in their eyes, looked the most reliable and had the best temper. The key was that these children usually listened to her, so after thinking about it, they thought of asking Gu Li to discipline them when the time came. After Gu Li returned to the yard, as soon as she entered, she saw her friends waiting for her there eagerly. Sui Yun's face was bruised and swollen, and he looked so funny. No one knew how hard Feng Wuhan had beaten him to such a miserable state. As soon as he saw Gu Li coming back, he immediately approached her and asked curiously, "Ollie, what exactly do they want to see you about?" Gu Li looked at him, and couldn't help but smile slightly. She deliberately kept him in suspense and said, "We talked about your past." When Lin Yuchen heard this, he immediately became energetic and approached her. What happened in the past? What could it be? Gu Li raised her eyebrows, looked at him with a smile, and said slowly, "When you were 8 years old, you pretended to be a woman and climbed onto your cousin's bed, and almost lost your virginity." Fuck. When Lin Yuchen heard this, his eyes widened and his face turned red. He was so anxious that he quickly reached out to cover Gu Li's mouth. He kept muttering, "Don't talk nonsense, there is no such thing, it's all made up. Ha ha ha, you still have this special fetish." When the others heard this, they were stunned at first, and then they couldn't help it anymore. The whole room burst into laughter, and everyone laughed so hard that they fell backwards. The laughter echoed in the yard. Shi Zihan laughed and looked at Lin Yuchen, jokingly saying, "I have known you for so long, but I have never heard you say this. You are hiding it very well." Lin Yuchen was speechless and anxiously defended himself. "It's fake. Don't listen to what Ollie said. How could I do such a thing?" Gu Li pulled his hand away, still with a faint smile on his face, looking at Shi Zihan and continued, "When you were a child, your father called you a stinky boy, and then he used his spiritual power to blow up the monster shit, which splashed all over you. You went back and told your father that now I am a legitimate stinky boy." Shi Zihan was originally smiling happily, but when he heard this, the corners of his mouth stiffened instantly, and the smile on his face became a little awkward. He slightly supported his forehead and said speechlessly, "Is he sick?" He even told such a shameful thing to others. Seeing Gu Li looking at him again, Mu Yunqi's heart skipped. Fearing that she would say something embarrassing again, he quickly stepped forward, stretched out his hand to cover her mouth, and coaxed her while covering it. "Be good, shut up first, don't say anything." Feng Wuhan watched the lively scene from the side and asked in confusion, "It shouldn't be just these little things. They must have something else to ask you." Gu Li then put away his joking look and said seriously, "That's not the case. They just want me to help take care of you after we arrive in the new world." Lin Yuchen was immediately unhappy when he heard this, straightened his back, and said loudly, "We are not children anymore. What is there to take care of?" Gu Li shook his head, not wanting to continue arguing on this topic, so he changed the subject and said, "Let's not talk about this first. Where is the mermaid?" "Still in the monster space." Lin Yuchen responded, then waved his hand, and used his spiritual power to release the mermaid from the space. Chapter 288. Gu Li frowned slightly, raised his head, and stared at Lan Qi. "What do you mean by your people being controlled by the demons?" When Lan Qi heard this, his originally dim eyes suddenly lit up, and a flame of hope seemed to be burning in his eyes. He said anxiously, "You promise to help me?" Gu Li was not moved at all, glanced at it, and said lightly, "You think too much." Lan Qi saw this, and the expectation on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a solemn look. He said helplessly, "You may not help me, because in addition to the 4 weak points on the Lawfone continent, there is another place that has been hit." When they heard this, their faces changed slightly. Gu Li's heart tightened and he asked quickly, "What happened?" Lan Qi sighed softly, and said slowly, "We mermaids live in the blue sea area of the northern continent of Lawfone continent. It is a vast and beautiful water area, which was once full of vitality and peace. Many years ago, it was broken. The clear and blue water area has now been occupied by the demons. Many of my people did not escape the disaster, and many have been demonized." Speaking of this, its eyes were full of pain and unwillingness, and it subconsciously raised its hand to touch its face again. It has always been resentful in its heart. If it had not been for the transmission of demonic energy to destroy its spiritual veins, how could it have become the ghost it is now? Ghoulie frowned even more and continued to ask, don't they just want the core of the earth? What is demonization? She was full of doubts. In the past, she only knew that if one went astray during cultivation or one's mind was corroded by evil, one might become a demon. But this was the first time she had heard of turning other creatures into demons. Lan Chi shook his head helplessly and said in bewilderment, I don't know about this, but I am sure that their purpose is not just to get the core of the earth, because in addition to this, many of my humans have also been demonized. Mu Yunchi listened on the side and said, Ali, we can't just ignore it. Although the North Continent is very far away from the South Continent where they are, after all, the two continents are connected together. Who knows when it will slowly infiltrate? When Lan Chi heard what Mu Yunchi said, his eyes lit up again, and he said excitedly, You are willing to help me. Ghoulie did not respond to its excitement, but looked at Lin Yuchen and said seriously, Take it back first. You? Lan Chi wanted to say something else, but before he could say it, Yuchen waved his hand and used his spiritual power to take it back to the monster space, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Feng Wen frowned, looked at Ghoulie, and asked softly, Do we need to tell them? The they he mentioned naturally refers to the other strong men on the La Feng continent. Ghoulie pondered for a moment, then slowly said, You can tell them, but we will take the Shadow Guard with us. The South Continent has just experienced some turmoil, and has not yet completely stabilized. There are still some fish that have slipped through the net, and are lurking in the dark. This place also needs manpower to protect it. The 6 of them, plus Kui and the others, a total of more than 50 strong men at the peak of the venerable rank, should be enough. Shi Zihan listened and asked immediately, When do we leave? Ghoulie thought for a while, and said, In half a month. After discussing for a while, they went back to prepare. Ghoulie went to have a meal with her grandfather first. While the two of them were eating, Ghoulie told her grandfather about going to the North Continent. Although the grandfather was a little worried, he also knew his granddaughter's temper and ability, so he just told her to be careful. After dinner, Ghoulie and Mu Yunchi went to Lingtian College together. As soon as they entered the college, the scene was really lively. People around them surrounded them all of a sudden, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and they were surrounded by water. It's junior sister Ghoulie, junior sister Yunchi. Someone shouted excitedly, and the voice was full of excitement. I saw junior sister Ghoulie alive. Another person also shouted, and the look was so exaggerated, and his eyes were shining with excitement. Ghoulie looked at the people who were surrounding them, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. She wondered in her heart, when did they become so famous? Ghoulie raised her hand helplessly, wanting to signal everyone to be quiet, but before she could speak, the people around her suddenly retreated dozens of meters away like frightened rabbits. Everyone's face was full of fear, fearing that she would hit them if she was unhappy. Ghoulie was speechless when she saw this. What was going on? Was she so scary? She just wanted everyone to be quiet. Why did she act like a flood and a beast? Mu Yunchi looked at this funny scene from the side and couldn't help but teasing, Do we look so scary? As she said that, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing that there were still many people gathered in the distance, stretching their necks to look over here, Ghoulie was really helpless, and had to shout loudly, We are here to find the dean. Do any of you know where he lives? When the people around heard this, they seemed to be relieved and put their minds at ease. It turned out that they just wanted to ask for directions, not to beat them. I know. A small boy who looked quite smart quickly raised his hand, and shouted loudly. I take you there. Another girl also said, and enthusiastically moved forward, wanting to show off in front of Ghoulie and Mu Yunchi. Young master, I take you there. At this time, Gu Tong walked over quickly from not far away, and said respectfully. When the students around saw that it was her, they immediately fell silent. They all recognized this person. She was one of the new genius disciples in the inner courtyard. She had a great reputation in the college, and everyone was in awe of him. Ghoulie looked at Gu Tong with some surprise and asked, Have you entered Lingtian College? Gu Tong's face was filled with a proud smile, and he bowed slightly and said, Yes, I have entered the inner courtyard. Ghoulie nodded and said, Lead the way. Gu Tong responded, and led the two people towards the inner courtyard of Lingtian College. Along the way, many students looked at them curiously, and whispered to each other while watching. The gazes were like invisible lines, following them closely, making them particularly eye-catching along the way. After arriving at a bamboo forest, Gu Tong bowed slightly and said, The dean is inside, young master, please go in, I can't go in. Thank you. Guli nodded at him, and then he and Mu Yunqi stepped into the bamboo forest. Chapter 289. When Guli and Mu Yunqi stepped into the bamboo forest, Mo Sanqiong in the depths of the bamboo forest instantly noticed someone coming. After a while, Guli and Mu Yunqi appeared in front of him. Mo Sanqiong looked at them with a little doubt and asked, "Why are you two here?" Guli said lightly, "We want to learn something from you." When Mo Sanqiong heard this, he immediately showed a surprised look on his face and asked back, "What else can I teach you?" He remembered that these little guys were masters of magic, and the level of that magic was even higher than that of many elders in the academy. He couldn't think of what he could teach them. Guli didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "How to repair the Anling Crystal Stone." When Mo Sanqiong heard the words Anling Crystal Stone, he was stunned at first, and then stood up from the chair suddenly. Her expression became particularly serious, and she asked anxiously, "Where is it broken?" Seeing this, Guli replied, "There is another one in the blue sea of the northern continent." Mo Sanqiong frowned, and after a moment of silence, he asked, "Do you plan to go there by yourself?" Guli nodded without hesitation. Seeing her so determined, Mo Sanqiong said, "I will go with you." Guli shook her head and asked, "Has the passage of Lingtian Academy been repaired?" Mo Sanqiong frowned and said helplessly, "No, it needs to be strengthened." He was also a little entangled in his heart. Things here have not been completely dealt with, but he is really worried about Guli and the others going to the northern continent. At this time, Mu Yunqi also said, "We just need to go, you just need to teach us how to use it." Mo Sanqiong listened, nodded slightly, and said, "This consumes a bit of mental and spiritual power, and may require a lot of Anling crystals." Guli said nonchalantly, "This is not a problem. I still have a lot in my space." When Mo Sanqiong heard this, his eyes lit up immediately, and he asked with some expectation, "Can you sell me one?" In addition to repairing barriers and formations, Anling crystals can also be used for cultivation. He has been stuck at the peak of the venerable level for many years, and has never been able to find an opportunity to break through. If he has this Anling crystal, he can try to break through. Guli smiled, took out an Anling crystal from the space, and handed it to him generously, saying, "I give it to you. How can I be so embarrassed?" Mo Sanqiong said, as he quickly reached out to take the Anling crystal. Guli then asked, "When will it start?" "I'm in a hurry." Mo Sanqiong didn't delay any longer and said, "Come with me." He walked into the depths of the bamboo forest. Guli and Mu Yunqi followed him, and soon came to a refining room. The refining room was filled with various refining tools, and a faint spiritual energy. Afterwards, Mo Sanqiong looked at them and said, "I will refine this piece of Anling crystal stone. You watch carefully." Guli and Mu Yunqi listened and nodded, staring closely at Mo Sanqiong's actions. Mo Sanqiong slowly spread his palm, and a small and exquisite refining furnace appeared in his hand. The refining furnace exuded an ancient atmosphere, and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. Then, he gently exerted his spiritual power, and the furnace slowly grew several times larger and landed steadily on the ground. Then, he shot out a flame from his hand, which was extremely hot, and went straight to the furnace, and began to roast it. While controlling the intensity of the flame, he carefully observed the temperature of the furnace, and when he felt that the temperature was almost right, he put the Anling crystal in. Then, while operating, Mo Sanqiong explained to them, "This is similar to refining. When the skin is almost roasted, you can't use spiritual power. You must use mental power to peel off the outer layer of the Anling crystal. This step must be done carefully. If you are not careful, the crystal will be ruined." A quarter of an hour later, the stones outside the Anling crystal in the furnace fell off little by little, just like peeling off a rough outer shell, gradually revealing the gray-purple crystal inside. Another quarter of an hour later, under Mo Sanqiong's concentrated control, the outer layer of gray-purple shell was peeled off again. This time, the dark purple crystal inside was exposed. The dark purple crystal looked pure, and contained powerful spiritual power fluctuations. After the refining was almost completed, Mo Sanqiong slowly put away the fire element, picked up the Anling crystal, looked at Guli and Mu Yunqi and said, "Refining is not difficult, but it is difficult to integrate it into the barrier." After thinking for a while, he continued, "I can't find a broken channel for you to actually operate it, but you can try it with a broken formation, the effect is the same." "Okay." Guli and Mu Yunqi responded in unison. Then, without saying anything, Guli took out a refining furnace from his own space, while Mu Yunqi borrowed Mo Sanqiong's refining furnace. According to the steps just demonstrated by Mo Sanqiong, the Anling crystals were refined one by one. Mo Sancheong watched their operation quietly from the side, and the more he watched, the more surprised he was. He couldn't help but sigh. This mental power is stronger than mine. The young are really formidable. He really didn't expect that these two girls actually had such a strong mental power, and the refining process was so skillful. The use of mental power was even more precise, smoother than what he did himself, and he had more appreciation for the two of them in his heart. Not long after, under the operation of the two people's full concentration, they successfully refined the annealing crystals. The two refined annealing crystals emitted a soft light and looked of excellent quality. The two of them did not stop and quickly set up a semi-god defense array. As soon as the defense array was formed, it emitted a powerful spiritual power fluctuation, covering the surrounding space. Then, they looked at each other, tacitly exerted their spiritual power at the same time, and hit the array fiercely, instantly breaking a gap in the array. At the moment when the array was broken, they hurriedly mobilized their spiritual power and carefully repaired the surrounding of the gap, so that the array would not be completely broken, leaving only a gap for people to enter and exit. It was like simulating a scene of a broken passage. Gu Li wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at Mo Sancheong, and said, "Dean Mo, come on." Chapter 290. Okay, Mo Sancheong picked up a refined annealing crystal. Under the sunlight, the crystal refracted a faint halo, faintly revealing a mysterious atmosphere. He slowly walked to the gap in the formation, and saw the spiritual power slowly gushing out of Mo Sancheong's hand. The spiritual power was like a lively silk thread, gently and tenaciously wrapping the crystal. As he continuously input spiritual power into the crystal, the annealing crystal seemed to be awakened. It first trembled slightly, and then burst into a dazzling light. The light was like the scorching sun in the sky, and in an instant, everyone around subconsciously squinted their eyes to avoid the overly strong light. After the light slowed down, the annealing crystal seemed to have its own consciousness, and flew quickly towards the gap in the formation. At the moment of approaching the gap, it seemed to turn into a pool of lively liquid, extending around the gap, penetrating and blending in little by little. The process was like a wonderful picture slowly unfolding in front of everyone. Every detail shows the fusion of the mysterious power of the formation and the energy of the crystal. While Mo Sancheong was controlling it attentively, he explained to the two people beside him, "This requires a high level of control over spiritual power. The strength of spiritual power must be just right, neither higher than the strength of the formation itself nor lower than it, otherwise the entire repair process will fall short and fail directly." After a part of the crystal was integrated, Mo Sancheong slowly emitted his mental power. The mental power was like a strand of invisible thin thread, carefully spreading towards the gap, combing the veins of the formation bit by bit, and slowly repairing the gap. Fine beads of sweat gradually oozed out of his forehead. He continued to operate attentively, and explained again, "The same principle applies to mental power. It cannot be too high. If the mental power is too strong, not only will the gap not be repaired well, but it will even have a counter effect, causing the gap to crack even larger." As time passed quietly, the three of them stared at the gap in the formation without blinking, not daring to make a sound. Soon, the originally conspicuous gap was gradually repaired by Mo Sancheong, and it was as good as new, as if there had never been any damage there. Mo Sancheong then slowly stopped the action in his hand, and breathed a sigh of relief, and the annealing crystal stone flew back to his hand, as if it had completed its mission. Looking carefully, compared with the beginning, the color of the crystal stone was much darker at this time. Obviously, the repair process just now consumed a lot of its energy. Mo Sancheong looked at the crystal in his hand and explained, "It needs to be repaired 3 times in total. After repeating this process 3 times, the entire gap is completely repaired. Especially when repairing the barrier, it may take 5 or 6 times to repair it." Mu Yunqi looked at it from the side and said with a pout, "It doesn't look difficult." Mo Sancheong was speechless when he heard it. "It looks easy to you, but it is much more difficult to actually operate it. Those subtle spiritual power control and mental power application in it, which one does not require thousands of trials to master." Gu Li was listening at the side, and there was a little doubt in his eyes, and then asked, "Is it like this?" Mo Sancheong shook his head helplessly, waved his hand at the two of them, and said, "You will know if you try it." An hour later, the sun had moved a little in the sky, and the angle of light and shadow had changed. Gu Li patted the non-existent dust on his body, stood up, and said to Mo Sancheong, "We're leaving first." Mu Yunqi did not forget to add a sentence before leaving, "It's really not difficult." That look made Mo Sancheong a little bit amused and helpless. He stood there, not knowing what to say for a while. He secretly complained in his heart that these two girls were here to attack him. They actually repaired better than him, with skillful techniques, and much faster than him. The most important thing is that they succeeded in the first repair. With such talent, if they were not students of Lingtian College, he would really envy them to death. This is simply God chasing them to eat. After Gu Li returned to his residence, he went straight to find Gu Yi and the others. But he didn't see Gu Yi's figure, and couldn't help but frown slightly. At this time, Gu Er came over from the side, bowed respectfully and asked, "Young master, do you have any instructions?" Gu Li looked up at Gu Er and asked directly, "Where are the others?" Gu Er hurriedly replied, "They are still supervising the disciples' training. They should still be watching everywhere outside." Gu Li thought for a while and said, "Tell them to come back within 3 hours and gather in my yard. I have important things for you to do." Gu Er immediately responded, "Yes." After saying that, he quickly turned around to convey Gu Li's order. Not long after, all the shadow guards withdrew as ordered, and soon gathered in Gu Li's yard, standing in several rows neatly. Quietly waiting for Gu Li's instructions, the scene was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Gu Li stood in front of everyone, his eyes swept across everyone's face, and slowly said, "There is still a weak point that has not been sealed, located in the North Continent. The situation there is unclear now, we have to go there." Gu Yi frowned slightly when he heard this, stepped forward and said, "Young master, the North Continent is a long way away, and we are afraid that it will take a lot of time and energy to go back and forth. How about we send someone to inform their people over there, and let them deal with it themselves?" Gu Li shook his head and said, "No, they don't know where the weak point is, and the key mermaid is still in our hands, and only we know the specific situation. What's more, even if we send someone to tell them, they may not believe us." Gu Er followed. Then he asked, "When do we set out?" Gu Li looked up at the sky and said, "You will set out today, and go directly to the Blue Sea to check which places are controlled by the demons." Gu Yi and others answered in unison, "Yes." Gu Li looked at everyone and solemnly reminded them, "If you encounter a demon-possessed human who attacks you, don't worry about it, just kill him directly. If you encounter someone who is too strong, and you can't beat him, then run first, save your own life, and kill him when everyone is gathered. In short, life comes first. I don't want to see anyone fall, do you understand?" Everyone shouted in unison, "Yes." After explaining everything, Gu Li turned back to her room, closed the door, and began to retreat. However, she didn't retreat this time for cultivation, but to make full use of her time, concentrating on refining equipment and pills, and studying formations. After all, the distance between the two continents is very long, and she may not be able to come back for a long time. She had to take advantage of this moment to refine some of the materials stored in the space into finished products, and keep them at home. Chapter 291. Half a month passed in a flash. During this time, Gu Li and his companions made various preparations for going to the northern continent in an orderly manner. Finally, everything was ready, and they boarded the little bird and set off for the northern continent. Gu Li sat on the broad back of the little bird and looked at Lin Yuchen beside him. "Release the mermaid." "Okay." Lin Yuchen responded, and then his consciousness moved. A faint light flashed, and Lan Qi in the monster space appeared in front of them. Gu Li looked at Lan Qi and asked directly, "You should know the terrain of the Blue Sea." When Lan Qi heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said with surprise, "You agreed to rescue my people." Gu Li just said lightly, and then asked, "Do you know the terrain?" Lan Qi didn't care whether Gu Li wanted to rescue its people at the same time, as long as they were saved, it would be fine. It hurriedly said, "I know, I am very familiar with that area." Gu Li didn't want to listen to its excessive nonsense. He took out a pen and ink and handed it to Lan Qi, saying concisely and clearly, "Draw it for me." Lan Qi saw this, and waved his blue fins, and said, "Don't bother me. I show you the way when the time comes, and I can also help you fight the demons together." Sui Yin listened from the side, and attacked him mercilessly. "Forget it, I'm afraid you die before you even start." He curled his lips, with a bit of teasing in his eyes, obviously not optimistic about Lan Qi's fighting ability. After hearing this, Lan Qi was speechless and secretly complained, "Well, it also knows that its strength is a bit weak. In the past, it relied on just knowing some formations, but now among these people, the two women's formation attainments are better than its, and it seems that it really has nothing to do." They were in the center of the South Continent, and to get to the North Continent, they had to reach the eastern edge of the South Continent. The distance between them was not short. Even if they kept going without rest, it would take nearly a month according to Xiao Kei's speed. Along the way, everyone looked at the mountains, rivers, towns and villages that kept passing by, and their moods were different. Aiken, try this pill. Gu Li took out a pill and handed it to Lin Yuchen. What a cruel heart, testing the pill on me again. Although Lin Yuchen said this with an aggrieved look, his hand naturally reached out, took the pill, and swallowed it without hesitation. Gu Li stared at him closely and asked, "What do you feel?" Lin Yuchen was stunned for a moment, felt it for a moment, and then said, "No feeling." Gu Li listened and hurriedly said, "You put away your breath." Hearing her words, Lin Yuchen did as she said, and slowly put away his breath. At this moment, a strong demonic aura emanated from his body. The demonic aura quickly spread like black smoke, startling the people who were resting nearby. Sui Yun's eyes widened at once, and he said in surprise, "It's your turn to be a demon again." Lin Yuchen was obviously also shocked by the sudden appearance of demonic aura on his body. He waved his hand and said, "Ask Ali." Feng Wuhan frowned and stared at Lin Yuchen for a long time, then asked uncertainly, "This is a demon pill, right?" Gu Li listened and gave him a look that said, "You are really smart," with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, saying, "This is a demon pill. After taking it, it will cover up the spiritual energy in the body. As long as you don't use spiritual power, you won't be discovered." Mu Yunqi raised her eyebrows, a hint of interest flashed in her eyes, and said, "You don't want to get into the enemy?" Gu Li asked calmly, "Is there any problem?" Although they have high cultivation, they don't know how many people there are on the other side, so it's safer to find out first. Mu Yunqi smiled and said, "No problem at all." She was still very confident in Gu Li's ability, and believed that since she had this idea, she must have considered it carefully. Shi Zihan listened to the side and thought that this pill was interesting, so he stretched out his hand and said, "Give me one, I want to try it too." Gu Li took out another one and handed it to him. After Shi Zihan took the pill and swallowed it, he followed Gu Li's instructions, and just restrained his breath. He also exuded the breath of demonic energy, which lingered around him, making him look like a demon. Shi Zihan felt it and said, "It's good, but we can't do it casually. Once the spiritual power is used, the effect of the magic energy covering up will be gone, and it will be easy to expose the identity. Therefore, although this pill is easy to use, it also has great limitations." Gu Li nodded and said, "This pill has a disadvantage. It can't use spiritual energy. After all, this is just a cover-up breath, not really let you have magic energy." Feng Wuhan waved his hand indifferently and said, "It doesn't matter. Don't do it unless it's necessary." Sui Yun was also moved when he heard it, and hurriedly said, "I want one too, Ali, give me one." Gu Li smiled helplessly, spread his hands and said, "I have refined 2 pills, and I will give them to you when I refine more." Feng Wuhan's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he hurriedly said, "I want the pill formula." He also wanted to try to refine it. Gu Li responded readily, "I give it to you later. As for the herbs for refining, there are a lot of them planted in the small pavilion. You can ask for them when you enter the chaos ring later." Feng Wuhan heard it, and said quickly, "Okay." During the time on the road, except for Feng Wuhan, who was studying the magic pill, the others were lying down out of boredom. Sui Yun really felt that lying there was too boring. He suddenly sat up, his eyes lit up, and excitedly suggested, "Let's barbecue." Gu Li was originally dozing with his eyes closed. When he heard Sui Yun's words, he just glanced at him lightly, with a hint of warning in his eyes, and said in a cold tone, "If you roast the little bird, I will throw you down first." Sui Yun was stunned for a moment. "I almost forgot that we are still on its back." Just then, Lin Yuchen seemed to remember something, sat up, and said with a smile, "I brought food, do you want it?" Looking at the pile of things that he didn't know what they were, Sui Yun asked in confusion, "What is this?" Chapter 292. Lin Yuchen shook the branch with the meat in his hand with a proud look on his face, and said with a smile, "I roasted the meat." The surface of the meat was slightly charred on the fire, and there were still oil bubbles sizzling, but the appearance was really hard to describe. Some places were roasted black, and some places still had a trace of blood, which looked unreliable. Mu Yunqi frowned in disdain, stretched out her hand to block in front of her eyes, covered her mouth, and said, "Take it away, you hurt my eyes and stomach." Lin Yuchen didn't think so, and said confidently, "It's okay, Uncle Fu said that roasted meat will not be overcooked if it is 70% or 80% done." Gu Li couldn't bear it anymore, so he reached out and picked up one of the roasted meats with blood dripping down, held it in front of his eyes, and said helplessly, "What's the difference between this and chasing after a monster and chewing it?" Lin Yuchen didn't care after hearing this, and he bit it. He took a bite of the barbecue in his hand, and said vaguely, "It's not bad." "Ugh, ugh." Little Bird felt the movement on his back, shook his body in disgust, and said in a muffled voice, "If you spit on me again, I will throw you down. Seeing this, Sui Yun couldn't help but imitate Lin Yuchen's previous tone and said in a sarcasm, "It's not bad." Ugh, ugh. That look was so annoying. While talking, he covered his nose exaggeratedly and dodged to the side, as if the smell of barbecue had already drifted to him. Lin Yuchen, who had recovered, saw his shameless look, picked up a skewer of barbecue and rushed towards him, shouting as he ran, "It can't be wasted, right? You ate it all." It looked like he was going to fight Sui Yun to death. His eyes were wide open, and he looked like he would not stop until he stuffed the barbecue into Sui Yun's mouth. When Sui Yun saw Lin Yuchen's posture, he was so scared that he ran away, shouting as he ran, "Who wants to eat such disgusting things?" He hit on Xiao Keizi's back, hiding here and there, and jumping there. The whole scene was a mess. Others watched them playing like funny people, and they were both amused and helpless. It was noisy all the way. The originally boring journey became interesting because of their playfulness. Time seemed to speed up and pass by unknowingly. A month later, the little bird suddenly stopped slowly, flapped its wings slightly, and said, "Master, this is it. I feel Jingfei in front, and I can't get through." Guli stood up, looked forward, and said after a moment of silence, "Let's go down and take a look. You've worked hard, go back to the space and rest first." Everyone slowly descended to the ground along the little bird's back, and what appeared in front of them was an endless sea. The sea surface was sparkling under the sunlight, but for some reason, the surrounding atmosphere was vaguely weird. The sea breeze blew gently, and people felt a chill inexplicably, as if there were countless unknown dangers hidden under the calm sea surface. Mu Yunqi looked at the vast sea and frowned, wondering, how can we get across such a large sea? Lin Yuchen hurriedly said, "The mermaid said it has water-repellent beads, we can swim across." Sui Yun immediately retorted, "Who knows how far it is? You may not be able to reach it even if you swim to death." As he said that, he flipped his wrist and took out a big ship from the space and placed it on the sea. As soon as the big ship appeared, it brought up a burst of water. The hull floated steadily on the sea. Under the sunlight, the hull exuded a faint luster, which looked very extraordinary. Guli looked at him in surprise and asked, "How come you even have a boat?" Sui Yun proudly puffed out his chest and said proudly, "I have nothing to do, and I have my own spiritual weapon." Several people stepped onto the boat and were shocked by the layout inside as soon as they entered. The interior of the boat was very large, and the decoration was very luxurious. The tables and chairs were made of precious wood and carved with exquisite patterns. There were also some rare paintings hanging on the wall, emitting a faint spiritual fluctuation, as if every detail showed extraordinariness. Lin Yuchen widened his eyes and said in astonishment, "Aren't you a little too generous? The whole ship is actually a spiritual weapon." Sui Yun's proud smile almost reached his ears, and he said, "It's not bad, it only costs more than 5 billion. Shi Zihan heard it, and said in disbelief, "You spent 5 billion to build a ship?" Sui Yun didn't think so, and waved his hand and said, "Don't underestimate it, the defense is very strong. Even if you encounter a semi-divine beast, you don't have to worry about the defense being broken." Feng Wuhan listened, nodded slightly, and said in approval, "It's really worth it." Sui Yun walked to the bow and started the boat. The boat slowly moved and headed towards the other side of the sea. He still felt that the speed was not fast enough, so he took out a lot of acceleration symbols from the space and pasted them on the hull. As soon as the acceleration symbols were pasted, they flashed a faint light and merged into the hull. The speed of the boat increased a lot at once, breaking a white wave on the sea and moving forward quickly. Mu Yunqi stood by the boat window, looking at the sea that kept passing by outside, frowning slightly, and whispered, "I always feel that this sea area is a bit strange." She felt an indescribable uneasiness in her heart, always feeling that there seemed to be some danger hidden under the seemingly calm sea surface, and the strange aura around her made her unable to relax. Guli stood aside, although he had the same feeling in his heart. It's okay, it shouldn't be a big problem. In this way, the boat sailed on the sea for a day, and nothing happened along the way, but the strange aura always lingered around, making everyone's nerves tense. But several people did not relax their vigilance, but used spiritual power from time to time to perceive the surrounding environment, always ready to deal with possible emergencies. Guli was standing quietly at the bow, and suddenly he said loudly, "Be prepared, something is falling." As soon as the voice fell, countless lightning formed around them, and the lightning was like a silver snake with bared fangs and claws, attacking their ship directly, accompanied by bursts of roars, as if to tear the ship apart. Fortunately, the ship's defense was not bad. The lightning struck the hull, only splashing dazzling sparks. Although the hull shook violently, it was not damaged. Seeing this, Sui Yun hurried to the control panel, quickly formed seals with both hands, and controlled the ship to keep balance, so as not to capsize. After a round of lightning, before everyone had time to breathe a sigh of relief, countless water creatures emerged from the sea, bearing their fangs and claws and attacking their ship. For a while, the sea surface was splashing. Sui Yun couldn't help but say, "What the hell is this?" Chapter 293. This is normal. In addition to lightning strikes from time to time, monsters in the water will also attack passing ships. In addition, when entering the space of the northern continent, there will be space strangulation. Lin Yuchen relayed what Lan Qi said to him to Gu Li and others. After listening, Gu Li frowned slightly and said thoughtfully, "No wonder there were only a few people from the Qian family in the northern continent at that time. It is estimated that they encountered many dangers along the way and lost a lot of people." Shi Zihan crossed his arms and said, "These are not big problems. The spiritual shield we jointly support should be able to withstand it." Sui Yun patted the side of his big ship and said proudly, "What are you afraid of? My ship has strong defense. It is made of a lot of rare materials. Ordinary attacks can't break its defense at all." Lin Yuchen continued to relay Lan Qi's reminder, "It's useless. This space strangulation is not ordinary. It doesn't care how strong your ship's defense is. It will directly penetrate the ship's defense and strangle the people or objects inside." The small pavilion that had been staying in the space suddenly appeared and shouted crisply, "Master, I'm here." It saw its hands quickly forming seals and muttering, "The power of space, eternal space." In an instant, the surrounding space fluctuation spread rapidly with it as the center. The circles of visible fluctuation spread rapidly around like water waves. In the blink of an eye, the entire ship was tightly wrapped up, forming a huge, transparent shield, reflecting colorful light under the sunlight. After the small pavilion was finished, he patted his chest and said proudly, "Done." Sui Yun was still a little skeptical and couldn't help asking, "Will this work?" Xia Tingzi glared at him with dissatisfaction and said angrily, "Of course it can be done. My spatial power is very strong. The spatial strangulation of Lanfeng continent can't do anything to me." At this moment, Sui Yun's face suddenly became stern and he shouted loudly, "There is a spatial movement ahead. We should be approaching the dangerous area." As the ship slowly sailed into the central area, the originally calm sky suddenly changed, as if a pair of invisible big hands were stirring wantonly. The powerful force attacked the ship and hit the transparent shield fiercely. Suddenly, sparks of collision lit up on the shield, crackling non-stop, like gorgeous but dangerous fireworks. The hull also shook violently, and the cups on the table fell and shattered. Everyone on the boat was also standing unsteadily, staggering from side to side. Sui Yun quickly concentrated his mind and input spiritual power to control the boat. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "I'm going to speed up." As soon as the voice fell, the whole ship rushed forward like an arrow from a string, so fast that it brought a whistling sound of wind. Lin Yuchen was not standing very steadily to begin with, and this time he fell directly backwards. In a panic, he subconsciously reached out and grabbed Shi Zihan beside him, trying to use the force to stabilize his body. Shi Zihan was pulled so hard that he staggered and fell backwards uncontrollably. He also grabbed Feng Wuhan. Feng Wuhan was also caught off guard and was pulled forward. Then he reached out and grabbed Mu Yunqi. Mu Yunqi only felt a strong force coming, and her body fell backwards involuntarily. She subconsciously wanted to pull Gu Li. But Gu Li reacted very quickly stabilized her body, and then took a few steps forward in an instant, and moved away from them in an instant. The action was crisp and neat, without any hesitation. Want to hurt her? No way. In this way, Lin Yuchen, Shi Zihan, Feng Wuhan and Mu Yunqi hit the stern directly without any image. The tables and chairs around them were also hit by them, and they all fell on them with crackling sounds, and they couldn't help but screaming ouch ouch in pain. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the boat to finally pass through the central area, and the shaking boat slowly stabilized. Mu Yunqi rubbed her body that was hurt by the blow, kicked Feng Wuhan off her with an angry look, and cursed angrily, "Feng Wuhan, why did you pull me? It hurt so much, did you do it on purpose?" Feng Wuhan was also kicked and grinned, and hurriedly got up. Shi Zihan did it. Shi Zihan pointed at Lin Yuchen and said, "Lin Yuchen did it first, okay." Lin Yuchen looked innocent, spread his hands and said, "What does it have to do with me?" Then, the four of them looked at Gu Li in unison and said in unison, "Why didn't you hold us back?" The eyes were full of blame, as if all this was Gu Li's fault. Gu Li curled his lips in disdain, crossed his arms, and asked back, "Can you blame me for this?" Sui Yun shouted, "Stop arguing, we're here." After the boat docked, everyone got off the boat one by one and stepped onto the land of the North Continent. As soon as they landed, they felt a strong spiritual energy coming towards them. The spiritual energy seemed to have life, and it penetrated into everyone's pores, making people feel comfortable all over. Ghoulie narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the abundant spiritual energy around him that seemed to overflow. After taking a deep breath, he slowly said, "The spiritual energy here is much richer than that of the South Continent." Shizihan crossed his arms and looked around. "The strength here is generally stronger than that of the South Continent." Suiyun waved his hand. "What are you afraid of? We are all at the peak of the venerable rank. We can kill anyone we don't like." Mu Yunqi frowned when she heard this, raised her hand, and slapped Suiyun on the head, scolding him unhappily. "White! Stupid, are you a demon? You kill people at every turn." Suiyun was slightly stunned by the slap, and then he quickly reached out to touch his head, muttering with a wrong face, "It's just a joke." Lin Yuchen, after thinking for a while, he said, "How should we go? Some cities should be prohibited from flying, and flying beasts probably won't work." Ghoulie said lightly, "Let's find a place with people to ask first. The teleportation array here should be farther than the one in the southern continent." Okay. They never like to think for themselves, and usually they do what Ghoulie says. The 6 people rushed forward quickly, and soon they saw a small town not far away. Ghoulie looked around while walking. This place is so remote, and the town is so prosperous. Mu Yunqi immediately found a middle-aged man and asked, "Hello, uncle, I want to ask which city nearby has a teleportation array." Chapter 294. The man stood on the street, with a bit of curiosity and scrutiny in his eyes. Looking them up and down, his eyes stayed on their slightly unique clothes and unfamiliar faces for a moment, and then he said slowly, "You are from other places." Mu Yunqi responded politely, "Yes, we want to go to the Blue Sea, and I want to ask you, where is the faster teleportation array?" The man frowned slightly, thought for a while, and said, "There is a teleportation array in the town, but the Blue Sea is in the north, and the distance is not close, so it is not so easy to go there." When Lin Yuchen heard that there was a teleportation array, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Where is the teleportation array in the town?" "Go forward, turn right, it's not far away." The man patiently pointed in the direction and gestured in the air a few times, so that they could understand the path more clearly. Ghoulie smiled gratefully and said crisply, "Thank you, uncle. It's okay." The man waved his hand and turned around to continue his work. The few people walked quickly in the direction the man pointed, and soon they saw a teleportation array with a faint halo standing in an open area of the town. There were many people guarding around, and there was an old man sitting quietly next to him. He was wearing a robe with a bit of ancient charm, his eyes were deep and calm, and he seemed to be the one who activated the array. Ghoulie immediately walked forward, with a perfect smile on his face, looked at the old man and asked, "Senior, which city do we need to teleport to if we want to go to the Blue Sea?" The old man slightly raised his eyelids, his eyes stayed on Ghoulie for a moment, and slowly said, "Lanhan Sea? What are you going there for?" Ghoulie replied calmly, "We plan to go there for training." Hearing this, the old man looked them up and down, trying to see the depth of their cultivation, but for some reason, he found that he could not see their cultivation at all. He was secretly surprised in his heart, subconsciously thinking that they used some special means to cover it up. Looking at their clothes again, although the style is simple, the materials are exquisite and the workmanship is fine. It looks like the sons of a big family going out for training. After a moment, the old man sighed slightly and said, "If you want to go for training, it's best not to go to the Blue Sea. I heard that it's not peaceful there." Ghoulie said, "Thank you for telling me, but we have a mission to complete." Seeing that they were so persistent, the old man didn't say anything more, just shook his head helplessly, and said, "Then you go to Huanqing first." After arriving in Huanqing, the teleportation array there can directly reach the Blue Sea. It costs 1 million spirit stones per person to get to Huanqing from here. Suiyun couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard the price, and blurted out, "It's so expensive." He secretly calculated in his heart that although they were not short of spirit stones on weekdays, it was really too expensive to teleport for 1 million. Hearing his words, the old man didn't have any extra expression, but just explained lightly, "The price is set according to the distance." "Okay, we want 6 people." Ghoulie was straightforward, without any hesitation, and directly transferred all 6 million spirit stones. Since it only takes 2 turns of the teleportation array to reach the Blue Sea, the price is reasonable. After all, the Blue Sea is in the far north and the journey is long. It is expected that so many spirit stones will be spent. Seeing them so straightforward, the old man's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he took out a map from his arms and said, "Do you want the topographic map over there? It also marks the fastest route to take the teleportation array there, which should be of some help to you." Gu Li's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Yes." The map given by Lan Qi in their hands was only a map of the Blue Sea. They were still unfamiliar with other places. If they had such a map, it would naturally be much more convenient along the way, even if they spent more spirit stones. 10 spirit stones. The old man slowly quoted the price. This map was originally drawn in his spare time, and it didn't take much effort. Taking 10 spirit stones was just a token of his appreciation. Okay. Gu Li handed the spirit stone to the old man without hesitation, then took the map and put it into his own space, as if he had put away an extremely precious treasure. Go in. The old man raised his chin in the direction of the teleportation array, indicating that they could go in. Gu Li and the other 6 entered the teleportation array one by one. After standing still, the old man stood up and slowly raised his hands. Spiritual power surged in his palms, like a ball of soft light, and then slowly injected into the teleportation array. With the injection of spiritual power, the originally faint halo on the teleportation array suddenly became bright and dazzling, and the rune seemed to be activated, flashing with brilliant light, and the light intertwined. A huge vortex-like spiritual power channel gradually formed, with light and shadow flowing in the channel, as if connecting to another mysterious world. After a while, the 6 figures of them gradually blurred in the light until they disappeared completely, as if they were swallowed by the spiritual power channel. After the teleportation array began to operate, Gu Li took out the map to check it. After the map was unfolded, it was painted with detailed mountains, rivers, cities, villages, and some special marks, which seemed to represent the location of the teleportation array. Gu Li carefully looked at the location of the fantasy city marked on the map, and then looked at the surrounding terrain, silently estimating the distance in his heart. It will take us 3 days to get to the fantasy city. We can take a rest first, Gu Li said, as he folded the map and put it away, turned his head and looked at the others and said, "Okay." Everyone responded one after another, and then each found a comfortable position, sat cross-legged, and began to meditate with their eyes closed, adjusting their own state. In this spiritual power surging transmission channel, their figures seemed so quiet and peaceful. After arriving at Huanqing, they found the location of the teleportation array according to the map. Finally, half a month later, they arrived at Yuanlin City, a city near the Blue Sea. The style of Yuanlin City is completely different from the previous Huanqing. Perhaps because it is close to the Blue Sea, the whole city is full of the breath of the ocean. Most of the buildings in the city are dominated by blue and green, and the walls are painted with patterns of various marine creatures. The sea breeze blows from time to time with a light salty smell. As soon as they entered the city, Gu Li took the lead and said, "Let's find an inn to stay first and wait for Xiao Yitzi and the others to come." Xiao Yitzi set out half a month earlier than them, and should also be near the Blue Sea. Chapter 295. In an unfamiliar place, they randomly found an inn around and decided to stay there for the time being. About an hour later, Gu Yi and Gu Er appeared at the door of the inn where they were staying. The two hurriedly stepped into the inn room, and after seeing Gu Li, they bowed respectfully and said, "Young master." Gu Li looked calm and asked hurriedly, "Did you find anything?" Gu Yi looked serious, stretched out his hand, and carefully took out a photo stone from his arms, handed it forward, and said, "Young master, we carefully explored it, and the nearby cities did not seem to have any obvious abnormalities. Everything seemed to be as calm as usual. However, in the area closest to the sea, we did notice the magic." Gu Li frowned slightly when he heard this, and then asked, "Where are the others?" Gu Yi hurriedly responded, "They are still watching over there." Gu Li thought for a while, and ordered Gu Er, "Xiao Erzi, you go and send this photo stone to the major forces here, and then tell them the situation here. Of course, it is impossible to solve this matter with these people. If she is not afraid of affecting the southern continent, she will at most send someone to deliver a message. It is up to them to believe it or not." Gu Er nodded seriously and responded, "Yes, young master." At this time, Shi Zihan's eyes showed some doubts, and he asked, "Should we go directly next? Or wait for people from other forces to come first?" Gu Li shook his head slightly and analyzed calmly. "The situation is still unclear now, and we can't act rashly. It's better to go in and find out the situation carefully, and find out what they are planning and what their purpose is. I think this matter is definitely not as simple as just for the core of the earth. That Insai has already left. If they want to start from the northern continent, there is no need to hide for so many years. After listening to Gu Li's analysis, everyone felt that it made sense. According to the news brought by Gu Yi and others, they rushed to one of the villages occupied by the demons. Along the way, everyone was cautious, and soon they arrived near the village. Feng Wuhan looked up and saw that there were people coming and going in the village. It looked no different from an ordinary human village, and there was no sense of the unique atmosphere that the demons should have. He couldn't help but frown and said with a puzzled look, "This is not right. Why are there so many people?" Mu Yunqi also felt strange, turned to look at Gu Yi, and asked, "Gu Yi, didn't you say that there was a breath of demons here before? Why does it look like there are all people now?" Gu Yi also looked confused. It wasn't like this when I came here before. He didn't understand why so many people suddenly appeared here. Although they were full of doubts, they did not expose themselves. They hid in the dark and quietly observed every move in the village, trying to find some clues. At this time, Gu Li looked deep and said, "They are not human, they may all be demons." Sui Yun was in disbelief when he heard it, and said with wide eyes, "No way, they are emitting spiritual energy, how can they look like demons?" Gu Li patiently explained, "I won't be wrong, their magic veins should be cleverly covered by something, so at first glance, they are no different from humans." As she spoke, Gu Li quietly switched her spiritual power to demonic energy, and used her demonic veins to carefully sense the aura of the people around her. This feeling made her more certain of her judgment. The demonic energy on them is much richer than the spiritual energy, but it is covered up and not easy to detect. Lin Yuchen listened and became more curious, asking, "Then why do they have spiritual energy? Did they take some elixir to cover up their demonic energy?" Gu Li shook his head again and speculated, "It's not that they took elixir. I think they also have spiritual veins in their bodies, but they are not their own spiritual veins." Shi Zihan seemed to understand what Gu Li meant, and asked tentatively, "You mean, they dug out the spiritual veins of people, and then transferred to his body?" Gu Li nodded slightly and said softly, "Well, I am just guessing at the moment. Whether it is true or not, we need to confirm it further." Sui Yun couldn't help but take a breath of cold air when he heard it, and said in shock, "This is impossible. I have never heard of the spiritual vein being transplanted. This is too incredible." Gu Li did not explain any more, but said calmly, "We will know when we go and see. You should take the pill first." After that, Gu Li took out the magic pill that he had carefully refined before from the storage ring, and handed it to several people one by one. Everyone took the magic pill, and swallowed it directly without any hesitation. In an instant, the aura on their bodies turned into magic energy, which was more in line with the surrounding environment. Gu Li herself could use magic energy freely, so she did not take the pill. After all, if she took the pill and used her spiritual power, it would be easy to be exposed. If anything happened, she could still take action. Gu Li looked around at the few people, and then said, "Wait for me here. I will kill a few demons first, and bring their clothes. After you change, we will find a chance to get close to the village, so that it will not easily attract their attention." Everyone responded in unison, "Okay." Then, Mu Yunqi and the others waited quietly by the reef. And Gu Li flashed, like a ghost, and sneaked into the area invaded by the demons alone. "Who are you?" Suddenly a voice called her. Gu Li turned around, and saw a middle-aged man staring at her. Gu Li asked with a puzzled look, "What's wrong?" "Go back. If you don't have a spiritual vein in your body, don't walk around, so as not to be discovered." "Oh, okay, I go back right away." Gu Li looked terrified and ran towards the center of the village. She met many people along the way, and some of them scolded her, and told her to go back and not come out. Gu Li agreed and walked towards the center of the village. With the sharp induction of the magic vein, Gu Li quickly locked onto a place with the strongest magic energy. There, a demon woman wearing a red mask was concentrating on practicing with her eyes closed. As if she had sensed someone approaching, the woman suddenly opened her eyes, a cold light flashed in her eyes, and she shouted sternly, "Who?" She was originally alert, but after seeing that it was her own people, she breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yanshu shouted angrily, "Whose are you? Dare to disturb me, and I am tired of living." Chapter 296. Gu Li, however, seemed to have heard nothing and walked towards the woman with a faint smile on his face. The demon woman saw that Gu Li was so bold and dared to ignore her. She was immediately furious and shouted loudly, "Who are you? Who told you to come here?" Gu Li still didn't waste time talking to her. His eyes turned cold in an instant. He moved and attacked the woman directly. Xiao Yanshu's pupils suddenly shrank, her eyes were full of fear and disbelief, and she blurted out, "Top of the honored class." The voice trembled slightly because of extreme shock. At this moment, she only felt a cold killing intent coming at her, and the cold breath seemed to freeze her in place in an instant. However, everything happened too quickly. Before she even had time to dodge, Gu Li's slender and cold hand, like a sharp lightning, went straight through her heart. Instantly, a sharp pain came, Xiao Yanchu's face turned pale as paper, and her body trembled slightly uncontrollably. No! Don't. Xiao Yanshu raised her head with difficulty, and looked at Gu Li with a pleading look, and her eyes were full of desire for life. Gu Li seemed to have not heard her sad plea at all. Her face was still cold, without any emotion, and she exerted force on her hand, and the still slightly beating heart was directly grabbed and exploded in her hand. Blood splattered out, splashing a dazzling red around. Gu Li wiped the bloody hand on the corner of Xiao Yanshu's clothes with an expressionless face, and when his hand was basically clean. Then she took off the glowing space ring on Xiao Yanshu's hand slowly, looked at it carefully, and put it in her pocket. Then, she put Xiao Yanshu's body into her own space, and dealt with the remaining blood and traces of fighting around, making sure that there would be no clues that might expose herself. After doing all this, Gu Li found a set of clothes from Xiao Yanshu's space, changed them quickly, and then took out a disguise pill and swallowed it. Her face began to change slowly, and soon, she became exactly the same as Xiao Yanshu. Whether it was her eyebrows or her figure, it was like a copy, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Then, Gu Li used his spiritual power again to suppress his exposed breath to the peak of the Emperor level, and then he walked out calmly. Walking along the road, Gu Li paid attention to the movements around him, while looking for a suitable opportunity. After a while, she saw a few lone demons. While they were not paying attention, Gu Li flashed and approached silently like a ghost. With a knife in hand, he killed the demons in an instant. Then he quickly took off their clothes, and put them into his space for future emergency. At this time, Feng Wuan, who was on the other side, with his keen perception, noticed that a demon was approaching them quickly. His expression suddenly tightened, and he lowered his voice, and said to the others around him, "Someone is coming towards us quickly, retreat first." Sui Yun was anxious when he heard it, and said, "No, Ali is still inside. How can we leave her behind and go first?" Seeing this, Mu Yunqi reached out, and grabbed the stubborn Sui Yun, pulling him back while persuading him, "Just come back later." Just when everyone was in a stalemate, Gu Li's voice suddenly rang clearly in their sea of consciousness. "It's me." The familiar voice made several people stunned at first, and then they all showed surprise on their faces. Soon, they saw a woman in red clothes, and wearing an exquisite mask on her face walking towards them. The woman also faintly exuded a strong demonic aura, which made people subconsciously alert. If they hadn't heard Gu Li's voice transmission, they would probably have thought that some powerful demon master had appeared. Not long after, the woman came to their hiding place. Shi Zihan was still a little uncertain, and tentatively called out, "Ali?" Gu Li nodded slightly and responded, "It's me." Lin Yuchen widened his eyes, and said in amazement, "Damn, you look too much like me, there is no breath of you at all. If you hadn't spoken, I wouldn't have dared to recognize you." Gu Li didn't say much, and directly took out a few sets of clothes from the space, and handed them to them, saying, "Change your clothes first." Several people hurriedly took the clothes, each found a relatively hidden place, and quickly changed their clothes. Gu Li looked at Gu Li and asked, "Young master, what about me?" Gu Li said seriously, "You don't come with us, you go to gather the shadow guards, and let them find a way to infiltrate the demon clan. This is a pill that can emit the breath of the demon clan. Give each of them one, provided that the breath cannot be exposed." Gu Yi frowned, still a little worried, and said, "Young master, I am really worried about the 6 of you." Gu Li patted Gu Yi's shoulder, smiled and comforted, "We are fine, just follow my instructions, remember, don't expose yourself, wait for my instructions." Gu Yi nodded helplessly, and reminded, "Then young master, you have to be careful." Seeing this, Gu Li joked, I know, Gu Yi old lady." After Gu Yi left, several people had changed their clothes, and followed Gu Li to Xiao Yanshu's previous residence. Along the way, there were quite a few people coming and going. Some demons were talking about something, and some demons were hurrying on the road, but they did not notice the abnormality of Gu Li and others. As Sui Yun walked, he lowered his voice and exclaimed, "Oh my god, the people here are disguised very well, you can't tell they are demons at all." Gu Li kept an eye on the situation around him, and sent a message to several people. "When there is no one around, you can show your aura and suppress your strength to the peak of the king level." She looked around and found that except for the demons, who were not active outside, their spiritual power was basically at this level. Even if someone noticed something strange about them, they probably wouldn't be too suspicious. At most, they could just quietly take another pill when they were suspected. After a while, they arrived at the accommodation, and several people quickly suppressed their cultivation according to Gu Li's request. Because Gu Li was disguised as Xiao Yanshu, he did not switch back to spiritual energy, and still maintain the vague demonic energy. Chapter 297. Lin Yuchen looked around and said in disbelief, "It was so easy to get in." Gu Li did not answer him, but took out a book found in Xiao Yanshu's space. After carefully flipping through a few pages, his expression became solemn and said, "I am now 80% sure that the spiritual energy of those demons comes from the spiritual veins." "What is this?" Mu Yunqi came over curiously, took the book and gently opened it to check. I saw that it was filled with people's names, and there were different notes behind each name. Some said that the transplant was successful twice, and some said that the transplant was successful 3 times. The number of times behind each person's name was different, which looked very strange. "What does this mean?" Lin Yuchen looked at the content in the book, and said that he really didn't understand it. Before the few people could discuss anything in depth, suddenly, the door was knocked, and the dong 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 knocking sound seemed particularly abrupt in this quiet room. Then, someone was heard saying outside the door, "Master Yanshu, are you in there?" Gu Li quickly signaled for everyone to be quiet, and imitated Xiao Yanshu's voice, and responded, "What's the matter?" The person outside the door continued, "Master Yanshu, things are not going well with Elder Lin. Let me invite Master Yanshu over." "Yes," Gu Li responded, and the voice was imitated vividly without any flaws. Then, she stretched out her hand, and slowly opened the door, secretly thinking in her heart that it was a good opportunity to take a look at who Elder Lin was. There was this person who came to invite her to lead the way in front, so there was no need to worry about not knowing the way. Thinking of this, she led Suyun and the others out as usual. The man led the way in front, and looked back at Gu Li and the others from time to time, but when he saw the aura of spiritual energy emanating from them, he did not have the slightest doubt. After all, here, demons that can emit spiritual energy are too common, and there are a lot of them, so in his opinion, this is the most normal phenomenon. Everyone followed the demon and walked all the way to a thatched house that looked quite simple. From the outside, the thatched house was inconspicuous and even looked a little shabby, but when Gu Li and the others followed in, they found that there was a different world inside. The space inside was much larger than it looked from the outside, as if some kind of space formation was used, giving people a feeling of sudden enlightenment. Looking around, there were several beds placed around, and there was a person lying on each bed. Those people lay there quietly, their faces as pale as paper, their bodies motionless. If you don't feel carefully, you will think that these people have no breath and have been dead for a long time. Seeing Gu Li and others coming, Lin Lao, who was busy at the bedside, raised his head and looked at Gu Li, and said, "Yanshu, you are here? Who are they?" The eyes were a little puzzled, and fell on Suyun and others behind Gu Li. "They are my people, they are about to go out, so they came by the way," Gu Li explained calmly, with no strange expression on his face, and people could not see any clues. Seeing this, Lin Lao thought for a while, and felt that since they were all insiders, everyone knew about these things roughly, and there was really nothing to be shy about, so he stopped asking and stopped avoiding their presence. "I came to you to ask for your help." Elder Lin frowned, his expression seemed a little solemn, and there was a hint of helplessness in his tone. "What's wrong?" Although Gu Li was very curious about what they were doing, he didn't dare to show it too obviously. After all, he was playing the role of Xiao Yanshu now, so he just asked this question calmly, and didn't say anything else. Elder Lin looked at Gu Li, and always felt that she seemed a little strange today. Xiao Yanshu would not be so taciturn in the past, but at this moment, he was worried about the problem in front of him, so he didn't think about the reason carefully, just thinking that she was in a bad mood today, so she behaved like this. So, Elder Lin sighed softly and said, "I tried it, but the spiritual veins with higher cultivation cannot be merged. This is really a tricky problem. Once you force the fusion, not only will the spiritual vein you find be directly destroyed, but even your own magic vein will be damaged." Gu Li's heart moved when he heard it, but on the surface he still pretended to be indifferent and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Elder Lin pondered for a moment, looked at the people lying on the bed, and slowly said, "I want you to wrap up the spiritual veins of those people with your own magic energy, and then cooperate with me to try to integrate the spiritual veins into their bodies." Gu Li frowned slightly, with a thoughtful look on his face, looking at Elder Lin and asked, "How many spiritual veins are needed to merge one?" Elder Lin was stunned for a moment when he heard Gu Li's question, then shook his head and said helplessly, "It's hard to say." The specific number of spiritual veins required depends on the quality of the spiritual veins themselves. If the quality of the spirit vein is higher, then the amount required will naturally be less. But if the quality of the spirit vein is lower, then I am afraid that more spirit veins will be consumed to complete the fusion. After listening to Lin Lao's explanation, Gu Li subconsciously touched his chin, nodded slightly, and said in a long tone, "Is that so?" But Lin Lao felt that the Xiao Yanshu in front of him was more and more weird. He narrowed his eyes, and his eyes were full of suspicion. Staring at Gu Li closely, he asked, "Don't you know this?" Seeing this, Gu Li still kept a faint smile on his face, and responded calmly, "How can I know? I haven't participated in these." When Lin Lao heard this, his face instantly became serious, his eyes were full of vigilance. He took a step back, pointed at Gu Li, and shouted, "You are not Yanshu, who are you?" Gu Li was not afraid at all, but smiled slightly. A hint of teasing flashed in his eyes, and said leisurely, "Guess." The calm and composed look only magnified the suspicion in Lin Lao's heart. Lin Lao widened his eyes, and stared at Gu Li, as if he suddenly thought of something, and shouted in shock, "You are a human." Gu Li nodded calmly, and said in a teasing tone, "Correct answer, no reward." Lin Lao's face became more and more gloomy. He gritted his teeth, and asked viciously, "Where is Yin Shu? Where did you take her?" Gu Li shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "In my space." Her answer was concise and clear, but it made Lin Lao's face turn pale instantly. Chapter 298. You know, space storage magic weapons generally cannot hold living things, unless the thing they hold is a dead body. Elder Lin instantly understood what Gu Li meant. His body began to tremble slightly uncontrollably, his eyes full of fear and anger, and he shouted loudly, "You killed her." Gu Li responded as if he had heard something very ordinary, and naturally said, "What else? Come!" Someone, Elder Lin was about to shout for help, but he hadn't finished his words. Shi Zihan, who had been waiting for an opportunity, stepped forward quickly like a flash of lightning, raised his hand quickly, and slapped Elder Lin's face hard. This slap was full of force, and the crisp sound of slap was particularly harsh in this quiet space, which directly hit Elder Lin's head to one side, and a red slap mark instantly appeared on his face, and the whole person was also a little confused. At the same time, Feng Wuhan was not idle either. He had a pill in his hand, and took advantage of the moment when Elder Lin was stunned. With a flick of his wrist, the pill flew accurately towards Elder Lin's mouth, and fell directly into his mouth. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it quickly melted. Elder Lin widened his eyes in horror, and subconsciously wanted to shout, but was horrified to find that he could not make any sound. Gu Li narrowed his eyes slightly and asked coldly, "What do you want to do in La Feng continent?" When Elder Lin heard her words, he just stared at her fiercely, his eyes full of anger and stubbornness, his lips tightly pursed, and he said nothing, obviously not intending to give in easily. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi couldn't help but remind him softly, "Ollie, he can't speak." Gu Li didn't say much after hearing this. She waved her hand, and a glowing isolation array flew out of her hand, and quickly spread around, isolating the area they were in from the outside world. Make sure that their movements here will not be heard by others. Then, she took out an antidote from the space, and fed it to Lin Lao's mouth neatly. After Lin Lao swallowed the antidote, Gu Li looked at him coldly again, and said in a heavier tone, "Speak, you will be miserable if you don't speak." Lin Lao still had a tough attitude, stiffened his neck, and shouted, "Don't even think about getting any news from me." Lin Yuchen couldn't hold back any longer. He snorted coldly, flashed, and came directly in front of Lin Lao. Without saying a word, he raised his fist, and punched Lin Lao's stomach fiercely. The punch was full of force. With a muffled bang, Elder Lin was hit and groaned. He curled up uncontrollably, his face full of pain, beads of sweat instantly oozing out of his forehead, and his body trembling constantly. Gu Li just watched the scene indifferently. After Elder Lin recovered a little, he said, "Your spiritual veins were taken from the bodies of people who lived here before." Elder Lin gritted his teeth, endured the pain in his body, and replied with difficulty, "No." The answer was straightforward, but his eyes flickered unconsciously, as if he was hiding something. Gu Li raised his chin slightly, and a faint arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he had seen through everything, and said, "That's it." There was a kind of certainty in her tone, which made Lin Lao's heart beat a little, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Then, Gu Li continued to speak slowly, "I am very curious, after you merged into the spiritual vein, can both the demon vein and the spiritual vein be used?" However, Lin Lao seemed not to hear her words, just closed his mouth tightly, with a face full of fearlessness. Seeing this, Gu Li slowly said, If you don't tell me, I will take your memory. If I can't control it well, it's not my fault if you become stupid. Lin Lao was stunned at first, and then he seemed to have heard a big joke, and sneered with disdain, "Take my memory? You ridiculous." His eyes were full of contempt, and he didn't believe that Gu Li had such ability. Really? Gu Li was not angry, and saw that the demonic energy that was originally disguised on her body instantly turned into a majestic spiritual power, and the powerful cultivation of the peak of the honor level was revealed without reservation. Gu Li looked at Lin Lao with cold eyes and asked again, "Can't I take it?" Lin Lao felt the strong breath that was so strong that it was suffocating. His pupils suddenly shrank, and his body took a few steps back uncontrollably. He pointed at Gu Li with trembling fingers and shouted in horror, "Who are you?" He couldn't figure out why the top masters of La Foam continent appeared here. Could it be that what they did had been noticed by those masters? When he thought of this, his heart became more and more flustered. Gu Li ignored his shock at all, and just said coldly, "I give you another chance, tell me or not." Lin Lao was silent for a long time, and the expression on his face kept changing. After weighing it again and again, he finally said, "If I tell you, you have to let me go back to the demon world, and you can't kill me." Sui Yun was furious when he heard this. He stepped forward and kicked Lin Lao fiercely, cursing angrily, "Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate terms?" That kick directly kicked Lin Lao to the ground and rolled several times, looking very embarrassed. "Come back." Gu Li saw this and hurriedly shouted. Although Sui Yun was a little confused, he always listened to Gu Li and retreated obediently. However, he still couldn't help it and sent a message to Gu Li, "Ollie, are you going to agree to him?" Gu Li quickly sent a message back and comforted him. "Of course, there is no way to take away other people's memories. I just scared him. There are indeed ways to take away other people's memories, but doing so will also have a significant impact on oneself. It is not necessary to use such means to deal with the old Lin in front of him." Gu Li looked at Elder Lin and said again, "I promise you, but you must tell the truth." Elder Lin hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay, but you have to swear the hard demon oath." He was still a little worried, thinking that only the hard demon oath could truly restrain them and ensure their safety. Gu Li was very straightforward and responded directly, "Okay, you have to swear too." Elder Lin said cautiously, "You first." Gu Li didn't say much nonsense, raised his hand directly, and said solemnly, "I swear here if... By the way, what is your name?" She remembered that she didn't know Elder Lin's specific name yet, so the hard demon oath had to be detailed and accurate. Elder Lin was stunned for a moment, and then replied, "Lin Xian, the Cliff Xian." Chapter 299. After getting the answer, Gu Li raised her hand again and said seriously, "I swear again that if Lin Xian tells me everything, I will not kill him. If he violates this, all my cultivation will be gone." The oath was so firm that it echoed in the isolation array, as if there was an invisible force restraining him. Seeing her swear, Lin Xian was slightly relieved, but he was still worried and looked at the others. The meaning was obvious, and everyone had to swear. Gu Li understood and gestured to the others. Soon, they all raised their hands and swore the inner demon oath, saying that they would abide by the agreement, and would not violate the oath to hurt Lin Xian. Seeing that everyone swore, Lin Xian was completely relieved and also swore the inner demon oath, swearing that he would tell everything truthfully. Gu Li looked at Lin Xian, his eyes became sharp, and said, "Okay, you can talk now." Lin Xian had a mysterious look on his face, raised his chin, and said, "You haven't heard of the god and demon dual veins." The people present were stunned when they heard this, and then looked at each other, their eyes full of doubts, and they were secretly thinking in their hearts, "What does this have to do with the god and demon dual veins?" Lin Xian saw that none of them spoke, but just looked at him with that kind of inquiring eyes, so he cleared his throat and continued, "This god and demon dual veins is the most peculiar and best spiritual vein in the world, and it is completely different from the spiritual veins we usually know. It is one vein of God and one vein of demon. The two are intertwined and complement each other. As long as you have this god and demon dual veins, the speed of cultivation is extremely fast." At this point, Lin Xian paused for a moment, and then he continued, "Our master, by chance, got an ancient book which recorded the method of forming the god and demon dual veins. By transplanting the human race's spiritual veins into the bodies of the demons, we have to dig out the demon spirit veins in 10,000 people's bodies, and then merge these demon spirit veins together to finally form the god and demon dual veins." Sui Yun frowned when he heard this, his face full of disbelief. 10,000 people. You are too crazy. You don't even let your own people go? Lin Xian curled his lips in disapproval and said nonchalantly, If you can achieve the supreme body of God and demon, what are the lives of those people? This world is the law of the jungle. The strong are respected. If they have that ability, they will not be the chosen object, and sacrifice them to achieve great cause. It is their honor. Mu Yunqi said contemptuously, "You are really cruel." Gu Li did not dwell too much on the question of whether it was cruel or not, but stared at Lin Xian sharply, and asked in a deep voice, "How many spiritual veins have you transplanted into your demons now?" Lin Xian thought for a while, and then slowly replied, "So far, only 1,500 spiritual veins have been transplanted." Lin Yuchen heard this and sneered, "You have only transplanted so much in decades, aren't you a bit useless?" Mu Yunqi hurriedly glared at Lin Yuchen and said, "Shut up." Gu Li ignored the little episode between the two of them, and continued to ask, "Who is your master? What is his identity?" Lin Xian continued, "Our master is the Red Demon, one of the 4 great demon kings in the demon world." Gu Li narrowed his eyes slightly and asked again, "Who are Nalin Yin and Ncai?" When Lin Xian heard these 2 names, he was stunned for a moment, and then asked back, "Do you know them?" Gu Li did not answer his question, but continued to ask, "You know them too? What are their identities in the demon realm?" Lin Xian saw Gu Li's serious look and hurriedly replied, "The Dark Lord is the current leader of the demon realm, that is, the new demon emperor. The entire demon realm is now under his control. And Nalin Yin is the previous demon emperor, but I heard that he seems to have returned to the demon realm recently, but I don't know what happened to him, and his cultivation is not as high as before. Even if he wants to regain his former status, he can't do anything to the current royal family, who is now in its heyday." Gu Li frowned, as if thinking about something, and asked again after a moment, "Do you know that Nsai and the others have entered the Lafeng continent?" Lin Xian shook his head and said helplessly, "I don't know about this." Gu Li's eyes were deep, and then he asked, "Are you and him hostile or friendly?" Lin Xian snorted coldly and continued, "Of course, it is a hostile relationship. Our master wants the god and demon dual veins to replace him and become the new demon king." Gu Li narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "How many people do you have in the Blue Sea?" Lin Xian hesitated for a moment, and a trace of struggle flashed in his eyes, but under Gu Li's extremely oppressive gaze, he still gritted his teeth and whispered, 10,000. Gu Li frowned slightly, secretly thinking about the scale of power represented by these 10,000 people, and then asked again, "Where are the mermaids?" Lin Xian looked up at Gu Li and answered honestly, "They are trapped in Lord Feng's formation." Gu Li then asked again, "Who is Lord Feng?" Lin Xian straightened up. "Lord Feng is the leader of our operation this time." Gu Li then turned the topic to strength and continued to ask, "How is the cultivation of these people in Lafeng continent?" Lin Xian sorted out his thoughts a little, and then slowly said, "We have 30 masters at the peak of the venerable rank, and the others are just test subjects." Gu Li pondered for a while, and felt that he seemed to have asked almost everything he should ask, so he opened his mouth again, "Are there any others?" Lin Xian waved his hand hurriedly and said anxiously, "No, that's all I know. I've really told you everything, without hiding anything." Gu Li looked at him with a half smile, smiled in an ambiguous way, and then said 2 words lightly, "Do it." When Lin Xian heard this, his eyes widened, his face full of fear and anger, and he shouted, "I've already told you, you still dare to kill me. Aren't you afraid of the inner demon oath?" Gu Li still looked calm and said slowly, "I didn't say I would kill you, I just cripple you." Lin Xian was so angry that he trembled all over, pointed at Gu Li, and couldn't speak clearly. How can you be so cruel?" The few people didn't bother to pay attention to his scolding, and knocked him out with a hand knife, and then crippled the magic veins in his body. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Gu Li's narrow eyes. "Throw him to the monster." When Lin Yuchen heard this, he immediately became energetic. "Leave it to me." As he said this, Lin Yuchen released a monster he had no contract with, and threw the man directly into its mouth. Chapter 300. Gu Li ignored Lin Yuchen's movements and turned to look at Feng Wuhan. "A hen, you pretend to be him." Feng Wuhan nodded, and without saying anything, he quickly found the clothes he had searched from Lin Xian's space, and then took a pill. A faint light flashed, and Feng Wuhan's figure and face began to change gradually. After a while, he turned into Lin Xian's appearance. From appearance to temperament, they were exactly the same. If you don't distinguish carefully, you can't detect any flaws at all. Suiyun frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "They are only 30 peak-level masters. Let's just fight them." Gu Li shook his head gently and said slowly, "The mermaids are still in their hands." Lin Yuchen had already dealt with Lin Xian. When he came back and heard their conversation, he scratched his head and asked with a puzzled look, "What should we do next?" Gu Li slightly frowned his two beautiful eyebrows. In this situation, we have to find that Mr. Feng. Thinking of this, Gu Li looked up at Lin Yuchen and said, "Let Lan Qi come out." Lin Yuchen heard this, and didn't ask any more questions. He saw a flash of blue light, and Lan Qi's agile figure appeared in front of everyone. As soon as Lan Qi appeared, he looked around in surprise. After seeing where he was, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, and exclaimed loudly, "You really have arrived at the Blue Sea." Gu Li didn't want to waste time chatting with him about irrelevant things, so he asked directly, "Do you know where your people are imprisoned?" Lan Qi nodded quickly and responded, "I know, it's in the habitat of our mermaids." Gu Li heard it, and said decisively, "Take us there." Lan Qi was embarrassed and said hesitantly, "Just go there like this. Will it arouse suspicion? There are eyes everywhere in this Blue Sea area now. What if we are discovered if we go there rashly?" Gu Li said calmly, "I am a member of the demon clan. What's wrong with reporting something?" Lan Qi was shocked when he heard this. His eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, "You are actually a member of the demon clan." It really didn't expect that Gu Li had such an identity. In its heart, it has never had a good impression of the demon clan. Mu Yunqi couldn't stand it anymore, rolled her eyes, and said unhappily, "Isn't she playing a member of the demon clan?" Lan Qi was embarrassed by what Mu Yunqi said, scratched his head, and said quickly, "Well, it's good that she's not." It also knew that it was not the time to worry about this, but it just didn't react for a while. At this time, Shi Zihan calmly analyzed, "Then we must have the right identities, otherwise it will arouse suspicion if we go in." Gu Li thought for a while and said, "It's not a big problem. Suspicion will also be when we meet that Lord Feng. In La Feng continent, his cultivation can only be at the peak of the venerable rank at most. We can just take him down at that time. And the Yen Shu she played should be a well-known figure in the demon clan. Even if the general demon clan has doubts in their hearts, they will not easily step forward to question him. As long as you act carefully, you should be able to get away with it." Lan Qi was still a little worried, and said anxiously, "What about my people? If he takes action directly, my people will be in danger." Mu Yunqi was confident, "Ali and I are the best at formations. Besides, it would be solved by killing him directly." Lan Qi was still a little worried after hearing what Mu Yunqi said, but he knew that there was no better way at the moment, so he had to say helplessly, "Okay." Everyone carefully discussed some specific matters, anticipated various possible situations, and formulated corresponding countermeasures. Gu Li then took out a sound transmission stone from the storage ring, slowly injected his spiritual power into it, and began to transmit to the shadow guards. Those of you who know the formation can secretly set up the formation to cover the entire Blue Sea area, so that people can only enter but not leave. Soon, a reply came from the sound transmission stone, indicating that it had known the task and would do it immediately. Gu Li then put away the sound transmission stone. Sui Yin watched all this from the side, a little confused, and couldn't help asking, "What is the purpose of setting up the formation?" Gu Li patiently explained, "Of course, it's to close the door and beat the dog. We first find the weak point of the Demon Clan passage and repair it before we start, so as not to make too much noise and attract people from the other side." Sui Yin listened to Gu Li's explanation and suddenly realized it. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praised, "It has to be you." Feng Wuhan frowned and said with some worry, "Is there enough time? If we are discovered, we probably can't resist it. After all, arranging the formation, finding the weak points, and repairing them are not things that can be done in a short time. If we are discovered in the process, we have no chance of winning against a large number of demons." Mu Yunqi said, "Don't worry, Ali and I will work together to repair it in an hour at most." After listening to Mu Yunqi's words, the few people also cheered up, and then followed Lan Qi's instructions, and walked out all the way. Soon, they left their village and headed deeper into the Blue Sea. When passing the next village, suddenly, a man's voice came from behind and called them, "Yin Shu, Lin Xian, where are you going?" Gu Li was slightly startled, but he remained calm on his face, and replied calmly, "We are going to find Lord Feng." As she spoke, she looked at the man in front of her calmly, secretly guessing his identity. Feng Qianqi heard it, looked at Mu Yunqi and the others again, his eyes full of doubts, and asked, "Who are they? Why haven't I seen them before?" He looked up and down at these unfamiliar faces, full of curiosity, thinking that these people seemed a little unusual. Gu Li thought about it, and immediately made up a reason, saying calmly, "The subordinates, who have newly merged the spiritual veins have made progress, and they plan to go to see Lord Feng." Her tone was steady, as if she was telling the truth, making it difficult for people to suspect. Feng Qianqi was immediately interested when he heard it, and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Guli smiled and continued, "The spiritual veins in their bodies can already merge with the Emperor level and above." Chapter 301. As soon as she said this, Fang Qianqi's eyes lit up instantly, and he was obviously shocked by the news. Fang Qianqi asked with surprise, "Really?" Seeing this, Guli nodded and said with a firm look, "Release your spiritual power." Hearing Guli's words, several people looked at each other, and then did as they were told, releasing the spiritual power that was suppressed to the peak of the Emperor level. In an instant, the light flashed, and the bright spiritual light illuminated the surroundings, and the powerful spiritual power fluctuation spread to the surroundings. Looking at the people with bright lights, Fang Qianqi's eyes lit up, his face was full of envy and admiration, and he couldn't help but praise, "Lin Xian, you are good, the progress is so fast." Feng Wen, however, was indifferent and responded modestly, "Not bad." Fang Qianqi rubbed his hands excitedly, thought for a while, and said, "It just so happens that I also want to find the adults. I will go with you." Guli nodded and said, "Okay." Fang Qianqi's face was full of curiosity. While walking beside Guli, he couldn't suppress the doubts in his heart and asked, "How did you do it so quickly? Weren't you only able to fuse the king level before? This speed of improvement is too amazing. What special method do you have?" His progress was much slower, and he could only fuse the king level spirit vein so far. Guli said calmly, "Let's talk about it when we get there, so we don't have to repeat it when we see the adults." Hearing this, Fang Qianqi was still curious but felt that Guli had some truth in what he said, so he temporarily suppressed his eagerness, nodded and said, "That's fine, let's talk about it when we see the adults." Seeing that Fang Qianqi stopped asking about this, Guli changed the subject and asked, "By the way, how is the situation over there?" Fang Qianqi answered casually, "It's still the same. Everything is normal. Every day, we just do the things we have arranged step by step. Nothing special happens. Those human races don't seem to notice our existence." Guli heard it, and nodded slightly, saying softly, "It's best if there is no abnormality. If something goes wrong, it will be more difficult. We should be more cautious when we act here." Fang Qianqi curled his lips, and said nonchalantly, "What are you afraid of? How can those idiots of the human race find us? I don't know what the master is thinking. He can just send people to take over this continent. Why do we have to lurk for so long?" As he spoke, he waved his arms, with a complaining look on his face. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with this kind of lurking life. Guli shook his head gently, and said calmly, "Maybe the master has his own intentions. The master must have considered things more thoroughly than us. Maybe there is some deep meaning in it that we haven't noticed yet." Fang Qianqi still didn't agree. "It's so convenient to attack directly. There is spiritual energy everywhere here. I haven't practiced for a long time." Guli glanced at him and continued, "If we attack, I don't know how many people we need. This is not a simple matter. After all, this is a low-level continent. Our cultivation will be suppressed. It's not so easy to take it down directly." Fang Qianqi was stunned for a moment after hearing what Guli said, but then he approached Guli mysteriously, and said in a low voice, "You don't know yet? I heard the conversation between Lord Feng and the Master before. The Master has a treasure that can avoid the laws of heaven and earth. With that treasure, the problem of suppressing cultivation can be solved, and it will be much easier to attack at that time." Guli and others were shocked when they heard the shocking news revealed by Fang Qianqi. If it is true as he said, that Master has a treasure that can avoid the laws of heaven, then the Lafeng continent is in danger. Several people exchanged glances, and they all saw solemnity and worry in each other's eyes. But at this moment, they could only suppress their emotions, and continue to inquire more about the situation. Guli tried to make her expression look just a little curious, and continued, "Oh, is it true?" As she spoke, she observed Fang Qianqi's expression calmly, trying to judge how credible his words were. Fang Qianqi heard what Guli said, and said with a confident face, "Of course it's true. How can it be false? I heard the conversation between Lord Feng and the Master with my own ears." Fang Qianqi then lowered his voice mysteriously and said, "In fact, there are still 4 weak points on this continent, but they are within the field of vision of the Demon Emperor, otherwise they can be directly opened and attacked. But the Demon Emperor has been watching, and I don't know when I will have the opportunity to take action." Several people thought, "If you want to attack, wait for the next life." As they chatted, they soon arrived at the habitat of the mermaids. Guli looked up, and saw a vast beach in front of him. The golden sand was shining in the sunlight, and the waves came one after another, hitting the shore, making bursts of pleasant sounds. Guli stood on the beach, seemingly calm and composed, But in fact he was secretly observing everything around him, and had no intention of taking any action rashly. Feng Qianqi took a step forward and took out a black jade seal, which was surrounded by wisps of black magic and exuded a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. Feng Qianqi held the jade seal in both hands, muttered something, and then threw it into the air. As soon as the jade seal left his hands, it instantly burst into a dazzling light, and the light shot towards the sea surface like a substance. At the moment it touched the sea surface, the sea water seemed to be driven by a powerful force, and quickly separated to both sides, opening up a wide and deep passage. Then several people walked into the passage, and the light in the passage was slightly dim. The road under his feet was a little slippery, and from time to time, he could hear the sound of sea water flowing from both sides. After walking for about half a quarter of an hour, the scene in front of them suddenly became clear, and a magnificent crystal palace appeared in front of everyone. The palace was made of crystal clear crystal, and countless gems emitting soft light were inlaid in every corner of the palace, making the whole palace look like a dream. The scale was similar to the one in Tontian's secret realm before, but it seemed to have a bit more mysterious charm. Outside the palace was a layer of formations that were faintly shining. The formations isolated the seawater, making the interior of the palace dry and quiet, but the spiritual power fluctuations that flowed from time to time on the formations also showed that it had a defense power that should not be underestimated. In addition, there were many people guarding it. Chapter 302. Then, several people walked towards the inside of the palace. The passages in the palace were intricate, like a huge maze. After many turns, they finally arrived at a room in the palace. The door of the room was closed, and there were exquisite mermaid patterns carved on the door. The mermaid seemed to be alive, lifelike on the crystal door, revealing a different kind of agility. Feng Qianqi looked serious and said loudly to the guard beside him, "Go and inform. We have something to ask Lord Feng." After receiving the order, the guard immediately turned around and walked quickly towards the house, not daring to delay for a moment. Not long after, the guard hurried out again, with a somewhat formal expression on his face, and said to Feng Qianqi and others, "The Lord asked you to go in." Feng Qianqi nodded slightly, and then he and Gu Li and others stepped into the door. As soon as I entered, I saw a man in green lazily leaning on a recliner with his eyes slightly closed, as if he was taking a nap. He looked as if nothing in the world was pleasing to him, and as if the arrival of these people was not worth his attention. Gu Li and the others saw this and secretly complained in their hearts, "So pretentious," but they did not dare to show it on their faces. Feng Wenmo still did not open his eyes, but just opened his lips slightly and said lightly, "What's the matter? Please tell me." Gu Li stepped forward and said respectfully, "Sir, we have made new progress in the fusion of spiritual veins we are studying. Now we can fuse the spiritual veins of the peak of the Emperor level." Her voice was steady, but the content of her words was really shocking. Feng Wenmo heard this, and his eyes, which had been closed, opened instantly, full of surprise and doubt. He stared at Gu Li and asked again, "Are you serious?" Gu Li nodded, then pointed to the 4 people behind him and said, "These 4 are examples of successful integration of the peak imperial spiritual veins. If you don't believe it, you can check it out yourself." Feng Wenmo's face showed a trace of satisfaction, and he said good 3 times in a row, and then as if expecting greater results, he said, "Continue to study and strive to integrate the peak noble spiritual veins. If you can really do it, it will be a great achievement." Gu Li bowed slightly and responded, "It's still under research, but we will try our best." Feng Wenmo paused slightly, as if he suddenly realized something, and then waved his hand and said, "You go out first. I will send someone to ask you in detail later." Seeing this, the few people had to go out first. Sui Yun was full of doubts when he heard this, and couldn't help but muttered in a low voice, "Why did you suddenly let us out?" Feng Qianqi shouted angrily, "Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here?" The voice was like a loud bell, which shocked Sui Yun. He lowered his head quickly, his face was full of panic, and his body trembled slightly unconsciously. Seeing his frightened look, Feng Qianqi felt that there was no need to argue with him too much, so he snorted coldly, turned to look at Gu Li, softened his tone and said, "Yin Shu, it seems that he will not come to us so soon. Why don't you tell me first? If you have anything to say, wait until the adults are done." Gu Li was not moved at all. She raised her foot and walked straight outside. She didn't dare to ask more. What if this person knew the reason why Feng Wenmo suddenly asked them to leave? If she asked rashly, it would easily reveal her flaws, so it was better to say less. Feng Qianqi was speechless when he saw this. He complained in his heart, "If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. You are so mysterious, and I don't know what you are doing." But he couldn't say anything more, so he could only follow him out. After leaving, Guli and his companions were very cautious. They paid attention to the movements around them, and cleverly avoided the vigilant sight of the guards around them. Following the route indicated by Lan Qi in advance, they headed towards the underground palace carefully. Along the way, everyone held their breath and did not dare to be careless. Finally, after arriving at the underground palace, a huge gap could be seen from a distance. The gap looked like a hideous gap torn open in the earth, revealing an uneasy atmosphere. And around the gap, there were heavy soldiers guarding. The guards were upright, serious, holding weapons, and constantly scanning the surroundings, with a look of strict vigilance. Guli looked at the gap and said softly, "That should be the weak point that was broken." Mu Yunqi frowned, looked at the many guards, and said worriedly, "With so many people, it will be difficult for us to repair it. Once we do this, it will definitely arouse their vigilance. By then, I am afraid that we will be in danger before we can repair it." Feng Wuhan said, "It's not a big problem. I will poison them all." Guli thought for a while and felt that this method was feasible, so he nodded and said, "Okay." However, before Feng Wuhan walked out, Guli seemed to suddenly realize something. Her expression changed, and she quickly pulled Feng Wuhan back, and then quickly put a concealment array on them. The concealment array enveloped the figures of several people, as if they were integrated with the surrounding environment. Guli sent a message to several people at the same time: "Reduce your breath to the minimum, and don't expose it. I feel that something is wrong." After hearing Guli's message, several people did not dare to delay at all. They held their breath and concentrated their minds, using their spiritual power to reduce their breath to the minimum. The whole process was so quiet that only the slight breathing of each other could be heard. At this time, Feng Wenma slowly walked out from an entrance not far away, and there was another person in front of him. The man exuded a unique aura. Even though his cultivation was suppressed to the peak of the honorable level, Guli could still keenly feel the powerful and frightening aura on him. It was like a dormant giant beast. Even if it restrained its edge, it still made people dare not underestimate it. The two walked and whispered something, and they were about to pass by them. Guli and the others didn't dare to breathe at this moment. Their heartbeats seemed to have skipped a beat, and their bodies were so stiff that they dared not move an inch, fearing that they would accidentally expose their whereabouts. It was not until they left that they seemed to have woken up from a tense nightmare, and they all breathed a sigh of relief, and their tense nerves relaxed a little. Mu Yunqi wiped the fine beads of sweat on her forehead and hurriedly said, "We have to speed up the repair of this weak point." Chapter 303. Guli did not respond to Mu Yunqi's words. She frowned, as if she was in deep thought. She was thinking in her heart, "Who is this person? Lord Feng is already the highest-ranking person here, but he is still bowing and scraping in front of that person. With this attitude, this person must have a much higher status than Lord Feng. If the strong man with some treasure that Feng Qianqi mentioned before comes here, it will be troublesome." Lin Yuchen looked at Gu Li's thoughtful expression, hesitated for a moment, and suggested, "Do you need to find out the information about the person who just came in?" Gu Li came back to his senses and shook his head slightly. "Never mind. We must repair the weak point first. This is the top priority. Other things can be discussed after the repair. If this weak point always exists, it will be the biggest hidden danger." Feng Wuhan listened and immediately said, "Then I will knock them all down. You and Yunqi will repair it, and we will protect you." Gu Li shook his head again, looked at Mu Yunqi, and said, "Just protect Yunqi." Mu Yunqi looked puzzled and asked hurriedly, "Ali, what are you going to do?" Gu Li said seriously, "I want to go to the demon world to see the situation." As soon as she said this, Mu Yunqi and the others immediately objected and said in unison, "No." Su Yiyun was so anxious that his face turned red. He hurriedly advised, "Why are you going there? The demon world is a place with dangers everywhere. If you go there, what if something happens? You must not go." Shi Zihan also echoed with a worried look, "I don't agree either. It's too dangerous." Feng Wuhan also agreed, "You can't go alone." Lin Yuchen even grabbed Gu Li's arm, "I want to go with you." Gu Li looked at how nervous the others were about her, and was moved, but she knew in her heart that her decision was right. She patiently explained, "It is impossible that only this side is guarding this gap. If there are people guarding the demon realm, and they find something abnormal here, our actions can't be concealed, and all efforts will be in vain." Shi Zihan still disagreed, and hurriedly said, "How about this, Ali, and I will go there faster." Gu Li sighed softly and continued to persuade, "If something special happens and I am left there, I still have the magic veins, and can use magic energy to protect myself temporarily, but you can't. When you go to the demon realm, your strength will be greatly reduced, and it will be more dangerous at that time, so it is best for me to go alone. Sui Yun was so anxious when he heard it that he stamped his feet. That's even worse. Gu Li looked at the people who were firmly opposed, with an unshakable determination in her eyes. She looked at them and said, "Didn't you agree to listen to me? It's settled." Seeing Gu Li's insistence, although they were still worried, they knew they couldn't change her decision, so they could only sigh helplessly. Then, they dealt with the guards here first and prepared for the next action, hoping that Gu Li could come back safely. Gu Li took a deep breath, suppressed the tension and uneasiness in her heart, and resolutely walked towards the entrance to the demon world. Her figure gradually sank into the darkness, with a strange atmosphere, as if she had merged with the unknown danger of the demon world. Mu Yunqi and the others stood there, staring at the entrance, their eyes full of worry and reluctance. They didn't look away until Gu Li's figure completely disappeared, but they felt as if a big stone was pressing on their hearts, heavy. After Gu Li stepped into the demon realm, she felt a strong demonic aura coming towards her. She walked forward carefully, hiding her own aura to the extreme, and at the same time mobilized the power of the demon veins to try to blend herself with the aura of the demon realm to avoid being discovered by the patrolling demon realm guards. Not far away, she heard a heavy sound of footsteps, accompanied by heavy breathing. Obviously the guards of the demon realm patrolling nearby. Gu Li hurriedly hid behind a huge rock, stuck tightly to the stone wall, quickly put on a concealment array, and then walked out. Her eyes fell on the patrol team not far away, and Gu Li's demonic aura poured out, covering those demons. Before they could react, the patrol team of more than a dozen people fell. Gu Li released the little ones and said, "Go and clean up the nearby demons. Don't make too much noise. Little Bird will stay here to protect me." After the little ones left, Gu Li set her sights on the weak point. She wanted to repair it here. When it was repaired, she should be able to run back in time. Gu Li took out the anling crystal and injected spiritual power into it. The anling crystal slowly flew into her mouth, emitting bursts of light. The speed of repairing one anling crystal was too slow, so Gu Li took out 3 more at the same time. Mu Yunqi on the other side was also repairing, and Feng Wuhan and others were protecting her by her side. As the anling crystal was repaired, the broken passage was slowly healing. However, when the weak point was repaired by about 1/3, a strong breath fluctuation suddenly came from the depths of the demon world, and the fluctuation swept towards this side, like a surging tide. Obviously, a strong man from the demon world noticed the abnormality here, and was rushing to check the situation. The figures of the other few small ones were like a stream of agile light, and they quickly rushed back from all directions to where Gu Li was. Their little faces were full of nervous expressions. Obviously, the strong breath fluctuation just now made them also aware of the huge danger. And then, the fastest runner rushed to Gu Li in a flash. His small chest was heaving violently, and he was breathing heavily. He shouted anxiously, "Master, a strong man is coming." When Gu Li heard this, her slightly frowned brows tightened a little more instantly. A trace of solemnity flashed in her eyes, and she hurriedly asked, "What strength?" And then heard the master's question, and a trace of annoyance appeared on his face. He shook his small head and answered a little frustrated, "I can't tell." Gu Li bit his lower lip, quickly weighed the pros and cons in his heart. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and then said firmly, "It's okay, repair it first." Gu Li put all his mind on repairing the weak points in front of him, and his hands kept moving, continuing to inject spiritual power into the anling crystals. With the infusion of spiritual power, the light of those anling crystals became brighter and brighter. The weak spots that were originally healing slowly were repaired a little faster under the effect of this enhanced spiritual power. Chapter 304. Little Bird and several other small creatures tightly surrounded Gu Li. Although they were small in size, they were all on high alert at this moment. Their small eyes showed determination, vowing to protect Gu Li. The powerful aura wave was getting closer and closer. In a flash, a black figure appeared in the air like a ghost. The black-robed demon clan scanned the scene below and saw Gu Li, who was repairing the weak point, and the glowing anling crystals around him. Immediately understood, and let out a roar full of anger, "Humph, you actually tried to repair the passage and hinder my demon world's plan. You really don't know how to live or die." After saying that, he waved his hand, and a black spear condensed by pure demon energy instantly shot towards Gu Li. The spear made a sound of breaking the wind, and was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was close to Gu Li. Gu Li's face changed, and she quickly formed seals with her hands. Shield! The demonic energy around her body emanated, wrapping her whole body, barely blocking the attack of the black spear. With a loud bang, the spear hit the shield, erupting a strong energy wave, and the impact caused deep cracks on the ground under Gu Li's feet. Her body was also shaken and flew backwards, but fortunately, several small ones flew over in time and used their strength to support Gu Li, which allowed her to stabilize her body. "Master, are you okay?" Several small ones asked anxiously, their eyes full of worry. Gu Li wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression still firm, and said, "I'm fine, you guys watch this side for me, I delay some time." The Blackrobe Demon Clan was even more angry when he saw that his attack failed to hurt Gu Li, and asked her to continue repairing her weak points. He muttered something, and quickly formed seals with his hands. The surrounding demonic energy seemed to be summoned by something and gathered towards him frantically, gradually condensing into a huge demon shadow in front of him. The demon shadow was tall, with a hideous face and a chilling aura, as if it had crawled out of the abyss of hell. "Go crush them all!" The Blackrobe Demon Clan roared, and the demon shadow rushed towards Gu Li and others. Every step he took made the ground tremble violently, as if the entire demon world was shaking. Gu Li looked at the demon shadow that was rushing towards her with great momentum, and her heart sank. She knew that this attack was not so easy to resist, but there was no sign of retreat in her eyes. "Then let's try the magic formula using the magic energy." As Gu Li recited the magic formula, the powerful attacks were wrapped in surging magic energy, rushing towards the tall and ferocious demon shadow like an angry dragon out of the sea. The Yanju first style Yin Yin was used, and groups of hot demon flames appeared out of thin air. The demon flame showed a strange dark black color, but burned with extremely high temperatures. They gathered together to form a huge flame seal, which smashed down towards the demon shadow fiercely. Wherever it passed, even the air was burned and distorted, making a sizzling sound. The demon shadow saw this, but was not afraid at all. It waved its thick arms, brought a black demon energy storm, and rushed towards the flame seal. The two collided with a loud bang, and in an instant, there was an earth-shaking roar. The dazzling light and surging energy waves spread wildly in all directions. The surrounding boulders were instantly shattered by the impact, turning into powder and floating in the air. Gu Li did not pause at all and immediately performed De Yin Ju second style, overturning the heaven. She danced her hands quickly, forming complex seals one after another, and the demonic energy around her became more and more dense, as if it had turned into a substantial black fog. Under her control, the thick fog quickly condensed into a black giant hand that covered the sky and the sun. The runes on the giant hand flickered, exuding a powerful force that made people's heart palpitate, and slapped the demon shadow fiercely. When the giant hand fell, it seemed to have the momentum of overwhelming the mountains and seas, bringing up the sound of whistling wind, as if it was going to turn this world upside down. The demon shadow roared, and its bloody mouth opened, spewing out a thick black mucus, which contained a powerful corrosive force, and spread towards the black giant hand. As soon as the two came into contact, a hissing corrosion sound was heard, and the edge of the black giant hand began to slowly melt. But it still relied on its powerful force to continue pressing down on the demon shadow, pressing the demon shadow's huge body down, and smashing a huge deep pit on the ground. Gu Li's face was solemn, knowing that the demon shadow was far more difficult to deal with than she had imagined, so she no longer held back and shouted, De Yin Ju third style, netherworld burning. Her figure suddenly rose from the ground and flew into the air. The demonic energy in her body seemed to burn, turning into black flames, dancing wildly around her body. In those flames, you can faintly see the shrill souls struggling and roaring, as if they were the vengeful spirits from the nine nether hell, revealing endless gloom and terror. Gu Li pushed her hands forward suddenly, muttering something in her mouth, and the black flames surrounding her instantly gathered together to form a huge dragon of flames. The black-robed demon stood in midair, watching Gu Li perform such a powerful spell, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But it was soon replaced by a strong disdain, and he snorted coldly, "You are just trying to compete with the power of my demon world with such a petty trick. You are simply overestimating yourself." The demon shadow also felt a huge threat in the face of the fierce flame dragon. The demon energy in its body surged wildly, its body rose again, and its muscles swelled up, as if it wanted to increase its own strength to the extreme. Then, it crossed its arms in front of its chest, forming a solid demon energy shield, ready to withstand Gu Li's strongest attack. The flame dragon collided with the demon shadow's shield, and in an instant, the whole world seemed to be still, followed by a deafening roar. The sound was like thousands of thunders exploding at the same time, and the powerful energy shock wave raged in all directions. Wherever it went, everything was razed to the ground, and huge gullies appeared on the ground, as if the earth was torn apart. After Gu Li finished this attack, her face turned pale as paper, and the magic energy in her body seemed to be drained. She felt a sense of weakness, and her body was about to fall. Several little ones looked at Gu Li nervously. Their small bodies were also knocked around by the powerful energy fluctuations, but they still tried to stabilize their bodies, and were ready to rush up to protect Gu Li at any time. The little bird flew around Gu Li anxiously, calling non-stop, as if cheering for Gu Li. After the demon shadow endured Gu Li's series of powerful attacks, the magic shield on its body also had cracks, and its huge body trembled slightly. Obviously it had also suffered a lot of impact. Chapter 305. And Anne's lively voice revealed a hint of nervousness, and she quickly reminded, "Master, there are other breaths rushing here." Gu Li heard it, and just calmly glanced at the channel that was being repaired quickly. Under the lingering of spiritual power, the damaged part of the channel was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. She curled her lips slightly, and said nonchalantly, "It's okay, it's almost repaired. As long as the channel is repaired, even if those guys come, they can't get through." The black-robed demon stood aside, watching the channel being restored to its original state under Gu Li's operation, and his face became more gloomy. Before the black-robed demon personally took action to stop it, Gu Li quickly took back all the contracted beasts into the space. His movements were smooth, and there was no drag. Then, she stood neatly at the passage, showed a slightly provocative smile to the black-robed demon, and said loudly, "You can play slowly." After that, she didn't even look back, and her figure flashed, and she went out from the small gap left in the passage, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Shi Zihan and others on the other side of the passage were anxiously waiting for Gu Li to return, and they were worried about whether she would encounter any danger. Just when everyone was anxious, they suddenly sensed Gu Li's breath. At that moment, everyone's faces were all happy, and the original worry in their eyes was instantly replaced by joy. Seeing this, the black-robed demon was not willing to let Gu Li go easily, and immediately stretched out the big hand with black demonic energy, and grabbed in the direction where Gu Li had just disappeared. The speed was as fast as lightning, bringing a whistling wind, as if to tear the surrounding air apart. Seeing this, Shi Zihan shouted at the top of his lungs, "Ollie, get down!" When Gu Li heard the shout, he didn't have time to think too much, and his body subconsciously fell to the ground. His movements were neat and tidy. Almost at the same time, Shi Zihan threw a stack of semi-god-grade explosive talismans without hesitation. The moment those talismans left his hand, they flashed with dazzling light, and flew towards the Black-Robed Demon Clan. The Black-Robed Demon Clan's face changed, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He didn't care about chasing Gu Li anymore, and hurriedly retreated, trying to avoid the fierce attack of the talismans. But those talismans seemed to have eyes, chasing the Black-Robed Demon Clan tightly. No matter how he dodged left and right, he couldn't get rid of them. Just when the Black-Robed Demon Clan was exhausted, there was a loud bang, and the huge explosion was deafening, as if the whole space was shaken by the power of the explosion. For a moment, flames shot up into the sky, dust flew, and the powerful impact spread in all directions. Gu Li was instantly buried in the dust, with only a few strands of hair exposed outside, looking miserable. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi looked calm, and quickly threw out 3 more anling crystals in her hand. The crystals drew several beautiful arcs in the air, and landed accurately at the last gap in the passage that had not been completely repaired. The anling crystal released a soft and powerful spiritual power, like a flexible silk thread, which completely repaired the last gap. The entire passage instantly became extremely solid, and there was no trace of the previous damage. Sui Yin reacted very quickly. Seeing that Gu Li was buried in the soil, he rushed forward in a flash, using his hands and feet to quickly dig Gu Li out of the soil. The look was so anxious that she shouted anxiously while digging, "Ollie, are you okay? Don't let anything happen to you." After a while, Gu Li was finally dug out. She was covered in dust, with dust all over her hair and face. She looked funny and embarrassed. She gasped for air, then spit out the dirt in her mouth, complaining, "Are you really not afraid of blowing up the weak point?" Shi Zihan looked innocent, pointed at Mu Yunqi next to her, and hurriedly explained. Yunqi said it would not have any impact. Feng Wuhan frowned slightly, looked around vigilantly, and said in a deep voice, "Let's leave here first. There is too much noise here. I guess someone will be attracted to check the situation later. We can't stay here for long." After hearing this, several people also felt that it made sense, so they didn't delay any more and hurriedly walked away. As soon as they left, many people heard the huge explosion and rushed over to find out what happened. When they arrived here and saw that the passage that existed before was gone, everyone panicked. Everyone stared with wide eyes, showing horror, and kept muttering, "What should we do? The passage is gone, so we can't go back." Everyone looked at each other, and for a moment they had no idea, so they could only pace anxiously in place. After Ghoulie and his friends left the dangerous place, they found a relatively safe place. Ghoulie first treated the wounds on his body simply. Although those wounds were not fatal, they were also painful. After treating the wounds, they walked straight to the place where the so-called Lord Feng was. As soon as I got to the door, I saw Feng Wenmo, who looked nervous, walking out in a hurry. His face was very ugly, and his brows were tightly knitted together, as if he could pinch a fly to death. There were 2 people following behind him, and they also had serious faces. It seemed that they had already known that the passage was closed, and were preparing to check the situation. Fang Qianqi, who was standing by, saw Ghoulie and the others injured, and asked, "What happened to you?" Ghoulie cleared his throat and answered first, "We found that the passage was closed, and we got into a fight with those people and got hurt." Feng Wenmo gritted his teeth when he heard this, and his teeth were chattering. His eyes were full of anger, and he asked viciously, "Did you see who it was?" Ghoulie pretended to be helpless and sighed, saying, "It was a master in the early stage of the venerable rank. We couldn't defeat him even if we joined forces." Fang Qianqi heard this, and immediately said, "I take people to arrest him." Feng Wenmo waved his hand, frowned and said, "No need, the most urgent thing is to reopen the passage first." After that, he prepared to take the 2 people behind him to the passage. Seeing this, Ghoulie hurried forward and blocked Feng Wenmo's way, saying, "Wait, sir, I want to ask about the fusion of spiritual veins." Feng Wenmo was thinking about the channel at the moment, so he didn't have the energy to care about this. He said impatiently, "Now is not the time to talk about this. When the channel is ready, there will be plenty of time to talk about this. Don't delay me here." Chapter 306. Ghoulie did not back down and asked directly, "My lord, where are the mermaids of the mermaid tribe?" When Feng Wenmo heard this, he stared at her intently, as if he could see through Ghoulie. But he said nothing, but his face became more gloomy, and the air around him seemed to become depressed because of his emotions. Fang Qianqi was also shocked by Ghoulie's words, and hurriedly scolded, "Are you crazy? Why are you asking this?" Ghoulie said lightly, "Of course it is useful." Feng Wenmo scolded, "I don't have time to deal with you now. When these things are dealt with, you will be punished by yourself." Ghoulie seemed not to hear his scolding, and ignored his words, but secretly sent a message to Lin Yuchen, whispering, "Yuchen, ask Lan Qi if it is here." Soon, Lin Yuchen gave the answer, and sent a message back. Lan Qi said it is here, the formation ball on his waist. Fang Qianqi saw Ghoulie standing there for a long time without responding, and thought she was scared silly by Feng Wenmo's scolding, so he reached out and pulled her out. Ghoulie flexibly avoided his hand, and just looked at him. Feng Wenmo also narrowed his eyes full of warning, and said coldly, "You don't understand? I told you to get out. Do you want to disobey my order?" Ghoulie raised the corner of her mouth slightly, revealing a confident and slightly provocative smile, and said loudly, "You must make me use force." Before Feng Wenmo and Fang Qianqi could react, Ghoulie's figure flashed, and she instantly used her body skills, and appeared directly in front of Feng Wenmo. Then, she clenched her fist without hesitation, used all her strength, and punched Feng Wenmo's mistress fiercely. The fist whistled, with an indomitable momentum. Feng Wenmo's eyes narrowed when he saw this, and he was shocked. He didn't expect Ghoulie to dare to attack him. He didn't have time to think about it. With the agility he had practiced for many years, he quickly dodged to the side, and narrowly avoided the fierce punch. Ghoulie's punch was very powerful, and it hit the place where Feng Wenmo was standing. There was a loud bang, and the place was instantly smashed by her fist, and stones flew everywhere, raising a cloud of dust. After Feng Wenmo stabilized his body, he looked at Ghoulie in astonishment, full of doubts in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "You are not Yen Shu, who are you?" Fang Qianqi was also frightened by this sudden change, and immediately avoided Ghoulie from a distance, standing aside, staring at her. On the other side, Mu Yunqi took advantage of the time when everyone's attention was attracted by Ghoulie, and walked around the room leisurely. Her hands quickly formed complex seals, and she chanted, "Thousands of things, the Great Vajra Formation. Start." As her voice fell, the room suddenly became bright, and spiritual power gathered together to form a huge and mysterious formation. The runes on the formation flickered, exuding a powerful aura, as if it could resist all attacks in the world. Seeing this, Feng Wenmo's eyes widened, and he shouted in shock, "Semi-God Formation Master." At the moment when the formation was formed, The whole space seemed to be shrouded by a mysterious and powerful force. Except for Gu Li and a few others in the formation, everyone else instantly felt a majestic and heavy pressure sweeping in from all directions. It was a force formed by the gathering of gold elements. They seemed to have life, and quickly wrapped around those people. It became tighter and tighter, suppressing their bodies so tightly that they could not move at all even if they used all their strength. It was like a puppet nailed to the spot, and they could only stare in vain, their eyes full of fear and anger. Feng Wenmo struggled hard, veins on his forehead bulged, and beads of sweat kept sliding down his cheeks, but no matter how hard he tried, the suppression of the gold element did not move at all. His face changed drastically in an instant, his eyes were full of disbelief, and his voice became a little sharp because of nervousness. He asked loudly, "Are you from the mermaid tribe?" Gu Li ignored his questioning at all. Her eyes were fixed on the bag on Feng Wenmo's waist. With a flash of her figure, she quickly came to Feng Wenmo's side and pulled the bag from his waist. Then, she reached out and took out the arrayed ball from the bag, and looked at it carefully in front of her eyes. The array ball was emitting a faint light, and there seemed to be many small black dots swimming slowly inside the ball. After looking at it for a while, Gu Li handed the arrayed ball to Lin Yuchen and said, "If you had taken it out earlier, it would have been over." After that, Gu Li narrowed her eyes slightly. A cold look flashed in her eyes, and she directly added a punch, hitting Feng Wenmo's face hard. This punch was filled with her anger and determination. With a muffled bang, Feng Wenmo's face swelled up instantly, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The whole person was beaten so hard that his head tilted, and he was extremely embarrassed. Seeing this, Fang Qianqi widened his eyes, pointed at Gu Li and shouted, "You are not Yin Shu, you are pretending to be her. Who are you, and what is your purpose?" There was a strong sense of shock and confusion in his voice. He never thought that the Yin Shu he had been with for a long time was actually someone else pretending to be. Gu Li just said lightly, "Kill her." Feng Wenmo heard this and shouted angrily, "How dare you?" Mu Yunqi snorted coldly, her face full of disdain, and slapped Feng Wenmo's face hard. The crisp slap was particularly loud in this slightly silent space. "You dare to do it, you will know when you die." Feng Wenmo was a little confused by the slap. After recovering, he still shouted loudly, "Do you think that if you kill me, your continent will be safe? Too naive, ha ha. I am just a small character under my king. Even if you kill me, my king will not let you go. He will definitely avenge me, and cut all of you into pieces, and let this continent fall into endless disasters." His laughter echoed in this space, revealing a sense of madness and hideousness, as if he had seen the tragic end of Gu Li and others. Gu Li listened to his words, and a bad premonition inexplicably surged in her heart. She frowned, thinking quickly in her mind, and suddenly realized that the demon who came out with Feng Wenmo before seemed not here, and she didn't know where he hid, which made her feel more and more uneasy. Seeing that Gu Li seemed to be hesitant, Feng Wenmo thought his words had worked, so he continued to threaten loudly, "If you dare to kill me, my king will never let you go." Chapter 307. Gu Li didn't buy his tricks at all. Her eyes became more determined. A long sword appeared in her hand in an instant. The long sword shone with cold light, and exuded a chilling murderous aura. She raised the long sword without hesitation and stabbed it directly into Feng Wenmo's heart. Her movements were crisp and clear without any hesitation. Feng Wenmo looked down at the long sword stabbed into his chest, his eyes widened, and he opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't make a sound because of the severe pain. He could only utter a weak syllable like "you," and then the light in his eyes gradually dimmed, and the whole person slowly fell down, without a breath. Gu Li pulled out the sword expressionlessly, and the blood on the sword slid down the sword body, dripped onto the ground, and splashed small blood flowers. Then, she walked towards Fang Qianqi and other demons one by one, swinging the long sword in her hand. Every time it fell, it took away a life. Those demons had no time to resist, and fell in a pool of blood. Gu Li looked at the bloody scene in front of him, and said coldly, "The villain died because of talking too much." Feng Wuhan frowned and said, thoughtfully, "It seems that the person we saw before is the king." Mu Yunqi also nodded solemnly, and said worriedly, "If this is true, it will be very disadvantageous to us. We can't beat him with our current strength." Gu Li also knew that this matter seemed to be more serious than any situation he had encountered before. After all, when he was in the southern continent before, although the opponent was also strong, at least that person would be suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. They can still deal with it with the help of the laws of heaven and earth, and some of their own means. But now this guy who can evade the laws of heaven and earth is really a tricky existence, which makes her heart heavy, as if a big stone is pressing on her. Gu Li gritted his teeth and said, "Let's take it one step at a time, go first." But before Gu Li finished speaking, the entire crystal palace suddenly shook violently. The amplitude of the vibration became larger and larger, as if some huge force was impacting the palace from underground or around. Cracks began to appear on the walls of the palace, dust fell down, and the ground shook so much that people couldn't stand steadily. Lin Yuchen hurriedly used his spiritual power to stabilize his body, and shouted in panic, "What's the situation? Why did this palace suddenly become like this? It's not going to collapse." Others also became nervous, looking around vigilantly, ready to deal with this sudden change. "Gu Li, let's go out and have a look first." "Okay." Several people quickly ran towards the source of the sound. Halfway through, Gu Li stopped and looked out the window. "We are floating up." She stared closely at the constantly changing scene outside the window. She saw that the Crystal Palace, which was originally in a relatively stable position, was now slowly moving away from its original location and floating towards the sea. Time passed slowly. Under the tense gaze of several people, it didn't take long for the entire Crystal Palace to slowly float out of the water, like a giant beast breaking out of the water. The formation that was originally shrouded outside the palace to isolate the sea water also seemed to be overwhelmed at the moment the palace floated out. With a crisp sound of breaking, it turned into a little light and dissipated in the air. In an instant, the noisy sounds from the outside world surged in like a surging tide, with fierce fighting sounds and the clang-clang sounds of weapons colliding that resounded through the sky. Mu Yunqi frowned and said with a worried look, "Someone is fighting. Are they the Shadow Guards?" Gu Li didn't have a clear idea in his mind. After all, this sudden situation was too unexpected. He didn't have time to think about it at the moment, and hurriedly ran outside to check the situation. His footsteps were so fast and urgent that they brought a gust of wind. Seeing this, the other people didn't dare to delay at all, and followed one after another. The figures of the crowd quickly shuttled through the passage of the palace, and in the blink of an eye they arrived outside the palace. As soon as he stepped out of the palace, he saw a chaotic and tragic scene. In the vast space outside the palace, many human races and demon races were fighting fiercely. The two sides fought back and forth, neither giving in. Various gorgeous spiritual lights and gloomy demonic energy crisscrossed, and every collision erupted with powerful energy fluctuations. In addition, the battle in the air was even more intense, and many powerful people from the northern continent were fighting desperately with the powerful people of the demon clan. Their moves were more powerful and exquisite. Every time they attacked, it seemed as if they were going to tear the sky apart. The powerful force caused thunder, and the clouds were stirred and rolled endlessly. Seeing this, Gu Li breathed a sigh of relief and secretly thanked herself. Fortunately, it's not the Shadow Guard. However, doubt soon surged in her heart, and her brows furrowed. Thinking to herself, why did these people suddenly launch an attack? I sent someone to notify them. I originally wanted them to send people to support, not to let them start fighting at the slightest disagreement. Now the situation has become more chaotic, and I don't know how many accidents will arise. Su Yun looked at the fierce battle in front of him, turned to look at Gu Li, and said anxiously, "Ali, should we go to help?" Gu Li did not reply immediately. Her eyes passed over the chaotic battlefield and fell on a purple-robed man, who was standing quietly in the air not far away, watching everything indifferently. The man exuded a powerful aura that was hard to ignore, as if he was the master of the world. Just standing there quietly, he could make everyone feel the invisible pressure. Gu Li thought to himself, is this the king? Judging from his aura, although he showed the peak of the honorable level, this aura was too strong, definitely not just the peak of the honorable level. Seeing that Gu Li had not responded, Su Yun became more and more anxious. Ali, if we don't take action now, they will lose. Gu Li gritted her teeth. A look of determination flashed in her eyes, and she said loudly, take action. If the situation is not right, save your life first. As soon as the voice fell, she flashed and rushed towards the battlefield like a flash of lightning. A long sword emitting a cold light appeared in her hand at some point. Under the infusion of spiritual power, the long sword shone brightly, like a lively dragon of light. Gu Li rushed straight towards a powerful demon of the venerable level. The demon was waving the magic halberd in his hand, and smashing it hard at a human strongman. The strongman was about to dodge, and was hit by the magic halberd. Chapter 308. At this critical moment, Gu Li arrived. Without saying a word, she raised the long sword in her hand, and slashed at the demon clan strongman fiercely. This sword contained her powerful spiritual power, and the speed was as fast as a meteor. There was only a crack. The demon clan strongman didn't even have time to react, and was directly split in half by Gu Li's sharp sword. Black blood splashed in the air, and the body of the demon clan strongman slowly fell to the ground and died instantly. Sui Yun and others saw Gu Li's move, and they no longer hesitated. They shouted loudly, each of them displayed their own special skills, and rushed towards the demon clan. The action of several people immediately relieved the pressure on the human race, and the originally one-sided battle situation gradually turned around. Song Zhouhai was originally fully focused on the siege of the demon clan's strong men. His clothes were soaked with sweat and stuck to his back. He waved the weapon in his hand vigorously. Every swing brought a sharp light and shadow, barely resisting the enemy's tide-like attack. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of some figures suddenly appearing beside him. This sudden situation made his heart tighten suddenly, and he was startled. His body subconsciously made a defensive posture. Just as he was about to make a full-scale attack, he was shocked to find that the demon clan strong men who besieged him were missing for some reason. When he looked closely, he saw a girl with a slender figure and extraordinary temperament. A trace of surprise flashed in Song Zhouhai's eyes, and he asked loudly, "Are you the one who sent someone to pass the message to us?" Gu Li was deeply involved in a fierce battle with the demon clan at this moment. The shouting and killing around him was deafening. While cleverly responding to the enemy's attack, he shouted loudly, "Solve the problem in front of you first." On the other side of the battlefield, the man who had been standing still like a statue, Qi Fengxiao, was the Red Demon King, one of the 4 terrifying demon kings mentioned by Lin Xian. When he saw the helpers of the human race emerging behind them, he finally took action. He slowly raised his hands that were emitting a cold light, and in an instant, a powerful breath, like a tidal wave, surged out of his body, sweeping across the battlefield like a black storm. Wherever this breath went, whether it was the human race or the demon race, it seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand, and the body became extremely heavy and unable to move. Qi Fengxiu's eyes like cold stars were fixed on Gu Li and others, and he asked coldly, "Are you the ones who closed the passage?" Gu Li and others were stared at by his eyes, that seemed to be able to see through the soul, and they only felt a chill rising from their spines, and goosebumps instantly covered their bodies. Gu Li almost didn't think about it, shaking her head like a rattle, and responded loudly, "No, we didn't, don't slander us." Qi Fengxiao was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting her to deny it so straightforwardly, then raised the corners of his mouth and laughed. "It doesn't matter if you don't admit it." As his voice fell, the entire battlefield was shrouded by a huge and gloomy formation. The formation was like a giant beast crawling out of the dark abyss, exuding a chilling breath. When the demons saw the formation appear, their faces turned pale as paper in an instant. They knew the horror of the formation and tried to rush out desperately, but their bodies were tightly bound by an invisible force, as if they were trapped in a quagmire and could not move. When Gu Li saw the formation activated, he secretly said in his heart that it was not good, frowned, and whispered, "It's the 10,000 Ghosts formation." Sui Yun was full of confusion and asked loudly, "What is the 10,000 Ghosts formation?" Mu Yunqi explained solemnly, "This formation is extremely evil. It will kill people in the formation, and then extract their souls, and make them part of the 10,000 Ghosts formation to enhance the power of the formation." Qi Fengxiao heard their conversation, and showed a smug smile on his face, saying, "You know a lot. If you hadn't ruined my good things, I would really like to keep you." At this time, in addition to the demons behind him, the demons fighting with the human race were also shrouded in this 10,000 Ghosts formation. The demons in the formation immediately panicked and shouted loudly, "Master Demon, let us out." "Let me out." Qi Fengxiao raised a cruel smile and said ruthlessly, "A bunch of useless things will become the nourishment of the 10,000 Ghosts formation." Sui Yun saw this scene and couldn't help but whispered, "Even killing your own people is simply crazy." Feng Wuhan also felt that the spiritual power in his body was slowly fading away, and said anxiously, "The spiritual power in my body is constantly decreasing." Shi Zihan also looked worried and suggested, "In this case, why not attack directly?" Gu Li shook his head helplessly, and said, "It's useless. We are in the formation, and the attacks we make will rebound to ourselves." Just as she finished this sentence, several shrill screams came from all around. Everyone turned to look, and saw that those who tried to attack the formation had all suffered a strong backlash without exception. Their bodies were beaten to a bloody mess by their own attacks, and some even fell to the ground. Their life force quickly dissipated. Song Zhouhai was extremely anxious. He used all his strength and approached Gu Li and others as fast as lightning. He asked anxiously, "What did you do when you dealt with the demons in the southern continent?" Gu Li frowned and said, "The situation is different. This person's cultivation has not been detected by the laws of heaven and earth." Song Zhouhai was shocked and asked, Are you saying that his cultivation is above the peak of the honorable level? Lin Yuchen said speechlessly on the side. Isn't this obvious? Gu Li did not respond, but closed her eyes and slowly released her mental power. After a while, the outline of the entire formation appeared clearly in her mind. A quarter of an hour later, she suddenly opened her eyes, with a confident light flashing in her eyes. Looking at the people behind Qi Fengxiao, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she shouted loudly, "Shadow guards, kill them!" As soon as the voice fell, a series of extremely powerful forces burst out from behind Qi Fengxiao, like bright fireworks blooming in the night sky. Countless demons were killed in an instant under the impact of this force, and blood splashed like a fountain, dyeing a large area of land red. Qi Fengxiao noticed the huge movement behind him. His face suddenly became gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You actually have a backup plan." Gu Li snorted disdainfully and said, "A broken formation also wants to trap us." Then, she commanded in an orderly manner, "Little 1, attack the weak point above the formation. Little 2, attack the weak point 10 meters to the left front. Little 3, attack the weak point 20 meters to the left front." Chapter 309. Gu Li clearly pointed out the weak points of the formation. After hearing the order, the shadow guards did not hesitate to attack the position Gu Li said with all their strength. Seeing this, Qi Fengxiao's face became more and more ugly, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. He wanted to stop the attack of the shadow guards, but was stopped by other shadow guards desperately, and could not get close to Gu Yi and the others for a while. The attack of the shadow guards continued like a storm, but after enduring wave after wave of impact, the formation was shaky, but still did not completely collapse. Although the shadow guards who blocked him tried their best, they gradually couldn't hold on under the strong impact of Qi Fengxiao, and each of them was seriously injured. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, but they still gritted their teeth and held on, using their bodies to build a line of defense to prevent Qi Fengxiao from moving forward. Qi Fengxiao's face was full of ferocity, and veins on his forehead bulged. "A bunch of ants, how dare you ruin my business?" The voice was like a huge bell, shaking the surrounding space with ripples. As soon as the voice fell, a powerful demonic energy like a tidal wave surged out of his body, like a roaring black beast, ruthlessly rushing away the shadow guards, who intercepted him like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. The bodies of the shadow guards were like puppets with broken strings, flying backwards uncontrollably, falling heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and everyone's face was full of pain and despair, spitting blood in large mouthfuls. Qi Fengxiao ignored it completely, and his figure was like a black lightning, rushing towards Gu Yi, who was attacking the formation with all his strength. Gu Yi keenly sensed the approach of danger, tapped the ground lightly, and displayed his exquisite body skills, trying to dodge like a ghost. However, Qi Fengxiao's speed was so fast that it seemed to have surpassed the boundaries of time and space. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared behind Gu Yi like a ghost. He stretched out a hand full of demonic energy. The demonic energy on his hand was like a black flame burning fiercely, carrying a chilling breath of death. It was about to pierce Gu Yi's chest mercilessly like an extremely sharp blade. At this critical moment, a faint but tenacious light suddenly lit up on Gu Yi's chest. He blocked Qi Fengxiao's fatal blow with great difficulty. Gu Yi seized this fleeting precious opportunity, used all his strength, and jumped a few times to escape from Qi Fengxiao's attack range. He was secretly glad with lingering fear, and silently said in his heart that it was fortunate that the young master had equipped them with so many defensive spiritual weapons and formations in advance. Otherwise, he would have been doomed to die, and his life would have ended here forever. Seeing that his determined attack was blocked, Qi Fengxiao's eyes flashed with a subtle surprise and anger, and he snorted coldly, "Interesting, you can actually resist my attack." Gu Yi had no time to pay attention to his words. At this time, he had only one unshakable belief in his heart, that is, to break through the formation that trapped the young master. He concentrated on finding the right opportunity, and from time to time, like a mad cheetah, he launched a swift and fierce attack on the weak points of the formation, pouring all his strength and energy into each attack. Seeing Gu Yi attacking the formation so persistently, Qi Fengxiao's face became more and more gloomy, like the dark clouds before a storm. He waved his hands, and attacks containing the power to destroy the world whizzed towards Gu Yi like black meteors. Gu Yi gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and decided not to dodge anymore. He activated all the defensive spiritual weapons on his body. In an instant, those spiritual weapons shone brightly, like bright stars gathering in front of him, forming a series of gorgeous but fragile shields. Gu Yi withstood Qi Fengxiao's storm-like attack, and with the protection of the defensive spiritual weapons, he continued to gather his own power to one point, and violently attacked the weak points of the formation again and again. As Qi Fengshu's attacks continued to fall, the spiritual weapons on Gu Yi's body could not withstand the pressure that was strong enough to destroy the world. One by one, they made a crisp, pleasant but heartbreaking sound of breaking, and the light gradually dimmed until it was completely extinguished. At this time, Gu Er, Gu San and others saw Gu Yi fighting so hard, and a surge of blood and determination surged in their hearts. They looked at each other, their eyes conveying firm belief and determination to die. They no longer avoided the attacks of the demons, but activated their defensive spiritual weapons at the same time, allowing the demons to attack them. As the attacks continued to intensify, Gu Yi's body finally reached its limit. He felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted out like a fountain. His legs seemed to have lost their support, and they softened and half knelt on the ground. And with their unremitting efforts, several weak points of the formation finally showed a few cracks, like an eggshell about to break, revealing a glimmer of hope. Gu Li saw this scene and shouted loudly, "Back off!" Gu Yi and his companions heard Gu Li's cry and quickly used their skills to dodge. Gu Li took a deep breath and released all his spiritual power without reservation. His eyes flashed with strange and deep light, and he kept saying, "Condition your spirit. Break." In an instant, a dazzling spiritual power pierced straight into the formation like an invisible blade. Wherever the spiritual power passed, the space seemed to be slightly distorted, and layers of ripples visible to the naked eye appeared. With a loud bang, the entire formation was pierced by Gu Li's spiritual power. Not long after, a chain reaction was triggered, and the entire formation exploded violently. Sui Yun looked solemn, and his hands quickly danced in front of his chest, forming a series of complex and mysterious seals. As the seals were completed, a spiritual shield emitting soft light instantly propped up above everyone's heads. The shield was like a transparent glass cover, covering Gu Li and others steadily. Spiritual power slowly flowed on the surface of the shield, resisting the turbulent impact caused by the explosion of the external formation. In other parts of the battlefield, the situation was extremely tragic. Those who were closer to the center of the explosion, and the demons were directly blown away by the powerful force of the explosion. Those who were less injured were also shocked and bleeding, and collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Those who were more seriously injured were instantly torn to pieces by the destructive force, and their life breath dissipated into nothingness, leaving only a bloody and messy scene. Qi Fengxiao witnessed the formation he had carefully arranged being completely destroyed. His eyes were instantly bloodshot, and he roared angrily, "Damn it! You actually destroyed my formation." Chapter 310. The voice contained endless murderous intent and regret, as if it wanted to tear everything in front of it into pieces. Gu Li glanced at the people around him with a firm gaze, and said, "You hold him back first." Everyone responded in unison, "Okay." Gu Li then gently rubbed his head, which was swollen and painful due to excessive use of mental power, and endured the discomfort. His body flashed quickly, and after a few jumps, he came to the side of the injured shadow guards, who fell to the ground. He quickly took out a lot of semi-god-grade elixirs from the storage ring, and fed them to the shadow guards, while whispering, "You heal your wounds first, and leave the rest to us." Gu Yi saw that Gu Li wanted to rush to Qi Fengxiao himself, and was extremely anxious. He quickly reached out and grabbed Gu Li, who was about to leave, and said anxiously, "Young master, I'm going. This person is too strong, and you can't let the young master be the vanguard." Gu Li frowned, his face full of anxiety, and he didn't care about much at the moment. He slapped him hard on the head and scolded, "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you." After that, he rushed into the battle like a sharp arrow, and the spiritual power fluctuations on his body became stronger and stronger. It was obvious that he was ready to go all out. At this time, other demons also emerged from all over, and they rushed towards the human race with their fangs and claws. Seeing this, the other big men of the human race were not afraid at all, and each of them used all their skills. He cast a powerful spell, and in a moment, flames shot up into the sky, and ice spikes shot out in all directions, launching a thrilling life and death contest with the demons. Sui Yun reacted quickly forming seals with both hands, and shouted, "The first move of the ice art, ice sealing 1,000 miles." A faint blue light shot out from his hands, and rushed towards Qi Fengxiao. The air was frozen, and the temperature dropped sharply. In the blink of an eye, Qi Fengxiao's legs were wrapped in a thick layer of ice, which continued to spread until it extended to his calves before stopping. Qi Fengxiao snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "You want to trap me? It's wishful thinking." After that, the demonic energy on his body became more intense, like a black fog covering him. Then, He stomped his feet violently, and a powerful force came out from his legs, directly shattering the ice on his legs, turning into countless ice chips flying everywhere. Seeing this, Gu Li hurriedly shouted, "Little pavilion." Before she finished speaking, the little pavilion rushed out of Gu Li's space like a stream of light, and she quickly formed a seal, muttering, "The power of space stillness." In an instant, the entire space seemed to be paused, and everyone's movements were instantly frozen. Except for Gu Li and the other 6 people, the rest of them stopped moving, including Qi Fengxiao. Time seemed to stop flowing at this moment, and a strange and mysterious atmosphere filled the space. After a while, the entire space returned to normal. When Qi Fengxiao reacted, Gu Li and the others had already dispersed and surrounded him in a hexagon. The 6 people looked at each other, with a firm and tacit light flashing in their eyes. At the same time, they quickly formed seals and shouted, "Elemental Array Thunder Yuan Mie." Suddenly, the 6 people burst out with extremely powerful thunder elemental power at the same time. The thunder elemental power was like a silver dragon circling around them, making a crackling sound, as if to tear the whole world apart. Qi Fengxiao frowned. He didn't expect that there were still people in this low-level continent who could use the elemental array. Qi Fengxiao was enveloped by the powerful thunder elemental force that erupted from the elemental array. The violent thunder and lightning danced like silver snakes, constantly wreaking havoc on him. At first, his body-protecting magic flame could barely resist. The magic flame and thunder and lightning intertwined with each other, making a crackling sound and splashing dazzling light. But as the thunder elemental force continued to pour in, his magic flame began to waver, and was gradually suppressed. Qi Fengxiao snorted coldly, "Demon Yuan erosion." A black magic power surged out of his body, like a surging tide, sweeping towards Gu Li and the other 6. Wherever this magic power went, the space seemed to be dyed black, exuding a disgusting stench. Gu Li and the other 6 suddenly felt a chill penetrate their souls. They tried to resist with their own spiritual power, but the evil spirit's erosion was too overbearing. It slowly penetrated their spiritual veins, like a maggot in their tarsal bones. Gu Li was the first to be hit. He felt a sharp pain in his mind, as if thousands of needles were piercing his sea of consciousness. His face turned pale, and his body trembled slightly. As the light of the elemental array gradually dimmed, the 6 people could not bear the double pressure of the huge consumption and the evil spirit's erosion. They vomited blood and fell down powerlessly. For a while, the atmosphere on the battlefield was extremely solemn, and the shadow of death seemed to be about to cover their heads. Just when Qi Fengxiao's face showed a ferocious murderous intent, ready to kill and give Gu Li and the other 6 a fatal blow. Suddenly, there was an earth-shaking roar, and then, a series of figures emitting powerful auras rose from the ground like towering city walls, standing between Qi Fengxiao, Gu Li and others. Rows of majestic demigod beasts, their bodies are tall and strong, each muscle contains explosive power, and the scales or fur on their bodies flash with strange light, as if they are natural armor. Their appearance is like a heavy bomb that explodes in the hearts of the human race and the demon race at the same time. The people on the human race are all stunned, with shock and disbelief written on their faces. Song Shohai widened his eyes, and his voice was trembling with a trace of amazement. They are all demigod beasts, and the strength of the South Continent is so strong. But Qi Fengxiao just glanced at these demigod beasts coldly, with a disdainful arc at the corner of his mouth, and spit out cold words. "Another group of garbage is coming to die." After saying that, his muscles were tense, and a powerful force that was strong enough to shake the world surged out of his body like a volcanic eruption, instantly sweeping towards the contracted beasts blocking in front of him. This power is like a raging tsunami, and wherever it goes, the space is squeezed and distorted. Although the demigod beasts fought hard, they were still knocked out by this absolute force, falling heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Gu Yi and other shadow guards stepped forward without hesitation and quickly blocked Gu Li and the other 6. Gu Li's figure swayed, and he directly crossed the protective circle of the shadow guards and walked towards Qi Fengxiao. Gu Yi and others were immediately anxious and shouted at the top of their lungs, "Young master." Gu Li did not even turn his head, but said calmly and firmly, "Believe me." Those 4 short words seemed to have a magical power, which made Gu Yi and others stop in their tracks even though they were still extremely anxious. Gu Li slowly raised her hand and gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her originally delicate face was slightly pale at this moment, but her eyes became more determined. She raised her head slightly, looked directly at Qi Fengxiao, and said calmly, "You can conceal the laws of heaven and earth, right? But I can't."